When this guy wakes up, he's shocked to realize that he's now a tree. Yeah, just a plain, useless tree. He can't move and can barely lift one of his branches. He just can't understand why the universe hates him so much. Usually people get reborn as handsome heroes with a harem of girls, yet he's now stuck as a stupid tree. What's worse, there are insects flying around him, annoying him as hell. He strikes down 2 annoying bees near him with his branch. As a result, a system triggers, notifying him about his double kill. More system windows pop up. One shows his name, UZU, and his body type, which is mutated willow tree. He has a longevity of 0.1 out of 20 years with 0.2 evolution points. The second window tells him about his ability, mutated branches, and explains how he can gain evolution points through eliminating other beings and absorbing sunlight every day. Our protagonist notes he will gain 0.1 points for eliminating a bee and 0.1 through daily sunlight. The next window explains he can use 0.1 points to strengthen his branches. However, our boy considers strengthening a bad idea until he starts feeling danger in the surroundings. Hence, Yuzu uses points to strengthen 3 out of his 50 branches. Unexpectedly, he can now move those 3 branches like arms. Our hero gets super excited, thinking he can fight any hurdle, and instantly attacks a nearby bee nest to gain more points. Half a month later, Yuzu has strengthened all 50 of his branches. Considering himself super strong, he forms a whirl of branches and unleashes Tornado Pierce, aiming at a huge rock ahead. Unfortunately, his branches do not touch the rock, but it shatters from the air wave his branches produce. Consequently, he decides to attack his enemies from a distance using this move. Having been a tree for half a month, our protagonist has grown taller much faster than normal trees. He can absorb energy through his roots, which makes him think that even without doing anything, he can become stronger. Plus, he has a special attribute called longevity. As a tree, he cannot get sick or tired. Even if he only has 20 years of longevity now, Yuzu believes that through his evolution points, he can become like the world tree. Yu is enjoying his life as a tree, having 0 worries about studying or food. As chicks start chirping from a nest on his branches, our hero recalls that the nest dropped onto him when he broke branches that were blocking the sunlight. He believes these are peregrine falcons. This species is a medium-sized, ferocious beast. An adult stands around 1 meter tall and possesses an air dive speed of 270 to 360 km per hour. You believe such speed would make any prey feel asphyxiated. Luckily, the world he lives in now is filled with mutated air, unlike the world he came from. Furthermore, because he lacks air battle abilities, our boy decides to tame the falcon chicks to use them to his advantage, which will make him more powerful. After losing his first life, our protagonist decides to do his best to survive in this world, no matter the cost. It turns out this world is filled with strong mutated animals like tempest wolves, large-size ants, and the spider queen. There is even a huge gorilla that feeds on trees and a massive blade snake that appears openly, cutting everything in its path and causing destruction everywhere. Later, our hero is busy hunting down a white rabbit. After killing it, he feeds it to the chicks, who devour it like it is their first and last meal. With that, the system notifies him that he has gained 1 evolution point. Yuzu gets excited and tries to decide what to do with the point since all 50 of his branches are already strengthened. Ultimately, he decides to upgrade his roots before his trunk. Strangely, it requires 1 whole evolution point to upgrade a single root, which is 10 times the cost of a tree branch. However, this cost makes our protagonist believe that the roots are much more important. He gets excited, wondering if he can travel freely after the upgrade. As soon as he presses the button for the root upgrade, he feels a sharp pain and screams. Meanwhile, his roots go wild, and the chicks are disturbed by the sudden commotion. After a moment, our boy is breathing heavily, comparing the pain to being hit by an electric drill. Still, the pain is worth it because his roots have become thick, and he can now move a newly formed red root freely. For now, his strengthened tree root status is 1 out of 9. Being curious about whether he can move freely, a sharp pain hits him as soon as he tries to uplift his roots. The pain is even worse than before, and despite his efforts, he cannot move an inch. Yuzu gives up on the idea of running because he remains stationary. Consequently, he decides to use the roots to protect his trunk instead. As for the thick red root, which possesses the strongest destructive power, our hero hides it underground. With all of his points utilized, he decides to obtain more, but his thoughts are interrupted as a blast erupts nearby. Observing the disturbance, our boy activates his battle mode. Yu finds an injured fox lying on the ground. After closely observing it, our hero sees it is still alive, but the wound is black, signifying that it has been poisoned. He initially thinks he can convert the creature into evolution points, but he cannot feed a poisoned carcass to the falcon chicks. Unexpectedly, a system window pops up revealing that his branch fluids contain medicinal properties capable of detoxifying wounds and stopping bleeding. However, using this fluid will cause that specific branch to lose its strengthening effect. Still, Yuzu chooses to use the fluid to heal the fox, planning to kill it afterward to gain points for himself and food for the chicks. He drops his branch fluid onto the fox, and eventually, the the creature is completely healed as its energy recovers. Consequently, our boy's strengthened branches are reduced from 50 to 49. Our protagonist prepares to attack, but seeing the fox's sparkly eyes, Yuzu hesitates to eliminate it. Surprisingly, the fox starts rubbing against our hero, who yells at it to stop, insisting it is nothing more than an evolutionary point. Soon our protagonist melts due to the cuteness of the fox. He forgets about the points and holds the creature so they can rub against each other. Out of nowhere, the fox starts glowing, and the system notifies Yuzu that the red fox is evolving. After the process, it becomes a mutated red fox, aged 3 years and at beginner stage 4, with a special ability called Charm Eyes. Its size has increased, and its fur now resembles fire. Learning about its level, our boy immediately summons his own stats window. From there, he learns his current level is beginner stage 9, making him 5 times stronger than the red fox. He realizes his branch fluid not only has medicinal properties, but can also trigger evolution in other creatures. Our hero thinks that as he grows, he will be able to gauge his own power more accurately, especially once he reaches rank 1, rank 2, or even higher. With this realization, he feels his life is ascending toward a higher existence. Strangely, the fox suddenly runs away. Yuzu wonders if humans were hunting it, as the wound on its body looked like it came from an arrow. Deep down, our protagonist does not want to interact with humans, fearing they might view him as a wicked tree and hunt him down. Therefore, he decides to act like a normal tree for the time being. Suddenly, the fox jumps away after noticing something. Unexpectedly, 2 young girls approach Yuzu holding fruits and water. Sensing danger, our hero enters stealth mode and hides the face on his trunk. It turns out the girls are there to offer fruits and water to their deceased father. This makes our boy scream internally, as he did not expect a body to be buried beneath him, though he feels something is wrong with the situation. As the girls finish offering prayers, the one with a ponytail starts eating the fruits, even when her sister tries to stop her. The ponytail girl insists their father would let her eat. Meanwhile, Yuzu just wants them to leave. In the next moment, the girl suggests they go take a shower, and our hero slowly opens his eyes to watch them depart. The girls reach a nearby river to take a bath. Yu is annoyed as he cannot see the sisters taking a bath because a tree in front of him is blocking his view. Determined to see the girls, our protagonist decides to change his position, but to his surprise, he feels a sharp pain throughout his body. He sobs, feeling quite powerless at this moment. Later, the girls finally head back after their bath. Although our boy does not want to see them again, the 2 girls turn back and decide to return in the future to visit their father. 1 week passes, and the canyons remain filled with many kinds of danger. Yuzu's peregrine falcons, now at beginner stage 3, are up against a mutated golden eagle. Together, they unleash their bullet divine move, but unfortunately, it does not affect the eagle at all. The golden eagle screams at the falcons, causing them to lose their focus. Right then, the mutated fox bites the eagle. This also fails to affect the beast. In return, the eagle grabs the fox and slams it into the ground, leaving the fox fully defeated. Now the eagle changes its focus to our hero and begins flying toward him. Yuzu uses his tornado pierce and finally defeats the mutated golden eagle by himself. By defeating a stage 5 being, our protagonist gains 70 points. Our boy reflects that over the past few days, he has been providing life essence to the peregrine falcons, which allowed them to grow faster. He praises his companions and notes that the red fox has stayed by his side ever since he saved it. On the other hand, the mutated eagle that had been wandering the sky all week is finally dead. Consequently, our hero decides to conceal his aura, as he believes his energy was the reason the eagle was lured there in the first place. He notes that taking care of a stage 7 golden eagle was already difficult, and it would have cost him his life if he had faced a creature of his own level. This makes our protagonist more determined to become powerful, as he believes there must be a creature out there that can easily kill him. Therefore, he realizes he cannot act recklessly. Yu wishes to get stronger along with his companions. Noting that he has 70 evolution points, our boy thinks he can finally increase his power. At the moment, his 8 peregrine falcons have reached beginner stage 3, while his red fox has reached stage 4. Our protagonist cannot wait to see what they will look like after evolving to the next stage. Before that, he feeds his life essence to everyone so they can grow a bit stronger. Out of nowhere, something huge attacks them from the sky. As a result, Yuzu's roots and branches are destroyed. Unfortunately, a gigantic snake appears right before them. It begins uprooting a nearby tree by spiraling its body around the trunk. Sadly, our hero is left with only 24 usable branches. He notes that he could not sense the enemy's presence, and realizes the snake must have concealed its aura. Instantly, he summons a stats window to see the snake's attributes. From there, he learns it is a stage 9 war axe snake. It possesses a strong fang blade that can penetrate steel plates, while its tail is like an axe that cuts through anything. Our boy freaks out upon learning it is at stage 10. With that, he calls for Xiao Hong, the red fox, who roars at the snake. She remembers it was the one who poisoned her previously. Meanwhile, the snake devours a tree similar to Yuzu before moving straight to strike our hero. Yuzuyu yells at his companions to hide behind him. Fortunately, at the right moment, our protagonist counters the snake's blade with his thick red roots. Even though he admits internally that this enemy is very strong, he does not give up since he is also a stage 9 being. As the snake begins attacking with its tail blade, our boy accumulates points to increase his strengthened tree roots to 3 out of 9. He shudders while grabbing the snake and, in that moment, strengthens all of his roots. Now all 9 tree roots are strengthened. He decides to aim for the snake's belly to eliminate it for good. Even though the snake spits blood, the roots only succeed in creating a small crack on its scales. This pisses our hero off, as the snake can easily cut him while he feels relatively powerless against it. Still, he cannot give up and releases a strong killing intent. As Yuzuyu starts attacking with all his roots, the snake finally retreats. Meanwhile, our protagonist is super exhausted. His body starts cracking, and he genuinely thought he would die there. His companions reach him, clearly worried, but he reassures them that he is fine. However, deep down, he blames himself for the mess because he considers himself weak. Admitting that becoming strong in a short time is difficult, he believes the Warak snake will continue to grow fast. If he does nothing, he will surely die here one day. Sadly, his core is about to shatter because Yuzuyu forcefully strengthened his 8 tree roots all at once. Unexpectedly, a system window notifies him that he can now upgrade to the next rank, which requires 10 evolution points. It asks if he wishes to evolve or not. Yu gets stunned, as it is exactly as he expected. There are other ranks above the beginner stage. Now he is all fired up to become stronger than the creatures around him, because he doesn't want to die twice. Therefore, our boy instantly presses the yes button, and his evolution starts. Yu wishes to evolve non-stop as his branches start regrowing. Light spreads in the area around him, engulfing all of his companions as well. After a couple of minutes, our protagonist is transformed to the next stage. His body looks completely different. All of his missing branches have grown back, and his frame has become twice its original size. Unexpectedly, Xiaohong steps forward as she has reached beginner stage 7. On the other hand, all 8 peregrine falcons have reached beginner stage 5. Our hero thinks the light surrounding him also affected them, hence why all of them have evolved. Next, he orders all 8 falcons to go and find which direction that snake went. Surprisingly, they fly at bullet speed. This makes Yuzuyu think that they can now easily defeat a mutated golden eagle or any monster of that caliber. Other than that, Xiao has also become stronger. Our boy can clearly feel her energy spreading out. Next, as soon as he decides to summon his status window, he hears someone screaming for help. To his surprise, it is the 2 sisters who are running in pretty bad shape. Unfortunately, those 2 are being chased by many monsters. The girls run for their lives, completely unaware of why they are being pursued. On the other hand, our protagonist realizes all of these monsters are being lured by the spreading scent of his evolution. He goes into full fighting mode as he can't just let others eat him away. As the monsters get super close to the girls, a blast erupts. When the smoke settles, the sisters see Xiao standing over the body of one monster. Seeing her terrifying eyes, the sisters scream in terror. Next, as more monsters approach, Yu's falcons effortlessly take care of them as they return to his side. Meanwhile, the sisters stand observing everything with confusion. The monsters pause for a moment while our hero orders his companions to step back. He decides to teach those monsters a lesson by showing them who the real monster is. Yuzuyu starts moving his roots with killing intent. He orders his enemies to attack him simultaneously. However, our hero effortlessly counters them using his roots and branches because he wants all of them converted into his evolution points. A mutated hippo tries to attack Yuzuyu, but it is defeated instead, granting our hero 50 points. After that, eliminating mutated rats gives him 20 points, a rhino gives 30, and a giraffe yields 20. As he continues eliminating more monsters, his points grow. A mutated bat attacks with sonic waves, but our protagonist defeats it as well. Next, a mutated cow appears and surprisingly blocks his attack. Seeing this, our boy decides to keep a few of them alive to nurture later. He grabs a group of them and destroys all the remaining enemies. After defeating everyone, our hero only keeps 8 of them alive. Now all he has left is to take care of the 2 sisters. If he lets them escape, they will discover his secret. If he kills them, he will become a demon tree. Once villagers learn of the sisters' disappearance, more people will discover him, and as a last resort, the military will take control. There is even a chance they might put Yuzuyu in a zoo where people will laugh at his ugliness. Right then, an idea hits our boy's mind, and he thinks he might succeed with it. After a moment, both sisters wake up and are terrified by our hero's gaze. As he raises a root, they scream as if they are being attacked. To their surprise, Yu writes something on the ground with his root. However, they make an expression that our protagonist didn't expect. Deep down, he wishes for them to believe their father has become a willow tree. He starts to panic, thinking he has saved them both from danger, so he hopes they believe his message. Before he can do anything else, the ponytailed twin begins speaking. She asks if he knows her name and challenges him to reveal her biggest secret. Our boy asks his system, and it reveals her name is Xiaoling. Her secret is that she likes air nui from a neighboring village. Her sister's name is Xiao Qing, who has skipped school to take care of her sister and grandfather. Our hero writes down the secret, causing Ling to scream in embarrassment. She yells that she doesn't like him, then admits she only ever revealed that secret to her father. Afterward, Yu Ziyu gives a hairpin to both of them, which he crafted from his branches when he was bored. He notes that people are quite attached to those who have passed away, and he believes it is fate that their father was buried beneath him. When their father was on his deathbed, he passed the responsibility of taking care of Ling and their grandfather to Qing. In the present, our protagonist places a branch on Qing's head. He thanks her for taking care of her family and apologizes for leaving everything on her shoulders. Our hero believes that things fuse over time and thinks that perhaps their father's soul fused with him. Later, Qing explains that the last 2 months have been unexpected. An airplane was attacked by a group of crows, leaving nothing behind. Additionally, the sea holds a black shadow that devoured an entire cruise ship. She has heard the air has changed, causing all living things to evolve. The East has named this air spiritual energy, while the West considers it magic. At first, Qing didn't believe the news reports, but seeing our boy now, she believes everything. Next, our hero looks at Ling, who is trying to feed the caged beasts he caught earlier. When those beasts start making intimidating sounds, Xiao Hong glares at them coldly, and they quickly back down. Ling praises Hong as the beasts begin eating obediently. Meanwhile, Yu Ziyu notes how Ling is playing with 4 wolves, but he feels nothing will happen since Hong is watching. He then pays attention to the white crane and the monkey he caught. They are currently tied with his branches to prevent them from causing trouble. On the other hand, the mutated cow he caught is quite friendly. Knowing it cannot defeat our protagonist, it sleeps on the ground while Qing rests against it. One of the other creatures is being very noisy, making our hero think it belongs in Africa or Southeast Asia, as its presence here makes no sense. Putting everything aside, Yu Ziyu summons his status window. He learns he has reached rank 1, granting him the dense fog barrier to form a perimeter around himself and the hallucinogenic skill to confuse his enemies. Even though he has reached rank 1, Yu Ziyu can still upgrade all of his abilities. With 149 evolution points at his disposal, our protagonist can make himself significantly stronger. The 2 newly gained abilities seem great, and our hero considers how they will come in handy if things go smoothly. He uses 20 points to activate them both. After activation, our boy notes that hallucinogenic isn't a rare ability, since many plants possess it. While spreading his thick fog, Yu thinks he never imagined using these 2 abilities in tandem. Having reached rank 1, he decides to aim for even higher ranks going forward. Our hero believes it would be dangerous to lure stronger enemies while searching for the War Axe snake. Therefore, he decides to ensure he no longer faces threats from surrounding monsters before eliminating the serpent for good. Within the mist, Ling is unable to find our boy, but he informs her that he is right behind her. He then orders Hong to take the sisters back to their hometown. Before they leave, Yu Ziyu instructs them to keep his identity a secret, even from their grandfather. Later, on their way back, both sisters discuss how badly their day started and how well it is ending while riding atop the fox. On the other hand, our protagonist initiates his second round of enhancements through the system, spending evolution points to upgrade his branches, roots, and abilities. Blue energy courses through his form and causes the ground to tremble as his roots expand. With both hallucinogenic and dense fog abilities upgraded, a restless tension spreads among the beasts in the area, signaling the rise of a new overlord. By morning, our hero examines his strengthened form under the misty sun. In a nearby cage, the wolves grow agitated while reacting to the purple energy now radiating from his eyes. He observes the enhanced effects of his abilities on the animals, confirming that his fog can now disorient other creatures. Checking his system panel, Yu Ziyu reviews his current skills and regrets that only 14 evolution points remain, which is insufficient to upgrade his powerful super regeneration talent. Shifting his focus underground, our boy senses his main root stretching deep beneath the earth and drawing energy from an underground river he calls the Spirit River. Deciding it is safer to hide his ominous red roots, our hero retracts them from view to avoid frightening his companions. Soon after, the peregrine falcons return with news that the dangerous tomahawk snake remains missing, likely still recovering from their last encounter. Yu Ziyu instructs the birds to continue searching as he anticipates another attack. Suddenly, the caged wolves howl loudly, prompting our protagonist to silence them with a green vine whip. The noise draws Xiaoling and Xiaoqing into the clearing, accompanied by their animal companions. Xiaoling rushes to comfort the wolves by tending to their wounds, while Xiaoqing scolds Yu for frightening them. The girl's gentle care quickly calms the wolves, surprising our boy with how easily the fierce beasts submit. Meanwhile, the honey badger breaks free to steal food, but our hero catches him and secures him with vines again. Xiaoling offers the creature some beef jerky as a peace offering, then feeds the black cow and the others while Xiaoqing continues bonding with the wolves. Our protagonist is amazed at the harmony between the girls and the creatures, realizing the potential value in their ability to tame animals. The group gathers together under his branches, bringing a rare sense of relaxation for our hero. However, as the view shifts to a dark cave on the cliffside, the Warak snake's eye opens in the shadows, hinting at a new threat lurking nearby. As morning breaks over the peaceful human village, Xiaoling eagerly races ahead, calling for her sister to catch up. Xiaoqing struggles to keep pace while their grandfather watches from the courtyard. His concern is clear as he warns them not to venture too far into the back hills. Despite this caution, Qing waves off his worries, and the pair disappears into the distant forest. Left behind, the old man reflects on how their spirits have lifted since their father's death. Yet his unease grows as he wonders why the girls are so drawn to the mountains. Meanwhile, deep in the canyon, Yuzuyu awakens and immediately notices the red fox's absence. Observing the wooden cage still filled with wolves and other beasts, our boy concludes that the fox must have gone to find the sisters. Our protagonist laments that the creature seems to have grown closer to them than he has, despite all his efforts over the past several weeks. On the forest path, Xiaohong waits for the siblings, greeting them enthusiastically upon their arrival. The sisters are thrilled to see her, and soon they are riding on the fox's back, soaring over cliffs with excitement. During the ride, Ling proudly reveals a dark bag. She has taken fertilizer from her grandfather to use for our hero, believing it will help their father grow stronger and healthier. She remains mischievous about the theft, justifying it by claiming that since her grandfather cannot have sweets, she is certain their father enjoys them instead. Suddenly, the weather shifts as heavy, swirling clouds darken the sky. Xiaoqing notices the change and urges them to hurry back, but without warning, the massive Warak snake descends from above. The sisters panic as the giant purple serpent attacks, its blade-shaped head and tail creating a devastating shockwave that fills the air with danger. Unaware of this new threat, our protagonist focuses on hunting within his own territory. He commands his peregrine falcons to lure a swarm of giant mutated bees. As the birds dive past his trunk, the insects are drawn directly into his range. Our boy unleashes a barrage of glowing white branches, swiftly tearing through the swarm and collecting evolution points from the victory. The falcons return, and Yu rewards them with drops of glowing life essence, which they eagerly accept to further increase their strength. Having secured more points, Yu turns to his system interface and decides to evolve one of his mutant roots to a higher level. Despite the intense pain of the process, our protagonist completes the upgrade. His new root emerges thick, black, and full of power. To test its strength, our hero targets a pair of mutated animals in a nearby meadow, striking them down instantly and reaping additional points from the kill. After the upgrade, our boy uses his evolved root to form an underground defensive perimeter, sending sensory ripples through the soil to detect future threats. The honey badger, tied up nearby, is alarmed by the vibrations, but Yu brushes off the protests and notes that Ling will eventually bring food anyway. As the day ends and darkness gathers, our protagonist notices that the red fox and the sisters have not yet returned. His concern deepens as he realizes how late it has become. On the other side of the forest, the Warak snake remains with its scales bleeding and its anger unresolved, leaving the fate of the sisters uncertain. Growing increasingly unsettled, Yu worries for the missing sisters and promptly instructs Ada, the peregrine falcon, to lead a search. He sends the other beasts out with clear orders not to overlook any clues, but while he waits, our protagonist finds his attention drawn to the ground. There lies Xiaohong, collapsed and bleeding. Without hesitation, our boy channels life essence through his vines to stabilize her condition, only to quickly realize she is alone. Concerned, Yu anxiously asks about Xiaoqing and Xiaoling, but he receives no answer. Shifting his gaze toward the horizon, our hero spots a terrifying scene: the Warak snake. Silhouetted against the setting sun, the massive creature stands upon the cliff holding Xiaoqing's limp, bloodied body in its tail. Reacting with panic and fury, our boy shouts for the snake to stop. As the beast tosses her body into the air, our protagonist extends a thick black root to catch her before she hits the ground. Realizing it is outmatched, the tomahawk snake immediately flees into the forest, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Although the snake gained considerable energy and a new appearance after devouring Yu's branches previously, it still finds itself unable to defeat the willow tree, forcing a hasty retreat. Afterward, our hero gently lays Xiaoqing on the ground. She remains motionless as Yu begins to infuse her with more life essence, hoping for any sign of recovery. The system repeatedly notifies him that her vital signals remain unchanged, yet our boy insists on continuing, pouring all his evolution points into the effort. The surrounding beasts, including the monkeys, wolves, and the honey badger, gather in distress, their cries echoing his own desperation. Despite multiple attempts, the system confirms there are no vital signs. Yu eventually exhausts all his energy, and the light from his vines fades, signaling the end of his efforts. Meanwhile, in a nearby human village, Xiaoling lies unconscious in the clinic. The doctor explains to her grandfather, the village chief, that while the poison was removed from her arm and abdomen, it has already spread to her brain and heart. Even if she survives, she will be permanently paralyzed. Stunned by grief, the grandfather is then approached by a returning search party. They report that Xiaoqing is still missing and has likely been devoured. This grim news leaves the old man in shock, unable to respond as those around him urge him to face reality. Back in the canyon, the peregrine falcon observes the village and relays the information to Yuziyu. With the full extent of the tragedy clear, one sister dead at his roots and the other paralyzed in the village, our protagonist is overwhelmed by grief and rage. As his energy shifts, our hero's eyes glow red with fury. The falcons and other beasts sense this anger and bare their fangs in response. With a final command, our boy calls his companions to prepare for battle, signaling the beginning of his retaliation. As the era of spiritual power dawns, a sweeping account of escalating global disasters centers near the Penghu archipelago, where 17 planes have crashed and 20 ships have vanished in only half a year. Dark clouds and swarms of mutated crows fill the sky while massive sea monsters emerge from the ocean to cause widespread destruction. Officials confirm that these powerful mutated crows and sea beasts have claimed the region as their territory, effectively turning Penghu into a dead zone where aircraft and ships become easy targets due to the noise they generate. As these mutant beasts grow stronger, their territorial instincts intensify, and the world officially enters the era of spiritual power. In a high-tech human command center, officers report rapidly increasing attacks by mutant beasts as spiritual power readings spike across multiple provinces. The leader orders the mapping of all regions exceeding 5,000 spiritual power, aware that beasts at this level can ignore conventional weapons. As the map fills with danger zones, a sudden alarm signals an even greater threat when spiritual power readings surge past 18,000. Feeling overwhelmed, the leader realizes that humanity is facing a true existential crisis. The story moves to a canyon battlefield where a white crane stands amid the chaos. The tomahawk snake, massive and unruly, dominates the area and crushes all opposition with ease. Nearby, a mutated black cow cowers in fear, while the honey badger recalls a moment of kindness from Xiaoling and launches a desperate attack on the serpent. Despite his determination, the badger is quickly knocked aside. Although mutant wolves join the fight, their bites cannot penetrate the snake's thick scales, and they are tossed aside by its violent thrashing. The tomahawk snake emerges unscathed, looming over the battlefield as the undisputed king. Suddenly, the red fox arrives while surrounded by intense flames, marking the fourth confrontation between the two creatures. Previous encounters flash through her mind, especially the moment she failed to save her sisters who were killed by the snake when it was weaker. Grief turns into resolve as she vows to risk everything for revenge, determined to use her newfound power to challenge her old enemy. The tomahawk snake, sensing the fox's growing strength and rage, prepares to end their rivalry. Its natural weapons, including diamond-hard armor, deadly fangs, an axe-like head and tail, and corrosive poison, are all brought to bear as the two apex predators face off. The red fox, though still outmatched in raw strength, charges forward with blazing speed while aiming straight for the serpent's head. Just as the clash peaks, a golden peregrine falcon dives from the sky and crashes into the snake, shattering part of its armored hide. The red fox immediately seizes this opening by launching a fiery attack at the exposed spot. More falcons descend to join the assault, combining their strength with the fox in a concerted effort to bring down the tomahawk snake as the battle for survival and vengeance reaches its climax. High above the canyon, 8 peregrine falcons gather as intense golden light enwraps their bodies. Acting in unison, they dive to form a concentrated spear aimed directly at the war axe snake. Feeling the immense pressure descending, the serpent bares its fangs to meet the attack while even the nearby red fox senses the overwhelming suppression. It becomes clear in this moment that the falcons are determined to sacrifice themselves. They burn their very life force to unleash their most powerful technique, bullet dive. This move channels their combined energy into a devastating strike. Though the friction and heat generated at such extreme speeds will surely inflict severe damage on both their enemy and themselves. As the attack commences, a memory surfaces of the falcons' past. They recall their mother being killed by predators, leaving them starving and alone to await death before the branches of Yuziyu rescued them. Under the protection of our protagonist, they thrived and eventually came to see this guardian as a maternal figure. Their determination today is fueled by the recent loss of their sister, Xiaoqing, whose death reinforces a resolve to fight with everything they have. Our hero's avian protectors want only to ensure victory, even at the cost of their own lives. The golden spear tears through the sky and crashes into the war axe snake with massive force. This impact creates a powerful shockwave that sends the red fox skidding across the ground and scatters debris across the battlefield. As the concentrated energy drills into the snake's body, the creature writhes in agony. When the dust finally settles, the falcons are thrown from their formation, battered and bleeding. Some lie motionless while others struggle to move. Though heavily wounded, the snake remains alive and roars in anger, towering over the fallen birds, a nearby unconscious white crane, and the wolves sprawled across the devastated landscape. Afterward, the red fox stands on shaky legs, bloodied but alert. The undeterred snake rears up to strike, its axe-bladed head smashing into the earth with explosive force as the fox barely dodges. The battlefield shakes from the impact, leaving the predator alone in a cratered clearing for a brief moment. Suddenly, massive roots burst from the ground to encircle and immobilize the beast. The towering, glowing purple form of Yuzi appears, seizing this opportunity to trap the enemy completely. A flashback reveals the tomahawk snake's history with our boy. The serpent recalls once consuming the stump of Yuzi to reach the peak of its power and fleeing after being injured in a previous confrontation. It becomes clear that Xiaoqing and Xiaoling were killed simply because they carried the scent of our protagonist. Now, the snake realizes too late that our hero has orchestrated a perfect ambush by coordinating with the other creatures to lure it into a fatal encirclement. The roots of Yuzi tighten around the snake's body, lifting it off the ground. With a silent command, a massive sharpened spike erupts from the earth and impales the snake through the jaw and head. Blood pours from the wound as the creature's body goes limp and hangs lifelessly. The canyon floor shakes from powerful impacts as the enormous form of Yuzi dominates the battlefield. His sprawling roots, glowing with supernatural energy, weave across the ground to enclose the area like a giant web. Trapped within these barriers, the tomahawk snake is overwhelmed by fear, its nerves corrupted by the fury of our protagonist. With escape impossible, the serpent prepares for a desperate final stand, baring its fangs and thrashing against the tightening roots. On the trunk of our hero, a face pulsing with purple energy radiates anger while he mocks the creature's struggle. Without pause, Yuzi channels his rage into a brutal attack. Red energy explodes upward and crashes into the snake's body, shattering scales and drawing blood. Our boy demands retribution for Xiaoqing, launching spear after spear until the predator is pinned and battered, its jaw smashed amid a relentless barrage. The beast cries out in agony as a final surge of yellow and red power engulfs it, while brief memories of Xiaoqing and Xiaoling flash by to fuel the wrath of Yu. The conflict ends when the massive roots constrict around the tomahawk snake, crushing it completely. As the energy fills the air, the enraged screams of our protagonist echo through the canyon. A colossal spike bursts from the ground and drives through the corpse, ending the struggle in a cloud of dust and debris. When the haze settles, the snake lies broken and still in a crater from its fatal wounds, and a green system window confirms the kill, granting evolution points to Yuzi. As the battlefield calms, the face of our hero remains twisted with grief. Around him, the mutated black cow lies exhausted and steaming. The golden monkey crouches in shock, and the wolves slink away nervously. A thick black root snatches up the limp body. Unable to accept the outcome, our boy hoists the corpse and shakes it violently, screaming in denial and ordering it to rise. The wolves and the red fox, Xiaohong, watch with a mix of concern and fear as Yuzi repeatedly slams the carcass into the ground, his features contorted in madness. Suddenly, the rage of our protagonist collapses into overwhelming sorrow. His glowing face streams with tears as the reality of the situation sinks in. He tries to justify these actions by recalling the snake's role in the deaths of his companions, reflecting on the world's brutal law of survival. To you, the cycle of animals living and dying in nature highlights a grim realization. The strong prey on the weak, and lost lives only fuel new cycles of existence. Despite this understanding, grief overwhelms our hero, and he cannot hold back his tears. As dusk falls, Xiaohong silently weeps, the honey badger cries openly, and the golden monkey sits in quiet sadness. Together, Yuzi and his companions mourn under the fading sunlight. Panic erupts at midnight within the human village. Chief Grandpa and others rush through the streets, their faces drawn in shock and fear. On the cold stone pavement, Xiaoling lies unconscious, her skin pale from the venom of the war axe snake. The villagers gather helplessly around her, unable to save her. Nearby, hidden in the dense foliage, the red fox, Xiaohong, silently watches the scene with glowing red eyes. She was clearly the one who brought the body to the village, but after a moment of observation, she turns and disappears into the night. The perspective shifts to the canyon of Yuzi, where the night sky is clear. Our protagonist, towering over his territory, is surrounded by all his tamed beasts, the falcons, red fox, wolves, cow, badger, and monkey. Yu acknowledges their combined effort in avenging Xiaoqing and Xiaoling. As a reward, our boy produces a glowing drop of green liquid at the tip of his branch. The beasts are transfixed by its energy, and the honey badger, Ping 2, already eyes it hungrily. Our hero declares this liquid is what the tomahawk snake desperately sought and promises it will greatly benefit everyone. Yuzi tells his beasts to treat the drop as a farewell drink, assuring them that anyone is free to leave in the future. As the drop falls, the assembled beasts watch with anticipation. Upon landing, a blinding light engulfs them, and spiritual energy surges through their bodies to trigger a remarkable transformation. The mutant black cow evolves into a mutant bison, gaining new abilities and a more imposing form, while the wolves transform into mutant windwolves with sleek blue fur and glowing forehead markings. Status windows reveal their new talents, including the bison's crescent crash and ground trample, as well as the wolves' mastery of wind. Yuzuyu observes these changes with excitement, noting the presence of both innate talents and special skills among his followers. Even though the white crane and golden monkey only gain a level with no visible changes in appearance, the overall strength of the group increases significantly. The four windwolves bow in submission to our protagonist, soon followed by the crane and honey badger. Our hero asks if they are willing to stay by his side. The golden monkey steps forward and responds bravely. So Yu, still haunted by recent losses, promises to protect and strengthen his companions. He emphasizes that in this new world filled with spiritual energy, survival depends on becoming stronger. As our boy solidifies his resolve, Yuzuyu expresses his desire to become so powerful that all will fear him, declaring himself the origin of everything in his domain. The night quiets as peregrine falcons rest in the branches and the red fox curls up at the tree's base. Our protagonist reflects inwardly, deeply aware of the changes brought by this new stage of evolution. By morning, the canyon is bustling with coordinated activity. The falcons patrol the skies while the windwolves cover the ground below. The mutant bison, white crane, and golden monkey clear the battlefield of debris by using their unique abilities. The red fox stands guard from a high cliff to watch over the territory, but the honey badger sleeps lazily in a hole. Yu, dissatisfied, uses a red root to drag him out and scold him for shirking his duties. The honey badger responds with defiance, but before the situation escalates, a sudden burst of golden light appears in the sky. Our hero and his followers look up in surprise as a glowing humanoid figure with long hair slowly descends inside a pillar of golden light. This girl, curled in a fetal position and radiating immense energy, opens one glowing red eye to mark the arrival of a new and mysterious presence. An intense ball of golden light streaks down from the sky, targeting the willow tree form of Yuzuyu in the canyon. Alarmed, our protagonist tries to intercept the orb with his glowing branches, but the attack passes straight through, unaffected by physical means. The golden light settles at his roots and reveals itself as the soul of a humanoid woman with long hair, radiating golden energy. Yuzuyu recognizes her as Xiaoqing. He is shocked by her appearance at his base and struggles to process the situation while the soul curls up among his roots. As our hero questions what is happening, a system interface appears to clarify the situation. It explains that his mutated tree roots possess a unique ability to nourish souls. The system details the status of Xiaoqing as a mutated human soul with immunity to physical attacks and rare psychic abilities. These traits allow her to linger after death by connecting her consciousness to a body elsewhere. Yuzuyu reflects on ancient lore about soul-nourishing trees and recalls that certain sacred trees could preserve souls within their branches. Our boy realizes that while his power is currently less potent than those legends, he still offers similar protection. The soul of Xiaoqing slowly awakens, yet she is disoriented and unable to recall her identity or location. Yuzuyu reassures her, emphasizing her importance and promising to protect her this time. During this exchange, the honey badger Ping Tu watches shyly from behind a root. The creature reacts to the emotional atmosphere, though it cannot fully perceive the soul or its significance. Abruptly, Xiaoqing suffers a headache and begins hearing voices in her mind. These are accompanied by visions of villagers in distress calling out for someone named Xiaoling. She is confused by the flood of emotion and memories associated with these people. Meanwhile, our protagonist internally considers the possibility that she is regaining her memories. Yuzuyu speculates that Xiaoling, now in a coma, may be her twin, suggesting their souls could have merged or become intertwined after death. To help stabilize the spirit, our hero channels a beam of green life energy into her. The soul absorbs the energy, becoming brighter and gaining new clarity. Xiaoqing then projects a vision to him, showing a room in the human village where Xiaoling lies unconscious on a bed, surrounded by grieving villagers and the village head. Xiaoqing realizes her consciousness is currently inside Xiaoling, and she is able to exert some control over the body. This is demonstrated when the girl's fingers twitch, startling the onlookers. However, this effort quickly exhausts the soul and severs the connection. Our boy observes these effects and suggests that, if possible, Xiaoqing could continue living as Xiaoling to remain in the world. As this plan forms, the focus abruptly shifts to a dark, rainy cliffside. Two soldiers in military ponchos stand beside a jeep and discuss their next target within the misty mountain, hinting at new developments to come. Heavy rain falls on a misty mountain pass where two soldiers make their way through the downpour. The younger soldier checks a GPS map and suggests they head to a nearby village for shelter, while his older, more experienced veteran companion surveys the path ahead in silence. Shortly after, the older man is introduced as Yan Gaoyuan, a first-generation superhuman who stands out with glowing red eyes and a dark mask. He takes charge, leading the group forward toward their target despite the harsh weather and poor visibility. Meanwhile, in a canyon, Yuzuyu communicates with the golden soul of Xiaoqing, who who proudly shows evidence of her awakening. Our boy notes how quickly her spiritual awakening occurred, much faster than usual, but he keeps his concerns private. Yu recalls that both Xiaoqing and her sister Xiaoling were recently killed by wild beasts, and he suspects that the villagers will seek retribution. Despite his current strength, our protagonist is determined to avoid open conflict with humans and prefers not to reveal his true power. To strengthen his territory's defenses, Yu Ziyu releases a dense fog throughout the canyon. He explains that it can reduce visibility to less than 4 meters and could incapacitate an entire city. Our hero instructs his tamed beasts, including the blue-wind wolves and red fox, to adapt to the fog while reminding them that evolution is a constant process. Yu describes his plan to create a territory dominated by thick fog and hallucinations, intending to turn the mountain into a secure stronghold called the Land of Fog. As rain begins to fall inside the canyon, Xiaoqing senses an unusual spiritual force and her eyes glow gold. Simultaneously, Yu Ziyu senses the arrival of a powerful intruder. Outside the canyon, a military convoy struggles with the rough terrain, and the soldiers have difficulty seeing through the fog. The veteran officer orders some soldiers to stay with the vehicles while the rest move toward the village, emphasizing the necessity of bringing specialized weapons against mutant beasts. The men react nervously to the prospect of deploying these weapons because they are aware they are not facing ordinary threats. Yang Gaoyuan suddenly senses the sound of crying from the village ahead. He quickly offers to scout the area and launches himself forward with blinding speed, leaving behind a golden trail of energy that impresses the soldiers. Back in the canyon, our boy grows wary. Our protagonist detects that the newcomers are unlike those he has encountered before and wonders whether they have come for him or for another reason. Yu Ziyu questions Xiaoqing, who is preoccupied as she struggles to control her form. She soon reveals that a remaining soul fragment is merging with her, and flashbacks of her and her sister's past appear. Yu realizes that Xiaoling's soul is still partially intact and offers Xiaoqing a drop of glowing life essence. Our hero instructs her to accept it and states that he needs her to accomplish something. In the next moments, the perspective moves to a house in the human village. Xiaoling lies unconscious in bed while Yan Gaoyuan stands nearby. The girl's grandpa anxiously asks if his granddaughter can be saved. Yang Gaoyuan stands over Xiaoling and explains that the villager's distress and her faint spiritual power drew him to the clinic. He quietly assesses her condition, noting her rare fire affinity and how her awakening differs from others. Pulling out a vial of red liquid, Yan explains that the potion will extract spiritual power from the surroundings to help restore her. While Yan prepares the potion, Yu Ziyu observes the scene remotely as Xiaoqing's golden soul reacts violently inside Xiaoling's body. A system notification reveals the soul has reached entry level 5, but despite the repeated use of life essence, her advancement is limited. Xiaoqing's soul is pulled by an unknown force. Back in the clinic, Yan Gaoyuan pours the potion into Xiaoling's mouth. This triggers a surge of red energy that bursts from her body and shoots a pillar of light into the sky, drawing the attention of the soldiers outside and their veteran officer. Afterward, Xiaoling regains consciousness and slowly sits up while Yan and her grandfather watch closely. The villagers celebrate her recovery and remark on the man's abilities. The officer, however, is puzzled by how quickly the girl revived. He suspects her elemental resonance is exceptionally potent. As Xiaoqing grows accustomed to the body, she tests her movements and adjusts to the new form. Meanwhile, our protagonist considers the opportunity to gather information while the humans remain in the village for the night. The sentient tree telepathically instructs Xiaoqing to avoid raising suspicion during conversations. Later, at a lively village feast, Xiaoling quietly interacts with the soldiers while Yan Gaoyuan sits nearby. When she asks why the soldiers are present, Yan reveals that their investigation is prompted by spiritual power anomalies. The area is considered a mutant beast hotspot according to their spirit satellite. He explains that the satellite cannot pinpoint exact sources, but it detects high concentrations of spiritual power to lead on-site investigations and confirm abnormality density. He also mentions a new measurement unit called the Spirit Bead. Our boy reacts with concern to the existence of the spirit satellite. Realizing humans can detect spiritual power with advanced technology, Yu Ziyu urges Xiaoqing to gather more information about it. Yang Gaoyuan elaborates that while the satellite detects anomalies, it cannot accurately locate their origin. This allows our hero to feel some relief. He reasons that the humans likely detected his power during a previous confrontation in the area, but our protagonist believes his dense fog will obscure his presence. To remain undetected, Yu Ziyu resolves to avoid significant spiritual outbursts. He suspects the soldiers carry locator devices, which prompts our boy to be more cautious. The next morning, Yan Gaoyuan informs the village chief that arrangements have been made for Xiaoling to receive further care. Because of her amnesia and inexperience, the chief reluctantly agrees, trusting the promise to seek help for her. As the soldiers prepare to depart, Xiaoling lingers behind her grandfather. The group soon enters the forest and moves through a thick, unnatural fog created by Yu Ziyu. The soldiers quickly realize they are lost as they repeatedly circle the same marked tree trunk. they grow frustrated while the fog thickens. Despite their efforts, they cannot find an exit and become increasingly uneasy. On a nearby cliff, a pack of blue wind wolves and a honey badger wait in ambush while watching the disoriented soldiers below. Yang Gaoyuan and his squad wander through a dense, misty forest, quickly realizing they are lost and circling in confusion. He notes that the area's spiritual power has risen to a high level, making him wary of a powerful mutant beast lurking nearby. As he scans their surroundings, his intuition warns him of a dangerous creature, heightening his caution. Meanwhile, deep within the fog, our protagonist silently observes the humans. Yu Ziyu is confident that the thick mist and hallucinogens will keep them trapped and disoriented. Our boy hopes they will retreat, but our hero also prepares for the possibility that they might push deeper into the territory. After hours of wandering, Yan Gaoyuan and his squad finally break free from the disorienting mist, only to push deeper into even thicker fog. Tension grows as the soldiers become more aware of the danger surrounding them, some voicing their fear as the atmosphere becomes increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, a piercing wolf howl cuts through the silence, putting the squad on high alert. The veteran officer warns everyone that facing wolves in such dense mist could be disastrous. Without much warning, a mutant wind wolf with glowing red eyes bursts from the fog, moving with blinding speed. The soldiers instinctively open fire, but their bullets bounce off the wolf's resilient blue fur. The rounds do no harm and even ricochet dangerously. Yang Gaoyuan quickly reacts, leaping into the fray to kick the beast and free his trapped subordinate. He manages to pull the man away while momentarily forcing the creature to retreat. The wind wolf quickly recovers, baring its fangs and unleashing gusts of energy. Yang Gaoyuan braces himself against the pressure, cursing the unnatural mist and suspecting a deeper consciousness at play. Before he can regroup, chaos erupts as Brother Ping Tu, the honey badger, charges into the fight surrounded by lightning energy. The soldiers fire at the new threat, but bullets and bombs fail to injure it. The honey badger bites a soldier, causing panic and disorder within the squad. Such mutant beasts possess immense spiritual power, which makes them nearly invulnerable to conventional weaponry, and a significant threat even to well-armed teams. Desperate as the squad's gunfire proves ineffective, the veteran officer, wounded and on the ground, prepares an armor-piercing round. He fires at the honey badger, resulting in a huge explosion of yellow energy and dust. The soldiers anxiously watch, hoping the powerful attack worked. When the smoke clears, the creature remains completely unharmed, revealing the futility of their efforts. At that moment, 3 more massive mutant wind wolves emerge from the fog behind the honey badger to intensify the threat. Seeing their most powerful weapon fail and now facing several formidable beasts, the soldiers are overwhelmed with fear, realizing escape or victory seems impossible. Hovering above his beasts, our protagonist reveals his glowing purple face. Yu Ziyu states that the humans have ignored his warnings and brought this on themselves. The wolves, honey badger, and a red fox gather, preparing for a final assault. As the beasts charge, Yan Gaoyuan moves to shield his injured men, unleashing his golden spiritual flame and demanding the others fall back. He stands firm with a resolve to protect his team while the mutant beasts managed by our hero converge on the battered squad. The human military squad withdraws after a fierce battle. The group is visibly battered, supporting their wounded while moving through the dense fog. Yang Gaoyuan, marked by frustration and exhaustion, expresses resentment over his encounter with the honey badger. He recalls how the beast relentlessly pursued him after being attacked. Despite his anger, he is convinced the honey badger will not survive the 2 armor-piercing bullets it suffered. As the squad regroups, the veteran officer glances back at his heavily bandaged men. He mourns the loss of 6 soldiers before the group disappears into the mist, their mood somber and defeated. Meanwhile, Yu Ziyu observes the retreating humans from his territory. His energetic face glows with satisfaction as he acknowledges the success of driving the squad away. Our boy admits to himself that killing them all would have attracted even greater human attention. He hopes the presence of wild animals and the thick fog will delay any further intrusion. Our protagonist resolves to become stronger before facing humans again. This determination hardens as our hero makes a silent vow to evolve until humans can no longer threaten him. Turning his focus inward, Yu Ziyu checks on Xiaoqing, whose soul hovers near his roots. He reaches out to her, and the focus shifts to a view inside a military jeep. Xiaoling, currently possessed by Xiaoqing, travels away with another team. She appears tired and uncertain about her new situation. Through their spiritual link, our protagonist explains that Xiaoling's accidental awakening of elemental power has led to her selection for the mystery sector. Our boy sees this as a valuable chance to influence human affairs from within. As the jeep moves along the sunny road, the soldiers are captivated by Xiaoling's presence, each lost in their own thoughts about her. Suddenly, she dozes off, amusing the soldiers as they joke about her sleepiness and possible new nicknames. Back at the canyon, Xiaoqing's soul form visibly weakens. She has maintained control over a human body for 15 hours. Yu Ziyu assesses her condition and reassures her, promising to provide life essence to extend her control and promote her evolution. As hope returns to her face, a swirl of green energy surrounds her. Our hero notes the dual benefits of the essence, which nourishes her soul and hastens her development. At that moment, his attention is drawn to approaching movement. A pack of mutated windwolves arrives, gently carrying the unconscious honey badger. The creature is covered in blood and barely alive. Our protagonist examines the badger's grave injuries, recognizing that a direct infusion of life essence would overwhelm and kill him in his current state. Seeking another solution, Yuzu uses his enhanced vision to spot a suitable natural depression nearby. He manipulates his massive roots to gather rocks, arranging them into a circle, and channels fresh water into the makeshift pool. Once the pool is filled, our boy adds a single glowing drop of life essence. This causes the water to radiate with a vibrant green and blue glow. The diluted essence ensures the healing effect is gentle enough for the wounded to safely absorb. As the healing pool brightens, the white crane and golden monkey, accompanied by the mutant bison, observe the scene in awe. Our hero silently considers the pool a reward for his loyal companions and a testament to his growing power and resourcefulness. At the Extraordinary Research Institute, the director, an elderly man dressed in traditional robes, discusses recent developments with Yan Gaoyuan. Yan stands respectfully as he reports on powerful mutant beasts and unusual fog surrounding a nearby mountain. He believes the fog could affect human minds and is likely behind the region's changes, but he admits there's no concrete explanation yet. The director, contemplating this information, decides the area warrants a yellow warning status, meaning it's dangerous but not yet critical. He instructs Yan to upgrade it to a red hazard area immediately if anything abnormal occurs. Switching topics, the director recalls that Yan brought a talented girl with him. Yan confirms her remarkable fire abilities, claiming she may be the strongest of her generation. This catches the director's attention, who seems intrigued by her potential. The focus then shifts to an overview of the new global order, explaining how areas are now divided by danger zones. Cities are labeled green zones and considered safe, while most wilderness has become yellow zones, signaling the need for caution due to latent threats. Red zones are under constant surveillance and forceful suppression, while prohibited areas, like the Bermuda Triangle, are entirely off-limits and extraordinarily dangerous. These locations became especially treacherous after the recovery of Aura, making them inaccessible to all life. Back in the canyon, the focus moves to Yuzu's territory, where his mutant beasts interact. The mutant bison stomps, establishing its presence, while the red fox, surrounded by flames, easily sends a smaller creature flying. The beasts engage in playful arguments. The honey badger gets annoyed and storms off, while our protagonist observes the group's dynamics from a distance, noting the relative calm since no new threats have appeared. Soon after, the blue wind wolves return from a hunt, dragging wild boars as prey. Yu is pleased and quickly uses a purple root to secure the struggling animals, earning evolutionary points for each kill. Our hero notes that even the seemingly weaker beasts contribute to the territory's safety and food supply. Yuzu tosses the prey back to the wolves, who eat eagerly, while the red fox watches silently, preferring not to join the others. Noticing the fox's aloofness, our boy comments on its desire for elegance. He then observes the golden monkey, who is busy eating leaves and has awakened a rare absorption talent, allowing it to efficiently gain energy from what it consumes. The white crane drifts nearby as our protagonist reviews his own evolutionary options. Yu decides to spend his points enhancing his branches, gaining new capabilities such as releasing paralysis and stun toxins. Our hero tests these abilities on the honey badger, who is momentarily stunned but quickly recovers, unaffected by the toxins. Xiaoqing, in her soul form, appears and explains the honey badger's inherent resistance to poison, which Yuzu finds mildly frustrating but informative. Suddenly, our boy realizes Xiaoqing has returned. The perspective transitions to Xiaoqing inhabiting Xiaoling's body at a human facility, where she explains she's been kept under routine observation and is scheduled to take a test before being allowed into the Spiritual Power Research Institute. Our protagonist sees an opportunity, recognizing that Xiaoling's body has awakened fire abilities, while Xiaoqing's soul holds spiritual talent, indicating future strategic advantages through their dual roles. Yu hands Xiaoqing droplets of life essence and urges her to seize this break into human ranks, instructing her to eliminate any obstacles if necessary. She accepts, her expression turning serious. Soon after, Xiaoling, controlled by Xiaoqing, walks confidently toward the testing room at the institute, with Yan Gaoyuan watching her enter, signaling the next phase of the mission. Inside, the main hall is crowded with young, newly awakened individuals from across the country. Yan Gaoyuan, standing with Xiaoling, explains that the institute specializes in spiritual power and serves as both a research center and an academy for training supernatural humans. Afterward, the focus shifts to the busy hall filled with students, including Yan Lengling, a purple-haired girl who immediately looks down on others and insults Xiaoling. Suddenly, the director appears on a high balcony and calls for silence. He addresses the crowd, warning them that humanity's survival depends on their evolution. He urges the students to become stronger and take on the responsibility of leading the next generation, emphasizing that the institute exists to prepare them for this role. With his speech concluded, the students cheer, and the examiner steps forward to begin the first round of testing. The examiner, holding a clipboard, introduces a massive blue monolith covered in runes and explains it will measure each student's spiritual power. As students take turns, he calls out their scores. Most are low, causing disappointment and frustration among the group. He grows increasingly discouraged as he notes how much weaker these students are compared to the first generation. When Yan Lingling is called, she confidently approaches the monolith and triggers a surge of blue light, earning a score of 2,000. The examiner reacts with excitement, declaring her high class and noting the rarity of such a result. Male students in the crowd are impressed, and she revels in the attention. After several low scores, the examiner calls the final name. Xiaoling, currently possessed by Xiaoqing, approaches the monolith while Yan Lingling glares at her with open hostility. Meanwhile, Yan Gaoyuan and the director watch with interest from the observation room, quietly debating whether she can compare to Yan Lingling's extraordinary performance. Gao Yuan hints not to underestimate her due to her fire elemental nature, which piques the director's curiosity. Xiaoling calmly places her hand on the monolith. Instantly, a blinding golden column of light erupts, far brighter than anything seen so far, drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. The examiner, wide-eyed, reads as the score races past 5,000 and keeps climbing, eventually reaching 6,045. The energy output becomes so intense that the monolith overloads and explodes, scattering debris and dust across the hall and knocking the examiner and nearby students off their feet. As the dust settles, Xiaoling stands at the center of the destruction, looking apologetic for accidentally breaking the device. The examiner, overwhelmed and in tears, proclaims her the best student he has ever seen. Yan Lingling, still watching from the crowd, is left speechless and visibly shaken by the outcome. With the first round complete, the examiner announces the second test, explaining that students with higher spiritual power will be separated for the next phase. The floor opens, revealing different pathways, and the group moves to an outdoor training field. Yang Gaoyuan, now acting as instructor, explains the next challenge. If any student can lay a finger on him, they will pass. The students look intimidated as they prepare to begin. Meanwhile, the scene briefly shifts to the Canyon of Yu. Sunlight filters through the trees as our protagonist becomes annoyed by a honey badger at his base. Our hero lashes out with a vine, ending the interruption. Once the nuisance is dealt with, our boy returns to his rest, and Yuziyu remains undisturbed in the quiet woods. The story returns to the institute, where Gao Yuan easily defeats the students attempting the combat test. Bodies are strewn around the field as he criticizes their performance. Only Yan Lingling and Xiaoling remain standing. Yan Lingling appears furious and determined, while Xiaoling is crouched and ready for her turn. Yang Gaoyuan stands at the center of the arena, announcing that only 10 minutes remain in the round. Only Yan Lingling and Xiaoling are still standing. Battered and desperate, Lingling struggles to keep up while Xiaoling remains equally determined and refuses to give in. Gao Yuan, unfazed, taunts the two girls to work harder or face elimination. As the pressure mounts, Lingling's frustration grows. She attempts to power up, but it is Xiaoling who suddenly erupts with a massive pillar of golden fire, engulfing the area in intense energy. Using her flames to boost her speed, the girl charges at Yan Gaoyuan. He narrowly dodges her attacks, recognizing her rapid improvement and encouraging her to push her control further. The battle escalates as she unleashes a barrage of golden energy beams that slice through the air, forcing the man onto the defensive. The scene leaves Lingling shocked at abilities that far exceed a typical beginner's level, while the director and examiner watch in disbelief. As the relentless attacks continue, Gao Yuan is taken aback by the speed and aggression displayed by his student. Both Lingling and Xiaoling close the distance at blinding speed, and the girl ultimately smashes into Gao Yuan, creating a massive explosion of energy that sends him crashing to the floor. The round ends, leaving the observers in the control room visibly stunned. Lingling mocks the instructor, who quickly turns his attention to Xiaoling, now kneeling and bleeding on the ground. Gao Yuan rushes to her side, alarmed by her condition, but as he tries to help, her demeanor suddenly shifts. Triggered by a memory of instructions from Yuziyu, her eyes glow yellow and then red, as her expression turns dark and unhinged. Lingling, standing nearby, taunts her, but the girl's mood snaps. She declares her intent to remove anything in her way, vanishes from her spot, and appears instantly in front of Lingling, slamming her to the ground with overwhelming strength. Gao Yuan watches in shock as she pins Lingling, who begins to panic and plead. Completely unrestrained, Xiaoling raises a flaming fist, intent on finishing her opponent, but Gao Yuan intervenes just in time. He restrains her from behind and shouts that she has passed. The struggle subsides as her aggression fades instantly, replaced by an innocent smile, while Lingling collapses in terror and exhaustion. Afterward, Gaoyuan stands before the girl with concern, admitting that her power may soon be beyond his ability to control. Above, the director and examiner are ecstatic, expressing their determination to cultivate her talent. A montage follows, showing her recognized as a well-known genius and gaining entry to the 8th class at a young age, with her reputation growing within the institute. Meanwhile, the focus shifts to Dashan village, where the residents evacuate by truck and car, leaving their mountain home behind for the city. Winter arrives, covering the village in snow. The canyon is now silent, with the massive willow tree, our protagonist, continuing to evolve its glowing branches. However, the sense of calm is temporary for Yuziyu, as a new threat emerges. A massive shadowy beast with glowing blue eyes and huge tusks appears inside a dark cave, signaling that danger remains present for our hero despite the winter. Even as our boy grows, this presence ensures Yu is not yet safe. In the Northwest Territories, soldiers navigate a harsh landscape filled with glowing purple crystals. They reflect on the sacrifices made to secure a valuable spiritual stone mine until the earth suddenly trembles. A massive silver centipede, a segmented metallic beast with blazing purple eyes, bursts from underground and casts fear over the soldiers. Far away in a mist-covered canyon, Yuziyu focuses on strengthening his branches. While channeling blue spiritual energy, our protagonist counts down to reaching the peak of the First Order. He considers the next step in his evolution, aware that elevating to the Second Order will make him nearly unbeatable except by nuclear force. However, our hero also recognizes that the resulting surge of spiritual power will inevitably draw human attention. For the first time, our boy finds himself apprehensive about humanity's potential threat. Abruptly, Xiaoqing's golden projection materializes before Yuziyu and urges him to pay attention to an unfolding crisis. The story shifts to a flashback at the Extraordinary Research Institute, where frantic news reports reveal that a regional squad at the Northwest Mine has been annihilated. Leaked spiritual power from the mine attracted swarms of mutated beasts, culminating in the sudden appearance of the Silver Centipede. Now a second-order extraordinary creature boasting 120,000 spiritual power, the beast unleashes devastation across the site. Elite human troops, the Extraordinary Forces, soon arrive at the battlefield and stand out amid a scene of flames and destruction. As a dragon-like figure rises from the fire, they brace themselves for a formidable fight and note the unusual challenge presented by this opponent. Meanwhile, our protagonist is stunned by the revelation that humans have discovered a spirit stone mine. Yu understands this could allow them to rapidly accelerate their own evolution and close the gap with extraordinary creatures. Xiaoqing clarifies that the discovery has sparked fierce competition among numerous human research institutes, as spirit stones greatly enhance bodily upgrades. Realizing his advantages are slipping away, our hero grows frustrated and laments that his carefully laid plans may collapse now that humans can catch up so quickly. Xiaoqing further explains that the Silver Centipede slaughtered most of the defending forces, catching both the Federation and extraordinary troops, completely unprepared for such a powerful adversary. Our boy questions how the centipede could reach the Second Order undetected and suspects it may have a hidden ability. Yuziyu asks if humans have mounted any counterattack, but Xiaoqing admits this is the first time the Federation has faced a Second Order monster. She highlights their total lack of preparation. When Yu wonders if he could fight the centipede, she points out the massive difference in spiritual power. The centipede has 120,000, while our hero has only 16,000, making such a battle nearly impossible for him. Yuziyu dismisses her and instructs her to keep him informed of new developments. The setting then transitions to the Extraordinary Research Institute, where Xiaoqing, now in human form, approaches her teacher. She requests permission to investigate the situation in the Northwest, which alarms her teacher. Eventually, he offers to take her there if the centipede is captured. He speculates about the creature's uncanny ability to appear undetected and raises the possibility that the ore itself may be responsible. Back in the canyon, falcons soar overhead while carrying large white larvae. Below them, a massive swarm of giant ants scurries in panic. Yu, annoyed by the birds capturing ant queens, decides to seize the opportunity for his own benefit. As snow falls, a red fox waits beneath the branches of our protagonist. Determined to prepare for future threats, our boy initiates the next stage of his evolution and selects to enhance his remaining roots. As Yuziyu confirms the upgrade, a surge of intense energy courses through him. Pain follows as massive red roots burst from the ground and thrash in the snow. Despite the agony, our hero remains resolute. Yu pushes through the transformation with the intention of becoming strong enough to challenge beings like the Silver Centipede. At the same moment on the other side of the territory, a trail of blood stains the snow. A wounded white wolf lies collapsed, twitching weakly and alone, signaling that new dangers and struggles await. Brother Pingtu, the honey badger, fishes at a frozen lake. After successfully catching a fish, he basks in his small victory and shares the meal with a group of curious otters watching from the side. Once the moment passes, Brother Pingtu bids them farewell and slides away while enjoying the snowy landscape. His peaceful retreat is cut short when a massive, menacing shadow suddenly blocks his path. Looking up, Brother Pingto is confronted by a gigantic creature, an elephant turtle whose eye glows in anger. Overwhelmed with fear, he scrambles backward only to bump into one of the beast's clawed feet. The situation escalates as the creature closes in and the attack turns violent, leaving only a flash of red in its wake. Soon after, the blue-winged wolves arrive in the aftermath to investigate a patch of blood-stained snow. In the center of their circle, they find Brother Pingto gravely injured and unconscious with his body marked by deep wounds. After that, our boy surveys the condition and concludes that the honey badger was lucky to have survived an opponent far superior to him. Our protagonist activates his healing powers and channels energy that gradually revives Brother Pingtu, whose eyes open as he comes to. Following the advice of Yu, the battered honey badger is guided toward further recovery. Recognizing the severity of the attack, our hero quickly gathers his subordinates. He orders the wind wolves and the red fox to track down the assailant, emphasizing the need to eliminate such a dangerous threat before it becomes a direct menace to him. As Yu issues these commands, his frustration and concern grow, especially given the attacker's ability to evade his detection. At that moment, Xiaoqing's glowing soul form materializes in front of him and urgently announces her return. She reports that she came back to inform our boy about the Spirit Stone, stating that it might have the ability to cut off spiritual power. This information immediately helps Yu understand why previous detection efforts failed and sheds light on the earlier incident involving the silver centipede. As Xiaoqing suggests waiting to acquire the Spirit Stone, our protagonist dismisses the idea of relying solely on her resources. He explains that his upcoming breakthrough to the Transcendental Third Order will require far more than just 1 or 2 spiritual stones. Xiaoqing agrees, noting that once our hero advances, the event will be impossible to conceal. This exchange leads Yu to consider other sources of spiritual power. He realizes that the underground river beneath the spirit mine, potentially rich in spiritual energy, could be central to both the enemy's concealment and his own advancement. This insight prompts our protagonist to revise his previous orders. He reasons that the attacker's use of the Spirit Stone to avoid detection makes them an even greater threat, possibly stronger than any faced before. No longer seeking immediate revenge, Yu halts his beasts and warns them that acting alone would be too risky. Instead, our boy proposes a careful investigation and divides his forces into 3 teams. The Red Fox and Wind Wolf are tasked with returning to the attack site to search for clues. The aerial team, including the Peregrine Falcon and White Crane, is sent to scout from above while checking for suspicious terrain features such as caves, cracks, or waterfalls. Xiaoqin receives the most hazardous mission. She is to accompany our hero and explore the underground river through a newly dug tunnel. Yu stresses the importance of caution, instructing all groups to report back immediately if anything is discovered, and to avoid direct confrontation with the enemy at all costs. With the plan in motion, each team sets out to fulfill its part. The blue-winged wolves dash across the snowy terrain, the birds take to the skies, and Xiaoqing ventures deep underground. She navigates the vast network of black roots that our protagonist has grown throughout the cavern and heads upstream toward the upper reaches of the river. Meanwhile, the Red Fox and Wind Wolves traverse a snowy mountain pass, eventually discovering a dark crevice below a cliff, hinting at the next stage of their investigation. Xiaoqing's golden soul form descends deeper into the cavern, where she is immediately struck by the abundance of spirit stones scattered throughout the area, just as her master had described. While she takes a moment to appreciate her discovery, a thunderous roar suddenly fills the cave. The sound sends shockwaves through the darkness and forces her to shield herself from an oppressive spiritual pressure that far surpasses even that of Yu. As she recovers, Xiaoqing spots a colossal creature lying dormant in a recess, the Earthstone elephant turtle. She immediately recognizes it as the beast that once injured Pingtu. The turtle's massive eye slowly opens and casts a terrifying yellow glow. Xiaoqin realizes that its spiritual power is overwhelming and considers how dangerous the creature could become if left unchecked. Nearby, she notices a striking red flower, bloodgrass, growing out of a luminous purple crystal close to the beast. Recognizing it as a companion to both the Spirit Stone and the elephant turtle, she understands its immense value, especially for the advancement of our protagonist. Our boy would benefit greatly from such a find. She reasons that the turtle's fierce protectiveness comes from the presence of this rare herb. Meanwhile, the behemoth begins to stir by scraping the stone floor with its claws and slamming its foot down, which causes debris to fly and the entire cavern to tremble. Xiaoqing barely dodges falling rocks as she realizes the beast is aware of her presence, likely due to its high cultivation. Away from the chaos, our hero senses the disturbance. While observing Brother Pingtu resting elsewhere, Yu suspects that Xiaoqing has provoked the formidable guardian. Xiaoqing, meanwhile, grows anxious as the turtle plants itself between her and the treasure, blocking all paths. Determined to act, she gathers her spiritual energy until her form shines with intense golden light. She prepares herself for confrontation, but the Earthstone elephant turtle responds by stomping the ground and unleashing a devastating earthquake. Purple shock waves shatter the cavern floor and send massive spikes of rock upward. Outside, the commotion reaches the snowy canyon, drawing the attention of the red fox and blue-winged wolf, who pause to listen to the distant rumble. Back underground, Xiaoqing darts through the collapsing tunnels and dodges attacks as she attempts to lead the turtle away from the bloodgrass. The beast charges after her, smashing through walls and relentlessly pursuing her like a living tank. During the chaos, she seizes the chance to grab the bloodgrass, but the turtle's massive shell shields the herb and prevents her from getting close. She realizes the turtle's main intent is to protect the spiritual plant and worries she cannot stall it long enough for our boy to arrive. Just as the situation becomes dire, a white blur streaks into the cavern and lands between Xiaoqing and the turtle, sending up a cloud of snow and dust. The dust clears to reveal brother Pingtu, the honey badger, crouched low with claws digging into the earth and a fresh scar on his forehead. He faces the enormous turtle without hesitation. Xiaoqing tries to warn him, knowing the vast gap in their strength, but realizes he cannot hear her. Pingtu roars and launches himself forward, turning into a streak of yellow lightning. The turtle retaliates by summoning massive earth spikes to block his path, but Pingtu zigzags through the obstacles with remarkable speed and leaps directly at the beast's face. He bites down hard on the turtle's nose, tearing through the thick hide and drawing blood, which sends the monster thrashing in pain. The turtle quickly counters by slamming Pingtu with its massive claw, throwing him across the cavern and into the snow. Battered and bleeding, Pingtu lies in the snow while the turtle looms over him to prepare another strike. In this moment, a memory returns to the honey badger. He recalls the peaceful time spent sharing a meal with otters before the turtle attacked and shattered that tranquility. Fueled by this memory, Pingtu forces himself to rise. Though bloodied, he remains unwavering and bares his fangs at the towering adversary. The story continues with an introduction to the honey badger, highlighting its resilience and fearlessness. Immediately after, Pingtu stands surrounded by blue lightning as his fur shifts into a radiant white gold, signaling his evolution. Energy gathers until he bursts forward, cloaked in electricity, and crashes into the Earthstone elephant turtle with immense force. The impact sends debris flying while Xiaoqing, watching from the side, is left in awe. Afterwards, Pingtu attacks swiftly and darts around the turtle in a blur of golden light. However, despite his speed, he begins to suffer serious injuries. He skids back, bleeding and exhausted. Xiaoqing realizes that he is facing a much stronger opponent, and the turtle soon retaliates with a devastating energy beam. Pingtu narrowly avoids the blast and lands, breathing heavily but undeterred. Despite his injuries, the honey badger defiantly roars back at the beast and shows no intention of surrendering. Xiaoqing cheers him on, but Pingtu can barely stay upright as blood drips from his wounds. The turtle takes advantage by striking the ground with a massive claw, which sends a shockwave that hits the badger hard. He coughs up blood as the onslaught continues, and the turtle launches another brutal attack that sends him flying. As Xiaoqing desperately pleads for the battle to stop, Pingtu lies battered but conscious with his spirit unbroken. The story reflects on the philosophy of evolution through hardship, emphasizing the necessity to face stronger foes without fear of defeat or death. Even as he drags his injured body forward and refuses to accept defeat, the honey badger charges one final time at the turtle, prepared to risk everything for his dignity. Suddenly, Xiaoqing senses a new presence. A massive black root crashes down from the cave ceiling, slamming into the turtle and sending Pingtu flying to safety. The badger collapses, unconscious and bleeding, while the glowing purple eye of Yuziyu appears within the tangled roots. The roots quickly immobilize the injured badger, and Xiaoqing recognizes the arrival of our protagonist, whose energetic face becomes visible in the darkness. Our hero communicates with Xiaoqing and instructs her to help transfer his consciousness. After she connects with the root, the focus shifts above ground before returning to the cavern where the enormous roots of our boy lift and restrain the turtle. We can see the powerful dragon-like energy avatar of Yuziyu towering over the subdued turtle, signaling that our protagonist has arrived to finish the fight. Deep inside the underground spirit mine, the massive black roots of Yuziyu descend from the ceiling and encircle the Earthstone elephant turtle while his purple energy avatar hovers above. Observing the beast, our boy confirms his suspicions about its mutation and elemental powers, noting that it used the mine to mask its presence. A system prompt identifies the turtle's special earthquake ability. As our protagonist readies his attack, he turns to brother Pingtu, who remains held in his roots with a body bloodied and battered from the earlier battle. Acknowledging the perseverance and courage of the honey badger against a formidable opponent, our hero gently moves him aside and instructs him to rest and leave the fight to him. As Yuziyu prepares for combat, his energy avatar glows fiercely. Pingtu looks up in tears while the Earthstone turtle roars and stomps, causing the ground to shake. Xiaoqing appears and warns our protagonist not to face the turtle head-on due to its immense defense. Ignoring the caution, our boy channels his power and launches a sharpened root at the turtle, striking it with a force that stuns both Xiaoqing and Pingtu. At this moment, the red fox arrives wreathed in flames, seizes the injured badger, and swiftly carries him away to safety. The Earthstone turtle, now enraged and in pain, tries to break free, but the roots of our hero relentlessly tighten and lift it off the ground. Yuzuyu mocks the turtle's inability to use its earth attribute when suspended in the air, rendering it helpless. With the beast completely restrained, our protagonist gathers his energy for a finishing move. His roots morph into a colossal, fist-like structure that crashes down on the turtle, shattering its shell and forcing it into a crater with a burst of blood. A system notice appears, confirming the turtle's death and awarding our boy significant evolution points. Pingto, still recovering, watches from a distance as calm returns to the cavern. After the battle, the focus shifts to the spirit mine itself. The cavern reveals its vast expanse of glowing purple crystals, with Xiaoqing and the blue wind wolves celebrating among the ores. The avatar of Yuzuyu, now visibly pleased, admires the abundance of spirit stones and claims the field for himself. Xiaoqing brings over a rare spiritual herb she retrieved from the turtle's lair, adding to the rewards. Our hero reacts with delight, then dons a miner's hat and pickaxe in preparation for the harvest. With the operation underway, our protagonist uses his roots to dig tunnels and small caves under the tree, allowing the animals to efficiently transport spirit stones back. The red fox and blue wind wolves, being the fastest, haul nets filled with crystals through the new network. Meanwhile, Yuzuyu expands the tunnel system and makes extra caves so Xiaoqing, the red fox, and the others can cultivate using the spirit stones. Inside one of the cozy, crystal-lit caves, Pingtu rests while the rest continue gathering resources. Our boy assesses the scale of the mine, noting it surpasses the previous centipede-occupied one, and begins drawing energy from the amassed stones. As the spirit stone harvest nears completion, the entire willow tree form of our hero glows with surging golden and purple light, and the spreading roots signal that a significant evolution is imminent. In the snowy canyon, ordinary birds migrate south to avoid the cold, but the large golden mutant birds choose to stay, confident in their resilience. This decision proves disastrous as massive dark purple roots suddenly erupt from the canyon floor, surging upward with terrifying force and shattering the mutant bird flock in midair. Below, herds of wild animals are attacked as the roots spread panic in all directions. Afterward, attention turns to Yuzuyu, now a colossal mutated willow tree. Our protagonist has become far more imposing following his recent evolution. He notes changes in his appearance and focuses on his more aggressive features, though our hero observes that his head remains bald. Accepting his new look, our boy brings up his system panel to display his updated stats. The system reveals an increased lifespan, a vast accumulation of evolution points, and new talents such as super regeneration, enhanced mutant branches, and advanced mist skills. Most notably, Yuzuyu now possesses the Earth element, allowing him to manipulate the land after absorbing Earth attribute spirit stones and the essence of the elephant turtle. Eager to test this ability, our protagonist channels his energy, causing massive spikes of rock to erupt from the ground around him and forming a lethal forest of stone. He quickly realizes the destructive potential of this power, though he recognizes its current range is limited to about 100 meters. As the earth spikes dissolve into dust, our boy considers how the ability will strengthen with further upgrades. Our hero notes the strategic advantage of being able to move by manipulating the earth, even though he cannot fully uproot himself yet. Turning his focus to his inherent abilities, Yuzuyu decides to upgrade his super regeneration. He selects the enhancement through the system, triggering a surge of radiant energy that transforms the nearby canyon. The area blooms instantly with vibrant flowers and glowing mushrooms, all nourished by the enhanced life force of our boy. His regenerative capability surges. With roots that move at such an astonishing speed, they forcefully knock a mutant bison backward. Next, the ethereal golden spirit of Xiaoqing appears to congratulate our hero on his breakthrough. She notes his tremendous growth, estimating his new height at nearly 20 meters taller. She remarks that the spiritual power of our protagonist now reaches 300,000, making him vastly superior to previous opponents like the silver centipede. Soon after, the peregrine falcon and the white crane return from reconnaissance to report a suspicious target. Yuzuyu acknowledges the news and summons them back while Xiaoqing translates the bird's urgent message. Nearby, the mutant bison approaches the roots of our protagonist and fixates on a glowing yellow rock flower. Sensing the desire of the beast, our boy drops the flower into its mouth. The bison immediately undergoes a dramatic transformation. Its eyes glow with golden light and lightning crackles around its body as it ascends to level 9. For the first time, the bison speaks, addressing Yuzuyu as God Tree. This reveals that spiritual consciousness awakens at this advanced stage. Our hero then observes the red fox, who is also close to reaching level 9. He realizes that with continued cultivation, his followers may also awaken their consciousness, promising greater strength for the entire group. Over the next few days, our protagonist expands the underground cave network, The red fox, mutant bison, and other creatures work together to transport nets filled with purple spirit stones, contributing to the ongoing development of the group. The story then shifts to the Institute of Transcendence, where Xiaoqing returns to the body of Xiaoling. In a training hall, the girl demonstrates perfect harmony between body and spirit by utilizing both fire and earth attributes. Later, she enters a high-tech laboratory where an examiner introduces a new experiment, a creature floating in a glass tank. Created from a blend of human and wolf genes, it represents the emergence of a formidable new life form. As snow quietly falls over the canyon territory, the honey badger sits alone and appears visibly downcast. The face of Yuziyu, formed from swirling purple energy, appears above and sharply scolds him for his idleness. Undeterred, Ping-Tu ignores the lecture as he remains caught up in his loneliness. Nearby, other mutants peek from behind the trees, confused by the badger's state. Afterwards, the story shifts back to the Institute laboratory. The horned examiner stands before a large tank containing a half-human, half-wolf hybrid suspended in green liquid. Xiaoling asks if this creature is the result of combining humans and evolved wolves. The examiner explains that thousands of experiments have failed because human regenerative cells cannot resist the invasion of wolf cells. He adds that the next group of volunteer test subjects will arrive soon, insisting that these sacrifices are necessary for the future of humanity. Looking up at the tanks, he remains determined to succeed for the sake of those who volunteered. Xiaoling silently recalls the words of our boy regarding cellular regeneration. She believes that capturing creatures with advanced healing abilities is the key to ushering in a new era for humanity. Meanwhile, at Beiyu Gorge, Suhu leads a team through the misty, dead forest. As they move deeper into the gorge, he assures the group that the dangers of the mountain have diminished, especially with Qianqin and her intuition guiding them. The members discuss their objectives, which include collecting spiritual herbs and hunting mutant beasts for a lucrative reward. While the powers of Qingzhao and Leng Feng are introduced, the latter shows little interest in the mission. Suddenly, Qianqin senses a threat and warns the team. Moments later, a gray mutant beast emerges from the mist, but Qingzhao swiftly catches and crushes it with ease. The team regroups as Suhu downplays any further danger. However, the girl's intuition grows stronger, and she urgently tells everyone to run. Before they can escape, a colossal white tiger with glowing blue eyes and razor-sharp claws appears behind Suhu. The squad freezes in terror as the tiger roars. Qingzhao attempts to fight back but is struck down by a powerful swipe, sending him flying as blood sprays the snow. Glasses Boy fires his handgun at the beast, but the bullets bounce off harmlessly. The tiger attacks him next and finishes him instantly. Leng Feng draws his katana and urges the others to escape to inform the military, but the tiger kills him with a brutal blow. Qianqin is knocked back by the impact and lands in the snow, realizing the entire squad is being wiped out. The white tiger sets its sights on Qianqin and opens its jaws to finish her. Suddenly, thick black roots controlled by our protagonist burst from the side. They slam into the tiger and wrap around its body to restrain it. The beast halts in shock, completely subdued by the overwhelming power of Yuziyu. The massive black roots of Yuziyu coil tightly around the white tiger, rendering it completely immobile as Qianqin, lying nearby, watches in shock and disbelief. The roots constrict further, and the tiger, wide-eyed and sweating, panics as it realizes escape is impossible. The scene briefly shifts to the surrounding misty mountains, highlighting the isolation of the clearing beneath the towering form of our hero. As the white tiger looks up, it sees the subordinates of our boy gathering. The honey badger stands with folded arms and a smug expression. The group fully surrounds the small defeated tiger, marking a clear display of dominance and unity among the followers of our protagonist. The spirit avatar of Yuziyu appears above the tiger and produces a luminous green droplet that hovers, signifying the upgraded essence of life. As digital streams of green data flow in the background, our hero analyzes his new ability, realizing the enhanced essence now accelerates evolution and strengthens the bond between him and any creature it affects. Deciding to test this power, our protagonist instructs the droplet to fall onto the head of the tiger. The droplet absorbs quickly, and the fierce demeanor of the beast vanishes. Its pupils dilate as it transforms into a docile, kitten-like state, affectionately rubbing against the avatar of our boy and meowing. Yuziyu, satisfied with the effectiveness of the enhanced essence, contemplates its potential on humans. Meanwhile, Qianqin, battered and lying on the ground, slowly regains consciousness. As she opens her eyes, she is confronted by the intimidating presence of the subordinates of our hero, all staring down at her. Panic and fear set in immediately. At the same time, she tries to get the attention of her mates, Leng Feng and Qingzhao, who are both still wrapped tightly in black roots and disoriented, muttering nonsense as they come to. Qianqin finds herself similarly restrained and despairs at the prospect of dying here, recognizing the terrifying tree demon looming above. A glowing blue tentacle from the avatar of our protagonist reaches out, gently lifting her face. Confused and frightened, she panics as a glowing droplet of essence of life falls onto her. The moment it makes contact, her eyes widen and she is thrust into a vision. She witnesses the destruction of the earth, overtaken by massive roots, with all living things, animals, birds, and even dragons, under the control of a towering world tree. The vision ends with the birth of a new land dominated entirely by the power of our boy. Returning to reality, Qianqin stares blankly at the avatar of Yu Ziyu. Our hero immediately questions her about her abilities, and under the influence of the essence, she instinctively answers with sixth sense and intuition. Realizing the tree is speaking, she reacts with shock, but our protagonist moves forward with his plan, telling her she will stay and care for his pets. The power of the essence fully takes hold as a green leaf-shaped symbol glows in her eye, erasing her resistance and leaving her in a state of vacant obedience. Our boy, pleased with the results, tests the limits of his control. He commands Qianqin to compliment him, which she does without hesitation. Emboldened, our hero tries to push her further with a humiliating order, but she struggles, her face turning red as she resists. Despite the grip of the essence, she manages to break free momentarily, expresses her anger, and refuses. Yuziwa notes the limits of the influence and feels awkward about the situation. Our protagonist then shifts his attention to Leng Feng and Qing Zhao, who remain unconscious and bound. Our boy administers the green droplet to both, intending for them to teach his beasts about humans, deciding this task is better handled by them than by Xiaoqing. As a final measure, our hero commands his roots to weave together a house for the captives, noting their value in serving his growing community. Within Yu Ziyu's territory, houses of roots are made for the newly captured humans where they will serve as their new prison. Qianqin protests, but the roots force her into the house, establishing the humans' new place of confinement. Afterwards, the spirit avatar of our protagonist, appearing as a glowing blue orb, floats above, visibly content with the completed tasks. Turning attention inward, Yu Ziyu inspects his core and contemplates his ambition to become a godlike willow capable of moving freely on land, something our boy admits he hadn't dared consider before. Our hero encourages himself to remain motivated, recognizing that extraordinary circumstances have made new possibilities achievable. Opening his status window, our protagonist reviews his progress. He notes the evolution points gained from recent accomplishments, over 5,000 from advancing to the next level, and another 8,000 from defeating the Earthstone turtle. A mini classroom segment appears, explaining that lower-level creatures provide only minimal points, while defeating extraordinary creatures yields points based on their spiritual power. For example, a creature with 80,000 spiritual power grants 8,000 evolution points. Next, Yu Ziyu focuses on his earth element ability. Our hero uses his system to reinforce this element, confirming a cost of 1,000 evolution points. Our boy reflects on how, as a second-level transcendental creature, evolving requires more resources. Once the enhancement begins, a surge of energy erupts from his base, violently shaking the ground. The commotion confuses nearby subordinates, and then our protagonist commands the earth to rise. Massive pillars of rock thrust upward, lifting the mutant bison and the honey badger high into the air. Yu Ziyu assesses the result, finding his power much stronger, though the effect is still limited to a range within 100 meters. As the rock pillars stabilize, the edge beneath our protagonist's follower, Ping 2, suddenly crumbles, sending him crashing to the ground. He lands hard and sits in pain, but our hero pays him no mind and proceeds to upgrade the earth element further. This time, our boy spends 3,000 evolution points, causing an even larger burst of energy from the earth. Ping 2, now on a cliff edge, watches as a massive rock-armored tree root bursts from the ground like a spike. Yu Ziyu observes that every tree root is now as strong as a turtle and can tear through the earth, creating earthquakes. Our protagonist considers that using all his roots at once could raise a wave of land hundreds of meters high, enough to engulf everything nearby. However, our hero also acknowledges the risk. Manipulating spiritual energy on this scale could damage his own body. He concludes that once he achieves complete control of the territory, our boy will be able to travel freely across the land. The scene then jumps to another continent, where a man looks through binoculars from his balcony in a sunny coastal city. He spots a massive wall of water rising on the horizon, and the tsunami soon crashes into the city, swallowing skyscrapers and flooding the streets. Inside an apartment, a mother clings to her child as the water bursts through their window. As the city is inundated, giant jaws appear from the waves, and mutated sea creatures, sharks, prehistoric fish, and monsters, emerge to attack the fleeing civilians. Among the chaos, a colossal red octopus wraps its tentacles around buildings, identified as a first-order transcendentalist. Soon after, a massive spotted golden eel rises from the ocean, its head reaching into the clouds, marked as a third-order transcendentalist. 5 hours later, the focus shifts to the White House, where papers fly across a chaotic office. The leader angrily questions his staff about the military's slow response and the destruction of Jinshan City. He demands a status update from Aaron, who stands before a screen displaying the golden eel. Aaron reports that the creature is a large basilisk of ancient origin, approximately 100 meters long and weighing 70,000 tons, with a spiritual power index ranging from 170,000 to 250,000. She explains that of 3 nuclear bombs launched, only 1 hit the target, and the creature's current status is unknown since it retreated to the ocean depths. The leader is alarmed, and Aaron emphasizes that mutated sea creatures, especially those from the deep sea, now pose a direct threat to humanity. Inside Yuzu's domain, the human captives establish a strict routine under close supervision. Leng Feng, stepping into a leadership role, signals the start of daily labor by striking a stone gong. Chinkin issues commands and oversees Qingzhao, who exerts himself with heavy work. As the days pass, the humans adapt to their new roles. Leng Feng cooks for the group and relies on help from a mutated goat that brings him utensils. Meanwhile, Changqin tries to teach the white tiger using a whiteboard, quickly growing frustrated with its inability to learn. The golden monkey irritates Qingzhao by punching him, continuing even as he tries to keep his composure. Meanwhile, the girl's patience wears thin with the white tiger, who remains clueless despite her instructions. Qingzhao attempts to diffuse her frustration by offering food, but the group's exhaustion is clear as they eat together. Each of them shows signs of strain. Leng Feng strikes a dramatic pose and proclaims himself the leader of these unusual beasts, while the others quietly acknowledge their odd situation. Afterwards, the 3 humans sit together and reflect on their predicament. They note that it has been 3 days since their capture, and attribute their survival to fulfilling the demands of the beasts. The towering mutated willow tree, Yuzu, looms in the background. The humans express disbelief at the existence of such a sentient creature so far from the city. They realize the implications if the human military learned of intelligent supernatural beings, and Qingzhao concludes that teaching the beasts human knowledge is their best chance to stay alive. Leng Feng and Changqin agree, resigned to their task. Meanwhile, at the base of the massive tree, Xiaoqing confronts our protagonist and questions the purpose of keeping humans alive. Our hero explains that human knowledge is valuable and could be crucial for the beasts in future conflicts. Xiaoqing warns that something significant is developing among humans. Later, our boy learns that humans have used nuclear weapons against a giant sea beast. Despite the attack, the creature not only survives, but also manages to deflect some of the weapons using sound pressure before escaping to the ocean depths. Our protagonist recognizes the escalating danger posed by evolving beasts and the destructive capabilities of humans. Our hero discusses the risk of radiation-driven evolution among sea creatures, realizing this could threaten humanity further if such monsters become resistant to radiation. Determined to prepare, Yuzu instructs Xiaoqing to pursue alliances and accelerate the construction of an underground kingdom. Afterwards, our protagonist shifts focus to strengthening his own ranks. Using his black roots, our boy captures several animals, including a boar and a large green crocodile. The animals are gathered into a designated pit as the humans observe from nearby, speculating about the purpose of this event. Our hero releases a drop of essence of life onto the mutant boar, causing it to transform, grow larger, and gain powerful abilities. A system window displays its new rank and skills, marking its successful evolution. Yuzu acknowledges that while the boar is not as strong as the top-tier beasts, it now stands among the stronger second-tier subordinates. Next, our protagonist bestows the essence of life on the green crocodile, prompting a dramatic transformation. The skin of the beast shifts to purple and red, ice spikes erupt from its back, and its size increases. Xiaoqing recognizes the creature as the Emperor Crocodile, an ancient and ferocious beast. As the transformation completes, tension builds between the newly evolved crocodile and the red fox. Both face each other down while our hero observes, considering how these powerful subordinates will shape the future of his growing kingdom. The training ground is thrown into turmoil as the red fox, its 9 tails blazing with fire, launches itself at the ancient Emperor Crocodile. The crocodile stands its ground, shielded by thick purple armor and a burst of ice spikes and dust. Overhead, the other humans cling to a tree and anxiously watch the intense confrontation below. A digital status window identifies the rank and abilities of the red fox, highlighting its mastery over fire and its dangerous gaze that can daze opponents. The crocodile responds by smashing its claws into the ground and sending a shockwave of energy toward the fox. Our hero watches as the fox twists midair to evade the attack just as the ground shatters. The force of the strike distorts the air, and Xiao, observing from a distance, realizes the invisible assault is a sonic wave. The fox lands and immediately retaliates by biting down on the armored neck of the crocodile and digging in its claws. The beast thrashes, trying to shake its attacker off, but the fox refuses to let go. The struggle intensifies until the crocodile slams the fox into the ground, raising a dense cloud of dust. The humans shield their eyes while trying to follow the action. Within the dust, the crocodile clamps its jaws around the fox, but a sudden light glows from inside its grip. The fox, still defiant, breathes a concentrated blast of fire directly into the face of the crocodile. This causes a massive explosion that sends shockwaves and debris across the area, even reaching the spectators nearby. As the smoke settles, the ancient emperor crocodile emerges unharmed, dusting off its bone armor and appearing almost amused. Across from it, the red fox stands panting but clearly undeterred. The two apex beasts exchange looks and acknowledge each other's strength in silent recognition. Our protagonist analyzes the powerful performance of the crocodile and confirms its abilities are evenly matched with the fox. Another digital window outlines the formidable skills of the crocodile, including its bone armor, powerful bite, and sonic shock attacks. Once the battle concludes without a clear victor, Qingzhao expresses frustration, wanting to know who won. The scene transitions to the following day, where large wooden structures appear in the gorge. Our boy notes that the growing population has made food supplies a pressing issue, but he finds that the arrival of humans helps preserve food better. Days later, Yuziyu catches newborn piglets and gives them to Leng Feng, who is visibly moved by the gesture. Daily life begins to stabilize as humans and beasts interact more regularly. The red fox and the bison have started communicating with our protagonist, exchanging greetings for special occasions. However, attempts to educate the beasts meet mixed results. Pingtu and the golden monkey remain stubborn and disruptive, unable to sit still for lessons, while the white tiger proves to be a focused and diligent student who quietly studies simple math. Qingzhao stands out among the humans as the most active, constantly hunting alongside the red fox and providing new clothing for his companions. His efforts are highlighted as he makes a breakthrough in his abilities after drinking from the spirit pool. Our hero notices his aura now glows with golden energy. Noticing the progress of the man, our boy keeps an eye on him as he approaches purposefully. The red fox observes the movements of the human and alerts Yuziyu, while the bison steps in to block the path. Our protagonist intervenes, instructing the bison to let him through. Standing before the massive main body of our hero, Qingzhao drops to his knees. He offers exaggerated praise before nervously voicing his real intent. He wants to join the army of the sacred tree. Qingzhao waits for a response, leaving the next development uncertain. Qingzhao remains desperate, openly asking for training to become stronger after awakening his physical talent. Our hero responds by radiating anger and outright rejecting him. Yuziyu declares his distrust for any human willing to betray his own kind. The man accepts this harsh judgment, bows his head, and walks away defeated. As the human leaves, the golden soul avatar of Xiaoqing materializes beside our protagonist and questions his decision. She suggests that keeping humans around could help them interact with human society in the future. Our boy then pulls up a system interface to review the current strength of Ling Feng, Qianqin, and Qingzhao. While Yuziyu acknowledges their progress, he maintains his suspicion, believing some people are naturally rebellious. He warns Xiaoqing that too much generosity will eventually lead to betrayal. As Qingzhao disappears into the distance, our protagonist decides that continued surveillance is necessary. Attention shifts to the development of the canyon. Our hero notes that the area is now well fortified and rich in resources, deciding it is best to keep a low profile. Xiaoqing updates him about the silver centipede, revealing it has been captured by humans for experiments. This news surprises our boy because of how quickly it happened. Xiaoqing expresses her plan to absorb the soul of the centipede in hopes of breaking through to the First Order. Our protagonist warns her about the risks of absorbing a second-order spirit, but she insists she is ready. Our hero quietly observes her determination and recognizes her growth. The focus moves to the ancient Emperor Crocodile, who emerges suddenly and struggles to restrain his irritability since being captured by our boy. Meanwhile, a montage shows the beasts training and fighting. Our protagonist watches as Brother Pingtu advances to the peak of the 7th level. The golden ape and armored wild boar also reach the 7th level, while the hawks, except for the white crane at level 7, ascend to the 8th level. The windwolf gathers a pack of 30 wild wolves to rapidly expand its influence. Next, the ancient Emperor Crocodile stands tall in the canyon with his purple armor shining. Yuziyu ponders whether he should keep these strong beasts confined. Xiaoqing points out that if the crocodile is released, it will quickly become a dominant force. Our hero decides it is time to take the next step and assembles all the elite beasts under his tree. The three humans watch nervously from below, aware of the overwhelming power present. Yuziyu addresses his generals, stating that those who have reached the peak must go out and train, but only those who have leveled up are allowed to leave. Our protagonist selects the red fox, bull demon, and emperor crocodile for this task. The white tiger mistakenly believes it is included, but our boy quickly corrects him. Our hero assigns everyone ranks and new titles. The red fox is named Ninetails and made the leader, while the bison becomes bull demon, second in rank. The white tiger is assigned third, and the emperor crocodile is placed fourth due to his late arrival. Yuziyu formally names them his 9 monsters and instructs them not to enter human cities. Some, like bull demon, hesitate to leave, but our protagonist insists they follow his command. With the new orders given, the selected beasts depart. Ninetails leads them while wreathed in fire, and the emperor crocodile solemnly bows and turns away. The scene shifts back to the human laboratory where Xiaoqing, occupying the body of Xiaoling, examines the silver centipede. It is now a mechanical creature suspended in wires and tubes. She remarks on its resilience and proposes that its soul would be better off empowering her. As she begins the absorption, the mechanical eye of the centipede glows purple, and the girl's eyes fill with energy. High above the canyon, the red fox surveys the world while the emperor crocodile emerges from the water below, shaking off droplets in preparation for his own journey. These two empowered beasts, granted strength by their master, set out separately to forge their own paths. Meanwhile, within the human settlement of the canyon, Changqing attempts to teach the white tiger by pointing to the character for tiger on the whiteboard. The tiger ignores the lesson and instead forms a heart with its paws to act cute, much to her frustration. Deep in the crystal mining caves, blue wind wolves hurry about with spirit stones on their backs. Nearby, Brother Pingtu dozes atop a pile of crystals and pays no attention to the activity around him. Suddenly, a dark shadow, the massive black root of Yuzi, approaches and startles the badger awake just before the root lashes out at him. Back in the canyon, our boy decides to test a new offensive move. He forms a glowing green blade at the tip of his branch and launches it forward, but it shatters against a stone formation. Finding it ineffective and draining, our hero invests evolutionary points to upgrade his willow blade skill. His branches glow more intensely as our protagonist tries again. This time, multiple branches release waves of crescent-shaped energy blades that slice cleanly through rock and split massive roots. Yuzuo notes the significant increase in power and reach, though he realizes the high energy cost and the need to visualize the attack. Reviewing his progress through the system interface, our hero sees that all his abilities except the main tree root have reached level 2. Attempting to upgrade the main root, our protagonist balks at the high cost and instead chooses to enhance the fog spread skill. After confirmation, a dense mist rapidly expands from the body of our boy. As the fog grows thicker, Yuzi considers the potential of reaching the next level and imagines new possibilities for his powers. Within the mist, a gigantic white dragon forms and descends. Below, Chenkin and Leng Feng react with confusion and awe. The system interface explains that with fog spread at level 3, our hero can now use the mist as his eyes and reshape it at will. Our boy realizes he hasn't seen Xiaoqing recently, and at that moment, a beam of purple light shines from his underground root chamber. Inside, Xiaoqing is enclosed in a cocoon as she undergoes a breakthrough after absorbing power from the purple centipede. At the same time, inside the Human Research Institute, Xiaoling is surrounded by golden flames as she advances. This draws a concerned crowd of students and researchers until the horned examiner arrives and orders a high-quality fire spirit stone to support the process. Back in the canyon, our protagonist assists the transformation of Xiaoqing by sending her the essence of life. A researcher at the institute throws a fire stone to aid the evolution, and the energies combine as Xiao awakens with newfound strength. As the light fades, Xiaoqing emerges in a radiant new form with long blonde hair and a mechanical purple centipede floating behind her. Our hero observes her success, and at the institute, the horned examiner confirms the advancement of Xiaoling. Xiaoqing stretches, accidentally causing massive bone spikes to erupt near our boy, who quickly urges her to stop before she causes further damage. Eager to demonstrate his own upgraded powers, our protagonist gathers mist around his branches and shapes it into a colossal white dragon and a massive bison. Both mist constructs appear solid and intimidating. Yuzi points out that while their offensive strength is limited, they can absorb physical attacks and create strong illusions. Xiaoqing observes the forms and notes that the pressure stems from moisture in the air, but she remains unimpressed. With a snap of her fingers, she dissipates the mist beasts and explains that their spiritual connection could allow enemies to track them back to the true body of our hero. She recommends embedding a spirit stone into the constructs to obscure his link and enhance their realism. Taking her advice, our boy inserts a spirit stone into the mist dragon. This causes the construct to grow more powerful and realistic, its presence marked by glowing purple eyes and energy. The dragon emits a powerful blast, and Xiaoqing, now impressed, praises the improved strength and concealment. Afterwards, she teases our protagonist, hinting she has more to reveal. The story shifts to a coastal city thrown into absolute chaos as explosions and enormous ice shards devastate buildings and streets. In the harbor, massive sea monsters surface, threatening to consume everything around them. Fighter jets attack from above, firing missiles at the invading beasts, but the destruction continues unchecked. Amid this devastation, soldiers entrenched along the streets fire desperately at the monsters. Their position is suddenly threatened when a colossal pink claw smashes through a nearby wall, revealing the approach of the giant coral crab. As bullets light up the sky, the soldiers' hope disappears, and one realizes that outside help won't be coming, acknowledging their grim fate as the monstrous crab towers over them. The city is shown engulfed in flames, dominated by the enormous crab. Suddenly, the story shifts to a quiet butcher shop, where a butcher works calmly near the peaceful territory of our protagonist. Inside the canyon, Xiaoqing appears in soul form, requesting Yuziyu to send a falcon the next day to a specific location to retrieve something she wants to give him. Our boy, curious, agrees. A brief flashback reveals Xiao Ling, under the control of Xiao Qing, waiting outside in a tracksuit as a peregrine falcon lands nearby. The falcon's loud screeching causes the girl to worry about drawing unwanted attention, but after a moment of interaction, she hands a metal canister to the bird, instructing it to deliver the item safely to our hero. Returning to the present, our protagonist opens the delivered canister using his blue spirit tentacle and discovers a small golden ant inside a glass tube. Reading the displayed system information, Yuziyu sees that the ant is near death but has exceptional potential. It is a mutant with a lifespan of only 2 days and abilities far beyond those of normal ants, though many remain unawakened. Xiaoqing's soul form appears, excited, and explains that this ant is the result of sacrificing hundreds of millions of ants in experiments, and that it was only given to her because it had so little time left. Our hero recognizes the uniqueness of the creature, noting its special traits and the rarity of its existence. Our protagonist decides to help the ant, first diluting potent life essence with spiritual water to avoid harming it. He bathes the ant in this energy, reviving it and causing its single green eye to glow brightly as its vital signs stabilize. Satisfied, our boy then exposes the ant to undiluted life essence, triggering a rapid transformation. The ant's body cracks and expands, growing into a large armored insect with golden scales and sharp sickle-like legs. Testing its new form, the golden ant demonstrates tremendous speed, vanishing in a blur and racing around the spirit avatar of our protagonist, leaving trails of blue light. Xiaoqing comments on its increased agility and size and observes its impressive strength. The ant then kneels before our hero, expressing gratitude and pledging loyalty for being saved. Yuziyu notes with surprise that the golden ant has already learned telepathy at a lower level than the white tiger, one of his earlier subordinates. The nearby white tiger, embarrassed and frustrated by this, tries to assert itself but is mocked by the ant, leading to a brief confrontation before the white tiger storms off in tears. Shenkin, in the background, reassures the white tiger, suggesting that sometimes greater intelligence leads to delayed abilities. Our hero formally appoints the golden ant as his 5th beast, instructing it to train in the underground cave and naming it Flash for its golden appearance. As this happens, Xiaoqing quietly recalls the traumatic past of Flash, who witnessed the deaths of countless companions in human laboratories and endured relentless experimentation. She worries that the pain and anger of Flash toward humans will only grow with its power. Our boy, however, consoles himself that the loyalty of the ant is assured as long as he remains its protector. Suddenly the scene shifts to the Emperor Crocodile, who is overtaken by pain as its armored body cracks and blood pours out, signaling the start of an unstable evolution. A pillar of white light erupts from the beast as our protagonist realizes the danger of evolving in such a vulnerable location. In a nearby city, the Spiritual Monitoring Bureau detects a surge of spiritual energy and issues a red alert. Operators identify the phenomenon as the emergence of a mutant beast at entry level 9, and urgent orders are given to the Air Force to respond. Back in the canyon, our hero remains occupied with his mist creation, while Qian Qin quickly drags Leng Feng and Qing Zhao to safety, warning them about the reappearance of the beast and urging them to take cover. Late at night, military helicopters sweep across a rugged riverbank, their bright searchlights exposing the landscape as they hunt for their target. Deep below, the Emperor Crocodile senses the disturbance and recognizes the presence of humans. The beast, immense and armored in purple scales and bone spikes, gazes up as it spots the light. Soldiers quickly identify the crocodile, but before they can act further, it coils its massive body and spins with violent force. The creature destroys a surveillance camera, immediately cutting the feed to static. Inside a command center, Erin rushes to make sense of the chaos. As she and her technician confirm that multiple camera feeds have failed, she realizes the enormity of their target. She concludes that ordinary fighter jets are no match for the crocodile and urgently orders the Air Force to launch an all-out assault, demanding the use of missiles to prevent the beast from escaping. Meanwhile, deep in the canyon beneath the towering sacred tree, Xiaoqing appears in her golden soul form and hurries toward the glowing blue orb representing our boy. She urgently reports that the movements of the Emperor Crocodile have been tracked by human forces, who are now sending dozens of combat aircraft and their extraordinary troops to the scene. Our hero grows visibly uneasy, questioning how the crocodile could have been discovered so easily. Our protagonist wonders if the Federation is reacting out of unusual fear or if there is more to the situation than he knows. Xiaoqing clarifies that the crocodile was exposed during its breakthrough, which led the authorities to immediately classify it as a top-level threat. As she begins to fade, ready to return to her physical body at the Human Institute, Yuziyu cautions her. Our hero notes that the Emperor Crocodile hasn't seen her true form yet, so a confrontation may break out if they cross paths. Acting swiftly, our boy reaches out with his roots and telepathically commands his beasts to intervene. Our protagonist calls on the peregrine falcons, his first tamed and most powerful sky overlords, to intercept the helicopters and support the crocodile's escape. The falcons soar through the clouds as the military continues its assault below, with helicopters firing on the crocodile. On the river, the emperor crocodile retaliates with a thunderous roar while baring its tusks. At a nearby military base, soldiers gather for a briefing and review a holographic map to plan their interception. Among them, Xiaoqing stands quietly in human form, remaining uncertain about the situation. Back at the command center, a subordinate questions whether it is necessary to go to such lengths against the giant crocodile. He suggests they could instead drive it into the restricted zone and let the extraordinary troops handle it later. Aaron quickly rejects this idea, explaining that the Institute of Biology has just confirmed the crocodile possesses retro-ancient genes. This makes it far more dangerous than average mutants. She points to footage of other ancient creatures, like the giant moray eel that caused chaos in the Freedom Commonwealth a month ago, and the ancient crab from Sakura country that destroyed an entire coastal city. Aaron stresses that if they allow the crocodile to escape now, it will only become stronger and cause even greater destruction in the future. Therefore, it must be stopped here and now. Returning to the battlefield, the emperor crocodile uses its massive tail to launch boulders with precise force, deliberately knocking them into the path of incoming missiles. This creates thick smoke and debris, severely limiting the pilot's visibility and disrupting their targeting systems. As the helicopters struggle to navigate the chaos, one pilot notes that, unlike previous giant beasts, this crocodile manages to avoid every direct hit. Observing these calculated evasive maneuvers and the sharp reactions of the creature, the pilots begin to realize that the emperor crocodile shows signs of advanced intelligence. The beast far surpasses anything they have faced before. As the crocodile attempts to flee toward the forest, Aaron orders the helicopters to continue their attack by using bombs to pin it at the edge of a cliff. Trapped, the crocodile activates its atavistic power and encases itself in a layer of frost and ice as a defensive measure. The pilots observe the beast become still and rigid, noting its exhaustion. Seizing the moment, the military launches a final massive barrage of missiles and ammunition, engulfing the frozen emperor crocodile in explosions. Observers across the command center and battlefield watch tensely as the outcome of the operation hangs in the balance, waiting to see if their efforts have finally subdued the legendary beast. A barrage of golden energy beams rains down with explosive force, blanketing the battlefield in fire. The emperor crocodile, battered and bleeding from a deep neck wound, reels under the onslaught as the attack intensifies. Meanwhile, at a high-tech human command center, operators scramble to keep up as multiple units report depleted ammunition. Commander Aaron, visibly tense, pushes her team to launch the last bomb, determined to finish the operation. The final bombardment explodes around the emperor crocodile, who is now bleeding heavily. The area is swallowed by fire and dust. Inside the command center, new threats emerge as operators detect several unidentified creatures approaching at high speed. The screens flash with rapid red and blue dots, but the images are too blurred to identify, and the operators struggle to keep up. A brief glimpse of a golden-feathered peregrine falcon crosses the monitors, confirming the arrival of advanced predators. At the same time, pilots in the field receive urgent warnings of flying targets moving at 4.6 Mach. Before they can react, a yellow energy beam destroys a cockpit. Communication with all air units is abruptly lost. Aaron, faced with blank screens and missing targets, realizes that the battle plan has failed. After regaining composure, she receives a captured image of the peregrine falcon. Operators explain that these birds, once apex predators, have now evolved to 9th-level strength and outclass the current Air Force. A flock of these falcons is shown flying toward the Bayou Gorge. On the ground at Bayou Gorge, the golden monkey, riding the white tiger, leads a group of mutant beasts to the battered emperor crocodile. The crocodile lies in a pool of blood, riddled with wounds, while the honey badger looks on anxiously. Our protagonist appears, acknowledging the severe injuries of the crocodile, and noting that gunfire nearly killed him during his evolution. The golden ant reacts to the situation while our hero inspects the wounds. Yuziyu notes the numerous holes left by armor-piercing projectiles, and advises the emperor crocodile not to rely solely on his body to fight against such weapons in the future. Our boy explains that human ammunition, especially armor-piercing rounds, can inflict severe damage even on a first-order transcendent like the crocodile. Our hero also points out that the injuries are serious because these rounds are specifically designed to break through defenses, and our protagonist warns that continued exposure could be fatal. This moment underscores the vulnerability of even powerful mutant beasts to advanced human technology. He then presents our protagonist with a snake egg he rescued, admitting he couldn't save the mother who had awakened the ice element. The crocodile also offers up ice spirit grass found with the egg, suggesting that the egg itself may hold ice abilities. As our boy reflects on these gifts, a translucent blue snake emerges, exuding a powerful spiritual energy that hints at its great potential, possibly surpassing the existing tomahawk snake. Back in the command center, staff notice a strange vortex of fog appearing on their monitors. Aaron and the operators speculate that elemental forces might be evolving into life forms. When they spot movement from a tree in the images, Aaron instructs her team to reinvestigate the mountain, suspecting it could be a mutant beast habitat. She orders the area declared a red forbidden zone and demands constant surveillance, insisting that the giant crocodile must not be allowed to leave the mountain under any circumstances. In the red declared area, a military camp stands in a canyon, surrounded by a dense, unnatural white fog that obscures the camouflaged buildings. Soldiers in full tactical gear remain on high alert, reinforcing the seriousness of the situation as signs display warnings about strict guards. Overhead, on a massive tree branch, Flash, the golden ant, watches the camp from the shadows, silently judging the humans below. Elsewhere in the mountains, the Emperor Crocodile, visibly wounded and bleeding, listens to the instructions of his master, Uzu. Our hero tells him to move to the center of the Misty Mountains, claim the land, and create a lake. Uzu assures the crocodile that life essence will be granted to help form a spiritual lake when the time comes. The Emperor Crocodile agrees, then lies down to recover as the blue monkey and honey badger, Ping 2, stay close by. The crocodile reassures the smaller beasts that they can play together once he heals, prompting laughter and relief from the group. Meanwhile, at the sacred tree's core, our protagonist discusses the growing human threat with Xiaoqing. Xiao worries about the humans' awareness of the giant crocodile, but Yuziyu remains calm, explaining that the humans have only just made this discovery and should be left alone for now. Our boy decides to use the fog beast to further conceal their presence, confident that the mountain's fog will prevent humans from causing harm. Shortly after, Xiaoqing reports that a small team of soldiers is preparing to enter the mountain. Our hero confirms he has already noticed their movements and has considered how to respond. As the soldiers move forward, one enters the thick fog and quickly becomes separated from his unit, causing his teammates to call out an alarm. Panic spreads among the remaining troops, who scramble to contact the camp. Suddenly, the massive leg of a fog beast crashes down, killing a soldier and triggering an immediate alarm. A dragon-shaped fog monster emerges, its eyes and teeth glowing through the mist, leaving the soldiers in shock. Gunfire erupts, but the beast reforms instantly where it is hit, rendering bullets useless. A soldier steps forward with a flamethrower, hoping to try a new tactic, just as Qingzhao, a human servant under the command of Yuzi Yu, receives telepathic orders to join the battle and prove his loyalty. The soldiers are stunned to see a human fighting alongside the monsters, but before they can react, Flash walks out from the shadows, openly expressing contempt for the humans. The troops panic and open fire on both Qingzhao and Flash, but their attacks have little effect. An overhead view shows the fog dragon and the golden ant overwhelming the outpost, destroying the defenses effortlessly. Back at the sacred tree, our protagonist and Xiaoqing observe the chaos. Xiaoqing remarks that the mountain's threat will now be exposed to the wider world, and our hero accepts that hiding is no longer possible. Yuziyu determines to delay human advances by demonstrating the full horror of the mountain, knowing that inaction will only encourage further intrusions. Xiaoqing brings up the traumatized soldier captured earlier, and our boy decides to release him, wanting the terror of the fog beast to spread among the humans. Xiaoqing warns that this will only invite stronger retaliation from more powerful human forces, but Yuziyu, his spirit orb glowing menacingly, resolves to go to war if necessary. Following the battle, Flash stands atop a pile of human bodies beneath the crescent moon. The story explains that the Misty Mountains are now feared as a place where people become lost, and that both the giant crocodile and the fog beast are confirmed to exist within. The Emperor Crocodile, now submerged in a spiritual lake, receives 10 drops of life essence, transforming the site into a haven for the beasts. Afterwards, our protagonist tests his newly strengthened branches, noting the increased speed, strength, and ability to split and ensnare targets. Our hero is shocked by the rising cost for further evolution, realizing that advancing to higher tiers will require immense resources. With his spiritual power now at 490,000 and ranking above the second level, our boy acknowledges the urgency to evolve faster in response to the growing human threat. Yuzuyu summons the Emperor Crocodile and questions him about the river's dangers. The crocodile warns that the river is treacherous, suppresses spiritual power, and harbors even more powerful entities. The story hints at monsters of higher order within the depths. Meanwhile, in City Z, the released soldier is in a padded cell, suffering a complete mental breakdown and providing only vague warnings about the fog beast. Human leaders, realizing the gravity of their losses and the scale of the threat, mobilize their army, superhuman troops, and the Federation's 10 heroes for a decisive response. The leader, his eyes filled with anger, declares his personal command of the operation and vows to annihilate the mountain and its mutated beasts, no matter the cost. Deep within the waters of the North Canyon, Yuziyu looks down upon the Emperor Crocodile. The crocodile immediately senses a transcendent presence and remains cautious, recognizing that these depths hold not just second-order but potentially third-order transcendence. This realization makes the river feel far more dangerous than it first appeared. Shifting his attention, the Emperor Crocodile looks up to the towering willow, suspecting that the god tree, Yuzi, has grand ambitions. In response, the consciousness of our protagonist pulses with intent. He plans to draw the powerful river into his own territory, viewing this as a critical step for his growth. Yuzi believes that controlling the river's flow directly into the sea will provide a significant strategic advantage for future conflicts against humans. As the determination of our boy intensifies, golden light floods the horizon, signaling the beginning of a new chapter for his followers. With the ambition clear, the Emperor Crocodile suggests conquering the nearby mountain range first and recommends sending the honey badger, armored boar, and 2 others for the mission. Our hero, aware that his own immense power might attract human attention, agrees with the plan. Yuzi decides it is best to let his subordinates train and grow stronger while he remains in the background to provide protection. He places the Emperor Crocodile in command, instructing him to capture any opponents with promising abilities and promising to deal personally with the most valuable prey. Before they leave, our protagonist gifts the crocodile some concentrated life essence to ensure nothing goes wrong. As the Emperor Crocodile rises from the river, his imposing figure gathers the honey badger, armored boar, and orange monkey, signaling the start of their expedition. Meanwhile, Yuzi shifts his focus underground, where he checks on the progress of the subterranean city under the supervision of Qingzhao. The servant reports significant advancements, noting that 3 floors are nearly connected thanks to the wind wolves and previously sent mutated mice, which greatly accelerated construction. New features include a central water source, multi-level walkways, and spirit stones that both illuminate and nurture the underground flora. Qingzhao suggests further expanding rooms and training slots, and asks to bring in a friend for help. Our boy is wary of outsiders and refuses to trust anyone who has not pledged loyalty. He warns Qingzhao about the dangers of betrayal during wartime and makes it clear that only those who declare their loyalty are welcome. Yuzi also states that betrayal will not be tolerated, even though enforcing this could create internal conflict. Our protagonist stresses the importance of keeping information from humans to protect their mutual coexistence. Suddenly, Xiaoqing alerts Yuzi that a snake egg is about to hatch, prompting him to leave the tunnels quickly. Reaching the surface, our hero and Xiaoqing witness a dazzling blue light as a mutant white snake emerges from its shell. This creature displays talents in ice manipulation, cold breath, and body protection. Both are satisfied with the new addition to their ranks. As Yuzi celebrates this development, the scene transitions to night in the distant mountain range where the expeditionary unit has arrived. They stand ready before the mountains, preparing to clear the area of all threats on the command of the Emperor Crocodile. The group surges forward. The orange monkey springs onto the armored boar, and the white tiger leads the charge. The golden ant, perched on the thundering goat, launches into the forest to take the lead, but is warned not to challenge any strong opponents. A coordinated assault unfolds. The orange monkey pins a giant spider, the honey badger headbutts a dark beast aside, and the white tiger swiftly defeats a local tiger. Meanwhile, the golden ant eliminates other creatures, establishing dominance under the moonlight. Shortly after that, 2 sets of glowing red eyes appear in the trees, revealing the presence of chameleons, first-order transcendents, who quietly observe the new arrivals, hinting at challenges yet to come. In a barren valley of bone-like arches and stone spires under cloudy skies, a sequence of green system notifications records kills and corresponding evolution points over the remains of various defeated beasts. These displays show the rapid accumulation of power through efficient hunting. The internal thoughts of our protagonist reflect a primal urge to continue killing while the system tracks a growing total of evolution points. After a short reflection on recent hunting success, Yuzi addresses a group of mutant blue wolves, instructing them to eat for recovery. In the background, our hero encourages even his white snake to replenish its strength. The focus then shifts to a distant, jagged cliff. Atop this cliff, a massive, dark-furred gorilla with red eyes and prominent tusks roars, shaking the surroundings with its presence. Xiaoqing observes the spectacle, assessing the overwhelming strength of the gorilla as it smashes the ground and hurls a boulder. Responding to this show of power, Xiaoqing reveals her own might by summoning a giant segmented purple scorpion tail while preparing for confrontation. Back in the territory of our boy, the clearing of the battlefield finishes as Yuzi surveys the orderly ground. Without warning, the massive gorilla plummets from the sky, crashing into the grass and falling unconscious. Xiaoqing descends after it, landing lightly and presenting the gorilla as requested. She voices her concerns to our protagonist, emphasizing that primates differ from other beasts due to their intelligence and social nature. She explains that these traits make them harder to control and potentially unpredictable if not managed carefully. While Yuzi listens, he reflects on the risks, but also points out that, with proper guidance, the the capacity of a primate for learning and adaptation might allow it to surpass other creatures in evolution. Our hero notes that if the gorilla absorbs human knowledge, it could quickly become an entirely new kind of species, which would be an advantage in a world already thrown into chaos. Our boy studies the destruction caused by the arrival of the gorilla, noting its size compared to other beasts. As the gorilla regains consciousness and roars up at the imposing eye of our protagonist, Yuziyu quickly subdues it with a neurotoxin blast from his branches, paralyzing the beast. Our hero offers the gorilla a clear choice: surrender or die. The gorilla, struggling under the effects of the toxin, promptly submits and surprises Yuziyu with its ability to speak. Skipping over the need for a name, our protagonist bestows the title King Kong upon his new subordinate and infuses it with a surge of golden energy. King Kong undergoes a dramatic transformation, growing much larger and more muscular, with a distinct red marking forming on its forehead. A system display highlights the abilities of King Kong, Berserk and Brute Force, though our hero weighs that these powers are not yet enough for the gorilla to rank among his strongest followers. Without delay, Yuziyu orders King Kong to summon its kind. The gorilla pounds its chest and releases a thunderous roar, sending out a shockwave that forces even Xiaoqing and our boy to cover their ears. In response, dozens of mutant gorillas emerge from the surrounding forest, gathering around their new leader. As the spirit orb of our protagonist glows brighter, he surveys his expanded army, recognizing the significance of this new alliance and the potential it brings to his growing domain. A fierce confrontation unfolds among shattered rock pillars in a remote mountain range as two powerful mutant beasts clash. Flash, the golden mutant ant at entry level 6, darts across the broken terrain while narrowly evading a relentless barrage of green energy beams. His opponent, a blue mantis at entry level 7, is a formidable foe with scythe-like arms and a glowing blue aura. Flash quickly realizes that despite his own confidence, he is being overpowered by the higher-level beast. As the blue mantis charges and releases a sweeping crescent of wind energy, the golden ant launches himself directly into the attack. Their collision sends a shockwave ripping through the ground, tearing slabs of earth into the air. Locked in a contest of raw strength, the two exchange a flurry of blows with sparks flying from each clash. Flash recognizes the strength of the mantis but uses a sudden burst of speed to break through its guard and land a decisive strike. The mantis collapses, paralyzed by a toxin our boy had prepared. Old Bull, the massive second brother, charges onto the battlefield out of concern for the ant's well-being. Flash quickly reassures him that he is unharmed while explaining the enemy's wind abilities and speed. As the sun begins to rise, the bull signals the end of the hunt. Afterward, the subordinates of Yuziyu begin making their way back from their hunts and gather near the base of the mountain. Flash, riding atop Old Bull, surveys the returning group but quickly realizes that the white tiger is missing. Old Bull points out that the tiger ran off immediately after capturing the blue mantis, likely hoping to bring the captive directly to the god tree to claim recognition first. As they look around, our hero also notices the emperor crocodile watching them from a distance, ready to provide backup if needed. Meanwhile, deep within the misty forest, our protagonist reflects on his cultivation. Yuziyu notes his exhaustion from depleting spirit energy and counts the branches and evolutionary points still needing improvement. The white tiger soon arrives, howling and proudly dropping off the blue mantis, now evolved to entry level 8, at the base of the tree. Our hero inspects the captive's abilities, recognizing its wind power and mimicry as valuable traits, and commends the white tiger. The blue mantis is promptly sent by Yuziyu to recover in the spirit pool. As it heals, the creature suddenly recovers and attempts to escape, but our boy swiftly subdues it with a thick root, forcing it back into the pool. Soon after, Old Bull approaches Yuziyu with a serious expression and voices his growing concern about Nine Tails, who has been missing for half a month. He admits his worry and requests permission to search for him. Our protagonist responds by acknowledging the strength of Nine Tails and reassures the bull that, although the disappearance has been long, he is unlikely to be in danger. However, Yuziyu warns that searching the desert would be extremely difficult and questions whether Old Bull is truly prepared to face the threats there. He advises that the bull should wait until he breaks through to the transcendence level before setting out. Understanding the need to become stronger, Old Bull decides to head to the Spirit Stone mine to train, hoping to use the energy-rich environment to achieve his breakthrough. Our hero silently observes this determination and notes to himself that, after accumulating spiritual power for so long, Old Bull is now on the verge of reaching a new level of strength. 3 days quickly pass as the White Tiger and Flash undergo rigorous training under the supervision of Yuziyu. His branches are fully strengthened, aided by their efforts. After these improvements, our boy decides to further push his evolution by infusing all his spiritual power into the branches to aim for further growth. As he channels his energy, the branches rapidly multiply and stretch toward the sky, unleashing a spectacular display of pink light. The resulting supernatural aurora lights up the sky above the mountains, drawing the attention of both human explorers and beasts, who gaze up in awe and confusion. Jianqin, held captive among the humans, gazes upward in a trance and recognizes the spectacle as the aurora borealis. The scene broadens to reveal that the branches of Yuziyu have multiplied and now glow with white light, stretching across the entire sky while pulsing with pink and blue energy. This brilliance leaves Jianqin overwhelmed by the beauty, while Leng Feng stands beside her, troubled by the overwhelming force above them. He worries aloud that if the branches were to fall, everything would be destroyed instantly. As the humans watch in awe and fear, Flash, the golden ant, approaches with a sense of pride. He declares that witnessing the power of our boy is an honor for the humans. Our protagonist's subordinate immediately reminds them of their precarious situation, stating that their survival hinges on their usefulness to Yuziyu. Tension flares when Qingzhao questions the ant about his apparent hatred for humans, to which Flash responds with open contempt, making it clear that his feelings go far beyond simple dislike. Meanwhile, our hero internally reflects on the heavy spiritual toll exacted by his current display of power. He realizes that the rapid drainage of spiritual energy is unsustainable, causing him to withdraw the aurora and decide that this ability must be reserved only for life or death situations. As the supernatural light fades from the sky, attention shifts underground to the mining facility, where Qingzhao oversees a group of mutant gorillas laboring with logs and stones. Yuziyu, projecting his consciousness through a black willow branch, commends Qingzhao for managing the gorillas effectively and instructs him to train them as a disciplined military unit. Qingzhao notes that the gorillas can be controlled as long as they respect his strength. Without warning, the cavern shakes violently, causing rocks to tumble from the ceiling. While Qingzhao suspects an earthquake, our protagonist quickly senses that the disturbance resembles the breakthrough of Shaoqing and suspects the bull demon is evolving. Noticing that the spiritual power is blocked by spirit stones in the tunnel, our boy acknowledges the difficulty in perceiving what is happening until a massive pillar of purple energy erupts from the tunnel, where the spirit earth stones are stored. As the intensity of the shaking grows, a huge silhouette emerges from the glowing crevice. Old Bull, now greatly enlarged, steps into view. Steam billows from his nostrils, and yellow flowers bloom instantly as a result of the bull absorbing the spirit earth stones. Our hero eagerly anticipates the complete breakthrough, which arrives with a thunderous roar that shakes the entire mountain and causes the tunnel floor to collapse. Above ground, the roots of Yuziyu are jostled, leaving him frustrated as he surveys the damage and recalls similar destruction from the breakthrough of Shaoqing. Once the dust settles, the new form of the bull becomes clear. He is now a towering beast with horns radiating golden energy and an aura more formidable than the white tiger's. Our protagonist inspects the attributes of the beast through the system interface and discovers the newly awakened gravity field ability, which allows the bull to control gravity using his connection with the earth. The magnitude of this power surprises Yuziyu, who acknowledges gravity as the world's most powerful force. Shortly after, Honey Badger and Flash approach the transformed bull in admiration, while the bull himself admits to confusion about his new strength. Our boy offers him the chance to test his abilities through combat. Flash and Blue Mantis step up to challenge the bull, moving so quickly that they become streaks of blue and yellow light across the battlefield. Yuziyu and the assembled beasts watch as the bull suddenly releases a wave of gravity that instantly demonstrates the effectiveness of its new power. Beams of energy cut through the forest as the bull demon easily evades attacks from both Flash and Blue Mantis, quickly overpowering them. He stands among the destruction in arrogance as he surveys the fallen. Observing everything, Yuziyu realizes internally that ordinary speed and sneak attacks have no effect on the bull demon and warns against any rash attempts. As the bull checks on his injured ally, Flash reports that his internal organs are crushed and his limbs are broken, though he tries to downplay the severity. At this moment, a pink mist known as the Rain of Vitality, summoned by our protagonist, envelops the wounded. This rain accelerates healing and deeply revives living beings. Our boy observes that while Flash seems stable, his internal injuries are severe. Without the Rain of Vitality, his recovery would take much longer. Soon after, Yuziyu sits calmly. Addressing the bull demon, he acknowledges the recent breakthrough and advises him to refine his abilities, promising that his power will grow much stronger in the future. Our hero reminds the bull about the promised journey to find Ninetails, urging caution and instructing him to return immediately if Ninetails is found. The bull demon bows respectfully and receives final permission to depart before heading out. Afterward, the focus shifts to a military encampment at night, where soldiers patrol anxiously near heavy trucks. They discuss the threat posed by the crocodile and the presence of transcendental forces, anticipating an imminent operation to level the mountain. The story then transitions to the Transcendental Research Institute. Inside a damaged training room, Xiaoling stands amidst the wreckage, noticing the significant changes in her powers after entering the transcendental stage. She reflects on the fusion of her physical and spiritual abilities, which have dramatically enhanced her flames. An assistant arrives to escort her to the mentors, and as they leave, the extent of the destruction she caused to the super alloy walls is revealed, impressing the assistant. Xiaoling enters a massive hangar filled with scientists and soldiers. The professor and a group of staff greet her, while a tall, silver-haired man, Li Hao, observes her with interest. Internally, Li Hao is struck by the strength and appearance of the girl, noting the waves of spiritual power emanating from her. He introduces himself confidently, but Xiaoling admits she has never heard of him. The professor laughs loudly at this exchange, while the assistant quietly explains to Xiaoling that Li Hao is a top performer who recently broke through to the transcendental stage. He comes from a wealthy family and is already a major general due to his achievements. Li Hao, attempting to recover from the awkwardness, invites Xiaoling to join the 2nd Military District, stating that she must first be tested in a fight. The scientists and assistant cheer Xiaoling on, warning her that Li Hao specializes in thunder-based attacks. Among the crowd, Yan Lengling watches with a competitive attitude, eager for Li Hao to prove himself. As the match begins, Li Hao charges forward, his body sparking with blue electricity. Xiaoling calmly summons a fire butterfly, which her opponent initially dismisses as flashy before realizing it is dangerously powerful. He attacks with a thunder-infused punch, but the fire butterfly explodes with intense heat, sending Li Hao flying and scorching him. The professor reacts enthusiastically, while the assistant is concerned by the professor's excitement. Yan Lengling shouts at Li Hao to stop holding back and push harder. Rising from the attack, Li Hao becomes enraged and envelops himself in a massive surge of electricity, determined to fight at full power. Xiaoling responds confidently, surrounded by a swarm of fire butterflies, signaling her readiness for the height of their confrontation. Xiaoling maintains her composure as she locks eyes with her opponent, Li Hao. Electricity crackles around him as he charges forward with his fist. Just as he attacks, she unleashes her power, releasing a brilliant explosion of golden butterfly-shaped energy that engulfs the stage and splinters the arena floor. Nearby, spectators react in shock, shielding themselves from the debris. Li Hao is left hunched, coughing up blood before collapsing and conceding defeat. The crowd erupts in applause for Xiaoling, while Yan Lengling glares from the audience with clear resentment. Afterwards, attention shifts to a high-tech office where a director reviews the duel footage, noting Li Hao's overwhelming loss. He orders his team to compile and secure all information on Ms. Ling. Acknowledging her strength, the director wonders aloud where stronger transcendence might be found, as even Li Hao no longer stands above the new recruits. Meanwhile, in Beiyu Gorge, Yu Ziyu continues his deep cultivation, supported by his beast companions as our boy strengthens his body in preparation for a breakthrough. In a re-expanded underground cave, an ominous red aura begins to pulse, hidden by spirit stones that block detection from anyone except Qianqin. Gifted with intuition, she feels intermittent waves of unease and investigates the cave, immediately sensing the increased strength of the sinister energy. Suddenly, thick red vines erupt and ensnare her, dragging her into the darkness as she desperately calls for help. Within his peaceful domain, our protagonist is suddenly roused from cultivation by a faint, urgent cry that he instantly recognizes as Qianqin's voice. Alarmed, our hero quickly checks his surroundings, using his roots and senses to search all the usual places she might be, but finds no sign of her presence. Realizing that she has vanished without a trace, Yu Ziyu blames the thick fog for hindering his perception and wonders if she might have left the mountains. To locate her, our boy activates his mist-sensing ability, sending waves of his spiritual energy through the gorge. This technique allows our protagonist to pinpoint her location deep within a cave hidden from ordinary senses. Extending his consciousness to the cavern's depths, Yu Ziyu discovers Qianqin ensnared and immobilized by a mutant plant monster. Recognizing the plant as a mutated blood-colored specimen from the Spirit Stone mine, our hero enters the cave with a massive, black, serpent-like branch. Sensing the creature's intense hostility, our boy immediately attacks with overwhelming force, crushing the mutant plant and putting an end to its threat. After defeating the creature, a green interface appears before Yu Ziyu, informing him that he has acquired a new ability called Seeds of Vitality. This power enables him to channel his spiritual energy to rapidly grow multiple trees at once. Our hero reflects on how this differs from his previous battles, noting that absorbing mutated plants, rather than beasts, seems to grant him unique new abilities. Considering this, our boy realizes that hunting more rare or mutated plants could further accelerate his growth and strength. As his attention shifts, he notices Qianqin's limp figure still entangled in the withering red vines. Recognizing that she did not survive the ordeal, our protagonist quietly reflects on her loss. As Qianqin lies gravely injured on the ground, her body remains tightly bound by blood-red vines. Over her, Yuzi Yu notes that these crimson growths have been trying to use her body as a vessel to escape. Witnessing her battered state, our boy resolves with measured respect to bury her where she fell. Suddenly, a violent burst of energy erupts from the girl, jolting her awake. As light floods the space, a new figure emerges. Chunkan rises, now healed and armored in green leaves with thorny vines sprouting from her back. Our protagonist reacts with shock, quickly realizing that she has formed a symbiotic contract with the blood-colored plant. As she stands, her face turns pained and she clutches her head. She questions her own nature, asking Yuzi Yu whether she is still human. Our hero tells her bluntly that she is now a plant rather than a human being, pointing out her inability to return to normal society. The weight of this transformation sinks in as she falls into silence, but our boy assures her that she can join his group and make a new home there. After a moment, Qianqin accepts, choosing her new path. The focus then moves to another section of the forest, where a mutant chameleon attacks a white tiger, piercing the tiger's chest with its tongue. The golden ant, Flash, manages to bring the tiger before Yuzi Yu, who watches the injured closely. Flash explains that the white tiger refused the Emperor Crocodile's help out of pride, preferring to fight alone. Our protagonist responds by releasing a glowing green essence of life to heal the beast. Yuzi Yu then demonstrates his new ability to rapidly grow trees, though they quickly wither once his spiritual energy dissipates. A sudden disturbance interrupts the group as Flash is struck and sent crashing through a stone wall. He quickly returns to confront the source of the attack, coming face to face with Qianqin in her transformed state. Our hero introduces her to the assembled mutants, formally naming her Thorn and assigning her the 6th rank among them. Flash immediately objects, refusing to accept a human as an equal. When he threatens to attack her, our boy swiftly subdues him, forcing the ant to acknowledge her new status. Reluctantly, Flash concedes, while Yuzi Yu notes the depth of the ant's animosity toward humans and recognizes the challenge of leading such a group. The scene shifts to a mountainous region where an armed mercenary team treks through the dense forest in search of the Emperor Crocodile. One teammate urges caution, mentioning that the Misty Mountain is a dangerous red zone teeming with fog creatures. As they press deeper, the group is suddenly startled to spot Qianqin standing high in a tree, her appearance both unexpected and bewildering to the mercenaries. Qianqin, now known as Thorn, searches the forest for spirit fruits, her arms filling with the harvest as she thinks fondly of her companions, who have gone without such treats for some time. As she stands beneath a large tree, pleased with her find, a massive mercenary emerges behind Thorn, eyeing her with greedy interest. He is drawn not only by the fruits, but by the girl's distinct mutant features and vine-covered form. Before she can react, he seizes her by the head and slams her against a tree, knocking her unconscious. The fruits fall to the ground as the mercenary lifts our protagonist's subordinate by her hair, gloating to the rest of his group about the unexpected value of his catch. Nearby, an older man in white protests in anger, but the mercenaries ignore him, focusing instead on Thorn's face and discussing her value on the black market. They treat her as a rare commodity, intent on not damaging her appearance. Several of the men begin to make crude suggestions, with one even proposing they amuse themselves before selling her. Tension rises among the group, and a female mercenary, frustrated and jealous, pushes through her companions and criticizes their behavior while focusing her spite on the captive. Approaching the unconscious Thorn, the female mercenary draws a dagger and threatens to mutilate her, intent on ruining her beauty. At that moment, the girl's body instinctively reacts. Her bloody vines ability erupts, sending thick, thorned vines whipping through the air. One vine wraps around the large mercenary's neck, lifting him off his feet, while others lash out, forcing the rest to retreat. The female mercenary, startled but observant, quickly recognizes that the mutation is recent and the powers unstable, urging her group to attack together. Suddenly, a golden flash tears into the clearing. Flash, the golden ant, arrives and immediately subdues one of the mercenaries, shocking the intruders with his ability to speak. The female mercenary quickly decides the fight is lost and abandons her team, leaving them behind as Flash accuses the group of trespassing in his master's territory. He vows that none of them will escape and transforms into a blur of motion, swiftly incapacitating the mercenaries with overwhelming force. The skirmish ends with the mercenaries broken and scattered across the ground. Thorn, regaining some awareness, sees the golden ant and recognizes his intervention. However, the situation turns again when Flash notices a small, blinking bomb attached to his body. It detonates in a violent explosion, leaving the ant badly injured and unable to move. The battered female mercenary staggers up, taunts Flash about the grenade's special design, and prepares to finish him off with a dagger. In the harsh, snowy landscape, the mercenary pins Flash to the ground, raising her blade with deadly intent. As she brings the dagger down, thick, red, vein-like roots suddenly burst from Qianqin's body. The roots impale the woman, throwing her backward. The mercenary coughs blood, her eyes wide in shock. Our protagonist's subordinate stands amidst her own massive, pulsating vines, dazed and fearful as the growths twist tightly around her, leaving her uncertain and shaken. Qianqin sits there, overcome by guilt, sobbing loudly over her first kill. The golden ant, perched on a nearby rock, scolds her for the noise. Through tears, she explains that she only wanted to earn money by gathering spiritual herbs, but now she is left with a changed body and the burden of having taken a life. Flash gazes out across the field, reflecting on the weight of taking a life and recounting his own suffering at the hands of human experiments. He tells Qianqin she acted to save him and shouldn't feel guilty for what happened. Our boy's loyal follower thanks her for her actions. Though she starts crying again, she admits his words touch her deeply. When he asks if she misses her family, she reveals she is an orphan with no one to return to. Quietly, the ant tells her she isn't alone anymore. Qianqin, comforted by these words, manages a smile through her tears. Meanwhile, deep within a glowing cavern laced with tangled roots, Yu silently observes their exchange. He realizes Qianqin has found her own resolve without him interfering. Our hero remains silent, simply watching. Soon, the story moves to a foggy forest where Leng Feng, accompanied by a large pink rabbit beast, questions if Qianqin is truly certain about her choices. With vines sprouting from her back, she insists he should prepare for what is to come. Leng Feng, frustrated, reminds her that he still has family waiting for him, making it clear he is not ready to accept her path. Next, beasts attack as the story explains that the spiritual recovery has ushered in a dark age. Inland cities are under daily siege, but the coastal regions face even greater destruction as sea beasts surge ashore, causing countless deaths. In a high-tech boardroom, the head of the China Federation assembles top officials to address the growing crisis. The director of the Inland Spiritual Power Bureau activates a hologram, showing the rapid and dangerous increase of spiritual power in the sea's depths. She explains that high concentrations of spiritual power are toxic, forcing deep-sea monsters into shallower waters. This, in turn, drives less powerful sea beasts toward coastal cities, making the global sea beast attacks unavoidable. General Zhao Jianjun questions how long this chaos will last, but the director warns that this is only the beginning. She presents another alarming graph, revealing that spiritual energy is now rising inland as well. The coming spiritual tide will trigger a second wave of mutations among land beasts, leaving inland cities vulnerable to wild animal attacks and unable to use heavy weapons for defense. The head of the Federation, after a brief pause, signals that he has something else to show. Far below the earth, the main route of Yu has reached depths of 10,000 meters. Our protagonist senses an impending catastrophe as Xiaoqing, in spirit form, joins him. They travel toward a massive, glowing core of energy beneath the ground, while our boy feels the power surging. Xiaoqing marvels at the density of spiritual power in the cavern, and our hero declares that a new cycle of evolution is starting. Back in the boardroom, officials are stunned by footage of the golden ant protecting Qianqin. They debate whether she is human or plant, and note the ant's ability to speak. The head of the Federation explains the footage came from a mercenary's eye device, and notes that other strange creatures, like the peregrine falcons and fog beasts, seem to be acting under someone's control, hinting at a hidden mastermind behind recent events. Meanwhile, at his domain, Yu inspects a glowing mechanical chip and recognizes it as a spirituality shield. He immediately suspects this device has been blocking his fog spread ability and grows wary of how advanced human technology has become. Realizing that continued deployment of these shields will prevent him from sensing life forms with his fog, our boy acknowledges the significant threat this poses. Afterward, our protagonist checks with Flash to confirm everyone's presence, receiving word that 5 are gathered. As he surveys the situation, the golden ant urgently reports a sudden appearance of strange vapors. The concern of our hero mounts as the view transitions to the sky, which is overtaken by a wave of human military helicopters. Tanks roll across the ground as an immense, disciplined human army assembles, preparing for a major confrontation. A transport helicopter soon lands, and specialists from the Transcendent Force Genetic Modification Department disembark. Among them is Yan Lengling, appearing in her mutant form with distinct cat ears. Simultaneously, the Federal Transcendental Academy organizes its ranks as well. Deep within the gorge, a small blue mutant beast rides atop a wolf and growls defensively, while the golden ant watches the growing human presence with clear hostility. Suddenly, the white tiger roars furiously. A terrified human soldier surveys the misty, towering peaks and remarks on the formidable challenge ahead. In his spiritual space, Yu observes the advancing human army and quickly realizes their movement exceeds his expectations. Suspicion grows as our boy notes Xiaoqing's silence and worries that something may have happened. Assessing the size and coordination of the force, our protagonist concludes that the human's objective is more ambitious than merely capturing the Emperor Crocodile, indicating a deeper motive behind the operation. A flashback to 5 days prior shows a high-level strategy meeting within the China Federation. The head of the Federation demands to know who controls Misty Mountain. Discussion follows about the possibility of humans domesticating mutant beasts, referencing the ability of Flash to speak human language. A scientist points out that such speech could not have been learned naturally, and a bearded analyst theorizes the existence of a powerful organization capable of genetic modification. The group highlights Bayou Gorge as the most dangerous of 8 red zones and emphasizes the urgency of eliminating key targets before the imminent second wave of the spiritual tide. The gray-haired commander presents the Bayou Gorge battle plan, timing the attack for 5 days later to strike before the beasts regain their spiritual power. Meanwhile, in a laboratory, robotic arms finish synthesizing a glowing yellow mutant elixir. The old horned scientist, pleased with the result, states that the elixir will enhance the fire control of the girl and prepares to deliver it to her. Suddenly, a shadowy manifestation of Yan Lengling appears behind him, causing visible anxiety as she questions his intentions and loyalty toward the safety of Ling. Back in the strategy room, debate erupts over the morality and scale of the upcoming battle. An official protests the use of certain technologies and the excessive deployment of troops, but the commander insists that failure will lead to uncontrollable consequences if the beasts evolve further after the spiritual tide. The bearded man notes that the battle plans remain classified for all but high-ranking officers. The commander then requests the inclusion of General Li, a formidable figure, to counter any human-level threats among the enemy. Following the meeting, the Federation constructs protective walls around neighboring cities, hoping to at least deter weaker beasts from breaking through. Attention then shifts to Z City People's Hospital, where Xiao Qing walks purposefully through the halls, her expression dark as a nurse hurries to catch up. Our protagonist's ally enters a hospital room where the old horned scientist lies gravely injured and on life support, surrounded by somber doctors. As she takes in the sight, the eyes of our hero's servant blaze intensely. The doctor ended up in the hospital because Lengling took in the elixir made from the inner crystal of the fire leopard. She went berserk as a pseudo-elementalist, and in that state, she attacked the doctor with her claws. Now in the present, Ling learns all of this and discovers that Lengling fainted before being taken into custody by the genetic unit of the military. Unexpectedly, she did not receive the death penalty because she was under the effect of drugs when she hit the doctor. Lengling is imprisoned for the time being and will be deployed to the front line soon. However, Dr. Qi is in a very terrible situation. On his deathbed, the doctor calls Ling and gives her the half-fireball, which he managed to protect. He advises her not to blame anyone for his death, and does not want her to ruin her future because of him. Therefore, Ling reluctantly nods. With that, the doctor closes his eyes and the machine beeps. Now that he is gone, Ling's eyes fill with killing intent. As she walks in the corridor, someone informs her that the head of the Second Army has ordered her to go to the new combat location. The first group of the Transcendents is already there, but Ling is in the second group. For the time being, the informer does not reveal the location of the battlefield. Later, Ling observes the area from outside from a transport helicopter. She did not know that the battlefield would take place in Bayou Gorge. After some minutes, all combatants are standing waiting for the briefing. The gray-haired commander begins his speech addressing all of them. He introduces himself as the supreme commander of this operation. According to him, this will be the first time humans launch an attack against inland beasts. Their goal is to eliminate the fog beast and the giant crocodile, plus they have to eliminate every beast they meet. He adds they cannot let their guard down, as they are unaware of the strength of the opponents. Therefore, they have prepared 30,000 personnel to overwhelm the enemies in numbers. The commander briefs his men to win at any cost so that humans can live peacefully. The codename of this operation is the Hunt. All the combatants respond in unison. On the other hand, Ling grows worried about Yuziyu. Right then, someone informs her to see General Li. Therefore, she goes to the operations department to meet General Li. Li mentions her hometown being at the foot of Bayou Canyon. He has learned that Ling and her sister were attacked in the Misty Mountain by beasts. Even though Ling survived, her sister was not that lucky. Therefore, he wants Ling to lead them to the center of the mountain, as he is certain she must want revenge. However, he learns that Ling does not remember much of the past. The general goes suspicious when she wants to know if this was the only reason for her summons. Later, our protagonist reacts in surprise when Ling reveals she is going to be Li's disciple. Yuziyu notes that her physical talent is outstanding. Therefore, anyone would like to take her as their disciple. Our hero believes the idea of her joining the general is good. After that, our boy gets to know that the army is attacking the mountain tomorrow. After a brief pause, Yuziyu states there is always a solution for a problem. No living being wants to die, but unfortunately things do not work out as they wish. Our protagonist would like to stay neutral, however something like that is impossible. As the human army is almost ready to launch an attack, our hero on the other hand starts giving a briefing to his beast army. Yuziyu announces they will be facing war soon. If they lose, then all of them will die. Even after winning, they will lose some companions. But those who survive will be able to live without any worry of humans in the future. Therefore, our boy wants them to prepare to die and fight with all they have. Yuziyu considers tomorrow's battle a crucial one, which will determine their future. All beasts roar confidently, ready for the battle. On the other hand, Leng Feng thinks of running away with his little treasures in the midst of the chaos. The day of the battle arrives, and the human army stands ready to attack. Meanwhile, Ling grows worried seeing an overwhelming number of troops. Right then, the scared guy approaches and reveals that their combat team is divided into 3 groups. The other 2 groups have massive numbers as well, as a high number of troops has been deployed to surround the hills so no beast can sneak into the city. Suddenly, another fighter comments that deploying 50,000 people is quite unnecessary. However, the scared fighter insists this is necessary because, in the past, he saw a 4th-level mutant antelope wipe out 100 men of a rescue army unit. He presses that if a mere 4th-level beast can cause this much damage, then the beasts in the mountain area can cause unimaginable destruction, as level 4 creatures are just food for them. Therefore, the scared man believes it is a great plan to overwhelm those beasts in numbers. Meanwhile, Ling can only worry about Yuziyu. On the other hand, a meeting is underway where the special commander gives a briefing. He has divided the operation into 3 directions. The middle troops are the main attackers, while the left and right forces are in an encircling position. He has planned to use tanks to open the way. After that, the transcendental troops will act as their main force to surround and neutralize the target. The commander instructs his men to equip themselves with spiritual power devices, which will suppress their spiritual energy and body smell so the beasts will not notice them. The battle begins, and all 3 forces march forward as they blast their way through. One soldier, however, gets worried that this will cause a wildfire on the mountain, but another explains it is a tactic to lure a large number of beasts to one place. Meanwhile, Li emerges and advises the soldiers to focus on their work. The soldiers realize it is General Li, who is one of the strongest generals in the Federation. This single man has the power equivalent to a whole army. The soldiers are stunned as Li jumps off from a great height. In the meantime, their passage opens up and all soldiers advance forward. But to their surprise, one of the routes belonging to our hero attacks them. Other beasts howl as they emerge along the route. From afar, Ling can see it is a route belonging to our protagonist. Panic erupts among the soldiers as they report to their commander about the sudden appearance of trees and the fog beast. Simultaneously, the commander receives the same report from the right and left wings. The commander grows terrified as soon as he observes the situation from the base camp. On the other hand, Yuziyu has decided not to let them into his territory. Right then, the commander demands to know the number of fog beasts and trees before ordering his assistant to send Air Force support to the left and right wings. Meanwhile, highly advanced human machinery fires at the beasts. However, their machinery is soon blocked by the roots of our boy. Next, a number of mutant gorillas appear and start attacking the machinery with huge rocks. With that, the beast army overwhelms the human army in strength. Yuziyu is satisfied by the results. However, our hero receives a report that an enemy is nearby, but our protagonist does not care much about it. Somewhere else, army personnel are moving with laser-equipped weapons, and they soon encounter mutated beasts. In the briefing room, the commander reflects that they have a total of 50,000 troops, including 100 tanks, 75 helicopters, 1,000 transcendental soldiers, and 2,000 soldiers in the genetic force. He reminds Li that their priority is not to eliminate the giant crocodile, but to uncover the organization behind the scenes. Although they have stationed the army away from the foggy area, the beasts are now fighting on the front lines. The commander is certain about one thing: their opponent's leader is quite powerful and possesses the strength of a first-order transcendent or above. With 23 hours and 41 minutes remaining in combat, he wants Li to make sure to uncover all the mysteries of the mountain in time. Meanwhile, on the left wing, soldiers have a tough time fighting against Thorn. Bai, the white tiger, enters the scene and eliminates the human soldiers. Thorn sits atop the tiger, ordering it to focus on the enemies ahead. Unexpectedly, a bomb falls upon them and blasts. Lengling and her fighting partner Lion appear. Both are from the Transcendental Genetics Department. Lengling confidently predicts eliminating Bai and Thorn with just one punch, but then she realizes that Thorn was mentioned in the mission as well. Lion states that the shells fired just now were specially made to counter mutant beasts, yet he is surprised to see Bai is not affected at all. On the other hand, Lengling plans to catch Thorn to seize some information. With that, Lion decides to take care of the mutant tiger, while he instructs her to deal with Thorn. Somewhere else, Golden Monkey beats up a soldier. Armored Warthog eliminates 3 soldiers simultaneously, while Honey Badger is also busy dealing with the troops. In just a short time, the trio stands tall after defeating a number of soldiers. After a small celebration, Golden Monkey spots a Transcender approaching. Unfortunately, the monkey gets hit by a poisonous lash. That purple-haired Transcender boasts that the creature will die within minutes. Right then, Warthog moves quickly to attack the enemies, but those Transcendents dodge while one female Transcender hits the beast with her hammer. The enemy group contains Thunder Ray, Hammer Girl, and Venomous Scorpion. As the group starts approaching the beast, Badger jumps up to launch an attack. Thunder Ray mocks the creature for its bravery, but little do the enemies know, the Badger unleashes a thunderbolt. All 3 Transcendents get struck by lightning. In this way, the tides of the battle change, and the side of the beasts gets the upper hand. Locusts are arthropods, and there are more than 10,000 known species in the world. Even though one is not harmful to humans, they become overwhelming when they attack in high numbers. No matter how powerful humans are, they will feel overwhelmed. Right now on the battlefield, Golden Monkey is coughing. These monkeys typically have the ability to absorb all beneficial substances from others, a power called extreme absorption. But once toxins enter, extreme absorption rejects the toxic substances as there is no way to purify them. Hence, this makes the primate feel extreme pain. Soon, more soldiers arrive near the trio. They start shooting bullets at them, but they quickly realize they need to switch to special bullets designed for high-level beasts. As Honey Badger and Armored Warthog tackle the enemy, the mutant monkey gets spotted by a new transcendent. As the monkey is this close to being hit, Warthog comes in and takes the hit instead. Both the monkey and the badger get teary. Soon the Warthog gets its heart crushed by the transcendent, and Golden Monkey cries out loud. Meanwhile, Honey Badger receives a powerful blow from another transcendent as more transcendents arrive at the scene. The monkey, being in pain, still tries fighting back, but right then, the badger grabs the primate and retreats. On their way back, the badger feels sharp pain because it got hit by a transcendent a couple of minutes ago. Somewhere else, Flash and the Green Mantis break through a number of soldiers as they move ahead. The Mantis reminds Flash to slow down, or else he will be exhausted quickly. However, Flash is filled with rage as he just wants to eliminate every single human. At the same time, on the left wing side, Bai and Thorn are fully exhausted. Lion and Lingling are exhausted as well. Even though Thorn's group has eliminated hundreds of their enemies, more enemy reinforcements arrive. Lion is certain that the Beast group will not last longer, as they now have only one tiger left. He has seen Bai protecting Thorn, therefore he decides to use her as bait. Meanwhile, Thorn clearly sees Bai cannot last long, as the shells have caused the tiger significant damage. She is well aware that if not for the tiger, she would have been caught. Unfortunately, Transcendental reinforcement arrives as well, and their high-level Transcendent Gullah is among them. He mocks Lion for still struggling to fight the tiger. Meanwhile, Thorn is on her edge, wondering how long this battle will last. She is also getting bad vibes from Gullah, as she feels an overwhelming amount of spiritual power coming from him. He orders the troops to continuously attack, as sooner or later the beast side will lose. This time, he orders every single Transcendent to attack at the same time. Thorn's group still keeps resisting, but unfortunately, Lingling throws flash bombs right at Thorn. Then, getting the opportunity, the woman attacks with her claws. The air forces are still active on the front lines. Even though they drop bombs one after another, the roots of Yuzu remain unaffected. Guerrillas keep charging at the soldiers while the Falcons attack the enemy air forces. Meanwhile, our protagonist knows a missile of this caliber cannot penetrate him. Unexpectedly, right in that moment, Lee finally arrives near our boy. On the other hand, Thorn receives a heavy blow. Lingling clearly notes Thorn smells exactly like Ling, which makes her sick. Before she can finish off Thorn, Bai hits her and throws her away. Lying on the ground, Lingling cries out in pain. Meanwhile, Bai surprisingly starts speaking. He instructs Thorn to find our hero. He reminds her that there are many transcendental forces here, and if she does not leave, then everyone will die. However, Thorn protests. Bai then howls loudly, which prompts her to retreat. As she runs away, a couple of transcendents start chasing her, but her comrades protect her as the enemies try attacking. As a result, the crane and the wolf receive heavy blows. As her comrades are fighting to their death, Thorn grits her teeth and pushes herself to move forward without looking back. Next, a transcendent lands a heavy blow at the crane. The thing is, the crane never wanted to go and fight. It has no emotional attachment to those two girls. It does not understand why living beings who are dead need to be mourned like this. But in the end, the crane went and lost terribly. Cranes live in flocks consisting of several families. They were once an endangered species, but with the revival of spiritual energy, they have escaped extinction. After experiencing a terrible incident with the war axe snake, the creature started living under the protection of the willow tree. During that time, it was happy having a home. Gradually, it understood the determination of revenge after interacting with different creatures. The more it understood, the more painful it became, and it started feeling ashamed of its own powerlessness. Therefore, the creature made up its mind to go all out when the same type of crisis hit again. Unexpectedly, the crane starts talking, yelling that it will not let them pass. Meanwhile, Bai is also fighting those humans. Now, both Bai and the crane stand side by side opposite the human forces. Gullah orders his forces to eliminate the beasts. Bai recalls what Yuzu said to him in the past. Our hero stated he is pursuing greater power. Therefore, he believed that he will never lose in terms of fighting skill. But our boy reminds him that the power of flesh is not everlasting, as physical strengths dissipate over time. So, our protagonist instructed him to work on sharpening his mind. Yutsuyu wanted Bai to train himself to have the courage to never retreat when facing a powerful opponent, and to have the moral strength to bear every burden. These are the things which will be useful for Bai in the future because Bai is the king of beasts. Later, as Flash finds Bai, he sees the tiger standing on top of dead human bodies. The question is, when exactly do a king's instincts start showing in tigers? Is it from their mother? Or does it come when they achieve their first successful solo hunt? Or is it when they nearly dodge death for the first time and show steadfast bravery? It is none of those. Instead, Bai is still refusing to let go of his pride. Suddenly, the blue ant starts crying as it notices Bai's skin on the right side is completely peeled off. Flash's eyes also fill with tears as his hate for humans increases even more. He cries out in pain, questioning how many important things these humans will take from him. On the other side of the mountains, Honey Badger finally finds a place to take care of Golden Monkey. Unfortunately, they soon hear humans coming their way. Therefore, with a heavy heart, the badger leaves the monkey there and runs off to take care of the humans. On the other hand, the approaching transcendental group decides to eliminate the badger no matter what, as it is one of their biggest threats. Right from behind, the badger attacks one of the transcendents. Right then, one transcendent hits him, while another lands a heavy hammer on him, and the badger ends up hitting the ground. But as that big hammer girl lifts her weapon, she learns the badger has gone into the earth. As the transcendents decide to find him, the badger comes out from the ground to hit one of them. Sadly, he feels a sharp pain. Soon, the transcendent that he hit lands a heavy blow on him. The blow is so powerful that the ground under them bursts open. As a result, the badger is in a very terrible state. That same transcendent hits the badger continuously until he throws the creature away forcefully. Now the badger's body is trembling in pain and is covered with blood. Meanwhile, the transcendents decide to finish him off so they can eliminate other beasts as well. On the other hand, the badger wishes to ask Ling for more meat because it was really delicious. Unfortunately, all four transcendents hit him simultaneously. Taking his last breath, the badger takes a couple of bombs from his mouth. A huge explosion emerges as a result. That is how the badger, along with those four transcendents, meets his end. Meanwhile, the Emperor Crocodile is on the move. After losing its life, the badger arrives in the afterlife where he finds Ling. Seeing her makes his eyes teary. He hugs her tightly and cries his heart out. After that, both of them go together, holding each other's hands. In reality, Golden Monkey finds the dead body of the badger. Nearby, a transcendent calls for help. He curses the badger, wanting to skin the creature alive and vowing not to let the matter go even after the beast has died. The monkey immediately hits him hard. Hearing those disgusting words, the primate is in complete pain and rage. The transcendent guy begs for mercy and swears he will not come back to this forest again. This only makes the monkey angrier and more pained. Therefore, he starts hitting the man to death. Eliminating that disgusting transcendent, the monkey carries away the badger's body. On the way back, the wound on his body continuously bleeds. Eventually, he reaches the dead body of Warthog. There, he remembers the time they spent together. Sitting between the dead bodies of his buddies, the monkey also meets the same fate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Thorn is on her way back to find Yuzi. Unexpectedly, she senses Bai approaching her. But as soon as she looks back, she finds Langling wearing the white tiger's skin. The woman disgustedly remarks that the fur feels very warm. Thorn screams in pain as she sends her stems toward Langling. Unfortunately, Langling dodges all of them and directly grabs Thorn. Unexpectedly, a blast erupts, which makes Langling jump back and leaves the skin in Thorn's hand. The blast is the result of Feng and Qingquan. Langling receives a big shock as she learns there are humans who have joined the organization there. However, Gullah decides to capture them to interrogate later. This time, he himself wants to take care of their opponents. On the other hand, Lee and our protagonist are face to face. Lee feels that our boy is the leader here, and Yuzi nods proudly. Lee then thinks that they knew all along that some incredible beasts were in existence, but meeting one in real life feels incredible. He then mentions that he did not expect our hero to admit it directly. He demands to know if our protagonist is behind those fog beasts. Turns out, Lee is an extraordinary second-order transcendent, and his special ability is sword chi alchemy, which also helps him to consume his opponent's lifespan. Our boy nods as he reveals he is the one who created all of this, stating humans should not have come here. But Lee reminds Yuzi that it was the beasts who had taken away the places where humans lived. Therefore, they need to eliminate our hero to attain peace. Yuzi simply calls him arrogant. Seeing this as beyond negotiation, our protagonist suggests fighting. As soon as Lee tries attacking with his sword, our boy breaks the blade into pieces with a root. After that, Yuzi wraps his roots around Lee tightly. Before the war in a meeting, the special commander shows everyone the spot where the giant crocodile was last spotted. However, the area is now covered with fog. Then, he shows everyone a picture of the Misty Mountain before the spiritual energy revival. Everyone in the meeting clearly sees the gorge, and they suspect that it is the enemy hiding place. The special commander implies that this organization may not be controlled by humans after all. Next, he shows a picture taken by an observation drone, which was shot down by a fog beast immediately after. However, the picture includes the presence of some unidentified beasts. After restoring the image through technology, they see a mutated tree clearly in the picture. Everyone suspects the tree is evolving the beasts. The commander further reveals that in just half a year of spiritual energy revival, that tree beast has controlled various creatures and made the giant crocodile obedient. The commander suspects the strength of Yuzi will not be lower than a first-level transcendent. Furthermore, the tree has manipulated various beasts and evolved humans, and it has even learned the human language. However, they cannot be sure of this until General Lee goes to the enemy's location. One thing is for sure, this time they are not confronting a human, but newly awakened intelligent monsters. Now in the present, our boy throws Lee away with a hard hit. As a result, Lee is sitting with his knees down, missing his shades. After hitting him, our protagonist points a sharp root directly at his neck. Our hero then reminds him of his boastful statement about winning this place. However, now that he is kneeling, Yuzu clearly states that his intention is not fighting with humans. He offers Lee a chance to retreat, promising they will never invade human territory in return. But Lee does not trust his words. He gets up, revealing that the soldiers are equipped with spiritual power isolation devices, which isolate spiritual energy within a 5-meter radius. Hence, the spiritual power of the comrades of our boy has been cut off. They cannot perceive the fog emitting from Yuzu. Furthermore, all the beasts who were targeting human soldiers have been killed. From honey badger to white tiger, all of them are dead in this mountain. Lee claims only a large elephant remains, and the humans are a group of ants which will bite him to death. However, our protagonist is well aware that this war cannot be won without sacrifices, but that does not mean they are afraid of death. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the Falcons are slowing down as they destroy enemy air forces one after another. Plus, Qingquan is on the verge of death in Gulla's hand. Meanwhile, our boy reminds Lee that this world belongs to everyone, so they cannot give up just now. Surviving and fighting is the only thing they can do right now. In the meantime, Emperor Crocodile spots the dead bodies of the trio, which makes its eyes teary in pain. Our hero has decided to fight until the end, even if they face hatred. He directly asks Lee if this world only belongs to humans. Yuzi considers it a joke that humans have started a war, but when they are unable to eliminate him, they demand he stop without taking revenge. Our protagonist elaborates that they do not need anyone's approval to live where they want, as this world belongs to all living beings. Meanwhile, the giant crocodile roars heavily. Right then, Flash arrives to help the group of Thorn. With that, he has finally found the people who eliminated Bai. Every human enemy recognizes him as the Golden Ant. Meanwhile, Green Mantis also makes an entry by finishing off some human soldiers. Gulla is surprised to see another fast-moving intelligent beast. Seeing the situation change, Lengling tries to escape, but Flash goes after her. Unfortunately, Gulla counters him and Flash is thrown away. Green Mantis comes in to counter Gulla, but sadly gets its arm broken when Gulla unleashes his Bi-Shadow Impact ability. Flash, however, fills with rage and looks at Gulla with killing intent. Turns out, Gulla is an extraordinary genetic division level 1 transcendental. Flash, filled with hatred, lands a powerful blow on Gulla. As Gulla remains fully unaffected, Flash continuously tries to strike him, yet Gulla dodges every attack. Flash moves so fast that even Mantis cannot see him. Right then, Flash attacks his opponent with a powerful move, but to his surprise, that move does not even penetrate Gulla's skin. In return, the ant receives a strike directly. Mantis flies toward him in panic, but luckily Qingquan grabs Gulla from behind while Leng Feng lands a powerful blow from above. Unfortunately, Gulla's body converts into a number of bats, allowing him to escape. From behind, Thorn tells them to look for the bat with the red eyes. Therefore, Mantis strikes the red-eyed bat. Before the injured creature can fall to the ground, Flash grabs it and slams it hard into the earth. Qingquan wonders if they have won, but right then, a powerful explosive energy emits from the bat, which is actually Gulla's Shadow Impact ability. In the meantime, Qingquan pushes away Leng Feng and takes the hit instead. As the smoke fades away, Gulla transforms back into his original body, but he is injured heavily. The move he just used requires an incredible amount of energy. On the other hand, Qingquan is heavily injured and lies unconscious. Meanwhile, Flash is shocked to see Mantis lying there with only the left side of its body remaining. The insect sacrificed itself to protect Flash. In the meantime, Gulla approaches Flash to finish him off. However, as soon as he lands his strike, Thorn takes the attack instead. With tears in her eyes, she sadly sacrifices herself to protect her fifth brother. After that, Gulla reveals the war would stop once he reports this to their officials. However, he states he will not report back because he is enjoying the killing so much. He decides to eliminate every single one of them, adding that Qingquan and Thorn were only appetizers. Suddenly, Leng Feng lands a strike on Gulla and yells at Flash to run away with Mantis. Unexpectedly, rats come out of the ground to deal with Gulla. In the meantime, Mantis insists that Flash run away and let the humans kill each other. Flash recalls his past, when all of his fellow ants were massacred. He accepted his fate that he will also die one day because living as an ant means their fate is cheaper than paper. Now in the present, Flash is still determined to fight even knowing he cannot win. However, Mantis grabs him to remind him he stands no chance. Flash gets all teary as he decides to protect this place so they do not die in vain, as he believes there is no difference between dying and running away. Seeing Flash not backing off, Mantis insists he eat it and allow it to be his power. However, Flash grows confused. The insect explains that its mother ate its father before giving birth. That is how the father became the mother's strength. Flash protests as he does not want Mantis to suffer such a death. However, Mantis insists the decision is its own, choosing to increase the ant's strength and speed with its power. While crying, Flash still feels reluctant to do that because he does not want to lose yet one more friend. Meanwhile, Gullah strikes down a number of rats. With great internal pain, Feng aims to strike down Gullah. In the meantime, Mantis, while coughing blood, insists Flash move aside from his stubbornness. It gives a reminder that, coming all the way here, they have not found a single living comrade. All of them are dead. Mantis has always considered Flash its friend, and this is the fate it has chosen for itself. Hence, with no choice left, Flash does as the Mantis wants. Meanwhile, Feng receives a heavy blow as he chooses to protect a rat. Gullah, however, only mocks him for protecting a mutant rat. After eliminating Feng, Gullah goes for the rat. At that very moment, Flash makes his entrance with an upgraded body to block Gullah's attack. Gullah clearly notes the ant's body has changed, and the aura has become stronger as well. Now Flash is at entry level 9. This makes Gullah think the creature has no chance against a transcendental being of the first level. He remarks that Flash made a stupid decision choosing to stay even when his comrade risked its life for him. But to his surprise, Flash appears behind him with incredible speed. Furthermore, Flash dodges the cloak impact attack. Surprisingly, Flash has collected all of the dead bodies of the rats in an instant and placed them along with Feng. He knows Feng risked his life to save them, even when the human's heart was never truly on the side of their master. Seeing his fallen comrades, Flash decides to avenge them all. On the other hand, Gullah swears to make Flash regret living. All of his arrogance shatters when Flash lands a punch at him. As Gullah falls back to the ground, Flash tells him to get up because he wants to torture him endlessly. Gullah is confused seeing how powerful Flash has become, wondering how even at entry level 9, the ant is able to surpass a first level transcendent. Unexpectedly, Gullah transforms again and emits a strong aura. With that, he hits Flash directly. Flash luckily counters the attack, but then his opponent attacks him continuously. Gullah is 100% sure that Flash is going to die in his hands, believing strength is more important than speed in a fight. But to his surprise, Flash appears from the smoke to deliver a powerful blow. Flash lands a powerful punch on Gullah. Feeling great pain, Gullah emits a swirl of bats towards his opponent. Luckily, Flash dodges the attack, but the swirl ends in a massive explosion. It turns out this is Gullah's special technique, a bomb made of bats. Knowing Flash will dodge anyway, Gullah decides to annihilate the surrounding comrades with these explosives. Therefore, Flash decides to strike down every single bat. Gullah believes our protagonist cannot handle the task, as there are more than 13,000 bats in the air. He sends the entire swarm toward him. With the help of Mantis's power, our hero begins sending the bats back one after another. As a result, they explode on Gullah's side, causing him to fall. In midair, Flash delivers a heavy blow that sends Gullah crashing forcefully into the ground. Before his opponent can react, our boy grabs Gullah's head and delivers a powerful strike. The ground explodes as heavy smoke spreads through the area. In the next moment, Gullah runs for his life, admitting he cannot keep up with Flash. He grows frantic, wondering how a mere entry-level 9 can match a first-level transcendent. In a rage, Gullah tries to land a powerful blow, but he fails as Flash appears right behind him. He aimlessly tries to hit Flash, but he only receives a powerful punch in return. Finding a brief opportunity, he grabs Flash's arm and hits him hard. Receiving the blow, Flash recalls Yuzu reminding him that not everyone is bad. Our hero predicted that Flash would change his opinion of human beings in the future and become a true companion to them. Now in the present, Flash blocks Gullah's powerful attack. He recalls how humans have eliminated his comrades, offended their master, and invaded their territory. To our protagonist, all of this is unforgivable. Full of hatred, Flash punches Gullah right in the face and slams him into the dirt. The ground breaks apart as heavy smoke fills the area. Now Flash looks down at the fallen body of his opponent with nothing but pure hatred. Unfortunately, Flash's body explodes slightly. He figures out that his body is currently unable to control this much strength, as this power does not actually belong to him. As he continues walking, his form starts shattering. Reaching his fallen comrades, he announces that he has successfully avenged them. Even though it is late, he admits it was great knowing them, and they seem to feel better. Meanwhile, Flash's body begins disintegrating as he apologizes to his master for finally taking a rest. Somewhere else, Ling runs for her life. Unexpectedly, she finds Ling, who is actually Qing, standing in her way. Ling watches her with pure hatred, while Ling did not expect her to appear so suddenly. Deciding to kill her eventually, Ling reveals to Ling that the situation is not good. She notes that the beasts and transcendentals are still fighting, so she instructs Ling to join the forces to give them a helping hand. As soon as Ling tries to cross her, she receives a heavy blow from Ling. In anger, Ling questions if she wants to die, but Ling reveals Ling will be the one to perish. Ling asks if she really means that, and Ling nods with clear killing intent. Noting she is serious, Langling tries to calm her down by stating they should work together to eliminate the beasts instead of fighting each other. However, Ling is not on the same page. This prompts Langling to explain that she was under the influence of a drug when she attacked the doctor. Ignoring the explanation, Ling lands a punch on her face. As a result, Langling slams into the ground with a broken nose. With rage, Ling reveals that even though she promised Yuzuyu not to kill her, she will not stop the beating. This prompts Langling to activate her power as she jumps straight at Ling to land an attack. However, Ling lands a punch, unleashing Flame Fist. Langling is injured badly and hits the ground hard. Next, Ling uses Fire Butterfly to burn her in the flames. Slamming into the ground again, the heavily injured Langling begs for her life. Ignoring the pleas, Ling summons her sword and pierces through both of Langling's hands, pinning them to the ground. Deciding not to let her go easily, our hero's disciple lets two wolves deal with her. Langling goes pale in fear, then starts cursing Ling as she realizes her fate. However, it is too late as the wolves soon begin devouring her. After defeating Langling, Ling, who is actually Qing, is extremely exhausted. Still, she moves forward to find Yuzuyu. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the beasts and the human army continue to clash. Every animal and each of the roots belonging to our boy fights through blasts and flames. On the other hand, the special commander orders the deployment of all incendiary bombs. The army fires the bombs toward the animals, injuring many of them along with the roots. However, the roots heal themselves instantly. As a result, the commander orders a continuous bombardment until the roots lose all spiritual power to repair themselves. Furthermore, he notes the roots cannot reach the missile launchers, so the machines begin deploying bombs from a distance. Meanwhile, 3 falcons try to reach the bombing machines, but all 3 are struck down. Unexpectedly, another falcon emerges and destroys a missile truck right behind the human soldiers. Suddenly, the soldiers feel an earthquake. To their surprise, this is actually the work of the Emperor Crocodile, who emerges to attack them. The human soldiers begin shooting continuously at the giant crocodile. Seeing the beast, a lady in the observation room believes that this time they will surely defeat it. Even though the soldiers fire at him, the Emperor Crocodile is not affected at all. Instead, he uses Sonic Blade, blowing away many soldiers and Transcendentals under the impact. The remaining soldiers try their very best to keep the crocodile away from their commander. On the other hand, the commander orders everyone to stand back and instructs the Air Force to fire muscle-paralyzing bombs. Even though the crocodile burns under the bombs, he spots the commander standing in front. Right then, a root belonging to our protagonist destroys the helicopters deploying the bombs. Meanwhile, the crocodile jumps toward the commander. Before he can reach him, a bomb lands right in the beast's eye. A huge blast erupts, but as the smoke clears, the Emperor Crocodile emerges totally fine. Thinking that the commander is the human's master, the crocodile decides to eliminate him to end everything. As he is about to devour the commander, the officer remains determined not to lose and orders his forces to fire everything at the crocodile. In the headquarters, their spiritual missile is ready as humanity's last resort. They plan to use it even if General Li is unable to handle the leader of the beasts. An assistant there informs an official that they haven't received any update from Li for 1 hour. Meanwhile, Li is in a very bad condition. Yuzuyu, on the other hand, declares that Li can't win against him. However, Li is determined not to back off from this fight. Right then, our boy decides to show his true strength before finishing off Li. The general is clearly in shock as he comes to know that our protagonist wasn't using his full power. Right then, Yuzuyu screams as he unleashes his full power. Huge spine-like structures start emerging from the ground. Meanwhile, Li can't process how much spiritual power our hero can emit. Next, the powerful roots of Yuzuyu start destroying the nearby ground with huge force. Li gets frustrated as he admits the tree was very powerful before and is now even stronger. Therefore, he decides to eliminate him no matter the cost, or else he will become a great threat in the future. With no choice left, he swallows a pill. The pill transforms his body. His plan is to destroy the tree before the pill's effect goes away. He vows to destroy our boy even if it costs his life. The system informs our protagonist that his opponent's strength has increased, but his health has gone down. Now Li has reached mid-3rd level spiritual. On the other hand, Yuzuyu is all fired up for the battle. Furthermore, he is at 2nd level spiritual. Suddenly, he uses his landslide skill, which sends a number of huge spines toward Li. However, Li dodges and moves back. He notes that our hero wants to create distance between them so he can fight a long-range battle. He decides to close the distance. Therefore, while closing the distance, Li slashes through all the hurdles with his cane and reaches near our boy. However, our protagonist counters Li with his branches. Right then, he hits Li with his earth punch. As a result, Li is thrown away. However, he controls himself and slashes through the roots and the spines using his 10,000 swords. As soon as he sends those swords towards Yuzuyu, our hero counters by lifting his spines with a root. After slamming the spines on the ground, our protagonist sends his willow leaf flying knives towards Li. Meanwhile, Qing is on her way to reach her master. On the other hand, at the president's office, the president receives a report that a giant crocodile has attacked the front line. Furthermore, there is no news about what happened to the commander. Now the director of the supernatural unit has temporarily taken over the commander's position. The president starts to sweat as he asks if the spiritual missile is ready yet. His assistant reveals it is fully ready, and they are planning to use it after General Lee escapes. However, they have lost contact with him since he stepped into the mountain. They only know that he is fighting against the opponent's leader. Back in the fight, Yu regenerates his damaged roots. This prompts Lee to increase his power, because fighting like this makes no difference. Therefore, he plans to act fast and destroy the tree's core. He also increases his speed as he goes for the core of our boy. Plus, he has now reached Transcendent 3rd level. As soon as his cane reaches really close to the face of our hero, the ground beneath them breaks apart. When the smoke clears up, Lee gets shocked to find that our protagonist has countered his attack. Meanwhile, Yu wonders if this is truly the power of the 3rd level. Lee's strength is almost at the 3rd level, yet he was only able to crack the core of Yu. However, Lee is still determined to protect his people, so he decides to continue the fight. But our hero yells as he questions if his people deserve to die. Our protagonist asks if their lives are inferior to humans. Landing a blow on Lee, Yu reflects that humans have sent hunters and an army to eliminate them all to protect humanity. However, the beasts never invaded or destroyed any village or city. Our boy gets frustrated as he wonders if humans have a right to destroy them just because they are afraid of them. No one has given them the authority. Suddenly, General Lee receives a message through his transmission device. He is instructed to leave the area because the spiritual missiles are going to launch soon, as he has exceeded the time for the battle. He is advised to move 10 kilometers away. However, Lee refuses. He admits that being a 3rd stage transcendent is not enough for a 2nd level beast, but he decides to defeat it. On the other hand, Lao Zhao reminds him he is needed for other important things. Therefore, they can't afford to lose him. Lao orders him to come back. With no other option, Lee decides not to continue the fight. He reveals to our protagonist the truth about the spiritual missile which is coming there. It will destroy the whole place, and this is a destruction which can't be stopped no matter what. Lee reveals his mission was to find the mastermind behind the scenes and eliminate them to take control of the mountains. However, the time limit to defeat him was 60 minutes. The thing is, if a beast cannot be defeated by a top-level transcendent within 1 hour, his side will be defeated due to exhaustion. Also, they didn't want to use that spiritual missile as well. The spiritual power of that missile is close to 1 million. Even though its radiation is not as strong as nuclear weapons, the affected area eventually will become an extinction zone. It was originally made to expand the area for human activities, but now they themselves will suffer losses in this process. The missile is their last resort. Meanwhile, the spiritual missile is launched, and Lee starts moving away. He yells that immobility is the biggest failure of Yu. The missile is on its way toward the mountain. Meanwhile, our hero yells for his roots to come back. Therefore, all the roots from the front line start moving back. The missile unfortunately reaches really close to our protagonist. Determined not to die, Yu gathers all of his roots to make a shield for himself. Sadly, the missile pierces through his roots and damages his core as well. Roots get destroyed completely, and the ground beneath him also tears apart. Passing through his core, the missile goes straight underneath him. As the missile explodes, the ground breaks apart. Meanwhile, our boy recalls the faces of his comrades and plans not to let them die. Our hero cries as he wishes for everyone to survive together. But unfortunately, as the missile explodes, the entire mountain, including Yu, gets destroyed. The mountain area is severely damaged, and the destruction is clearly visible from the front line. Meanwhile, the president receives a report that the missile hit the target, and the mission is successful. In the mountain area, Lee coughs up blood, feeling highly exhausted. Right then, a transcendental group arrives to help him. They inform Lee that the military has started retreating and explain that the army was fighting the remaining beasts. The soldiers eliminated any creatures in their way and fled from those that were too powerful. However, the giant crocodile caused them great loss, destroying almost every tank and helicopter. Furthermore, it eliminated thousands of soldiers along with the commanding officer. Luckily, the creature was finally taken down by thousands of missiles. Now the mastermind has also been destroyed by Lee in the final missile strike. Because of this, there are no powerful beasts left in the mountains, and the spiritual energy in the area drops from 300,000 to 1,000. Suddenly, Ching emerges from the smoke, looking at the group with murderous intent. She cries in pain because she cannot sense the presence of Yu at all. Lee and the group grow confused listening to her statement. Ching activates her spirit as she considers Lee the culprit. Right then, a fellow transcendental yells at her to retract her spiritual energy, but she slams him hard. She reveals that the tree they destroyed was actually our boy. The scared transcendental reacts sharply as he learns she was the traitor in the army, but Ching effortlessly eliminates him with her centipede. Lee is shocked as he figures out that the centipede was absorbed by her after all. When the remaining transcendentals plan to attack her together, Lee stops them because he decides to deal with her alone. At that moment, Ching gives him a heavy blow. Unfortunately, it has no effect on Lee. He feels betrayed as he never hoped for her to be the person he was looking for. He feels heartbroken because she was such a promising person. Ignoring him, she activates the Spiritual Empress ability. However, Lee reminds her that she cannot defeat a third-level Transcendental while being only a first level. Both of their attacks clash, covering the area in heavy smoke. After the exchange, Lee stands tall, while Ching is heavily injured. General Lee demands she stop the fight because she will die if she continues. However, she looks at him with a deadly stare. When Ching begins activating another ability, Lee lands a strike to stop her. He decides he will raise her like his own daughter, but only if she stops and joins his side. Naturally, she furiously shuts him up. Anger fills Lee as he aims his sword toward her. Out of nowhere, two beast wolves appear and bite him. Going into a dark space, Yuziyu notes everyone has died, including White Tiger, Baldhead, Monkey, Boar, and Dazzle. This loss makes our protagonist feel alone again. However, he hears Ching's voice calling him her dad. Listening to her voice burns something inside our hero. Meanwhile, on the battleground, Lee is being bitten by the wolves. Sadly, he strikes them with his blade, and as a result, the wolves die. Ching screams in pain as she recalls the faces of her comrades and master. On the other hand, Lee can feel how much his body is getting weaker. Next, Ching yells at her enemies to make them realize how they just erase something when they cannot find a solution to a problem. In great pain, she wonders why they always solve everything with war. Her tears cover her face as she wonders if the beast's only fault is that they are living. However, Lee does not back off. He states that those creatures only know how to speak human language and do not act like humans do. He believes there is no guarantee whether or not they will attack cities. Even if there is a tiny bit of danger, they cannot let it happen. Lee considers his side as not doing anything wrong. Therefore, he gathers his energy to make Ching accompany the dead beasts. But before he can land his attack, Yuziyu emerges out of nowhere. Everyone is shocked. His body is in a completely different shape, and he can move freely. Our protagonist completely destroys the ground beneath them, appearing heavily in rage. On the other hand, Ching realizes it is indeed her master. Yu only demands the Transcendentals stay away from Ching. Chaos spreads in the area, and Lee is super pissed seeing our hero alive. The system notifies that our boy's branches and 9 tree roots are damaged. Furthermore, his regeneration ability has totally stopped. He has only 10 minutes left before the system collapses. The fight between the Transcendentals and Yuziyu begins. However, Lee tries to stop them because they are no match for our tree. In full rage, Yuziyu plans not to leave a single one of them alive. Therefore, he uses his roots in great pain to eliminate the humans. Fire erupts in the area as dead bodies fall down. Meanwhile, Lee, with 57 minutes of longevity, comes forward to this battle for good. On the other hand, our hero's longevity is only 9 minutes and 10 seconds. General Lee strikes directly into the core of Yuziyu. He believes that our protagonist does not have the power to defeat him due to the effects of the missile. But to his surprise, our boy delivers a heavy blow and grabs Lee tightly with a root. Wielding immense power, our hero yells that they will live here. With that, he jumps off and marches toward a new destination while holding Lee as a hostage. Despite being in great pain, Lee figures out exactly where he is going. Meanwhile, at the front line, all the beasts are dead along with the Emperor Crocodile. On the other hand, the Transcendental team is left with only 30 people. The new commanding officer orders a count of the surviving people and bullets. His plan is to clean up the mountain as soon as possible so he can receive all the credit. He orders his soldiers to head into the mountain to finish off any remaining beasts. Unexpectedly, a root belonging to Yuziyu appears and destroys the path in front of them. Our protagonist appears right in front of the military. In a great rage, he begins eliminating the human fighters, and even their remaining tanks are destroyed. Meanwhile, the Transcendentals figure out that they are no match against our hero, so they decide to retreat. But before they can, our boy eliminates them instantly. Grabbing huge pieces of the ground, Yuziyu demands that they leave their territory forever and never come back. He yells that they shall never step into their territory again. With that, he continues destroying the area to eliminate his enemies. The impact is so strong that even Ching, standing far away, can observe the ground breaking apart beneath her. In the next moment, Yuziyu holds Lee high. That scene is clearly visible on the monitors back in the headquarters. The people there soon learn that all of their fighters have been wiped out. After destroying the last filming drone, Yuziyu stands tall as the winner of this battle. Ching stands next to him. He advises her to go away, as her identity has been erased and no one remains who knows her. On the other hand, Ching cries because she does not want to leave him. After a brief pause, our boy finally reveals to her that he was originally a human being. Plus, he reveals that she has the soul of Xiao Qing, but her body belongs to Xiao Ling. The two of them were sisters. Ling died in a disaster, but Qing survived by using her sister's body. Our hero states that his heart aches when he thinks of when they were alive, and he regrets not saving the two of them. But now he wants her to return to the humans. Furthermore, they are the ones who won the war. As Yuziyu starts to disappear, he advises Qing to carry on her life with confidence. With a weak voice, he shows regret for not being able to keep the promise he made to everyone. With that, sadly, our protagonist completely disappears in midair. On the other hand, the president is in complete shock as he receives the report that 50,000 fighters were wiped out, except for Xiao Qing. Plus, all the beasts have been eliminated as well. Somewhere deep in the ocean, a baleen whale of the Transcendental First Order and a killer whale king of the Transcendental Fifth Order move freely through the water. In a dark space, the system faintly gives a reminder that it is severely damaged. However, it starts backing up. Surprisingly, the system activates, and our boy seems to be present there as well. When he opens his eyes, he is startled to see himself alive, though he cannot see anything because it is pitch black. Right then, the system informs him he is indeed dead, and it enters the settlement interface. Our hero realizes he is dead, but he does not know why his conscience still exists. He wonders if he is going to reincarnate again. The system informs him it is not over yet. He has died as Yuzi, but not as the willow tree. When our protagonist grows confused, the system, while rebooting, reveals that the world is going to end soon. He must be dead when the darkness falls to become a god. But our boy questions who will bring the darkness, and the system only reveals that there are much scarier beings than humans. Now the system decides to give our protagonist even greater strength. Someday, when the disaster hits, it will help him unconditionally. When the system asks about his willingness, our hero points out that he does not have any other option to refuse this. Then, he curiously asks about the identity of the system. However, the system only tells him to wait to find out at the right time. The system shapes itself into a human form as it starts the process. Soon, as Qing looks around her, she observes fragments of light. Then, our boy materializes near her as his roots spread around Qing. Meanwhile, Yuzu grabs every dead body of his comrades with his roots. Soon, light emerges from his body along with his red roots. Being held by the root of Yuzi, Qing holds the core of our protagonist as she gets closer to his central body. She hopes for everyone to live together. A strong laugh emerges as soon as the core of our hero is placed inside his body. The body regains its energy back as the roots go into the ground. As a result, the leaves and stems of our boy grow up instantly. As he uses a willow leaf knife, the strike cracks the space and destroys a moving satellite completely. Meanwhile, the body of Qing begins to heal. Plus, all the dead bodies of the comrades of Yuzi light up. Eventually, everyone opens their eyes as they get a revival. Everyone stands confidently with full strength, but soon some of them get confused to see themselves alive. Flash and Mantis also wonder how they are alive since their bodies were reduced to nothing. Thorn and Lingfeng hug others emotionally. Soon they grow confused to see Qing standing ahead. Our hero finally opens his eyes as he announces they have won the battle. Everyone roars confidently in return. Next, our boy admits his mistake for remaining neutral to avoid war. As a result, things went too far. But he decides to repay it to humans. Therefore, he announces they need to reassert their position. They should make it in a way that humans will never dare to step inside their territory again. The Emperor Crocodile asks what they should do. Our protagonist then states that the moment humans know he is alive, they will invade again. Therefore, he decides to gather more allies. Bieu Gorge is not enough, so they need to search the mountain ranges within 5 days. He orders the beasts to gather every kind of exotic creature regardless of whether they have good abilities or not. Plus, he wants those who refuse to submit to be killed. The beasts roar in return as he orders them to go find more allies. Baldhead reacts strangely but then hugs Qing along with the wolf. Yuziyu recalls that they have already seen Xiaoqing and Xiaoling dead, therefore they are happy to see her alive again. He then instructs Qing to go back to the human side. As he needs her help, she acknowledges the request happily. The plan of our protagonist is to start spiritual recovery after 5 days. Meanwhile, Feng Ling and his partner blush as they find Qing beautiful. In the meantime, somewhere in a desert, the nine-tailed fox curses as she reflects on how much that desert king cobra wasted her time. However, the horned bull stops her from cursing. But Hong protests, as she believes they would have gone to their master already if it wasn't for that snake. Qingquan cries as he sees their homes being destroyed. However, Leng Feng is happy to be alive. Qingquan agrees, noting that being revived is an amazing feeling. Putting that aside, he asks Feng to help him reconstruct their place, but Feng walks away, claiming he has kids to take care of. On the other hand, Yuziyu notes that rank 2 tree roots have spread all over the underground, reaching a few hundred meters deep. Now half of the mountain is filled with the roots of our protagonist. After the revival, the growth speed of his 9 roots is much faster, and he can feel himself getting stronger. Our hero chuckles as he feels more powerful. He summons the status window of his mutated roots, which explains that they have reached the peak of rank 1 Transcend. The roots can turn enemies into nutrients and extract spiritual energy for his own use. Yuziyu gets interested in trying this on someone. Seeing Baldhead sleeping nearby, our boy absorbs energy from him. As a result, he obtains 3,000 spiritual energy. Seeing this, our protagonist thinks he can use this ability in battle to absorb enemies and replenish his spiritual energy. He admits that the war with humans was not meaningless after all. With that, he decides to upgrade his life force talent. He has 3 options and chooses Strengthen Regeneration ability. With this, even if the entire body of our hero is destroyed, he will slowly recover, even if it takes months or years. While upgrading his abilities, our boy starts to wonder who revived him and what the darkness mentioned by the system truly is. Later in the evening, Ching arrives at the second military area. Guards there recognize her but are shocked to see her alive. Inside, she takes a shower and freshens up. She recalls her master telling her to help him investigate General Lee. He wants to know what their awakeners actually are. Therefore, she goes straight to the office of General Lee after her shower. She does not find any useful information at first, but she soon finds a hidden door by using her mind perspective ability. She goes inside and surprisingly finds something she did not expect. Back in Byeyu Gorge, the spiritual field of Yuziyu has spread to all places within a radius of several miles. This field only impacts those on the same level, but it can reduce the power of weaker opponents. The range will be even greater after it is upgraded. Suddenly, a holographic image of Ching appears as she contacts our protagonist. It looks like she has found the information he wanted. She has learned that General Lee was awakened from a previous era and had the memory of a sword cultivator. Plus, he discovered an alchemy furnace and other items that do not belong to this era. She found this information in a book. When our hero asks what is recorded there, she explains that in the past era, Taoism manifested in this world. There were hundreds of ethnic groups who possessed supernatural power, but everything turned into chaos at the end of the era. Those with strong powers tried to change their lives, but they were suppressed so their souls would scatter, preventing them from being reborn. Furthermore, it was through the description of General Lee that those people survived. However, she adds that it is nearly impossible for a truly talented person to reincarnate and return. Our protagonist makes a point that due to the arrival of spiritual energy, all of that past disappeared, and their fall became a legend. Ching adds that after this loss and the arrival of spiritual energy, they will not come back in a short period of time. Even though Li is dead, his 8 disciples still exist, and there is a high chance they will split the forces. Believing that humans should not be underestimated, Ching decides to reach the highest position of federal authority to gain power. She is determined to not let those humans become obstacles for our boy, ensuring the same tragedy never happens again. At Raya Mountain, Flash arrives at a red ant colony. He offers them a chance to become stronger, only if they come with him. However, one of the red ants attacks, but Flash counters the attack effortlessly. As a result, the red ant collapses on the ground. Flash straightforwardly mentions that they have to die if they do not surrender. He asks the fallen red ant if it wants to live or die. Unexpectedly, the red ant leader emerges, who is way bigger in size. Elsewhere, the monkey has gone to a tribe of apes and stands with full determination. The ape tribe leader is also present there. All across the mountain, the comrades of Yuziyu are on the move to gather as many allies as they can, subjugating other beasts. On the other hand, the green mantis goes back to his mother. He informs her that they have just finished the war with humans and need power to expand. Back at Byeyu Gorge, our boy notes that the flower bloomed again after being evolved to rank 3. But then, he does not know to whom he can give his flowers, as the demon cow is not there. Suddenly, our protagonist gets an idea and calls Qingquan. When Qingquan responds, Yuziyu gives him a flower to eat. Following the order, Qingquan eats it and starts waiting. Instantly, his body starts to transform. Golden energy engulfs him, but he screams loudly while feeling pain. Our hero explains that this elemental flower is able to transform his body into the purest elemental body. Noting that Qingquan has normal talent, Yuziyu reflects that he can sublimate the value of the element flower the most. As the transformation completes, the body of Qingquan is filled with power. Plus, he is super buffed up as well. Feeling his power, he wishes he had it when he was fighting Gullah. Seeing things have gone smoothly, our protagonist instructs Qingquan to get used to it, as they will rely on him in the future. Qingquan swears loyalty to our hero. After working on Qingquan, Yuziyu decides to upgrade his own ability. He has 12,000 evolution points and utilizes 10,000 of them to upgrade his elemental control to level 3. With that, our boy cannot wait to make the humans tremble in fear. Finally, after 1 year, he can now freely move around. Thorn, sitting on his branch, congratulates him. However, she is concerned about using so much spiritual energy. She thinks it will draw humans again. However, it is the plan of our protagonist to make the humans know that he is still alive. Turns out, he has decided to declare their position in front of all humans. Plus, this time, our protagonist has more allies, as his loyal comrades have gathered several kinds of beasts from around the mountain ranges. All of them are standing with loyalty and aggression. Our tree announces that they will now gain a huge force of combat ability. Thorn swears her loyalty toward Yuziyu. Noticing that she is still at level 6, our hero decides to help her break through. Therefore, he gives her his life essence. Being on a transcendent 3rd level, the concentration of the life essence has been increased 10 times. Noting that Thorn has half of the plant attributes and possesses the same origin as him, our protagonist believes that she will absorb the life essence more effectively. After absorption, Thorn reaches grade 9, and her Seed of Vitality ability goes to level 3. Turns out, the skill obtained from the Crimson Flora has been infused with her. This ability will upgrade as her power improves. She can even create a forest in an instant, meaning she can easily destroy a city with this power. Our boy instantly orders Thorn to gather more allies. Somewhere in the mountain ranges, the Emperor Crocodile is busy fighting a transcendent being. On the other hand, the mutated crane fights elsewhere against another mutated bird. Meanwhile, inside a huge cave, Qingquan feels the presence of a second-level transcendent. He curses because he has found not just a transcendent, but a second-level beast. He doubts that he will be able to subdue this. Therefore, he decides to inform our protagonist about this beast, so he can handle it himself. However, as soon as he is about to leave by using his elementization ability, the second-level transcendent beast notices him. Hence, it blasts him out of the ground. It then wonders about his identity. In the meantime, somewhere else, Thorn uses her vines to subjugate huge beasts and orders the wolves to take them to our hero. Back in Beiyu Gorge, all captured beasts have undergone the purification process in the spirit pool. As a result, all of them have become powerful and can also discern friend from foe within the mountain range. However, a mutant hedgehog in the Transcendent First Order has caught the attention of our protagonist the most. It has the Lifeblood Spike technique, a one-hit kill ability that can pose a threat to lives. Noting how strong it is, Yuzuyu asks the hedgehog why he did not use the ability when he was being caught. The hedgehog states he can only use it once and they had too many teammates. When our boy asks if he wants to join, the hedgehog instantly nods and requests not to be killed. Our hero only wonders how such a powerful creature can be so timid. Suddenly, he feels a tremendous power approaching, which equals 300,000 spiritual power. Somewhere else, Qingquan is carrying a bag full of gems, and walking beside him is the mutated panda. The panda asks him one question after another about our boy, Nine-Tailed Fox, White Tiger, Thorn, and his fighting partners. Qingquan can only feel annoyed. However, he admits he cannot beat the panda. He wonders why he always meets opponents stronger than him. Right then, the panda stops as he notices our protagonist nearby. Our boy appears in his root form. He wonders how this panda cub can speak so clearly, and soon realizes he is the panda who escaped the zoo in the past. The panda chuckles, remarking how foolish they were that he escaped successfully. Then, he requests Yuzuyu to give him a proper name. Putting the topic aside to discuss later, our hero offers to let the panda climb on him so he can transport him to the main location. However, the panda insists he will roll there. Surprisingly, as he continues rolling, he keeps hitting rocks one after another. Later, the injured panda finally accepts the offer as they head back to their home base. Arriving at the main location, the panda finds it very beautiful. There, Yuzuyu, in his original form, welcomes the panda, who is the first second-order transcendent beast to arrive. The panda did not come empty-handed, as he offers a basket full of fire spirit stones to our boy as a gift. Our hero wonders where he obtained these stones, and the panda reveals he has an entire cave full of them. He plans to give all of them to our protagonist, as long as he is allowed to stay. Yuzuyu thinks this is a result of the panda being raised by humans, as he clearly knows how to offer gifts. In the next moment, he gives the panda a gift in return. It is actually monkey wine, which was discovered while taming a group of monkeys, and is now brewed by the golden monkey. A pleasant fragrance fills the air as soon as the panda opens the wine barrel. He immediately starts drinking the wine like water, finding the taste excellent. After looking at the panda's stats, our boy learns that he possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities. With his Spirit Devourer ability, the panda can devour 5 different elemental spirit stones and possesses elemental resistance. Observing how the panda is enjoying the wine and noting his desire to stay, our protagonist gives him a name, Alcohol Immortal. He also includes him as the 9th ranked among the 9 ferocious beasts. When Alcohol Immortal asks if the 9th rank is the most powerful, our protagonist nods and asks if he understands the expectations placed upon a 9th rank beast. The panda nods just as the golden monkey snatches the wine away. Now, in the Supreme Council of the Federation, a meeting is held to discuss a tide of spiritual energy arriving in 2 days. Many people will die as a result, and their continent will undergo major changes. They need to prepare for the Dark Ages, because this time, the tide will affect cities as well as mountains. Their priority is to keep the cities unaffected and return them to their original state. The president immediately orders the news of the spiritual energy wave to be spread, along with the spiritual evolution methods they have compiled. Jay realizes the president is talking about the ancient martial faction, but believes they are not ready to make a move yet. Other members add that those old immortals are enjoying the evolution brought by the spiritual energy, so they will not have time to disturb them. However, the president is highly concerned about what kind of future this world will hold. Back in Beiyu Gorge, our protagonist senses the emergence of spiritual energy. He has sealed the hole made by the spiritual missile, which has accelerated the speed of the spiritual energy wave. He predicts it might surge tonight. He announces to his beasts that the second wave of the spiritual energy tide will arrive soon. He can redirect it toward the canyon, but his main concern is whether they can withstand the absorption of the energy. If they cannot, they will be blown away. Therefore, he instructs those who lack confidence to stand back. However, all the beasts roar in confidence. With that, the spiritual energy absorption begins. The body of Yuziyu lights up brightly, and the other animals start feeling their power continuously increase. Unfortunately, one wolf's body blows up. Therefore, our hero again reminds them to step back if they cannot withstand it. Unexpectedly, Baldhead and the White Tiger start breaking through. The White Tiger grows wings, while the volume of hair on Baldhead increases. Now both of them have reached the transcendent First Order. In the next 48 hours, both of their powers will increase. Relying on the spiritual energy wave, a herd of beasts comes running toward the location of our boy. Our protagonist remembers when he was just a small tree and was only able to gather 149 evolution points. While moving his roots, our hero wonders how many points he will gather this time. 1,000, 10,000, or perhaps 1,000,000. At the headquarters, they detect 800,000 spiritual energy coming from Bayou Gorge. Everyone there panics as they wonder the reason behind it. They wonder if the demon tree was not destroyed after all. They try seeing the situation through the Bayou Gorge satellite, but one female worker reports they have lost contact with it. The supervisor gets frustrated and wonders how they can fight back. Turns out the spiritual missile not only failed to kill the demon tree, but has made it more powerful. Back in Bayou Gorge, our protagonist has gathered 720,000 evolutionary points. He never expected this spirit energy wave to create such a large number of transcendent First Order beasts. It would be difficult for him to counter them if he had not reached the transcendent Third Order, especially the two beasts he has captured. One is an ancient behemoth woolly mammoth, and the other is an ancient behemoth dinosaur. It is unbelievable that even an ancient dominator dinosaur has awakened. At this pace, the number of ferocious beasts will only increase. Our boy has also captured other transcendental creatures and enclosed them in his roots so they can evolve there. Surprisingly, the nine-tailed fox and the mutated cow finally return. The fox is at the transcendental First Order and has also grown an extra tail. Yuzuyu reflects that with each advancement, one tail will be added along with an additional innate ability. Our protagonist wonders if this fox can be the inheritor of the ancient lineage. Meanwhile, the cow asks about the change of the terrain. As a result, they learn that the humans attacked them. The fox figures out how much humans are scared of them, and the cow feels a need to make their own country. With the fox and the cow, our boy now has two more generals. Plus, there is only one way to announce their existence to the humans. As time passes gradually, a loud bang occurs, and the whole world is enveloped in a colorful glow as the ground starts shaking. Everything, including land and marine creatures, comes to a standstill. The spiritual energy wave finally erupted. Humans also start getting affected. The minds that cannot bear the wave disintegrate into particles, but those who survive will get even more powerful. The spiritual energy rising from the mountains and forests starts getting more abundant. Bayou Gorge experiences this first. Additionally, due to the presence of our boy, the concentration of the spiritual energy in that area has become more exaggerated. All creatures there absorb the energy with full focus. On the other hand, the beasts in the world which cannot bear the spiritual energy absorption start running away toward areas with less spiritual energy. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Bark City, soldiers are stationed to counter a wave of mutated animals and stop them from entering the city. They fire heavily toward the animals. However, a giant mutated elephant breaks through their defense wall. In Ghazi City, roads are filled with human dead bodies as wolves howl while standing on them. Likewise, Bangor City is invaded by a swarm of mutated bees. In Yasuo City, different types of mutated animals lurk. They soon receive destructive bombs from the sky. In the headquarters, a female worker reports that 80% of the beasts have been eradicated in Yasuo City. Additionally, 5 more cities are under attack. In a panic, they wonder if they should use nuclear weapons. Meanwhile, a vlogger enters Bayou Gorge and witnesses the huge shadow of our boy. The body of Yuziyu is now transformed into a blue, glowing form. He observes the distant lights coming from human cities, which are probably 200 to 300 kilometers away. Meanwhile, people at the headquarters observe the evolved form of our protagonist. In the past, they deployed a large number of fighters and weapons, but those efforts only made the beasts in Bayou Gorge stronger. Now, however, their leader is no longer concealing his power. In a meeting, the female supervisor reports that the spiritual energy of our boy has reached around 1.8 million. She remarks that even though the tree has killed many of their fighters, including General Lee, the ancient martial side is not reacting at all. He further adds that Yuziyu is confidently showing off his power and no longer fears humans. Initially, they did not use nuclear weapons to avoid turning the area into a desolate wasteland, but they can no longer sit back and let this opportunity to invade the beasts pass. Consequently, Zhao decides to launch a nuclear weapon to completely destroy the four mountains. Back in Bayou Gorge, our hero decides to upgrade his own abilities, as everyone else has already become stronger. He opens the system and finds different abilities to upgrade, including mist control to conceal himself, illusion to confuse the senses, and crystallization to build strong defenses for battle. Additionally, there is the power of Earth's upheaval. Our protagonist upgrades his illusion ability to level 3 by using 30,000 evolution points. Through this ability, our boy can make his enemies perceive his mist beasts as even more terrifying. As he begins to think about what to upgrade next, he soon detects a bunch of missiles coming his way. He realizes they are nuclear missiles and orders his comrades to hide deep underground. After that, he uses willow-flying knives to counter the incoming missiles. The knives hit the targets and all of them blast in mid-air. The beasts underground can feel the impact. Unexpectedly, our hero does not feel safe, as he soon sees an intercontinental missile approaching. Turns out, that is the specific missile sent to destroy him. Sadly, the missile hits its target, and humans watch the footage in the headquarters. As they observe the huge blast of their nuclear weapon, they believe they have successfully erased their target. However, before they can inform their prime minister, they see that our protagonist has saved himself by forming a shield around his body. Everyone in the headquarters is in complete disbelief, and sweat starts running down Zhao's face. Meanwhile, our hero reacts sharply as he shakes the surface of the earth with incredible force. The turmoil even reaches human cities. Back in Bayou Gorge, our boy stands on a completely destroyed surface. It turns out he used his crystallization ability to resist the impact of the nuclear missile. Not only did it withstand the blast, but it also held up against the intense heat, though he can still feel a burning sensation. Suddenly, the holographic figure of Qing appears. She is worried about her master, but she realizes our hero has decided to pay the humans back. The human soldiers are firing at the beasts aggressively from the city wall. Their priority is to not let those creatures step inside the fortifications. However, a herd of mutant bee swarms knocks down all the soldiers beneath the wall, which helps other beasts make their way in. A transcendental emerges and starts eliminating those beasts who have stepped inside. This man is Mr. Li, and he orders the others to focus on the outside while he takes care of the interior. Turns out, the earthquake they witnessed a short while ago has made cracks in their walls, and their defenses have weakened. Soldiers continue firing toward the beasts, but there are way too many for them to handle. Their objective is to eliminate all beasts to save their city. Meanwhile, Mr. Li struggles to keep up the fight as there are too many level 8 creatures around. Just then, another earthquake comes. Surprisingly, all the mutated animals start to leave. The human army grows confused but is happy to have survived. To their surprise, however, heavy mists start coming their way. After a brief moment, the army of UZU emerges from the fog, and our boy also appears behind them. Mr. Li starts to panic, as this is totally different from the previous wave. He knows they cannot defeat these beasts. Therefore, he orders all the soldiers to retreat and save their lives however they can. Everyone realizes that the demon tree is here. Soon, the roots of our protagonist start spreading toward the city. The whole city gets surrounded by his roots. After that, he orders his army to capture all humans in the city. People start screaming in fear as the beasts spring into action. Some people are captured in spiderwebs, while others are surrounded by the flames of the nine-tailed fox. The whole city fills with the voices of humans begging for their lives. Meanwhile, a man living on the 90th floor believes he will be fine. To his surprise, one of the roots of our protagonist reaches him through the window. Turns out every single human has been captured from the buildings as well. On the other hand, Mr. Li, despite being injured, still continuously fires at the core of our hero. However, those bullets are nothing to our boy. He grabs Mr. Li, who still keeps yelling that humans will not let him get away with this. He swears they will surely defeat him, but our hero shuts his mouth by saying they have already tried that. Mr. Li goes pale as he mutters his agreement with that statement. With a firm voice, Yuziyu gives Mr. Li a reminder that humans do not have any right to decide the life and destiny of this planet. The city is filled with fresh fruits and bakery items, which leaves the apes and Qingquan amazed. Meanwhile, Thorn finds a clothing store to collect beautiful clothes for herself. Up in the air, the holographic figure of Qing appears to ask about the next move of Yuziyu. Our protagonist plans to wait for the Federation to negotiate. Qing elaborates that the Misty Mountains are situated to the northwest of the Federation, making the area easy to defend but difficult to attack. She notes that if the Federation launches a strong assault, they will face significant difficulties. When our hero raises a piece of concrete, she begins explaining her strategy. She suggests making boundaries with Qinfeng City as the dividing line, then claiming the northern regions up to the Great River Basin and the desert as their territory. She suggests managing these rear areas properly so our boy can reign over a thriving domain. Therefore, even when the thick fog rises again, humans will not dare to attack Yuziyu, who is not even afraid of nuclear weapons. Qing believes that as long as her master does not continue the attack, the Federation will not disturb him anymore. With amusement, our hero gives a thumbs up, but he still decides to act evil. However, the next step depends on Mr. Lee, who is heading toward the Federation. Actually, our protagonist instructed him to tell the Federation to hand over the person who planned the nuclear strike on Bayou Gorge. Otherwise, the lives of the people in Maple City will disappear. But Qingquan doubts if the Federation will ever hand over that person to her master. What our boy wants is not just that individual, he wants a settlement. If they exchange people for the sake of the city, it will be the first time they have lowered their heads to the beasts. He believes this will be enough to bring down the prestige of the Federation. If they abandon their own people, they will be committing a great crime and end up living miserably while every person curses them. Regardless of what the Federation chooses, they will lose face. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean in Sakura's country, two giant beasts meet, one from the ground and the other from the deep sea. Furthermore, the fierce wolf of the grasslands, the Forbidden Zone white giant rhinoceros, and the king of the underground giant rat plan to join forces to attack our hero in the future. Back in Maple City, our protagonist now has a total of 1.6 million evolution points. He believes the city will be good for harvesting more. He summons the mutated mammoth and the mutated tyrant dragon, both of which are massive creatures with dinosaur-like features. He decides to give them his life essence to confirm their status. He names the mammoth Glacier, making it his 7th beast, while the tyrant dragon is named King Joe, our boy's 8th beast. After receiving the life essence, Glacier is now at the transcendent First Order, while King Joe has reached the entry-level 9th grade. With this, Yuzuyu finally has all of his 9 fierce beasts. Meanwhile, in the federal office, officials sit in a meeting room with intense emotions. They never thought the demon tree would actually move, let alone lead a group of even stronger beasts to attack human cities. When the Prime Minister asks about Mr. Lee, he learns the man is severely injured and has been unconscious for 3 days. Another official points out that while the demon tree captured the city, it has not slaughtered a single human, only taking them hostage. The fact that the tree is threatening them to hand over one person makes it seem like a human being. The Prime Minister is conflicted about whether to hand over the man. Zhao begins speaking. Since he was the one who suggested the nuclear strike, he insists he should go. He argues they cannot put thousands of lives at stake. The Prime Minister reminds him he will die, but Zhao declares he is not afraid. He has many doubts and wants to ask our protagonist questions himself. Soon, the Federation representatives reach our boy. It is the first time Zhao sees our hero with his own eyes. Finally, the wait is over as the commander of the Federation arrives. Our protagonist opens his door for him to enter. That white-haired commander has evolved to the peak of the transcendental first stage due to the spiritual wave, which is why he believes he can risk his life to defeat the demon tree. But as soon as he steps inside, the army of beasts roars at him heavily. The commander instantly feels terrified when he sees the mutated cow standing in front of him. The commander starts to stutter as he reminds the cow that they are there for negotiations. The cow tells him to follow, which leaves the commander in shock. As he keeps walking in, he witnesses the 9-tailed fox looking at him with killing intent. On their way, monkeys, mutated birds, and all sorts of beasts continuously roar at him and at General Zhao's car. The mutated spider, green mantis, glacier, and the snakes all watch the humans with murderous eyes. Ultimately, they reach the space right in front of our protagonist. Zhao steps outside with the other transcendents. He feels the intense aura of our boy and realizes that this is indeed the being General Lee fought against. General Zhao announces his name to the citizens, causing everyone to start begging him to help their families. Then, Zhou reveals to our hero that he is the one behind the use of the nuclear weapons. He demands Yuzuyu release the citizens now that he has arrived. However, our hero asks if Zhao is ordering him. This triggers the beast army to roar again, filling the area with intimidating voices. The Transcendents wonder if the beasts are going to use violence. Meanwhile, the commander notes how many terrifying creatures are present. Even the weakest among them are at rank 6. He especially notices how King Zhou is watching them continuously. If it were not for the Tree Master, the beast would have devoured them by now. The commander curses as he realizes that if they provoke our boy, they will be as good as dead. Composing himself, General Zhao begs our protagonist to spare the citizens because they are innocent. But Yuzuyu simply asks how things have escalated to this point. He does not care who the mastermind is, nor does he care if they continue the war. However, he warns that if they show themselves in front of him again, he will make sure everyone knows who he really is. Our protagonist promises to make them see nothing but rivers of blood. The live footage of our hero is being watched back at the headquarters as well. Next, our protagonist decides to let the civilians go, though the humans must send someone to collect them all. He declares that from now on, Maple City will be part of the Mist Nation, and any human who steps inside will die. With that, the live footage comes to an end. The officials clearly feel those words were directed at them. They note that not only ancient mammoths but even dinosaurs are under the control of our boy. They admit they can no longer win a war against them. On the other hand, the Prime Minister orders General Zhao to temporarily refrain from taking action. He reminds Zhao that there is a wolf tide in the plateau and sea creatures surrounding the coast, all while the Mist Nation sits inland. Their nation is surrounded on all sides. He thinks that, at the very least, they can still negotiate with the tree since they cannot afford to lose. Finally, Yuzu is happy to see everything being settled. Our protagonist believes no humans will annoy them in the future. He then hands the city over to the monkey group so they can guard it properly. After that, Qingquan reveals he has gathered all the supplies, though many more remain unmoved. However, Yuzu instructs him to leave the rest for another day, as he wants to return to Bayou Gorge today. With the supplies in hand, the beast army starts marching back to the mountains. Yu finally returns to the mountains. However, the area has become barren due to the effects of the nuclear bomb. Luckily, this isn't a problem for our protagonist. Our hero starts spreading his roots and using his life force on the entire area, returning the mountain to its original state. Right then, Thorn, accompanied by the white tiger and the crane, comes to greet our boy. Surprisingly, she has something to tell our tree. She reveals that both the white tiger and the white crane have learned how to speak, which leaves our hero stunned with happiness. When Thorn tells them to speak, both of them repeat sentences they used during the war at Bayou Gorge. It sounds very strange to our hero. When Thorn insists they say more, the crane states it won't let them go. However, the more our protagonist listens, the weirder it sounds. He soon figures out these sentences are the only ones they know. As both the tiger and the crane continue to repeat war slogans, Yuzu only develops a headache. Thinking of a way to test them, our hero calls the white crane. He mocks it for being as foolish as the tiger and states that the crane rarely has any presence. He claims that if the crane ever ran away, our boy wouldn't even notice. Heartbroken, the crane flies away, yelling that it is going to die. Naturally, our protagonist simply doesn't want the creature to act on impulse. Later, our hero practices his willow leaf blade by striking spikes in the mountain area. He notes that the willow leaf blade at level 3 is very effective. It has a longer range and its power has increased significantly. Looking at his system window, he notes his hallucination has evolved into the illusion realm at level 3. This ability consumes spiritual power to create an illusory world. Furthermore, his level 3 spirit field now gathers 1,000,000 spiritual energies. By using them together, he can trap an enemy in an illusion while weakening their strength. With his current power, he can easily merge the entire mountain into the void. Right then, he realizes he has spirit stones and ice spirit stones from Maple City, although they are not available in great quantities. Combined with the firestones from the Raya Mountains where the pandas live, our hero has successfully collected 4 types of spirit stones. He predicts that beasts from the sea will eventually come to the land. Before that happens, he decides to become even stronger. Yuzu has conquered the Raya Mountains, and the next step is to expand the territory toward the northern regions. That specific place in the north is cold all year long, and very few people live there. The kingdom located in the northern regions has seen its territory shrink continuously due to the harsh environment. However, the number of wild beasts there is astonishingly high, putting it on par with the desert, the Great River, and the plateau. Collectively, these are known as the 4 deadly regions. Before expanding further, our protagonist needs to fully secure the Raya Mountains, which is why our hero initially launched the campaign there. Later, our boy chooses Glacier, King Joe, and the Emperor Crocodile to lead the way toward their target. On the other hand, Flash is determined to get stronger, as he also wishes to leave the mountain one day. Turns out, the Qingfeng Mantis is at the 9th level, and Flash has reached the Transcendent First Order. Our protagonist observes them from afar and is stunned to see Flash as a First Order. He admits he hasn't paid much attention to them because he has been so busy lately. Looking at the system window, he notes that this little fellow has gained the power absorption ability and is advancing on the right path. With that, our boy starts to move toward the panda's mine. Later, the 3 special beasts of Yuzu eliminate creatures at the Raya Mountains. A large group of snow apes attacked them when they arrived, but they can clearly sense an immense amount of spiritual energy coming from the depths of the northern territory. Yuzu finally arrives at Raya Mountain, the place where the panda originated. Inside, our protagonist discovers a mine of fire spirit stones. He recalls Qingquan mentioning that this is only a small mine, but for our hero, it is more than enough. As he starts absorbing the stones, his evolution points increase rapidly. Meanwhile, the 9-tailed fox notes that the absorption of the spirit stones is triggering a reaction for cultivation, so she decides to cultivate there as well. Sitting right beside our boy, she focuses entirely on her progress. Yuzu notes that the fire attributes around him have become purer with her presence, and considers this a complementary benefit. As his evolution points gather continuously, our protagonist decides to strengthen his branches. It turns out that upgrading a single branch to level 4 takes 10,000 evolution points. After the upgrade, Yuzu considers the cost quite expensive. His number of branches has surpassed 100 since reaching the 3rd transcendent level, and if he uses all 2 million of his points on them, he won't have anything left for other upgrades. He acknowledges his current power at level 3, but eagerly anticipates evolving to level 4 so he can truly become a natural disaster. A level 4 branch proves to be much tougher and capable of harnessing different elemental energies. Outside the cave, Qingquan and his fellow gorillas take down wild beasts. a large red bull appears to attack Qingquan, but fortunately, the white snake takes it down. The white snake and Qingquan are happy to see each other, though a wild brown bear soon appears in front of them. Consequently, they decide to eliminate it together. Elsewhere, the bull demon feels bored in the absence of the nine-tailed fox and our hero, so he decides to take a stroll outside. Unexpectedly, he finds King Joe there and wonders why he is not on the front line. Shockingly, King Joe starts to attack, but the bull uses his gravity ability to stop him in his tracks. Increasing his size, the bull asks if King Joe intends to rebel. From afar, our boy observes the bull demon and finds him much stronger. Suddenly, the fox informs Yuzi that she has purified the spirit stones and flames for him. After that, our protagonist orders her to take Flash and Thorn to eliminate the brass on the outskirts of Raya Mountain. He also decides to leave some fire spirit stones for her. As she leaves, our hero feels lonely, like an old man. Back in the Bayou Gorge, the White Tiger, the Spider, and the Alcohol Immortal are bullying the three Vulture brothers. Right then, Yuzi appears in his root form and frees the vultures after beating the three bullies. Deciding to deal with them later, he leaves for other business. Somewhere in the mountain, Leng Feng is busy with his training. He recalls Qingquan informing him that their master has captured Maple City and will bring more supplies in the future. Leng Feng did not expect our protagonist to capture a city and reflects on the many necessities Qingquan has already brought him. He also learns that Linhai City, where his sister lives, has been invaded by a beast tide and is in very poor condition. In frustration, Leng Feng slams his fist into the ground. Suddenly, our hero appears before him in root form. He mentions the younger sister and reveals he has decided to go see her. Yu thinks that perhaps his sister is waiting for him. Therefore, he stretches himself out and makes a passage for Leng Feng to reach the city directly. He gives him two options to choose from. One is to come back after finding her, and the other is to explore the outside world on his behalf. With that, Leng Feng instantly moves away using the passage Yu has made. After that, our protagonist comes inside Leng Feng's place, where he is taking care of baby beasts. Although all of them are born deformed because of the effects of nuclear radiation, their deformed bodies also mean their lifespan has become short. These beasts will eventually die if they do not break through to the transcendent level. Even after being nourished by the life essence of our boy, the effect will not be that significant. Thousands of mutant beast offspring are born every day, and only 1 to 2% of them survive. Luckily, most of them have decent abilities. Our hero thinks that those who have passed the test of death from birth can surely become incredibly powerful in the future. Leng Feng finally reaches Linhai City, where it is raining heavily, and the city is completely destroyed. Despite that, Leng keeps on digging to find his sister until his hands even start to bleed. Qingquan appears right behind him and, after a brief pause, asks until when they have to keep digging. However, Leng does not respond. After that, Qingquan carries a large piece of damaged road along with Leng Feng. He asks how deep they need to go exactly. Leng yells in pain that he and his sister live nearby and their house has a basement. He thinks that maybe she is in the basement. They continue digging for a while, but unfortunately they do not find anything. Leng Feng is completely heartbroken. He finally understands that this disaster did not happen due to the beast wave, as he has not met a single beast along the way. He implies that this is because of the nuclear weapon. However, Qingquan reminds him that Yu Ziyu does not want him to hate his own kind. Even though their positions are different, our protagonist does not want him to make a wrong choice. Crying in pain under the rain, Leng Feng decides to join the army of our boy because he wants to avenge his sister. Meanwhile, in another city, a pink-haired girl in a transcendental uniform stands on a rooftop. Her friend approaches and asks about her thoughts. The pink-haired girl reveals she is thinking about her brother. To that, her friend reveals that according to Xiaoling, her brother is training in a certain place and will come back once he is finished. When her friend asks about Sister Ling consolidating her position in the 2nd Military Region, the pink-haired girl nods confidently. Soon, Leng Feng returns back to Bayou Gorge along with Qingquan. Seeing Leng Feng, all of his kid beasts start reacting and gather around him for hugs. Right then, Yuzi appears to ask about his plans for the future. Leng in response says he cannot bear to leave these little beasts behind. Plus, he finds the human world full of conflicts, so he prefers his current life. He finally addresses our hero as Divine Tree and kneels down to announce he will follow him from now on. Qingquan gets super happy while our protagonist states that Leng has an extraordinary talent and is inferior to no one. He has his own pride and perseverance in his heart. Yuzuyu announces with pride that they are officially partners. Yu has added fire and earth elements to his repertoire. If he cultivates the ice and lightning elements in the future, then he will have 2 more types of elemental attacks. Once our boy fully strengthens all of his branches and absorbs the remaining 2 spirit stones, his spiritual power will increase from 2 million to 5 million. At that point, humans won't be able to become his opponents. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the northern region, there is a musk ox that resembles a cow in appearance, but has horns like a sheep. With the revival of spiritual energy, it has become the ruler of the snowy plains. Right now, the group of musk ox is fighting against the bull demon. With one strike from the bull demon, the musk ox's horns shatter completely. Next, Golden Monkey and his friend Boar come forward to eliminate the remaining musk ox. Glacier and King Joe are also there to bring down the enemies. The bull demon uses its gravity ability to bring down a large number of musk ox. Fighting for a long time makes King Joe and the wolves exhausted. Out of nowhere, a snow leopard comes out and bites one of the wolves. When the boar in his transformed form charges to attack the leopard instantly runs away by attacking the incoming boar. Seeing the boar being injured, the snow leopard laughs mockingly. But to its surprise, Baldhead attacks it savagely and takes it down. Soon the muskox king makes its entrance. On the other hand, in the Raya mountain range, an elemental flower of fire has condensed. Yuzio wonders if his strength has increased. Right then, his beast army arrives with the bodies of defeated enemies. King Joe is carrying the body of the snow leopard. Turns out this leopard is a transcendent first order. Our protagonist notes it has incredible speed, which makes him wonder how it was caught. When he is curious to know who knocked it down, Glacier reveals it was Baldhead. After taking a pause, our hero notes that this snow leopard's abilities are really good. Therefore, he decides to take it in to train. Other than that, there is a musk ox of the first order, but its ability is not that good. So Yu decides to collect the rest as evolution points. Eventually, a month passes since the battle in the north. Any group that encountered the group under the bull demon fled in embarrassment. However, the group indeed suffered losses. Only 10 gray wolves remain from a total of 30, and only 7 wild boars remain. However, 2 wild boars and 3 gray wolves have advanced to the Transcendent First Order. Additionally, they have encountered a strong enemy, the Arctic Frost Bear, at the Transcendent Second Rank. The army of our boy would have been completely annihilated if it weren't for the bull demon's gravity ability. Plus, Glacier and King Joe played a very important role in distracting the enemy so they could escape. Later, Glacier and the bull demon discuss what to do with the Arctic Frost Bear. Right then, the White Snake arrives to inform them she has found the lair of that bear. It lives in an ice attribute spirit stone mine. Now Glacier understands why it is that powerful, as it can even freeze the ground in an instant. However, the bull demon admits they can no longer handle it. He believes the old mine should make an entrance. Within 10 days of the Red Fox joining the battle in the Raya Mountains, those mountains are added to the territory of the Bayou Gorge. After that, some of the exotic beasts go back to the North Valley Gorge, while the remaining ones stay at the Raya Mountains. However, the nine-tailed fox returns to Yuzu. Looking at her, our hero learns she has broken through. Soon the fox starts emitting high energy, as it turns out she is evolving. After evolving, she reaches Transcendent First Order and gains the Skyward Ascendant ability. On the other hand, our boy is content with just staying at the Transcendent Third Rank. He never expected the nine-tailed fox to be able to fly and wonders if it is because of the Celestial Fox bloodline. Unexpectedly, the fox reveals she has awakened a new ability called Precise Manipulation, which involves the formidable utilization of spiritual energy. Using this ability reduces the consumption of spiritual power by 30% and enhances the precision of spiritual energy manipulation. This makes our protagonist wonder if the secret to Skyward Ascendance is the delicate manipulation of spiritual power. It turns out that achieving Skyward Ascendance isn't an easy thing to do. Our hero believes that the consumption of spiritual power is enormous. While sweating, the fox mentions that her spiritual energy is unable to sustain Skyward Ascendance. Therefore, she still needs to practice. With that, Yuzu offers her the Fire Spirit Flower to consume, which would increase her spiritual power to 400,000. However, the fox refuses to accept it. She suggests giving it to someone else if our boy only wants to increase her spiritual energy, but the Divine Tree doesn't have anyone else in mind for the gift. In other news, Xiaoqing has delivered important information that within a month after the spiritual energy tide, the beast tide destroyed countries surrounding the Federation. Baku and Gazi nations have resorted to nationwide conscription to counter the beast tide. However, some countries have fallen under the control of the beasts, and the remaining ones are barely hanging on. In these times, the 10 Nations Alliance has been formed. They are about to gather in the Federation to discuss jointly attacking the Federation's alliance stronghold. Back in the Bayou Gorge, the group under the command of the Bull Demon finally returns. Though they look completely exhausted, our protagonist notes the number of beasts has decreased. Only 3 wolves remain, though the remaining 2 wild boars have advanced to the Transcendent First Rank. Still, our boy believes that engaging in fierce battles is the best way to make them strong. Next, the Bull Demon informs you that they have returned because they discovered an ice attribute mine. Living inside is a Transcendent Second Order exotic beast. Our hero is stunned as he never expected a beast that strong to be present in the outskirts of the north. He predicts that there will be even stronger creatures in the deeper regions. Right then, Yu calls a falcon and orders it to summon the panda cub and the vulture. He then unleashes the Rain of Life. As a result, all of the injuries on his beasts are fully healed. Meanwhile, he observes that several beasts have undergone breakthroughs after fighting constantly. The remaining gray wolves at the 9th rank are showing signs of breaking through. However, seeing the bull demon, Yuzu orders it not to go to the next level yet. When the bull grows confused, our protagonist explains that he himself is about to break through, so the bull needs to stay here. Instead, the panda cub and the nine-tailed fox will set out tonight to seize the Spirit Stone mine. The bull demon is concerned because they cannot underestimate the Arctic frost bear, but our boy reassures him since the nine-tailed fox has already broken through. Stepping out with fresh energy, the nine-tailed fox reassures her fellow beast. The white snake, the vulture brothers, the panda cub, and the nine-tailed fox are on their way toward the north region. As usual, the panda cub starts asking the fox unnecessary and useless questions. Being annoyed, the fox increases her speed and leaves the panda behind. Riding on one of the vultures, the panda cub yells at the vulture to increase its speed as well. Back in the Bayou Gorge, Yuzu wonders if they will be fine in the north. It turns out he has sent the bull demon back to the canyon mine for training. Additionally, almost all of the fire spirit stones have been absorbed. All 2 million points have been used to upgrade all branches to level 4. Level 4 branches can attach to different elements to attain different powers, though only some of the branches have elemental powers attached to them currently. When our hero absorbs Ice Spirit and Thunder Spirit power, he can attach even more elemental powers. Branches combined with the spitting ability will make our boy even stronger. He is planning to upgrade his roots next. When he starts to wonder about the power of sea creatures, our hero instantly focuses back on himself. He summons his system window and thinks about the Blood Covenant ability, which is currently at level 1. It is actually a newly acquired ability obtained by taking blood samples. Yu chooses to strengthen his Blood Covenant ability. Utilizing 1,000 evolution points, his Blood Covenant ability upgrades to level 2. As he still has 106,000 points, our protagonist continues strengthening the ability. With the next upgrade, Blood Covenant reaches level 3. Now our boy has the power to make others his devoted servants by utilizing blood as a conduit. In short, Yuzu can turn any person into his servant, just like a vampire. He believes he can control minds more effectively this way than with life essence. Next, he summons Qingquan to give him a mission. He explains that the 10 Nations Alliance and the Federation are going to meet at the border soon to discuss how to attack them. Therefore, he wants Qingquan to disturb the situation so their meeting can be delayed or stopped. Otherwise, the beast will be at a great disadvantage. As Qingquan is about to leave, the Divine Tree orders him to take a group of beasts with him as well. Plus, if he encounters any strong individuals, he can bring them back. After that, Qingquan goes straight to Leng Feng to ask for his help, as he needs to take reinforcements to the border. However, Leng Feng is confused and asks about his troops. To that, Qingquan reveals they were sent to the outskirts of the northern region to guard the place. When asked about the Ant Legion, Qingquan reveals they are responsible for underground construction and ore transportation. Leng Feng holds his head in frustration, then offers his mutant rats to provide help. 3 rats are at level 9, while the Rat Emperor is at Transcendent First Order. Seeing their ranks, Qingquan gets curious to know how Leng Feng achieved this. Leng reveals that the Rat Emperor had already awakened the Dark Element and believes it can be a great help. Unexpectedly, he adds that he has fed them his own blood and flesh. However, for Qingquan, their quantity isn't enough. But Leng Feng states these are not just 4, but a whole army of them. On the other hand, the team led by the nine-tailed fox is up against the Arctic ice bear. The panda cub feels excited as he senses a strong aura coming from the enemy. He instantly jumps off the vulture and lands on the icy ground with excessive force. With that, the hunt begins. The Arctic bear roars at the panda cub. The white snake notes that the injuries of the Arctic bear have already been healed. Even though they weren't able to defeat it before, they did cause severe damage to it. However, the snake didn't expect it to heal fully in just 5 days. Plus, the aura of the Arctic bear has become stronger. Unexpectedly, the panda cub demands everyone to stay out of their fight. He has decided to handle the bear all by himself. When the wild bear comes at him, our protagonist's ally dodges and lands a powerful punch. The bear is heavily slammed on the ground. Seeing this, the snake and the vultures get super shocked, while the fox closely watches. Meanwhile, the panda cub recalls how it has trained so hard to become super strong. It never got lazy, even after obtaining the Fire Spirit Stone. Being all fired up, the panda challenges the bear to show its full strength. Being heavily injured, the bear gets up. However, it suddenly starts to snow. With the snow, the spiritual power of the Arctic bear increases. In response, the panda cub starts to unleash the power of the fire element. The Arctic bear makes its move and sends ice spears towards the panda, but the ice spears melt due to the fire element the panda possesses. In return, the panda lands a blow on its opponent. He then jumps and lands on the bear's body, rolls, and strikes heavily on its head. The panda continuously starts attacking its opponent from multiple directions. As a result, the bear roars in pain. Unfortunately, a snowstorm begins and affects the position of the panda. Taking advantage, the bear attacks the panda and freezes him completely within its ice spear. When the white snake is about to jump into the fight, the nine-tailed fox stops it. Soon, the panda's voice comes through the ice spear, asking if this is the bear's trump card. Suddenly, he destroys the ice spear and comes outside without any injury. He rolls and lands a heavy blow on the Arctic bear. The area is covered in snow and smoke as the panda lands back. As the smoke clears, the lying, injured body of the Arctic bear comes into view. The white snake calls the panda amazing, and the vultures start making sounds in celebration. As the panda cub looks back, his head is heavily bleeding from the last attack he landed. As the panda makes a victory sign announcing their victory, the white snake yells at him to be careful. Shockingly, the Arctic bear is still alive and is coming to eliminate the panda cub. The vultures start creating noise, but fortunately, the nine-tailed fox steps in and counters the bear. The bear roars aggressively. However, the fox, calm as ever, uses her ignite ability and burns down the Arctic bear. Seeing the huge flames, the panda gets stunned. Soon the burnt body of the Arctic beast falls down, and the nine-tailed fox stands upon it. Seeing how powerful she is, the panda challenges her to a life-and-death showdown in the future. The scene shifts to Yan City. Falcon, a Transcendent Level 2, reaches the location. It turns out he has a message note from Yuziyu to deliver to Qing. From the note, Qing learns that her master has sent Qing Quan to disturb the meeting. She feels grateful as she knows that in the envoy group, there is a very troublesome guy. After burning the note, she reflects that she has controlled over half of General Li's army now. However, 40% of the military power is still in the hands of Li Yuanhu in the envoy group. Soon her thoughts are disturbed by someone who appears in her office out of nowhere. That person informs her that Li Hao is here to see her again. The person who just appeared is actually from the genetic superhuman troop, Bloodsucking Clan. However, Qing tells him to tell Li Hao that she is out for practice. The genetic superhuman acknowledges her order. Unexpectedly, Qing asks this guy when he will refine his innate blood essence. This vampire guy reveals he just needs one more drop to complete the process, and then Li Hao will become her subordinate. Back in Bayou Gorge, another fire elemental flower is cultivated. This time it has 9 petals, unlike the previous one which had only 4. Right then, the system notifies our protagonist that another skill upgrade has appeared. It is Minor Mystic Art, specifically the Feathers of Fiery Shards. Using it will rain down countless flames from the sky. Our boy notes this is actually an offensive skill, and then he goes for the upgrade. Observing from afar, Thorn notes how much their master has become stronger. Using the new ability, the sky glows with countless fiery orbs. Our hero notes that once these shards fall, all the nearby areas will be destroyed, but he decides not to test it. He lowers his branches, and the fiery orbs begin to disappear. Yutsuyu believes that after activating it, the entire area between Mist Mountain and his current location will become a sea of flames. It turns out that Avatar power is completely different from the Willow Flying Blade. If both the Flying Blade and Fog Control are special abilities, then Avatar power is actually the power of law. With that, the Nine-Tailed Fox and the others return with the defeated body of the Arctic bear. The vulture drops the body of the Arctic ice bear down. The Nine-Tailed Fox explains that the bear was quite rebellious and would rather be burned by her than surrender. Plus, on their way back, it also injured the vulture while trying to attack. Our boy notes its wisdom is not lower than that of normal creatures, and its combat ability is truly scary. He believes it won't be easy for the bear to understand how our hero has become this powerful, but she predicts he will be strong enough to tame it. Therefore, Yuziyu starts to absorb its body instead, and his roots start to glow. Yu can clearly feel that not just the Arctic bear's spiritual energy, but its elemental energy is also being absorbed. He then orders his beasts to start preparing for the spirit mine. When asked about the ice element mine, the Nine-Tailed Fox reveals it to be a medium-sized spirit stone mine. Additionally, the white snake and the panda cub have settled there and started cultivating. Meanwhile, at the ice spirit mine, the snake feels blessed seeing the sheer amount of ice spirit stones. However, the panda cub is busy eating the stones and suggests the snake start cultivating before he eats everything up. Back at Bayou Gorge, our hero feels regretful for having too few ice attribute companions, which gives him the urge to capture more ice attribute beasts. Therefore, he asks the Arctic bear if it wants to follow him. When the bear protests, our boy, left with no choice, eliminates it instantly. As a result, he obtains 240,000 evolution points and gains the Arctic ice bear's ability. Our protagonist then remembers that his branches now have the ability to rob others of their powers. Now he has acquired a special ability, Ice Storm Level 1. Through this, he can change the weather and turn it into a severe winter. Our hero never expected to gain such a skill. It turns out this is another weather ability besides the fog ability. If he gains more weather powers, it will not only be good for the survival of his beasts, but also great for future fights. With that, he gets an itch to head to the north. Meanwhile, in the northern region of Shar City, the federal envoy group is on its way to the meeting. Inside a car sits a pretty scary transcendent. From the 10-country envoy group, there is a holy maiden of the Brahmanic holy religion, a transcendent rank 1. With her is Po Shu of the same religion, also a transcendent rank 1. The holy maiden asks Po Shu if the Federation is really as scary as the rumors say. Unexpectedly, Po Shu reveals that in this transcendent era, they are indeed behind the Federation. Soon the envoy group arrives, and a scary red-haired transcendent steps out of the car. He is actually General Li's second disciple, Li Yuanhu, who is a transcendent rank 1. Seeing him makes Po Shu and the holy maiden nervous. In an underground location, Qingquan senses their arrival and instructs the army of rats to get ready for action. On the surface, Po Shu recognizes Li Yuanhu and can clearly feel the strong spiritual energy coming from him. On the other hand, Yuanhu also recognizes Po Shu and the holy maiden. He observes the people behind them, who are all at beginner rank 9, and admits that the envoy group from the 10 nations isn't as weak as he thought. He remarks that they have brought many experts, and Po Shu says the same to him. She adds that those who don't know why he has come might think he is there for war. Answering her, Yuanhu states that the people with him are there to help with tasks or prevent accidents. Meanwhile, Qingquan is all set for an attack. Po Shu takes it as a joke, wondering why this place would be dangerous, and requests him to follow her. Both envoy groups start to walk, but as soon as someone steps on a crack in the surface, Qingquan receives the signal and instantly breaks the supportive pillars underneath. As a result, a massive section of the surface is destroyed and begins falling along with all the people from both envoy groups. Yuanhu is in extreme anger, believing this was done by the 10 countries, but Po Shu insists it was not them. They keep falling, and Yuanhu doesn't understand why there is such a huge pit. Just then, a large group of rats attacks them. The holy maiden realizes they are mutant rats, but it is too late for them to do anything. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the pit, Qingquan and the remaining mutant rats are all set to attack the humans. Rat tides are actually the most dreaded tide for humans, because they do not just arrive in large numbers. They devour humans alive and torture them to death. Po Shu orders her men to eliminate the rats and uses her wind blade to clear some of them out. Meanwhile, Yuanhu and the holy maiden are eliminating the rats as well. Seeing them in action from the shadows, Qingquan notes that these 3 individuals are the strongest. He decides not to underestimate them, thinking the holy maiden might be slightly weaker than the other 2, but still dangerous. The rest of the fighters are not worth his attention. Qingquan plans to strike the enemies alongside the 4 strongest mutant rats. After clearing her way, Po Shu looks up and wonders when this place became so hollow. Furthermore, there is no way out given the height, so she instructs Yuanhu to wipe out the rats and find an exit. However, she soon takes a hit as Qingquan pierces her body with his sand. Both the holy maiden and Yuanhu look toward her, which gives the rat emperor an opportunity to land an attack on Yuanhu. Luckily, Yuanhu does not sustain a heavy injury. Right then, a number of rats start swarming him. Qingquan orders the remaining rats to eliminate the rest of the humans immediately. Even when the humans beg for their lives, the rats kill them instantly. Soon, every single human is eliminated, leaving only the holy maiden behind. 3 days later, Qingquan brings her to the Raya Mountains. He explains to Yuziyu that she is Aisia, one of the 3 holy maidens of the Brahmanic holy religion from the 10 Nations Alliance delegation. After getting the report, our boy lifts up her body. He reflects that the Brahmanic religion is extremely mysterious, and even the Federation fears it. Our hero notes that even in a coma, she is emitting terrifying spiritual energy. He then removes her veil and finds her extremely adorable. Finding her figure attractive as well, our protagonist decides to make her his loyal servant using his blood covenant ability. As soon as he uses the ability, the consciousness of our boy and Aisia enters her core space. By entering this core, one can fully understand Aisia and take absolute control of her, even to the extent of shattering her core space and taking everything, including her soul. In reality, the process is completed as a huge amount of pressure erupts. Soon Aisia opens her eyes, having reached the transcendent first order. She can heal, perform a snake walk, and possesses a technique for striking and killing like a snake. Strangely, she can even borrow her master's powers and provide evolution points to him. The Divine Tree is stunned to learn this. All the evolution points he has gained until now have been through slaughter and have been stained with blood, but now he has a servant who can provide points for him. When he calls her name, she responds immediately. Our hero orders her to hunt down a beast and bring it to him, and she acknowledges his command. As ordered, Aisia hunts down a beast. Instantly, the system notifies Yuziyu that his servant has eliminated a level 6 mutant gray bear, and our protagonist indeed receives 12 evolution points. Although our boy notes he is only getting 1/5 of the evolution points, he thinks it is better than nothing. Still, he decides not to let her take action further, as he considers her more useful if sent back to the Brahmin Holy Temple. Our hero believes the Federation won't have enough resources to deal with him while the 10 Nations Alliance is going on. However, it might be challenging for her to handle the entire Holy Temple with her current Transcendent First Order power. If she is killed by a powerful psychic, it will harm the main body of Yuzi. Therefore, he decides to give her the fire elemental flower and instructs her to absorb it in one shot, warning that if she fails, she will die. After acknowledging, she begins to absorb the flower. Soon her body glows with light, signaling that she has successfully absorbed it. With this, her powers are upgraded, though she remains at Transcendent First Order. According to our protagonist, she will soon break through and reach the Transcendent Second Order. He then instructs her to go to the spiritual pool in the Bayou Gorge to nurture herself, promising that he will soon give her his life essence. After that, our boy turns to Qingquan, praises his work, and instructs him to take Isia with him. With that, they both start their journey towards Bayou Gorge. After a few days, our hero shockingly feels an earthquake, but he soon realizes it is the bull demon and wonders if it has finally broken through. Soon Yuzu sees the transformed form of the bull demon, which can now stand on just 2 feet and has finally reached Transcendent Second Order. When the bull demon calls its master, Yuzu is in complete shock to see it transformed into a humanoid form. In amazement, our protagonist asks how in the world the bull demon has done it. Our boy remarks it is becoming more and more like a demon and admits he also wants to become like it. However, the bull demon itself is not entirely sure how it happened, noting that during evolution, it simply wanted a more convenient physique. Meanwhile, our protagonist thinks that so-called demons are just another form of transcendent beings after evolution. In this transcendental era, there will surely be more beings like the bull demon. After acquiring a humanoid form, the bull demon wants a weapon, specifically an axe. Understanding the need, our hero starts refining some of his branches and roots to make an axe. In terms of durability, it could be a divine weapon for humans. He finally makes the weapon, gives it to the bull demon, and names it the Magma Battle Axe. After that, our boy reveals he is going to the northern region in a few days. He has left some fire spirit stones for their fire attribute companions, and in his absence, he wants the bull demon to be in charge of guarding the Misty Mountains. 3 days later, Isia is sent back to the Brahmin Holy Temple. Under her command, the deaths caused by the Rat Tide and the members of the Holy Temple are attributed to another force within the Federation. As a result, the 10 Nations Alliance and the Federation officially go their separate ways. In the meantime, Yuzu sets off for the Northern Territory. While he is away, the Bull Demon and a group of mutant beasts are instructed to guard the Misty Mountains. On his way towards the northern region, our hero hunts down all the beasts in his path. Soon he reaches the island he is looking for. Suddenly, the white snake and the panda cub come to greet their master. Our protagonist feels an enormous aura emitting from both of them due to the spirit stones. The panda confidently reveals that he has swallowed a few spirit stones. Right then, our boy spreads his roots into the ice spirit mine, stunning the panda and the white snake. After that, he instructs the nine-tailed fox to come to his fire attribute branches while instructing the white snake and the panda to focus on their training. With that, our hero starts absorbing the ice spirit stones. Several days pass as Yu's spiritual energy surpasses 5.5 million. His tree roots pierce through the icy layer to hunt down many fish, bringing his total evolution points to 4.5 million. Our protagonist has specifically accumulated 500,000 points recently, while the rest were harvested in a hurry. Most of these gains come from the sea, but noting that this is just a shallow area, Yu believes the deep sea will be even more resourceful. Though the deep sea might hold threats to his existence, our hero soon strengthens the sub-tree roots at a cost of 300,000 evolution points. Meanwhile, in the Misty Mountain, Bull Demon searches for Wolf, Great Serpent, and Big Ears. He soon sees blood on the ground, and his eyes widen as he follows the trail. Hearing a noise, Flash and the Green Mantis decide to check it out from the other side. Emperor Crocodile also emerges to investigate the situation and smells blood as he moves forward. Bull Demon reveals that Wolf and Great Serpent are missing. While the Emperor Crocodile believes they simply got lost while playing and decides to search for them, Bull Demon does not buy it. He considers the situation quite complicated as he carries the unconscious, injured Big Ears. Soon after, all the beasts gather around the unconscious Big Ears. Leng Feng is in deep pain, and Bull Demon admits his mistake for believing the Misty Mountain was safe enough for them to play around in. Taking Big Ears in his arms, the Golden Monkey remarks that the young one has already used the life essence left by our boy. Even though his life is not in danger, he remains unconscious. Meanwhile, Qingquan recalls that their master decided to nurture the 3 of them in the future because of their talents. Leng Feng mentions he entrusted the 3 to Bull Demon's care. With a furious face, he decides to risk his life to eliminate Bull Demon if the others are not found. Thorn tries to calm Leng Feng from behind, stating that Bull Demon has always treated the young ones as younger siblings and is also feeling terrible. Bull Demon promises to give Leng Feng an answer, and the Emperor Crocodile urges them not to argue, reminding them that the top priority is to find the young. Windwolf King has already led the wolf pack to search, yet the enemy is good at hiding and leaves no trace of a scent. Crocodile takes full responsibility, noting the enemy intruded while their master was away and even managed to hide their aura. Deciding not to let the invaders escape, he uses his extreme tracking ability. Suddenly he notices something and finds out that humans are behind this. He sees ninjas running ahead, holding cages containing the young beasts. Bull Demon grows furious at the discovery. Meanwhile, the ninjas try their best to escape. One of them, Liu Shengzoteng Jun, reflects on hearing that they should only fear the demon tree. He wonders if the other beasts are not worth paying attention to, yet he feels an overwhelming killing intent coming from the mountain. It looks like they have been deceived by a transcendent. Their mission is to take the reincarnation of the eight-headed serpent to their country, to save it. Soon, the group feels a heavy pressure, and another ninja senses they have been discovered. However, Zhu Tengjun has a plan to sneak into Sunset City. They intend to escape through the other side of the city gate, leaving the city soldiers to deal with the beasts from the Misty Mountain. When the other ninja reminds him that many people in the city will die this way, Zhu Tengjun shows no concern. His first priority is bringing the eight-headed serpent back to the Sakura country, and he feels no responsibility for deaths in the Federation. He places the fault on the person who gave them the wrong intelligence. Sunset City is actually one of the 10 major cities rebuilt after the Federation, guarded by Transcendent Level 2 experts and 30,000 military forces, where each soldier is at least Level 7. Zuoteng Jun, an envoy from Sakura country to the Federation, has come to the Misty Mountain for this secret mission. In his eyes, the 3 serpents he discovered are likely to become the 8-headed serpent. Since these serpents are the only hope to save his country, bringing them back is the top priority. Because of this action, the conflict between the Federation and Misty Mountain is sparked again as all the beasts move under the command of the Bull Demon. Before this whole thing happened, Zuoteng Jun learned from a transcendent human fighter that Bayou Gorge only has one beast with intelligence, and that is the Demon Tree. This fighter offered Zuoteng Jun a deal. He would give him the genetic modification data in return for capturing a beast from the Misty Mountain for research. With a sinister smile, the Transcendent insisted that Zuoteng Jun would be fine as long as he did not trigger Yuziyu. Now in the present, a large wave of beasts is approaching the Sunset City walls. The soldiers activate the defense weapons, start moving the armored vehicles, and enter Phase 1 emergency. Heavy army machinery is on the move from all 4 districts. As the machines are set, soldiers on the walls take their positions. Red lasers are seen on the wall, and in front stands Ni Yuan, the Level 2 Transcendent who gave Zuoteng Jun the wrong intelligence. Ni Yuan observes how those people from the Sakura country are useless, noting they have caused such a big commotion even after boasting about their hidden abilities. However, he considers this a win because he believes it will be worth it to research the reason behind the strength of the beasts from Bayou Gorge. Soon, all the major beasts from the mountain appear from the shadows. Seeing them freezes Ni Yuan completely. The one leading all the beasts is none other than Bull Demon. Seeing his humanoid form makes the soldiers more confused than ever. Bull Demon demands only one thing, which is to give them back their young ones, or else they will witness a massacre. Ni Yuan closely observes him and learns that the beasts are evolving toward becoming human, which makes him think the captives are even more important. Unexpectedly, he reveals they have nothing to do with this. Bull Demon goes crazy and lands a powerful attack on Ni Yuan. However, Ni Yuan somehow manages to survive the attack, though he is injured. Meanwhile, one human soldier notes that even the city lord, who is also at Transcendent Level 2, was forced to retreat. Ni Yuan notes that his arm is nearly broken from just one strike. Finally, he realizes they cannot fight these beasts, and therefore he requests Bull Demon for negotiations. Bull Demon refuses because he only wants them to return the Great Serpent and the Wolf, and then they will go back. Listening to the 2 names, Ni Yuan realizes that the people from the Sakura country have captured them. However, Bull Demon threatens him that they will invade the city and find the 2 themselves. Ni Yuan then reminds him that they have a ceasefire agreement. But to the surprise of the bull, a bullet passes through and hits one of their wolves. It turns out this bullet was shot by the people from the Sakura country from a high building in Sunset City. They actually fired a transcendental level spiritual bullet, which is specifically made to deal with transcendent level 1 beasts. These people from the Sakura country are here to add fuel to the fire so they can leave the beast tied to the Federation alone. The wolf who was shot is now lying unconscious. Meanwhile, Ni Yuan panically asks his soldiers about the fire, but the soldiers state it was not them. With that trigger, Bull Demon starts the war. On the other hand, Zuoteng Jun is going back to his country, condoning the genetic modification plan data and prioritizing bringing the young beasts back to the Sakura country. The soldiers stationed in Sunset City are actually the most powerful legion composed entirely of transcendent warriors, with the weakest being at level 8. This is the Black Armor Corps, a new unit formed after the second spiritual energy revival. These soldiers finally open fire at the beasts, determined to fight until the end. Soon, a shower of bullets covers the entire area. On the other hand, the Bull Demon orders the vultures to attack. The 3 Vulture brothers unleash their Meteor Fire Feathers ability, setting the wall on fire. Next, the Bull Demon orders the beast to destroy the city wall. Mutated falcons fly straight into the structure and damage it severely, causing the wall to collapse. As one transcendent human fighter comes forward to eliminate a falcon, The white tiger emerges and lands a heavy blow, forcefully slamming him into the ground. Meanwhile, Nai orders his soldiers to use all of their firepower on the beasts. This continues for a moment until King Zhou advances and climbs the wall. After reaching the top, he starts eliminating the human soldiers, leaving them to see nothing but hell. On the other side, a wild boar advances and eliminates a number of enemies. Baldhead also begins his attack, soon unleashing his thunder resonance ability. The golden monkey joins in to eliminate more enemies. Wolves, spiders, and every other beast find it easy to take down their opponents. Humans seem to be getting scared of the beast's combat power, so they decide to use missiles. However, the vultures intercept them with meteor fire feathers. Neil finally admits that the Black Armor Corps is weak against these creatures. He knows the Corps can usually deal with beasts of the same level single-handedly, so he is confused as to how they are being beaten so easily. Suddenly, the bull demon appears right in front of Ni. He reminds the commander that they are not ordinary beasts. Nai completely loses his mind and starts swinging his blade, but to his surprise, the bull demon catches the sword with his bare hand. He shows Nai that he bleeds too and can also feel anger, believing that the beasts are no different from humans. Meanwhile, Flash, along with Qingquan and Thorn, sneaks into the city. Using his antenna, Flash senses the presence of their young ones. It appears their target is moving in an army van in the southwest direction. Finally, the wall of Sunset City falls. Elsewhere, Zuding Jun's group is moving in an army vehicle. While driving, Sheng notes how terrifying the beasts are, and only hopes for the city to hold on for a few more minutes. Unexpectedly, a man within their van asks where they are going, and soon the vehicle blasts apart. It is the work of a transcendent human from Sunset City who has discovered the group from the Sakura country, escaping with the young beasts. Zhao Jun finally realizes the Federation wants them dead and never intended to hand over the genetic modification data. He announces that he will take the 8-headed snake, but the guy from the Federation is determined not to let them go. Suddenly, an old man from Jun's side appears and challenges the Federation fighter. This man is Elder Leader Liu Sheng. His appearance shocks the Federation soldier, who never expected him to infiltrate the city. He realizes the Elder planned to steal the genetic data from the start. The Elder remarks that the Federation is not trustworthy at all. As more Federation fighters appear, a battle begins between them and the Sakura country. However, before anyone can land an attack, smoke erupts from a blast. Qingquan emerges from the haze, emitting a strong energy aura. At the same time, Thorn makes her entrance, having already eliminated a bunch of enemies with her vines. From behind, Flash appears and takes down the Federation captain instantly. Observing the situation, the Elder orders his men to take the young ones back to their country. However, the old man soon gets hit by Thorn, who warns him not to get in their way. At the same time, Qingquan takes care of the enemies from the Federation. Meanwhile, as Jun tries to escape with the young beasts, Flash approaches him. In the meantime, the Emperor Crocodile destroys the city wall completely and lets out a heavy roar. To stop the beast from breaking into the city, the Black Armor Corps starts firing cannons and deploying bombs. As the Emperor Crocodile is about to be hit by the barrage, King Zhou unleashes his flames, causing the missiles to blast in midair and burning the soldiers to death. On the other side, Ni and the Bull Demon continue their fight. Nai admits that this humanoid beast is too powerful, but he still refuses to lose. He unleashes his Desert Gale Strike, but the Bull Demon counters the attack with his gravity ability. Nai goes pale, never thinking a strike made with all of his spiritual energy could be stopped so easily. Raising his axe, the Bull Demon admits it is too late for the commander to go back. With a single strike, the Bull Demon eliminates Nai. Bull Demon stands tall as the Sunset City Lord, Nie Yuan, is defeated. A soldier with eyes filled with tears wonders why they have been beaten even though they are much stronger than before. At the same time, Bull Demon questions why Flash has not been able to find the young ones yet. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, an injured Jun runs while holding the young beasts. He feels frustrated because the beasts are unbelievably strong, and he realizes he would have been dead if he hadn't used a secret technique to conceal his aura. Despite his injuries, he is determined to take the young creatures back home no matter what. Soon, Flash reaches a position right behind him but unexpectedly stops midway, which leaves Jun confused. It turns out that Qing is waiting for him up ahead. Realizing she is the Alliance's spirit maiden, Jun believes she is there to provide aid to Sunset City. He reaches out to her, mentioning that he is a messenger from Sakura country and that beasts are chasing him. To his surprise, Qing grabs him instead and rescues the young beasts. Flash greets her as Big Sis, and hearing this, Jun suffers a massive shock. Afterward, Qing instructs Flash to tell Bull Demon to retreat because reinforcements from the Federation will arrive soon. As for Jun, she decides to eliminate him for opposing the Misty Mountain. With that, he burns to death in her flames. Soon, a falcon informs Bull Demon that their young ones have been rescued, so he orders a retreat. Qingquan and Thorn also decide to pull back. Later, on their way back to the Misty Mountain, Emperor Crocodile wonders why they didn't conquer the city instead. Bull Demon mentions it was an order from Ching, so they must obey. Meanwhile, the young beasts rest in Thorn's lap. Bull Demon is grateful they were saved, otherwise their master would be mad at them. He then orders the Emperor Crocodile to note all casualties, take the injured to the Spirit Lake, and move those who are severely injured to the Spirit Pool. Meanwhile, reinforcements reach Sunset City. These are Iron Knights sitting on the backs of mutated pandas, led by Lan Yi, a Transcendent Level 2 Iron Knight. Upon reaching the city, they realize they are too late. Lan Yi notes they cannot ignore the power of the Misty Mountain. Suddenly, he notices something. It is Qing Quan hiding in the bushes, who grits his teeth for being spotted. As soon as Lan Yi jumps in that direction, he finds no one. He feels strange finding the area empty because he is sure he felt a presence just now. While coughing blood, Qing Quan retreats, feeling grateful that most of their forces have already left. He believes things would have become difficult if they had to face that Iron Knight, as their entire army might have been wiped out completely. For the Federation, the Misty Mountain is not an unfamiliar place. It is a forbidden land within forbidden lands, home to the mightiest beasts and an infinite number of powerful creatures. Now, these beasts are attacking human cities, leaving the Federation completely shaken. In a meeting room, reports confirm that the beast tide in Sunset City was caused by an envoy from the Sakura country. Before the battle, a humanoid mutated beast inquired about the young ones. Initially, Marshal Ni Yuan and other fighters thought it was merely an excuse to invade the city, but the cage containing the young beasts was later found next to the envoy's corpse. Marshal Ni Yuan immediately demands to send the Iron Knights or the Dragon Court guards to teach them a lesson. After a brief pause, the Prime Minister orders the cancellation of resource supplies to Sakura country. He also orders a delegation to be sent to offer consolation. If they do not receive a satisfactory response, they will arrange for the Dragon Court guards to pay a visit. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the northern region, a falcon gives a report to Yu Ziyu regarding the recent incident. Our protagonist decides to leave these matters to Little Ling. To keep a low profile, our boy orders the falcon not to act rashly in his absence. Keeping the Iron Knights in mind, he wants everyone to be cautious and orders them to wait for him to handle things when he returns. With that, the falcon leaves the northern region. Yu notes how many new things have happened in his absence. From the Ice Spirit Stone mine, a panda cub emerges and wants to know whom its master was talking to. However, our tree asks if the cub can keep things under control if they end up in conflict with its kin. Unexpectedly, the panda cannot say for sure because its kin follows whoever treats them well. When the cub fled, it invited its brother to join as well, but the brother refused because he did not want to venture outside, preferring a leisurely life while waiting to die. With that, the panda goes back to the cave to rest. The Iron Eater tribe obeys whoever is strong. By rank, this tribe is among the top races of mutated beasts, possessing the power of bears, the speed of cats, an astonishing biting force, and indestructible claws. Additionally, they have a racial talent to devour vitality and enhance elemental attributes to strengthen their physique. Our hero thinks they will surely clash with the Iron Knights in the future. Right then, a plan to train some powerful squads hits his mind. The panda cub sleeping inside the cave is carried away by one of Yu Ziyu's roots. Holding the cub in front of him, our protagonist wants some help, but the creature is in a deep sleep. Therefore, our boy starts slapping the cub to wake it up. With a swollen face, the panda cub finally wakes up, admitting it had a good sleep and is feeling fresh. Yu wants it to find the Arctic bear's lair for him. The panda confidently leaves, excited to find more companions, but it trips and falls on the snow, ending up asleep again. Later that night, deep in the ocean, a transcendent first-tier sperm whale is eaten by a huge transcendent third-tier octopus. Back in the northern region, our hero looks at his stats. He is at the transcendent third-tier rank and has 4 million evolution points. His mutated branches are at level 4, while his roots and flying leaf blade are at level 3. Most of his abilities are at level 3, except for Blizzard and the Wood Dragon ability, which are at level 1. His crystallization and flaming feathers remain basic. Due to ice attribute minerals, his spiritual power has reached 6 million. Having 4 million points, Yu Ziyu decides to upgrade his Blizzard and Wood Dragon abilities. After enhancing Blizzard to level 3, he doesn't feel any change at all. Our protagonist thinks the power that controls nature does not manifest in the main body. Next is the Wood Dragon ability. He hadn't paid much attention to it before because he wanted to prioritize skills with higher attack potential, but upgrading this ability requires a total of 500,000 evolution points. Still, he presses the button, and instantly a strange light appears as he begins to feel an inexplicable, intense pain. A huge beam of light and pressure appears due to the upgrade, which draws the attention of the massive octopus living in the ocean. A mutated orca, a transcendent second tier, emerges from the ocean to charge at Yu Ziyu. It has followed the spiritual power our protagonist emitted during his upgrade. Even though his body still hurts, our hero must react as the orca opens its jaws to attack. However, the orca's body freezes completely when our tree uses his Frozen Earth ability. Since the elemental attachment of his level 4 mutated branches is now Frozen Earth, Yu can easily freeze a large portion of the sea. Suddenly, a large fish with a sharp, long mouth bursts from the frozen ocean and strikes our boy's main body. Our hero grabs it with his roots and eliminates it. Surprisingly, he gains 170,000 evolution points, which is the most he has ever received from a single source. Right then, he feels the presence of another beast in the water. A huge tentacle bursts out from the ocean belonging to the same massive octopus that devoured the sperm whale. The octopus roars terrifyingly, marking the first time Yuzi has clashed with an ocean overlord. He is curious to see whether land or ocean creatures are truly stronger. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Luo Kingdom, humans receive a warning that spiritual power has exceeded all known limits. They soon learn of two massive energy signatures near the coast. Sweat covers their faces as they watch live footage of the fight between Yu and the giant octopus. They wonder why the demon tree from the Federation has appeared there, but suddenly their screens go blank, forcing them to try and restore the feed. On the battlefield, the octopus uses its fatal suction and grabs our protagonist's body. Through this ability, the beast begins sucking out the spiritual energy of our boy. Our hero quickly counters with his dragon root, but unfortunately, it does not do much against the opponent. The octopus grabs our protagonist with its tentacles again, attempting to drag him into the sea. To avoid being pulled under, Yu uses his flying leaf blade to cut through the tentacles and free himself. However, the octopus opens its massive mouth and begins trying to chew our hero whole. Luckily, Yu blasts the octopus back to free himself once more. Next, he unleashes his inferno-magnetic feathers. After wishing farewell, Yu's inferno-magnetic feathers hit the octopus continuously. This prompts the creature to retreat toward the ocean, but our protagonist does not want it to escape. He uses crystallization and grabs his opponent with his roots, but the octopus refuses to give up. It unleashes a corroding ink toward our hero, leaving him with no choice but to let go and protect himself using a root shield. While the octopus slips back into the water, Yu notes that 40 of his branches have been damaged. The system immediately starts branch regeneration, and since his roots are also damaged and weakened, the system begins healing them as well. The octopus's corrosive ability was truly terrifying, so our boy is grateful he acted quickly to save himself. Unexpectedly, the octopus emerges once more, but our hero observes how much the ground has been corroded by the ink and prepares himself. As the beast comes forward to attack, luckily, Yu reacts instantly and freezes the octopus completely. With the octopus finally taken down, our hero orders the falcon to call everyone over for an octopus feast. Later, everyone gathers around the body as it is being grilled. When Qingquan takes the first bite, he finds the meat incredibly tough and can't believe it remains this strong even after death. Meanwhile, a large piece gets stuck in King Zhou's mouth as he tries to swallow the whole thing at once, while the white tiger happily claims the innards. From above, the nine-tailed fox remarks on how much fun their comrades are having. After that, Yuzi observes that the emperor crocodile is close to a breakthrough, though the crocodile admits its progress feels very slow. Next, our protagonist lifts the white tiger and reminds it that it is still only at the early stage of the First Order Transcendent level. Our boy tells the tiger not to be so playful, but the tiger reacts as if it is being praised. From below, Thorn notes they will soon support the entire world. Meanwhile, Qingquan realizes he is missing someone, not Leng Feng, but Hedgehog. Since everyone else is present, Qingquan announces that they should all enjoy themselves. On the other hand, the crane feels left out, noticing that no one seems bothered by its absence. Suddenly, our hero pulls out the 3 hearts of the octopus. All the animals start to drool as our tree notices how tempted they are by these prizes. The octopus has 9 brains and 3 hearts, and the 3rd heart, in particular, is a treasure that acts as an elixir of advancement for any beast. After dividing the 3 hearts into multiple pieces, Yuzi offers a piece to everyone, sharing the rare, heaven-sent treasure. After eating the heart pieces, Qingquan and the Emperor Crocodile start to evolve. The Emperor Crocodile turns blue, gains the ability to stand on 2 feet, and reaches the Transcendent Second Order. Qingquan also turns blue and reaches the Transcendent Second Order. It turns out that Qingquan is gradually surpassing the realm of humans. Our protagonist wonders if it is because of the earth element that Qingquan's aura has become increasingly vague. Thorn steps forward and finds Qingquan even more handsome, but he tells her to step back as he decides to show off a new ability. He slams his hand on the ground, shocking everyone. From the earth, Qingquan creates a huge castle that floats in the air. Our boy's jaw drops in surprise, and he jokingly thinks Qingquan would become incredibly rich if he went into real estate. While everyone praises him, Qingquan soon feels exhausted because he used all of his spiritual energy at once. His castle shatters and he begins to fall, but the Emperor Crocodile rescues him. The Emperor Crocodile's body now resembles a giant dragon, and Yuzi thinks he might actually evolve into one in the future. Even when the Emperor Crocodile suppresses his spiritual power, an aura of sharpness continuously emanates from him. He has awakened an ability known as Bloodthirsty Tyrant. When he is injured, his anger rises, and his speed and strength increase greatly. Additionally, his healing ability has multiplied several times over. Suddenly, Thorn feels multiple strong auras nearby. It turns out the panda cub has arrived with new companions. Shockingly, as the panda walks on the water, it freezes. The entire Arctic bear tribe emits strong spiritual energy, and the panda states that our hero called them all over. The bears respond positively, and our protagonist puts a smile on his face to welcome them. To his surprise, the bears are terrified of him, which leaves him confused since he even tried to make himself look cute. There are 120 Arctic bears in total, and 4 of them are transcendent first orders. Soon, our hero spots the leader, a transcendent second-order mutated Arctic bear. It possesses the Thunder Power ability, giving it thunder attributes. Although Big Bald is acceptable, he still cannot compare to this leader. Our boy wonders how the panda cub managed to bring them all here without using force, especially since the previous Arctic bear leader didn't give up even in death. The panda confidently declares that he made an alliance with them based on food and shelter. Our protagonist is proud and praises the cub sincerely. The Arctic bear leader roars, and the panda translates that they will be reliable allies. Both the leader and our hero shake hands to finalize the alliance. Next, the golden monkey arrives with a large barrel of wine, and Yuzi announces that they should celebrate the arrival of their new companions. He then gives a piece of the octopus heart to Qingquan to take to Ling Feng. Reflecting on his gains, our protagonist notes that killing a transcendent third-order beast was very profitable. He has gained 1.2 million evolution points and an additional 400,000 spiritual energy. He has also acquired a new skill called transference, which involves splitting his consciousness into a new plant. If done for too long, his consciousness will be forever trapped in that plant. Our hero thinks that if his consciousness is fixed on the other side, he might become multiple versions of himself. He instantly rejects the idea, considering it unsuitable for him right now. Somewhere far away, a 7-colored flower appears. The 7-colored flower emits energy as the water beneath it begins moving in a circular motion. It suddenly unleashes its power straight into the sky. In White Emperor City, City Lord Wang Hao, one of the 10 great geniuses, feels the aura of an extraordinary treasure. He immediately orders his staff to notify the Federation about this new discovery and commands them to gather manpower to make the first move. Later in Zhanhai City, a transcendent remarks on how lucky Wang Hao is since this kind of treasure only appears near his city. He adds that Wang Hao likely has no idea what stroke of luck he has stumbled upon. Suddenly he receives a punch from the city lord of Zhanhai, Zhao Zhao, who is also one of the 10 great geniuses. Zhao Zhao makes it clear he does not need any commentary and orders his subordinates to prepare manpower immediately, determined to obtain the extraordinary treasure himself. With the appearance of this item, White Emperor City and Zhenhai City are not the only ones involved. Major hubs like Yan City and Mo City send troops as well. Even secret forces within the Federation are in conflict, leaving the Federation seething with hidden currents. In Inferno City, Qing remarks that another divine flower no less powerful than the demon tree has appeared. Her assistant, Kylie Huo'er, a transcendent first order, reports that major cities have already dispatched people and several covert squads are moving out. Qing reflects that the Federation is totally scattered from the inside due to greed. She is more concerned about her master, knowing it would be bad for him if the Federation obtains that flower. She orders her assistant to notify the genetic forces to prepare to seize the treasure. As soon as the assistant leaves, she instructs the Falcon to inform everyone about the situation. Back in the Misty Mountain, the Falcon informs the Bull Demon about the mysterious flower. The Bull Demon orders it to report everything to the Master residing in the northern region. Additionally, he wants to summon the Emperor Crocodile to guard the Misty Mountain. Holding his axe tightly, the Bull Demon decides to head out first. Elsewhere, human transcendents under Wang Hao walk through the woods. Wang Hao soon senses something is off, noting that the moment he stepped inside, he felt as if his consciousness was being stolen away. The place looks strange to him, and the sensation grows stronger the further he goes. However, this leads him to believe he is closer to his target. Soon one of his men, Yuan Feng, starts coughing and acting weird. His veins become prominent as his body reacts strangely. Wang Hao suddenly yells at everyone to get away from him. At that moment, Yuan Feng starts hitting his own comrades, who grow confused seeing him act this way. Yuan Feng then unleashes his blade strike move. His fellows realize immediately that this move can easily eliminate a transcendent first-order beast. Meanwhile, in the northern region, Yuzi Yu is busy upgrading his level 4 roots, which causes him agonizing pain. Soon, the Falcon appears to give our boy a report. Yuzi Yu learns about the divine flower, which possesses powers no less than his own. Our protagonist predicts that the appearance of this divine flower will shake the entire existence of the Federation. Our hero thinks that the people fighting over this flower are taking a massive risk and realizes the Bull Demon, who has already set off, won't be enough to take the flower before it falls into human hands. Therefore, Yuzuyu summons the nine-tailed fox and tells him to snatch that flower. Zhao Zhao enters the forest with his fighters and finds Wang Hao sitting dejectedly on a log. From him, Zhao learns that those below Transcendent Second Order cannot proceed. This mysterious flower controls minds, and if a person's level is too low, they will die instantly. Zhao sneers, pointing out that Wang Hao must have eliminated his own comrades who were controlled by the flower. Wang Hao stands up and asks if he should go inside alone, or if Zhao intends to follow. Consequently, Zhao orders his men to stay behind and guard the area while he advances alone. Both Zhao and Wang Hao advance together. On their way, Zhao notices a group of cloaked figures waiting in the grass to take the flower. Zhao considers them nothing but a bunch of ants and believes they won't even know who killed them. However, Wang Hao points out that Zhao always underestimates others. Determined to obtain the flower, both men advance at full speed. From behind, the cloaked figures recognize the two and decide to follow them. They realize that as long as the duo clears the way, it won't be dangerous. In other parts of the forest, many different groups have arrived to take the divine flower. Soon, Wang Hao takes down a beast while Zhao takes care of the rest. It turns out these beasts are all being controlled by the flower. The deeper they go, the more extraordinary beasts they encounter, including many transcendent first-order creatures. Wang Hao suggests moving quickly, as this indicates they are getting closer to their target. Suddenly, they both feel a massive aura. A huge mutated horse appears right in front of them, identified as a savage raging steed of the Transcendent Second Order. Before Wang Hao and Zhao can react, another massive beast appears, an Inferno Abyssal Falcon, also Second Order. Figuring out they cannot fight these beasts, Wang Hao and Zhao retreat. Meanwhile, someone else has found the flower. Strangely, there are no beasts around the lake where the flower is located. This person wears a samurai hat and wishes to use the flower to ascend from the Second Order to the Third, or perhaps even the Fourth Order. However, his thoughts are dismissed as he sees Wang Hao and Zhao marching ahead, still being chased by the raging steed and the abyssal falcon. No one notices the presence of the man in the samurai hat. Unexpectedly, Wang Hao decides to buy time by distracting the beasts so Zhao can seize the divine flower. Zhao readies his claw to collect it, and at the same time, the man under the hat jumps toward the flower. Surprisingly, something starts to emerge from underneath the water. A massive snake rises from the lake and attacks both of them simultaneously, standing tall to protect the flower. At the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Bureau, staff monitor every move made to obtain the divine flower. According to a report, they have detected 20 individuals with over 100,000 spiritual energy. Among them, 8 have exceeded 300,000. The supervisor orders the images of those 8 individuals to be frozen for identification. The group includes Wang Hao, Zhao, the man under the hat, Qing, the raging steed, the abyssal falcon, and the bull demon. Zooming in on the bull demon, the supervisor learns that even the Misty Mountain has joined the competition. She is equally stunned to see Qing joining the fray. Back in the forest, Wang Hao lands a strike on the abyssal falcon, causing it to crash to the ground. Meanwhile, the man with the hat and Zhao face off against the giant snake. However, Zhao leaves the snake to the other man and rushes to snatch the divine flower. Before he can take it, the bull demon makes its entry and forces Zhao to back off. Zhao instantly recognizes the creature as the bull demon of the Misty Mountain. Although he didn't expect to see it here, he decides to eliminate it and unleashes his innate ability, Hell Serpent. Unfortunately for him, as soon as the Hell Serpent nears the bull demon, the creature strikes with its axe and splits the serpent in two. Next, the bull demon unleashes gravitational force, but the Hell Serpent unexpectedly breaks through. In response, the bull demon uses Ignite and burns the serpent down. Right then, Qing appears as she is passing by. She advises the bull demon not to engage enemies in a long-range battle. Seeing her makes the bull demon teary-eyed. It creates a huge wave to shake off Zhao while Qing moves toward the divine flower. She instructs the bull to eliminate Zhao. In the meantime, Zhao spots Qing, but he soon receives a heavy blow from the bull demon. He is confused as to why the beast ignored Qing, but the bull demon only mentions that anyone who hurts what it cherishes will not make it out alive. Zhao is in a tight spot, and knows that if this continues for more than half an hour, it will be difficult for him. Suddenly, the bull demon uses heavy blade domain, causing Zhao to feel a sharp pain throughout his body. Before he can react, the bull demon unleashes a heavy axe blade. Zhao is thrown away and coughs up blood, yet he doesn't give up. Unleashing his ultimate ability, he remains determined to eliminate the bull demon. Meanwhile, Qing stands near the flower and observes it closely. The flower realizes she is not human and that their auras are the same. Additionally, the flower notes that Qing has already awakened her subconsciousness, just like their master. Unexpectedly, Qing's soul emerges from Ling's body. She offers Ling's body to the flower, suggesting it can use the vessel because of its ability to control living bodies. She cannot guarantee its safety because of the many powerful individuals present, but with Ling's body, the flower can protect itself. The divine flower does not understand why Qing is helping, but she reveals it is simply because they are of the same kind. The abyssal falcon receives a heavy blow from Wang Hao, but shockingly, it heals itself in no time. Wang Hao gets stunned seeing its healing ability, which makes him frustrated. Suddenly, a beam of light emerges behind him, and everyone sees in that direction. Turns out that it is Qing who is using the divine flower, and as a result, the beam of light is emitting. Unexpectedly, the eyes of the abyssal falcon, the huge snake, and the raging steed turn their colors. All of them go crazy as they advance towards Qing. The fighters from behind observe the whole scene closely. One thing is for sure, they don't want the beasts nor Qing to get the divine flower. Therefore, everyone starts to move. On the other hand, Demon Bull is not letting Jiao pass through. In the meantime, all the beasts and other fighters are about to reach Qing, but she unleashes Inferno Butterfly and sends them towards her opponents. As a result, a huge blast erupts and everyone gets fully burned. The flames are evaporating the lake. Everyone is down, but Qing stands tall. Seeing her eyes changing its color, some nearby fighters wearing golden helmets wonder if she is being controlled because she has touched the flower directly. But they reflect that not only have they failed to take the flower away, there are also powerful enemies in the area. On the other hand, Ling's body now has a spiritual energy of 400,000. Qing's soul reminds the now Ling to get used to the body. The divine flower in Ling's body notes she can get even stronger. Qing gets confused. Right then, our protagonist jumps off and unleashes a huge amount of spiritual energy. From afar, Wang Hao is shocked to see how much spiritual energy Ling is emitting. He finds it unexpectedly powerful. Jiao also gets a shock as he never expected her to be this strong. Standing on a fallen beast, our boy is now emitting 700,000 spiritual energy. The man in the hat gets frustrated because he would have eliminated the beasts. But now if he eliminates our hero, then the Federation won't let him go. Meanwhile, Qing is happy to see how the flower made Ling's body this powerful. But according to the flower, this body will turn back to normal because it has temporarily made it powerful. It further adds that there are way too many powerful individuals here who are looking for an opportunity. Plus, there are also a high number of powerful beasts who are coming this way from afar, and it will be difficult to leave here with just this body. Even if it escapes, the flower doesn't know where to go. Then Qing suggests the divine flower spirit to go to the Tianshan mountain, as humans don't dare to enter there because it's difficult for them to survive there. After a short pause, she also suggests going to the Misty Mountain. When the flower spirit asks about the Misty Mountain, Qing explains that this is the only place she can survive. She adds that she can follow the back of the demon bull ahead, who will guide her. However, the flower spirit has a favor to ask from Qing, as she is from the Misty Mountain. On the other hand, the fight between Jiao and Demon Bull is still going on. Unexpectedly, Ling's body intervenes as she kicks Jiao hard. Then, our protagonist instructs Demon Bull to take the divine flower back to the Misty Mountain, as our boy will buy time for them. Breathing heavily, Demon Bull acknowledges. After that, our hero forms whirlpools in the lake. Then, she emits a bit more spiritual energy. As a result, the whirlpools collapse with each other and spread water in the area, which makes it hard for everyone to see. The divine flower gets out of Ling's body and approaches Demon Bull so they can escape to the Misty Mountain together. As they move, the group wearing helmets feels the spiritual energy of the divine flower in motion, so they start to move as well. On the other side, the guy under the hat also refuses to give up. However, Qing hits him from behind. Her eyes are still green. Meanwhile, the chubby guy under the hat falls near Jiao. Jiao reflects that he has been following him from the start. The chubby guy shrugs it off, then asks if Jiao has the confidence to defeat her. Jiao is unsure because he sees that Qing is under control. On the other hand, Qing notes that the divine flower has moved with the demon bull. She recalls that the flower spirit asked her to pretend to be in control and then create chaos to help it escape. In the present, Qing decides to enjoy herself to the fullest. In the meantime, Demon Bull and the divine flower are on their way to the Misty Mountain. On the other hand, the abyssal falcon is still after Wang Hao. It doesn't want to let humans escape easily, but to his surprise, the falcon leaves him and flies ahead. Just then, Jiao and the chubby guy fall near Wang Hao under great pressure. They are very injured. They admit they are nothing in front of Qing. They struggle to get up. While Wang Hao notes that Qing, the flame princess, of all people is being under control, he steps up. Our hero decides to counter her and instructs the other two to go after the divine flower. He doesn't want the divine flower to fall into the hands of the Misty Mountain. Meanwhile, Yuziyu in the northern region sneezes as he wonders if they have obtained the divine flower. Now, Qing and Wang Hao are up against each other. Both of them exchange their attacks as the water in the lake blows up under the pressure. The group of Golden Helmet fighters observes the effects of the fight between Qing and Wang Hao. Their leader did expect them to be this powerful. He reflects that Qiaoling's strength originally was formidable, and it has been enhanced after being controlled by the divine flower. On the other hand, Wang Hao is impressive to deal with such an opponent. The leader predicts if their boss and their second brother were here, they would probably experience a tough time. He then plans to make their move soon, as he wants the dragon guards to capture the divine flower and demon bull soon. On their way back, a high number of beasts have gone crazy as they are reacting to the spiritual energy of the divine flower. Experiencing a tough time, the chubby guy plans to turn Demon Bull into soup. Surprisingly, Demon Bull is also experiencing a tough time, and the divine flower beside it reveals that these beasts are attracted to its spiritual energy. They take it as a potent tonic. Demon Bull grits its teeth as it knows it will get caught because of its decreasing spiritual power. Unexpectedly, the divine flower takes action and increases the spiritual energy of the bull. With that, both of them go ahead at great speed. Seeing this, Zhao and the chubby guy get frustrated. At the same time, the nine-tailed fox, along with the white tiger and Thorn, are on their way to back up Demon Bull. Meanwhile, the panda cub and Qingquan on the surface feel jealous of them for being able to fly. Somewhere else, Demon Bull, while moving forward, feels they don't have anyone who is pursuing them. But all of a sudden, a golden arrow lands right in front of them. Turns out this arrow was shot by one of the Dragon Guard's fighters. He feels a bit disappointed as his attack didn't hit. Right then, the divine flower senses something. Two fighters of the Dragon Guards simultaneously attack Demon Bull. Our hero bleeds a bit. He senses a strong aura coming from these Dragon Guards. However, they are not strong to the extent that they are unbeatable. Furthermore, a herd of beasts are behind them as well. But our boy smirks as he finally understands why Yuziyu wanted them to act together. Soon, the leader of the Dragon Guards offers to spare its life if it hands over the divine flower. Our protagonist doesn't give up as he unleashes his ability. All of his opponents are now unable to move. Right then, with his remaining spiritual energy, he turns himself into a celestial body. Due to this, he can increase the gravity constantly. The divine flower is all confused, but our hero reveals that he needs to be stronger. Therefore, he uses all of his strength to make his ability strong. Bull Demon is emitting a huge amount of spiritual energy. Both Zhao and the chubby guy in the air can clearly sense the strong gravitational force coming from ahead. On the ground, a Dragon Guard warrior steps forward as he claims this ability is not something which he cannot withstand. He eagerly wants to see if his body will break down first, or if the gravity crushes him first. With that, he comes forward to land a punch, and our protagonist also prepares his punch. Both of their punches land on each other. The bulky Dragon Guard warrior admits using punches is more convenient. After that, he uses Supreme Ruler and Heavy Machine Fists to land multiple punches on our boy at the same time. He boasts that the energy of the Bull Demon is no match for him. But right then, he receives a heavy blow from our hero. With a lot of strength, Demon Bull succeeds in slamming his opponent on the ground forcefully. Right then, another Dragon Guard warrior shoots an arrow towards him. The bull counters the arrow, however. Another warrior lands a strike on him from behind. Luckily, the strike wasn't enough to cut our protagonist. Filled with rage, our boy throws the arrow which he just stopped towards that same warrior. Even the opponent's sword gets a crack. Seeing the situation, the shooter standing on the cliff starts shooting continuously. The whole area gets covered under those arrows. Unfortunately, the arrows hit Demon Bull, yet the arrows are not stopped. Therefore, the divine flower steps forward and tries to control the arrow shooter. But sadly, that doesn't work, and it can only impose mental suppression on him. The shooter, as a result, loses his composure. This gives an opportunity to our protagonist to land a powerful strike on him. As our hero lands his strike, the shooter escapes unscathed. He then reflects that even though the Bull Demon is just a mere transcendent second order, he is on the level of all three of them together. Furthermore, he notes that Demon Bull is struggling to fight after taking that slash in his back. Before the Dragon Guards could take advantage of this, a herd of beasts had almost caught them. Zhao and the chubby guy plan to take an opportunity from the chaos to snatch away the divine flower. Before anything could happen, someone fires powerful flames from the sky on the ground. It is the nine-tailed fox who has arrived to back up Demon Bull. Due to the flames of the nine-tailed fox, all the enemies are surrounded by fire, including the beasts. The divine flower senses powerful enemies coming their way, but Demon Bull tells her to rest assured as those are friends rather than foes. The chubby guy instantly recognizes the nine-tailed fox of the Misty Mountain. He grits his teeth because they already gave their all to make our hero fall in that situation, and now more powerful allies are gathering. Reaching really close to the divine flower, the lake snake comes forward to attack. However, as soon as it reaches the ground, it gets engulfed in a ball of hard earth. This is actually the work of Qingquan, who appears in his new transformed body. The bulky warrior from the Dragon Guard still doesn't give up, as he is determined to not let anyone get away with the divine flower. As soon as he starts launching punches, the nine-tailed fox reacts sharply by unleashing her flames. Even when the bulky warrior tries countering the fire, he still gets completely defeated. The fox stands tall on the ground while the fighters of the Dragon Guards yell for their fallen comrade. From the side, Wang Hao grits his teeth as he notes that even though the fox and that bulky warrior were on the same level, the gap between them is still too big. With just one strike, she has defeated the warrior. Right then, the chubby guy notices that there are more beasts as well. Thorn and the white tiger also appear on the battlefield. Observing the comrades of our boy, the divine flower calls them strange. It also notices how strong the spiritual energy coming from them is. Meanwhile, in the battle area, the chubby guy finds Thorn attractive. Noticing this, the white tiger charges towards the chubby guy. However, that guy has no idea why the tiger is attacking him. Unexpectedly, the tiger only says the words which it knows, which are totally unrelated to the situation. The chubby guy grows confused, but soon he gets blown away by the white tiger. On the other hand, Jiao charges toward Thorn with his hell serpents, and Thorn counters with her vines. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox is up against the blade warrior from the dragon guards. When the arrow shooter fires towards the fox, Qingquan makes a huge earth shield and blocks the attack. The shooter feels annoyed, but soon our protagonist approaches him and becomes his opponent. On the other hand, the panda cub is lying midway, wondering if they have finished their fighting. It reminds itself that relying only on themselves won't work. As everyone is busy fighting their own fights, the divine flower points out that there is no one left to protect them. Unexpectedly, the huge horse appears as well and charges towards them. Hence, she urges the demon bull to think of a way, but the bull insists on ignoring the horse. As soon as the horse is about to attack, the panda cub appears and lands a punch on it. The divine flower finds the panda cub handsome while the horse slams into a nearby wall. The panda cub confidently stands in front as he has finally reached the battlefield. Seeing this, the divine flower is absolutely in love with him. The panda cub jokingly remarks on how much the demon bull has been beaten up. Shrugging it off, the demon bull reveals that all of the opponents are transcendent second order, so he doesn't need to underestimate them. The panda boasts that he is pretty strong, and since he is here, he won't let them get hurt. He jumps off immediately, leaving the divine flower completely fallen for him. Meanwhile, the white tiger is up against the chubby guy. The chubby guy finds the tiger's vitality super vigorous and admits that he will die if this fight continues. With no option left, he must use his secret ability. He knows that even if he wins, the backlash will be severe. Unleashing the move, the whole area is engulfed in a poisonous liquid that sucks the life out of living creatures on contact. Shockingly, the chubby guy becomes super slim as he utilizes most of his energy. He reports that in order to devour the divine flower, he stored a large amount of stomach acid in his stomach. He admits it is a waste to use it all at once, but it was necessary to win. With that, he decides to run from there as quickly as possible. To his surprise, the white tiger catches up with him from behind. He freezes completely as the white tiger bites him. In the meantime, the arrow shooter is stuck under spikes. Qingquan finally traps him with his ability. The shooter curses him for betraying humankind to join forces with Misty Mountain. However, Qingquan has nothing to say on the matter. Right then, he crushes the arrow shooter in his sharp spikes. With the arrow shooter dead, only the blade user remains alive. Soon, he takes a heavy blow from the nine-tailed fox. She demands he not look down on her by looking away. After being hit, the blade user composes himself and uses his swordlight slash ability. Before the nine-tailed fox can dodge, the panda cub steps in and reveals that this kind of attack should not be dodged. Within an instant, he shatters the attack coming from the blade user. The blade user is in absolute confusion, and soon, the panda cub attacks him. However, the blade user dodges. Observing the cub closely, the man is stunned to see him existing in the wild and wonders why he is so powerful. He thought they had already captured them all, and wonders if this is the one who escaped from the reserve. After thinking, the blade user asks if his name is Cheesy. The panda is stunned that the man knows his name. From this reaction, the blade user confirms it is really Cheesy. However, he never expected him to join Misty Mountain. He adds that his brother will be furious if he knows about this. By this, Cheesy realizes his brother has joined the Dragon Guards. Regardless, he doesn't need anyone's permission to join whoever he wants. The blade user offers him the chance to join them, but only if he cuts ties with the Misty Mountains. The blade user insists Cheesy join him, warning that he will otherwise face his big brother in the future. He is certain the panda wants to avoid that, but to his surprise, Cheesy refuses him straightforwardly. He refuses to betray Yuziyu. While it is true that Cheesy does not want to fight his brother, he plans to protect him with his own life if anything goes wrong. Seeing this, the blade user grips his weapon, deciding to end everything with his strongest move. He is indifferent to his own death and only seeks to defeat his opponents ruthlessly. As he emits a powerful aura, the nine-tailed fox warns Cheesy to be careful. While unleashing this final attack, the blade user reveals that even if they dodge, the shockwaves will still affect them. He is confident that they are helpless whether they evade or take the hit head-on. The aura is so overwhelming that Cheesy doubts if the enemy is merely a transcendent second order. Finally, the blade user unleashes his move, the solitary swan heaven slicing technique. Before the strike can land, the King Arctic Bear arrives with a terrifying expression. Spotting the nine-tailed fox and the panda cub, the bear pauses. After a brief moment of silence, the Arctic Bear reveals he has just arrived and asks about the enemies. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Thorn is up against Jiao. Jiao grits his teeth, realizing that everyone else has been defeated. He admits internally that he will die soon if the fight continues. In her fighting mode, Thorn wonders why he will not just die already. In the next moment, she pierces a vine through his body. Observing this, the Divine Flower notes that all of the Demon Bull's comrades have won their battles. Our hero states that this represents the true power of the Misty Mountains. Somewhere on a distant cliff, two foxes, one black and one white, feel grateful they did not involve themselves in the fight. They realize they would also be dead. The White Fox admits that the Misty Mountains have become a force they cannot interfere with. She never expected that a member of the Fox clan would be serving under the command of the Divine Tree, nor that her strength would be so formidable. As they retreat, the Black Fox remarks that the nine-tailed fox's bloodline is extraordinary, as he can feel her aggressive aura even from this distance. The White Fox then resolves to become just as powerful. Over by the lake, Qingling stands tall after defeating Wang Hao. Highly injured, Wang Hao asks if she has finally come back to her senses. He points out that being controlled by that divine flower is unlike her. She simply states it was a minor accident, but Wang Hao does not believe her. He reminds her that this accident almost cost everyone their lives, and that he sacrificed 50 years of spiritual power to save her. As he continues to list his sacrifices, Qingling only finds him noisy. Instead, she wonders if the demon bull and the others managed to escape. She walks away, leaving Wang Hao behind to see if there is still a chance to recover the divine flower. Now emaciated, Wang Hao demands she wait, believing she cannot leave him after everything, especially since he expects her to marry him. However, she still leaves. Alone, Wang Hao wonders where everyone else has gone. At the same time, Zhao is struck by Thorn's vine. Surprisingly, he successfully saves his soul, which begins moving in the opposite direction. He never expected the reinforcements from the Misty Mountains to be so powerful that even the dragon guards were defeated. Though he has lost his physical body, Zhao decides to start a new life as long as his soul survives. To his horror, Qingling's centipede devours his soul and refines it into a small, orb-like structure. The next day, shocking news spreads throughout the entire alliance. Every powerful expert who attempted to take the divine flower has been wiped out. Not a single person survived. Among the Dragon Guards, members ranked 7, 8, and 9 all perished. The genius Zhao Jiao and the Lord of Gourmet City also died in the battle. At the scene, neither the body of Qingling nor Wang Hao is found, and their whereabouts remain unknown. In the world of Tree, the recovery of spiritual energy serves as the root of all change. Ordinary creatures evolve into transcendent beings through this energy, and as it appears, all things begin to transform. The world is full of these changes, and you is not the only existence of his kind. A spiritual energy tide occurs when a specific amount of energy triggers a large-scale explosion. Even transcendent creatures have a limited tolerance for this power, as excessive amounts cause death. Consequently, a large number of creatures gradually turn into spiritual energy during these tides. Others migrate toward areas with less energy to ensure their survival. Furthermore, spiritual energy resources are considered rare treasures, which are divided into plants and minerals. Plants that absorb a large amount of energy while growing become rich in it, yet they do not develop intelligence. Instead, they become treasures such as spirit flowers and spirit grass. This is why Qing gives a herb to her master that she took from the body of a sandro turtle. High concentrations of spiritual energy also enrich stones under certain circumstances, turning them into spirit stones, which are very important resources. Right now, the entire Federation is in a dire condition. Not only is there an outbreak of rats, but even the wolf packs have attacked numerous grassland tribes. That death toll is 30,000. On the other hand, Qing and Wang Hao returned yesterday with deep injuries. Additionally, the investigation team discovered that in the withered wood forest, there have been creatures with mutated beast characteristics that resemble humans. In the headquarters, the Prime Minister has learned that the genetic experiments on artificial life, which were banned before, have continued again under someone. After investigation, they have found that all the data from the Genetic Forces base has been stolen. Furthermore, all the experimental personnel have disappeared. The Prime Minister wonders if they are all dead. Next, he sees footage from Australia in which there is a huge ancient creature rampaging in cities across Australia. Around 100,000 people have lost their lives and the casualties are still rising. Due to this monster, the entire human population in Australia is barely hanging on. A reporter reports that the Coastal Defense Forces have sent them a message that an ancient creature is heading towards the Federation. In a month, it will reach the inland. All the original commanders are in a meeting to handle this matter. The Prime Minister asks about the level of that creature. The reporter adds that 2 months ago, the data they received indicated that it was on the Transcendent Third Order. But shockingly, latest data reveals that it has reached the Transcendent Fourth Order. The Prime Minister goes pale in shock. The reporter adds that this is the most powerful creature they have discovered by far. It is one of the mightiest beasts, and it could become even more powerful in a month. The Prime Minister starts sweating as he knows this creature is even more powerful than the creatures in the Misty Mountains. Therefore, he summons all available and retired officers, regardless of their rank, for a meeting. Also, he orders to schedule a national conference for the day after tomorrow. When the reporter asks about the matter regarding the Misty Mountain capturing of the Divine Flower, the Prime Minister dismisses it, as he decides to wait for a month for this, if the Federation manages to survive until then. Back in the northern region, the young beasts who are a bit abnormal play with Baldhead. One of the two-headed wolves sneezes and unleashes flames towards Baldhead. When Baldhead runs while being burned in flames, the other wolfhead, who has the ice attribute, blows and completely freezes him. Observing them, Yuziyu notes that not everyone can play with these young ones. Our protagonist reflects that after the incident of kidnapping, he called them here for safety reasons. The two-headed wolf can enhance his power by absorbing ice and fire spirit stones. This wolf is actually a mutant cyan wolf, two-headed wolf, first order. It possesses the breath of both ice and fire. On the other hand, the giant snake is actually a mutant green snake, three-headed snake, first order. Even if it loses one head, it can regenerate it completely. As the mutant green snake is proficient in aquatic combat, our boy thinks to keep it in the sea. Therefore, he immediately calls out Orca. Orca appears instantly from the sea. When this orca was tamed last time, it joined with our hero, along with its whole clan. This is the first time our hero has teamed with sea creatures. Yuziyu then leaves the cultivation of the snake to the orca and instructs the orca to take good care of it. Actually, this orca looks fierce from the outside, but its voice is so sweet. Our boy, in his dragon root, leans towards the snake to instruct it to follow the orca and reach the second order. After that, he will pick it up. As the orca leaves with the snake, our protagonist looks forward to meeting it again. Now Yuziyu carries the wolf and orders it to eat the ice spirit stones. It has to eat the stones, and it fully controls the ice elemental power. After that, he leaves Big Ears to the golden monkey. On the other hand, Baldhead finally frees itself from the ice. It then begins looking for the three young ones. Not finding them makes it go crazy. However, right then, our hero approaches it as he plans to personally train it. Baldhead is way behind the golden monkey and the boar. Our protagonist begins its training and notes that its progress isn't fast enough yet. He threatens it, saying if it continues like this, he will kill it himself. Seeing him giving strict training, the leopard and the green mantis find their master scary. Meanwhile, Yuziyu continues the training non-stop. 5 days later, Baldhead became super bulky. Even though our boy found these days exhausting, he is happy to see the training paying off. Now anyone below first order won't be a match for Baldhead. Suddenly the falcon appears, giving a report to its master. From it, our hero gets to know that his comrades are finally back. Meanwhile, Baldhead feels prideful as it can't wait to show the results of its special training. Now it has reached the peak of Transcendent First Order. But as soon as the whole group appears, who are all above Transcendent First Order peak except Thorn, Baldhead loses all of its confidence. Therefore it leaves quietly. In the meantime, Yuziyu spots the Divine Flower. Seeing the Divine Flower, Yuziyu opens the attribute panel because he wants to see how powerful she is. Surprisingly, the stats window emits a strong light so intense that even our hero struggles to open his eyes. Even the attribute panel is extraordinary. The Divine Flower is actually the Celestial Earth's enigmatic flower, Transcendent First Order. She possesses the power to freeze time, though it consumes 1 million spiritual energies in an instant. Reading about this, our protagonist notes that her abilities are related to time and feels envious of her for controlling such a force. However, the Divine Flower isn't able to say much. Realizing she might be overwhelmed, Yuziyu reminds her that she doesn't need to be nervous, as nobody here has any ill intentions toward her. Other than the time-freezing ability, the Divine Flower possesses the flower's language ability. Through this, she can make both spirit flowers and spirit herbs follow her commands. Therefore, our protagonist wants her to help him cultivate these resources. To this, the Divine Flower states that with enough spiritual energy, they can mature in half a month. However, she also needs to absorb 1/5 of the spirit flowers and spirit herbs as food. Yuziyu finds no problem with this arrangement. He then decides to leave the task of finding seeds for the spirit flowers and herbs to the nine-tailed fox. After that, Cheesy informs our hero that he is going back to the mountains because he wants to find some bamboo to eat. Our boy gives him permission and thanks him for his hard work. Before Cheesy can leave, the Divine Flower calls out to him. She states that she needs to stay here for some time before going to the Misty Mountains and requests that he wait for her. Our hero blushes seeing the two, while Thorns wonders if this is a confession. The Divine Flower finally confesses her feelings to Cheesy. However, he feels annoyed and doesn't understand what that has to do with him. He leaves, telling her not to bother him. The Divine Flower then tells everyone else that she just got dumped. Unfortunately, our protagonist believes that love always comes with bitterness. Somewhere in the ocean, the Federation has sent heavy machinery to eliminate the giant beast coming from Australia. As fighter jets fly above the giant, the creature observes them closely. More and more fighter jets fill the air. From the ship, the military spots their target. In the next moment, they open fire and the jets launch missiles toward the giant. An infinite number of missiles and bullets hit the target. After a brief moment, the giant finally reacts and growls heavily. It opens its massive mouth and unleashes supersonic waves that encounter and destroy all the incoming missiles. Even the jets are destroyed, and the ships face great difficulties. Soon, their intercontinental ballistic missiles are ready to launch. A missile goes straight to the giant and blasts upon impact. Due to the force, even their own ships receive damage. Unfortunately, as the smoke clears, the giant is still standing and appears totally fine. Turns out the intercontinental ballistic missiles are completely ineffective. After that, the giant makes a move and starts destroying the ships in front of it. Live footage of the giant is being watched in the headquarters. The officials discuss how their thermal weapons are totally useless against a transcendent fourth-order creature, even though the weapons used are the most powerful ones available in the present time. With that, the countdown to the all-out war between the giant and UZU begins. Only 14 days are left. Meanwhile, in the northern region, our protagonist is envious of the divine flower, who can directly absorb spiritual power into her body. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. According to the alert, an unidentified power is detected. It asks if he wants to use 100,000 evolution points to unlock it. Our hero immediately activates it. Surprisingly, he unlocks an innate ability. Through this, our boy can freeze time for 0.01 seconds. However, it will cost 1 million spiritual energy in an instant. At present, its application level is less than 1,000th. Yu is confused when he learns that he also has the power to control time. Beside him, the divine flower, who appears withered, reveals that she has transferred all her gathered spiritual energy into his body, allowing him to obtain this new ability. Our hero freaks out seeing her in such poor condition. However, she shrugs it off, saying she will be fine after resting a bit. Right then, our protagonist gives her his essence of life. Consuming that, she feels fresh as ever and wonders about the miraculous liquid she just consumed. Our hero boasts that he is very strong as well. Observing the stats of his new ability, he thinks that even though this power is quite useful, it is difficult to master as well. Noting the 1,000th comprehension, he believes he can increase the duration in the future. As he is super excited, he instructs the divine flower to work continuously, and he promises to provide her with the essence of life in return. On the other hand, somewhere else, Qingquan sets up a projector and screen to watch a movie. He explains to Cheesy that this is how humans entertain themselves. The devices he has now were brought from Qingfeng City, and they can watch any kind of movie if they are connected to a smartphone. But sadly, the phone signals in the woods are not very strong. Cheesy adds that he had heard about this when he was living in the zoo. After a couple of minutes, they both start watching a movie. As the film continues, more and more animals start gathering to watch it. Unexpectedly, they are more excited than Qingquan. In the movie, the protagonist says in a dialogue, "If you live without dreams, what's the difference between you and a salted fish?" Cheesy finds the dialogue interesting. Suddenly, a small window pops up on the screen. It is news regarding the giant entering Gyre City. Cheesy points at the news. According to the report, a transcendent fourth-order creature has appeared in Huaxia's waters, and it will enter Gyre City in 28 days. The nation has issued a Level 1 emergency alert, and all citizens are advised to evacuate to Chaosan City. Cheesy suddenly tells Qingquan to pause the news. When Qingquan asks if he has seen something, Cheesy shrugs it off. However, his eyes are fixed on a pink-haired lady running to save her life from the giant. After seeing her, Cheesy decides to head back to find something to eat. Qingquan and Baldhead are left confused by his sudden departure. Meanwhile, Thorn, along with the Green Mantis and Flash, enjoys bathing in the spiritual pool. On the other hand, the White Tiger eagerly wants to join them, but our tree stops it as the tiger is not allowed to go in. Flash appears, informing his master that he has become stronger again. Seeing his stats window, Yuziyu learns that Flash has acquired strength multiplication. This ability consumes a large amount of spiritual energy, and strength doubles every 10 seconds. Yu informs Flash that he can now amplify his strength several times. Flash fills with excitement as he wants to try his new ability right this moment. Using this new power, he forms a very big crater on the ground. He notes that it can only be strengthened 2 times because his body cannot handle more than that. Later, our hero is super excited for the duel between Cheesy and the nine-tailed fox. He even urges his comrades to bet on one side. Cheesy is super serious about their fight, as he has waited for a long time. He reveals that he always wanted to know how it feels for a confident and powerful fighter like the nine-tailed fox to be stepped on by him. Turns out the fox also thinks the same way. The nine-tailed fox activates Blazing Surge, while the panda activates Fiery Form. Both the nine-tailed fox and Cheesy are emitting a great amount of spiritual energy. The fox takes the first move with great speed, appearing right behind Cheesy. The panda uses petrification and a huge blast erupts. Yuziyu covers himself and the others with his roots, sweating as he observes how strong those two have become. Nine-tailed struggles to push away Cheesy. On the other hand, the panda is satisfied seeing how the fight is unfolding. With that, he delivers a powerful punch at the fox. As a result, Nine-tailed lands back forcefully. But as soon as the panda begins approaching her, the nine-tailed fox unleashes a large amount of spiritual energy. Cheesy stops midway. From the flames, Nine-tailed emerges with a powerful aura. She unleashes her powerful flames to burn down her opponent, and as a result, a large part of the forest starts burning down. Observing the battle, our hero notes that both of them seem to want to kill each other. Meanwhile, Nine-tailed observes closely to see her opponent. Surprisingly, a fireball materializes in front of her. It is actually Cheesy, who has used an ability known as Giant Fireball. This allows him to transform into a fireball, which devours everything. Cheesy has hence absorbed all the flames. He and Nine-Tailed see each other with killing intent. Right then, Yuzi, in his dragon root form, starts to move to stop them from fighting further, because they will eventually destroy the island. But to his surprise, as soon as he reaches them, Cheesy admits his defeat. He admits that Nine-Tailed is very strong. Our protagonist and the others are confused to see Cheesy admitting defeat. Nine-Tailed is also confused because she knows that the panda was the one who wanted to fight, yet he is stopping now. Cheesy apologizes and states that he just wanted to know if he could win against a powerful opponent. Then he turns to our hero, revealing that he wants to discuss something in private. Later at night, Yuzi asks if he really thinks he can't win against Nine-Tailed, but the panda only comments that she is quite strong. Then, he curiously asks how strong a transcendent fourth order is. He wants to know if his master can defeat it. Our tree gives a mixed answer. When Cheesy asks how it feels to challenge someone who is stronger than themselves, our hero states that fear dominates most of the battle. If one is afraid of dying, then everything becomes meaningless. After letting out a small laugh, Cheesy comments that even his powerful master is afraid of facing a powerful opponent. After a brief pause, our tree wonders if this is the thing he wanted to talk about. The panda shrugs it off casually. After that, our protagonist asks him why he always carries this flute. Cheesy reveals that during a spiritual energy tide, his friend dropped it in the zoo while trying to escape from the beasts. He always wanted to return this flute to her someday. After listening to this, Yuzi reveals that he doesn't like humans, as they are self-centered and ignorant. They always repeat the same mistakes over and over again, and you just can't trust them no matter what. However, he notes there are a few exceptions who are worth giving their life for, though that is really rare. After that, Cheesy remarks that he was raised by humans and sometimes feels that our hero is so much like a human himself. To him, the way his master talks or gives orders is all human-like. He remarks that not every human is bad, as the people he knows are good. Unexpectedly, he makes a bold statement, asking if he ever stands on the human side. Will our protagonist eliminate him? After thinking for a moment, Yuzi shakes his head. The reason is that they are friends, and he knows Cheesy won't harm them. Cheesy smiles faintly and then decides to play the flute. When he starts playing, our hero's eyes widen. The atmosphere becomes incredibly peaceful as fireflies start dancing in the air, and the other comrades find the music beautiful. Cheesy plays the flute for a while. Later, he walks away from his master. He wishes farewell to everyone in a low voice, but to his surprise, the nine-tailed fox appears suddenly in front of him. She gives him 2 small bottles of life essence and reveals that their master gave them to him since he knew he was about to leave. The fox also wishes to have another duel in the future, since she doesn't count the last one as a real fight. He knows this as he confidently leaves the area. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a city near the ocean is destroyed by the giant monster. Everyone, including the transcendent fighters, is dead. As the giant leaves the city, a huge wave of ocean water engulfs the entire area, leaving the city completely submerged. Soon, a whale shark approaches the giant. It is also a transcendent fourth order. Both of them start attacking each other, and the scene changes. In the northern region, all the animals are busy watching a documentary on the screen. Seeing them, Qingquan feels a bit annoyed. On the other hand, the white crane flies over to the northern region but doesn't find Yuzi at his usual place. As the crane starts panicking, it gets hit by one of our hero's roots. Surprisingly, our protagonist's body has become way too huge. He is so tall and big that he now covers the entire island. Actually, our boy has acquired a new skill called size mastery. This allows him to change his own size without compromising his power or spiritual energy. He is even taller than the mountains and enjoys his time being a huge tree. From below, the divine flower, who has now reached the transcendent second order, remarks on how much fun our hero is having. On the other hand, somewhere else, the giant has successfully devoured the transcendent fourth order whale shark. After devouring it, the body of the giant transforms, and it has now reached the peak of the transcendent fourth order. Cheesy recalls his past when he was just a baby living inside a zoo. At that moment, a lion escaped from its cage and went straight for him. When the lion was about to eat him, a girl with pink hair stepped between them to protect Cheesy. At the same time, the lion was hit by a tranquilizer gun and went unconscious. Even though the pink-haired girl was scared to death, she managed to protect Cheesy. Now, in the present, he has finally reached Jier City. He prays for Xiaoai, the pink-haired girl, to survive. On the other hand, the giant is continuously moving forward. Eventually, a month passes. In the northern region, the white tiger comes to his master, and Yuzi realizes the beast has finally broken through. The white tiger has reached the transcendent second order. Our hero finds it impressive and is super proud of him. However, the white tiger is still only able to use a couple of sentences. Flash comes in and boasts that he also evolved last month. The divine flower, who now has formed limbs, comes forward today. She has reached the second order as well. Next, the white snake appears to congratulate the white tiger for reaching the second order. On the other hand, the Arctic white bear, who is also a transcendent second order, finds the white tiger silly for feeling proud. Turns out everyone has reached the second order now. One after another, they reveal they have broken through, which means reaching the second order is not that great of a deal. The white tiger feels very bad listening to their remarks, which makes him leave instantly. Our protagonist, however, tells everyone not to crush the tiger's spirit, but no one reacts much. Yuzuyu reflects that everyone has experienced a qualitative leap this month and their strength has increased. He has also awakened a new skill called Ice Age. Through this, he can freeze the land and ocean under the sky instantly. Furthermore, his spiritual energy has surpassed 8 million. Additionally, they have utilized all the spirit stones underground. He plans to leave the remaining stones for the young beasts. He has placed the Gorilla Legion to guard the northern borders, and eventually plans to replace them with the Arctic White Bear Legion in the future. Plus, our protagonist plans to return to the Misty Mountains soon. Then, our boy wonders about Cheesy and whether he has found his friend or not. Strangely, our hero is missing him despite the panda having annoyed him so much. He hopes that Cheesy is totally unharmed. However, the panda is now facing the giant on his own. He is literally bleeding, and so is the giant. Later in the northern region, everyone is busy watching something on the screen. They laugh because the program is super funny. Soon, Qingquan decides to watch cartoons, but Baldhead wishes to watch the animal world. As soon as Qingquan grabs his smartphone, he learns about Jier City being destroyed by the giant. Right then, he opens the news, and the screen lights up with live footage of the giant fighting someone. Upon watching closely, everyone realizes that the one the giant is about to devour is none other than Cheesy. Therefore, Qingquan immediately reports the whole thing to his master. From there, all the powerful comrades learn the news. Yuzuyu instantly orders everyone to return to the Misty Mountains. He calls everyone back because it is time for them to fight. With this, only 10 days are left until the final battle between our hero and the ancient creature occurs. In the past, when the beast tide reached Jier City, everyone ran for their lives. However, Xiao Ai ran in the opposite direction. Even when she was advised not to go there because of the presence of dangerous animals, she ignored the warnings, worried only about Cheesy. She knew the panda was still inside the zoo. Soon, a mutated lion reached the young Cheesy. It roared, making him feel scared, but before anything could go wrong, Xiao Ai jumped into the scene to buy time for him. The scene changes to the present, where the panda has just reached Jier City. He stands in front of the zoo and announces that he is back. Observing the city closely, he finds it incredibly quiet and surrounded by strange objects. There is no human in sight in the entire city. Perhaps people have run away or are hidden somewhere. Plus, the panda has not yet spotted the transcendent first-order giant. Suddenly, he hears a kid scream. The child gets up and finally finds something to eat, which makes him feel grateful even though he is in physical pain. Right then, Cheesy finds him. He wants to know the boy's identity and asks why he is in his house. However, the kid is scared to death, as he considers Cheesy to be a monster. Later, after getting an explanation, the kid calms down. He did not expect a panda to speak human language. While walking along, the kid reveals that this area is now a red zone. Cheesy is more curious to know about the giant who was destroying the city, but the kid doesn't know much, only that the giant disappeared yesterday out of nowhere. He adds that the giant was battling an orca, and due to that battle, half of the city was submerged. When the panda asks why he didn't evacuate, the kid states they didn't escape in time, noting that all the roads are now blocked by massive obstacles. The kid was separated from his family, and after that, the giant beast appeared. Their army could not even defeat it, and so many people have lost their lives because of the monster. When the panda asks why the kid is walking around in such a dangerous situation, the boy explains that everyone has been trapped for a month. Supplies are running out, so he came out in order to survive because he wants to reunite with his family. From a cliff, the kid points toward a damaged building under which there is a government bunker. For the time being, people are living there. The kid then reveals that the government protected the people from the zoo first, because those people understand the habits of monsters better than others. He thinks the person Cheesy is looking for must be there. The kid grabs the panda's arm, insisting they go there. He believes the soldiers won't shoot because they have also protected some other pandas. However, Cheesy raises his arm as he doesn't want to go. Instead, he advises the kid to go by himself. The kid is confused and doesn't understand why the panda isn't coming along. Cheesy states he doesn't have the courage to face his friend at the moment, and furthermore, there are things he must do. When everything is over, he will find them for sure. The kid sighs, and as he leaves, he yells at the panda not to die because they are waiting for him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, something attacks. Fortunately, the panda dodges the attack, but unfortunately, the kid is heavily injured. Cheesy is in complete despair. Unexpectedly, the ancient creature appears in the city, emerging from the ground. Meanwhile, the panda tries to save the kid by giving him the essence of life. Fortunately, the kid starts to get up as his injuries are all healed. In the meantime, the giant monster appears right beside them. Cheesy instructs the kid to get out of here, then he prepares himself for the fight against the giant. The giant starts to move. The panda, however, never expected it to be hiding underground. He insists that the kid run away, but the boy is worried about him. In response, Cheesy reveals that he must defeat this beast. After a moment of silence, the kid finally leaves. Cheesy starts emitting his spiritual energy as he prepares for the battle. The giant roars heavily, producing an immense amount of air pressure. The panda grits his teeth, noting that the mere pressure of the creature's spiritual energy makes it hard to breathe. He admits that it is even stronger than the divine tree. Its spiritual power is like an abyss, a never-ending force. Finding a transcendent fourth-order beast this powerful, our protagonist wonders if he really can defeat it. Suddenly, the giant attacks with its tentacle. Cheesy successfully dodges by jumping into the air. While airborne, he unleashes his petrification skill. However, before anything can happen, the giant lands a strike directly into the panda's body. Receiving such a heavy blow, he starts to bleed. In the next moment, he lands back on the ground, only to receive repeated attacks from the giant. Meanwhile, from a distance, a reporter and her cameraman try to record live footage of the battle without being spotted. As the camera starts rolling, the reporter begins her report. She states that the giant creature, which had been silent for a few days, has reappeared in the city and is now engaged in combat with another beast. She does not know the reason for the battle but predicts it must be a territorial dispute. When the camera finally captures our hero, the reporter realizes he is an iron-eating beast from the panda species. Simultaneously, the people in the government bunker watch the live footage. One man wonders if the government has sent another rescue team, though he is confused why there is only one panda fighting. A short-haired blonde girl sitting beside an injured panda wonders which team that panda is from. The people believe Cheesy cannot win this battle, especially since he is at a disadvantage in terms of size. Another person yells in frustration, asking why the government didn't send more powerful individuals, as he clearly senses the panda is completely overwhelmed. At the same time, somewhere else, an old man calls Xiao Ai to see the live footage. When she sees the screen, she instantly recognizes Cheesy. Tearfully, she notices the flute on his body and realizes our protagonist is back to protect them all. Back in the battle, Cheesy transforms into a ball and charges straight toward his opponent with great speed. Unfortunately, his attack does not affect the giant at all. In return, the colossal giant emits massive supersonic waves. The waves hit the panda so hard that he falls to the ground under great pressure. He coughs violently and his body is highly injured. Due to the attack, he cannot see clearly, his ears are ringing, and it is hard to breathe. He is in disbelief. Even though he fought to a draw with the nine-tailed fox, he still lacks the strength to face a transcendent fourth order. He admits internally that he cannot even deliver a counterattack and does not know what to do. The people in the bunker can clearly see that he is going to die. With great pain, Cheesy notes that once again he is unable to do anything. He loves this city so much. It is not only the place where the person he loves lives, but it is also where he grew up. He wants to stay here forever. He remembers how Xiao Ai once protected him, yet he left her behind and ran away. Because of fear, he abandoned the person who loved him most and the person he loved most. He believes she must have felt desperate at that time, and for this reason, he feels he no longer has the right to appear before her. Admitting he cannot do much, he decides he must at least kick the giant out of the city. Right then, he counters an attack from the giant with one hand as he drinks the essence of life. A completely strange creature emerges from the lands of Australia, causing destruction across the entire continent. After that, it travels through the ocean and reaches the Federation. This giant beast is the highest-ranked creature in the history of the world. The Federation mobilizes its entire military force to counter it, deploying 5 times more forces than when confronting UZU. The whole world watches this crisis, calling for the Federation, the second most powerful military power in the world, to resolve it. However, the giant eliminates their 250,000 troops completely. Along with civilians, the death toll is almost 570,000. By the 6th day, the toll rises to 650,000. By the 15th day, it is 710,000. And by the 23rd day, it reaches 830,000. Up until now, the death toll has reached 1.96 million. Back in the headquarters, while seeing the live footage of the battle between the giant and Cheesy, the supervisor wonders why the Dragon Knight's panda is there since the whole unit was completely wiped out. Unexpectedly, the Prime Minister appears right behind her. Seeing the live footage, he wonders if that panda can win against that giant monster. Cheesy is emitting a huge aura right now as he recalls the last conversation between him and Yuzu. He asked how he could become stronger instantly, and our boy stated that the spiritual energy they absorb from this world is stored in their hearts. Typically, when they use or practice their body's abilities, they can only use 30% of their spiritual energy. Our protagonist explained that if one uses 100%, it will shatter the spiritual energy stored in the heart. As a result, the energy flows into every cell in the body, allowing one to temporarily gain power beyond their level. But our hero instantly advised him not to use it ever, because it is too dangerous. In the present, the panda decides not to use his 100% spiritual energy, even if he dies. Right then, he starts emitting such a strong aura that the ground beneath him starts to shatter. With that, he challenges the giant to come at him. The giant attacks using its multiple tentacles, but to the monster's surprise, its limbs completely freeze. In the next movement, Cheesy jumps and lands a powerful strike at the giant's body. Surprisingly, the beast starts spitting blood. Next, the panda jumps straight up towards the sky. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, they note that his spiritual power is rising rapidly. It has already exceeded 90,000, and the number keeps rising. The Prime Minister reflects that it's not just the Federation, but the whole world watching this battle right now, as the survival of humanity depends on it. The giant sends one tentacle to attack its opponent, but the panda readies a punch to counter the strike. Shockingly, as soon as the punch lands, the tentacle breaks off completely. However, Cheesy struggles a bit as he finds the physique of the Transcendent Order creature really tough. In the next moment, the giant sends a number of tentacles towards him. Cheesy braces himself and roars, unexpectedly tearing apart all the tentacles in an instant. As he is in the air, the giant monster eats him alive. People from the government bunker consider him dead, but the Prime Minister feels something is not right. At that exact moment, the giant feels something strange inside its body. Instantly, its torso blasts open from the inside, and the panda emerges. Being injured, he doesn't give up and activates his skill, Crimson Lotus Solar Flare Sphere. From afar, he looks like the sun. He tells the giant monster to feel lucky because it gets to witness this move before it dies, a technique that even Ninetales didn't experience. Cheesy finally unleashes his secret move, which hits directly on his opponent. The giant beast roars heavily in pain. On the other hand, the panda, despite being injured, is enjoying the whole thing to the fullest. He next attacks the giant from multiple directions repeatedly. Seeing how much the giant has taken damage, the reporter reports that this is the first time it has been pushed to this extent. It seems like it doesn't have any way to fight back. She adds that the panda might win this war. The supervisor at the headquarters is stunned to see how powerful Cheesy is. Meanwhile, the people from the government bunker all root for him to win this fight. Every single person around the world roots for him to win at all costs. Back in the battle, the panda is still hitting the giant monster. The panda gets back and tells his opponent that this city was once so beautiful and the beast cannot take over this place. Determined to make the giant leave this city, he again goes forward to land another powerful attack. The pressure is so high that everything gets affected under its impact. After the attack, smoke spreads through the entire area. The reporter gets worried about the cameraman and his camera. As soon as the smoke clears, the reporter is stunned. Meanwhile, all the excitement fades from the faces of the people in the government bunker. The same goes for Xiaoai and the old man. Unfortunately, the giant is holding Cheesy, who is in very bad shape. The people watching the live footage conclude he has been defeated. Now they don't know who could possibly defeat this giant monster. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister at the headquarters slams his fist as he curses. Back on the battlefield, the ancient creature slams Cheesy into the ground forcefully. The panda coughs as he is in a very poor condition. He wonders if he really cannot do anything. Furthermore, he doesn't even know how many bones he has broken. Additionally, the life essence gifted by Yuzi has been all used up. The panda wonders if this is how humans feel facing the divine tree. He feels absolute despair. On the other hand, the kid from earlier reaches the area near the reporter and the cameraman. The kid weeps as he begs the reporter to save the panda from dying. He says that Cheesy just wants to see his friend one more time. What the kid says gets recorded as well. As a result, Xiaoai learns the whole thing. Being tearful, she just yells at the panda from there to run away. In the battlefield, Cheesy's head fills with past voices which tell him to run away or else he will die. He then gets up as he considers himself not to be the same old Cheesy. He wonders if Xiaoai is watching his battle. This time the fire inside him has not yet extinguished. Hence, he decides not to run away this time. He finally yells as he tells Xiaoai that this time he won't run away. During this spiritual energy tide, humanity launched a large-scale attack against different types of beings. However, at the present, right after 2 years of the spiritual energy tide, they are witnessing that a beast is fighting desperately to save them from a terrifying ancient creature. In the past, right after the incident of the lion escaping from its cage, Cheesy grew worried about Xiaoai being injured. However, she calmly revealed that it was just a small scratch she got from the lion. She added that it would heal soon. She then stated that when people protect something, they open their arms unconsciously, even if it means risking their lives. It is a sacrifice they are willing to make. She asked if Cheesy had something he wished to protect. Now, in the present, she is super sad as she cries uncontrollably, seeing Cheesy at the verge of death. At 5:30 p.m., the panda, Cheesy, was defeated. However, his life and death status is unknown. His sweet moments with Xiao Ai come to mind as Cheesy stands lifelessly in front of the giant monster. Soon after, something materializes beneath him. That thing emerges out of the ground and takes him up to the level of the giant monster. The cameraman from a distance records the whole thing, and the people watching the live footage are in great shock. In the next moment, that giant ancient creature opens its mouth to devour Cheesy. Meanwhile, Xiao Ai is in great pain as she shouts the panda's name. Sadly, the giant monster ends up eating the panda. In the north region, Yuziyu watches the full live footage of their battle. Right then, Qing's soul appears as she has something to tell her master. She explains that Jier City is the place where the panda cub was born. Plus, there were around 8 people who raised him in the zoo, and the Xiao Ai he mentioned is one of them. The list of people who have escaped the city does not include any of the zoo's employees, and they are not on the casualty list as well. Our boy then asks how much time it will take to reach Jier City. King reveals it will take a month. Our protagonist figures out that the panda also left exactly a month ago. Back in the headquarters, the Federation comes to learn that the panda who was fighting against the giant isn't a member of the Dragon Guard squad. In fact, this panda is the one who escaped Jier City earlier. The Xiao Ai he mentioned can be one of the employees at the zoo for whom he is looking. The Prime Minister cannot believe that the panda fought the giant beast just to save someone. The rescue operation they launched to rescue the panda has not made any progress until now. The land is completely blocked as well, meaning the entire city is completely separated. Furthermore, the explosives do not affect the monster at all. If they use helicopters for rescue, that giant beast will destroy them in midair. Meanwhile, on the other hand, our hero plans to directly attack the monster from the front, as Yuziyu decides to break down the wall. In the meantime, the Prime Minister asks about the Dragon Corps. His assistant reports that they are ready and they have assembled their top transcendents. All of them will get there within a month. However, both our boy and the Prime Minister do not want to waste a whole month. As every day they delay will mean more danger for the people, they need to speed up things. The plan of our protagonist is to protect the people inside the city, including Cheesy. The plan is simple: eliminate the giant monster and then rescue the panda. With that, both Yuziyu and the Prime Minister schedule the operation for 10 days from the present. Every beast of the Mystery Mountains is excited for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, in Jier City, Xiao Ai grabs her sniper to go out and avenge Cheesy. The old man stops her from doing so, as he reminds her that it is an enemy that even Cheesy was not able to defeat. If she goes out there, she will die in vain. However, she protests, saying that she should not be afraid of death as the panda was not afraid to die. She insists on going even if she does not defeat the enemy, but she is determined that she will shoot at it before dying. She chooses to die rather than do nothing at all. Unexpectedly, the ground starts to shake heavily. The people nearby feel they are having an earthquake. However, the ground is shaking because the giant ancient creature is on the move while roaring heavily. It roars continuously as something like a green liquid substance comes out from its mouth. It spits the green liquid out instantly, and the poisonous liquid substance falls on a nearby building. Soon, the giant ancient creature begins changing its shape. The reporter nearby reports that it has transformed into a pupa. Back in the headquarters, the assistant of the Prime Minister reports that they have chosen a name for this ancient beast derived from its place of origin and its behavior. The giant ancient beast is now known as Destructive Beast Australith. The Prime Minister reads the details of Australith, who was born in Australia and came here through destruction. Soon, someone comes in and reports that footage has just come from Jier City, in which Australith has wrapped itself like a pupa. Seeing the footage, the Prime Minister figures out that it is evolving. If they do not kill it soon, the whole world will be destroyed. Australith's green liquid comes off from the building and gathers to become a bunch of monsters. The monsters formed from the green liquid are now going after the citizens, who run for their lives in a panic. These green creatures grab and devour the humans. Later, they deliver the dead bodies to Australith, which is currently in a larva form. That larva possesses a massive mouth and immediately begins eating the human corpses. From the shadows, the cameraman records the entire scene while risking his life. However, the reporter reminds him that they must take risks to earn rewards later. She reports that these monsters are capturing humans specifically to provide food for the giant pupa. These green monsters consist of different types. The large ones act like guards who are always watching, while others possess wings and fly to monitor the surroundings of the giant pupa. It is as if they are working with human-like coordination, which implies the creature has awakened its intelligence. Everyone will be doomed if they wait until it evolves completely. In the next scene, a young man runs for his life as a bunch of green monsters chase him. Fortunately, a panda appears and unleashes his ability, Shadow Projectiles. This is the injured panda who was in the government bunker a while ago. He comes forward and insists the young man retreat to the shelter. On that panda's back, a short-haired girl is present. She observes just how many green monsters that pupa creature has created. 3 days have passed since the battle between the monster and Cheesy, and the light around the giant is getting brighter and brighter. Soon, a swarm of green beasts surrounds her and the injured panda. The panda calls the short-haired girl, Xiaozi, as he suggests they retreat. Therefore, both of them fall back. Back in the shelter, the people call Xiaozi their captain and ask for updates on the situation outside or if she has found any food. Unexpectedly, she throws a big sack on the ground. Unfortunately, it is very difficult to find food now. Right then, Xiaoai calls for her, and later, the two of them sit together. According to Xiaozi, the city outside is completely filled with those green monsters. If they do not find a way out soon, they will either be eaten or starve to death. Furthermore, the signals are completely jammed, causing them to lose all contact with the outside world. Even the arrival of a rescue team led by Yu is unknown. However, Xiao Ai wants to survive, as she cannot let the sacrifice of our boy be in vain. Suddenly, an alarm rings out. While many do not know why it is happening, one man insists everyone look outside. A high number of green monsters are heading toward their shelter. They break through the windows and swarm inside to begin hunting the people. Xiaozi immediately orders the elderly and children to go into the underground caves while ordering everyone else to pick up something to fight back. As one young man is about to be killed, the old man saves him by shooting the monster. However, that does not affect the creature at all, as bullets have no effect against them. While many people evacuate to the underground caves, Xiaozi continues fighting alongside her injured panda, Sanbao, who struggles because he has not healed from his previous injuries. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the caves, the kid who met Cheesy insists that Xiaoai hurry inside. However, she does not go in as she has decided to fight. As soon as she closes the door, a monster finds her from behind. She dodges and begins to run, turning back midway to shoot it with her sniper. Determined to survive, she keeps shooting. As soon as the monster comes close to a door, the door shuts, and the creature gets stuck in between. Somewhere in a tropical area, two hippos in the water are disturbed by the roots of Yuziyu. It turns out that our hero, along with his comrades, is on the way to Jir City. They have run for 7 days, and according to this speed, they will reach their destination in just 2 more days. However, the peregrine falcons must have already arrived in that city. Yuziyu orders his beast to speed up. On the other hand, in Jir City, the falcons have already arrived near the larva monster. Upon observing it closely, the falcons are stunned. Simultaneously, a group of transcendents known as the Dragon Team has also arrived at their destination. The captain of the United Team observes the pupa monster, and right then, one of his comrades reports that it even has many beasts to protect it and provide it with food. Learning that it needs protection, the United Team captain remarks that this giant monster doesn't have any ability to protect itself at the moment. Therefore, he believes this is the only chance for it to be eliminated. He feels that if they don't do it now, humanity will be destroyed. At the headquarters, a man reports to the Prime Minister that the Super Being team has reached Jir City. Very heavily armed troops have stopped outside the city, as they cannot enter at the moment. Additionally, according to the report they have received, Qing is going towards Jir City with many troops. The man reports that Wang Hao, Xiao Ya from Song City, and Yin City's Han Du are also going towards the city leading their teams. All of them will arrive there tomorrow. The Prime Minister notes that this time it is a nationwide battle. Right then, his assistant informs him that she has received a message from the Spirit Energy Bureau. Unfortunately, according to the message, a creature with 4 million spirit energy is coming towards Jir City, and that creature is none other than the Misty Mountains Demon Tree. The Prime Minister receives a huge shock and is under great stress. Meanwhile, in Jir City, a member of the United Team has been captured by one of the green monsters, but in fact, he is just pretending to be caught. His name is Bai Jue, a Transcendent Rank 2. He is slowly reaching the pupa monster. The United Team observes that its outer layer is so hard they cannot destroy it, but since it needs to eat, they plan to attack it from the inside. Specifically, Bai Jue carries many energy bombs. When the monster is about to devour him, he will use his ability to escape. At that moment, Hong Ying, who specializes in stealth, will detonate the monster. Initially, the plan was to let Bai Jue detonate the explosives himself, but it was deemed too risky because he might have been caught in the explosion. The revised plan is that when he completes the mission, they will counter the beasts from the left side to let him escape, and then Hong Ying will detonate the pupa. As soon as the pupa monster opens its mouth to devour Bai Jue, he reacts while his team members observe that the giant is about to eat him. Bai Jue gets up and throws the explosives into its mouth. The giant monster closes its mouth while Ju dodges and starts running in the opposite direction. As soon as he escapes, his captain leads the entire team to help him evacuate. Reaching the vicinity of the monsters, they open fire and shoot spirit energy bullets towards them. Meanwhile, Jue is entirely concentrated on getting out of there. When he escapes, Hong Ying presses the button to detonate the bombs, but unfortunately, the explosives inside the giant monster do not react at all. In the meantime, a green monster spots her from behind. As Ju turns towards her while running, wondering what she is doing, a green monster comes at him from the front. Fortunately, he dodges the attack by jumping instantly. With his clan whip ability, he eliminates that green monster. However, our protagonist would note that he is not out of danger yet, because he is soon encountered by a red monster. That monster has awakened its intelligence to some extent. The Transcendents continue to fight monsters. The bombs still have not activated, and the number of monsters is increasing rapidly. They are stunned when they see a Transcendent First-Order beast among them. Soon, a green monster eats Hong Ying. However, one hand hangs outside in which she carries the detonator. Unfortunately, everyone is busy fighting the Transcendent First-Order beast. In the meantime, their leader tries to grab the detonator. As soon as he is almost getting his hand on it, the red monster appears and throws Bai Ju onto the leader with great pressure. The leader skates back while holding Ju. It turns out the red beast is a Transcendent Second-Order shadow beast. Ju is in very poor condition. Meanwhile, the leader feels hopeless seeing the new arrival. Right then, he gets surrounded by a group of shadow beasts. He tries to threaten them while taking out the detonator. He plans to die there together as he presses the detonator. Fortunately, this time the explosives react, and the pupa monster explodes from the inside. Along with it, a number of shadow monsters also burn down. Luckily, the leader succeeds in surviving. However, all of his comrades have died. Out of nowhere, the Transcendent Second-Order beast appears beside the leader. Unexpectedly, it leans down toward the place of the pupa monster. Through some strange energy, something starts to form within the smoke. Unfortunately, the form which has emerged is none other than Australith, a Transcendent Fourth-Order peak form. The leader is in total disbelief as he wonders how it has happened. Australith devours him while he wonders what they can do to defeat this monster. On the other hand, outside the city walls, the Federation forces try to destroy the city walls, but they struggle. Right then, someone reports to the commander that they have detected a gap in the southern wall. The commander wonders why it has suddenly appeared, but he immediately plans to head inside through that gap. In the meantime, many shadow monsters are gathered around a shelter within the city. From inside the shelter, people block the doors and windows to not let the monsters in. It turns out those monsters have surrounded them for 2 days, and the people are too exhausted to hold on further. At this place, they will eventually be eaten or starved to death. Xiaozi, Xiao Ai, and the old man are exhausted as well. Every single one of them has reached their limits. Unfortunately, out of nowhere, the shadow monsters break through the walls. The people inside are determined not to let them break in. However, just then, there is something very terrifying. Xiao Ai and Xiaozi are there along with Sanbao. Too many shadow beasts have come in. If this continues, they will all die. Out of nowhere, the ground starts to shake heavily. Surprisingly, after this earthquake, all the shadow monsters start to leave. However, some beasts come in and start eliminating those shadow beasts. The tremors have completely stopped. Unexpectedly, the roots of Yu appear, which are growing out from the ground. These beasts are none other than our boy and his army. Yu and his comrades stand before the refugees. All of them recognize our hero, yet they wonder why the group has come here. The people start to panic, believing the newcomers will devour them and that they are truly going to die this time. Standing in front of Xiao Ai, Yu asks if she is Xiao Ai and if she is the person the panda was so desperate to protect. After a brief pause, she realizes he is a friend of Cheesy. She curiously asks if they are here to save him. Yu nods and adds that he will protect all of them because the panda wanted to do so as well. Following this, Qingquan places a large box filled with food supplies in front of the people. This food was brought from Qingfeng City and is enough for everyone to eat today. When they ask about tomorrow, our protagonist states they will be rescued by then. He then orders half of his comrades to stay and protect the people, while the rest follow him to deal with Australith. Meanwhile, Australith is surrounded by its shadow beasts. It feels a powerful energy approaching, but it also feels hungry. Australith has now reached the Transcendent Fourth Order with a spiritual energy of 13 million. On the other hand, Yu is at the Transcendent Third Order with a spiritual energy of 9.7 million. Australith's children are starving as well. After a couple of minutes, our boy is seen approaching Australith. The reporter and the cameraman record everything, as the reporter never expected the demon tree from the Misty Mountains to come here. However, the signals go down after Australith transforms into something new. Unexpectedly, the signals are recovered. The reporter feels very happy and yells in excitement, but her partner reminds her to stay low. Meanwhile, our hero unleashes his spiritual field. In the meantime, people at the broadcasting station receive footage coming from Jier City. It is the footage of the demon tree. The director there orders the team to get ready for a live broadcast. Although one worker fears they will get in trouble for broadcasting something like this, the director insists on moving forward. He claims that since it involves the demon tree, he will take responsibility for everything later. He believes if it loses, they will not be able to survive anyway, and everyone has the right to know about the moment of humanity's survival or extinction. People around the world start watching the broadcast and learn that the demon tree has reached Jier City. Some wonder if he is fighting over territory and wish for both monsters to die together. The footage is broadcast on big screens in modern cities. A religious group considers this the destruction of humanity, while the Prime Minister watches the footage in the headquarters. He is in complete shock to see both monsters together when they were previously afraid of nuclear weapons. In Jier City, Yu and Australith finally stand face to face. Ninetails senses something wrong. She can feel a wave of spiritual energy emitting from Australith, but cannot sense its life essence. Our protagonist senses it as well and remarks that it is constantly emitting a very unsettling aura. Surprisingly, Australith reveals that it has been waiting for him. It explains that the moment it swallowed the panda, it sensed an unprecedented power within him. That aura was the same as the aura emitting from our hero. Fortunately, Cheesy is alive in Australith's stomach. It did not kill him so it could sense the presence of Yuzu through him. The reason behind this was to find our boy and devour him as well. Yuzu thanks Australith for revealing this and furiously says that now he knows how to rescue the panda. With that, the battle between them begins. As Australith orders its minions to charge, our protagonist also orders his comrades to charge ahead. The beasts from both sides collide with each other. The Arctic Bear uses his ability, Thunderous Might, while Demon Bull uses his axe to attack the enemies. On the other hand, the Emperor Crocodile utilizes his supersonic waves. When a herd of shadow beasts charges at Ninetails, the fox uses her Inferno Blast ability to burn down her enemies before transforming her body. Elsewhere, Yuzu is up against Australith, but unfortunately our protagonist is unable to penetrate its defenses. However, when Australith attacks, it easily pierces through the body of our hero. The giant monster uses its tentacles to strike him, while also damaging any comrades who get in its way. Yuzu looks at his friends, worrying that their fight will catch them in the crossfire. Soon, his opponent closes the distance and eats our boy. It laughs, considering the fight won. Right then, our protagonist appears from the other side. It turns out he used his hallucination skill to confuse Australith. Grabbing the opportunity, Yuzu hits the giant with his root, causing Australith to fall hard onto the ground. The two powerful entities eventually reach Australith's nest, where an overwhelming number of eggs reside. According to Australith, its offspring will hatch soon, after which all living beings in this world will become their food. It claims the order of the food chain will change, and the sole purpose of this world's existence will be to serve them. Australith realizes our hero has dragged it to this location so his comrades would not be affected by its spiritual energy. However, it is certain that its minions will eliminate his comrades soon, especially since it has subordinates who have reached the transcendent second order. Australith plans to devour Yuzu himself. In return, our boy reminds the creature that his subordinates are not weak enough to be defeated. Furthermore, he did not drag the beast this far because he was afraid of it harming his comrades. The truth is that while confronting a transcendent fourth order with his full power, Yuzu cannot guarantee their safety during the monster's elimination. Unexpectedly, our protagonist transforms himself into a humanoid form. He has been searching thoughtfully for the most effective combat stance, and the form he takes now is the best choice for this battle. Our hero is determined not to let Australith reach the pinnacle of the world, and he plans to eliminate all of its descendants before they can even hatch. Suddenly, a huge blast erupts, leaving half of the city under fire. Although the giant beast survives, its eggs are destroyed. Yuzu never expected it to have emotions, but it appears the creature can feel anger as well. Australith is in a rage, seeking to eliminate our boy. Right then, something bursts out onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, the reporter narrates that the battle has finally begun. Out of nowhere, a shadow beast approaches them, but just as it is about to eliminate the crew, Sanbao lands a strike on it. Back in the shelter, more shadow beasts appear. The beasts of the Misty Mountains start counting them while the people scream in fear and run for their lives. Unfortunately, some humans are eaten by the monsters. As the crowd tries to evacuate from the opposite side, they find a giant white monkey sitting in their way. They believe they are going to die there, but to their surprise, the giant monkey starts attacking the shadow beasts. With its assault, a large number of shadow beasts are eliminated. Right then, more monkeys appear and begin counting the beasts. The refugees are in a state of confusion, wondering if these creatures are here to rescue them. However, some think the monsters are simply fighting over them as food. The giant monkey then asks if there are people present who worked at the zoo, which makes the refugees even more perplexed. Later, the monkey informs its master that all the humans in the area have been located. Its master then orders the city to evacuate. Meanwhile, a giant boar forgets about the mission until another boar reminds it that their objective is to protect the humans and rescue the zoo staff. Hearing this, some people doubt if the creatures can really protect them. Somewhere else, a group of flying insects transports people to a safe place. Qingquan stands observing the city and receives a report from Thorn that all surviving humans have been located. Qingquan gives the order to get them out of the city instantly, as the rest of the plan depends on Yuzu and the 9 great beasts. They have a total of 7 teams working in different parts of the city. These include the Qingquan Squad, the Ant Queen's team, the Praying Mantis Green team, Ninetails, and the Combat team, the Wild Boar King's group, the Monkey King's team, and our boy fighting the giant beast. Elsewhere, Ninetails receives a heavy blow from the red beast. She is injured and covered in blood. On the other hand, the other great beasts also struggle against an overwhelming number of shadow beasts, yet they continue to fight. In the meantime, the hedgehog and the spider are almost eaten by a large shadow beast, but the flying white tiger rescues them. That giant shadow beast receives a heavy blow from Flash. After eliminating it, our protagonist knows that these monsters are very different from humans. They don't have emotions or fear, and all of them attack without caring for their own lives. Soon, one of the Vulture brothers receives a heavy blow from a flying shadow beast. Demon Bull, standing on the ground, is exhausted from fighting non-stop and wonders how much longer the battle will last. Right then, a falcon arrives and informs him that there are no humans left in the area. Now they can go all out without holding back. Therefore, the Emperor Crocodile unleashes his Echo Wave, maximum firepower ability. Demon Bull uses gravitational force to eliminate the enemies. Similarly, the White Snake uses its Glacial Flow Icebound Domain ability, while King Joe uses his Inferno Ray Beam to blast the foes. Meanwhile, Ninetales reflects on how our hero took this task on his own, thinking that the others wouldn't be able to help him. She is determined to teach Yuzi a lesson once everything is over. Ninetales transforms her body, deciding to teach this red beast the same lesson she has planned for our protagonist. With that, she uses her Flame Body ability and forms a huge orb of flames around her. Ninetales forms a massive fire orb. In the meantime, a helicopter from the broadcasting department reaches the skies above the city. The cameraman inside remarks that no one will attack them, as everyone else is busy fighting. While holding his camera, the cameraman notices something that leaves him in a state of shock. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Glacier uses rapid collision against the enemies while the Arctic Bears unleash their 100-clap roar. Flash uses his strength amplification skill to deliver a triple strike against a herd of shadow beasts. Vultures and falcons do their best to eliminate as many monsters as they can. Elsewhere, the hedgehog, the spider, and the white tiger form a team to counter the growing number of enemies. A reporter notes that these are the most powerful beasts from the Misty Mountains. The broadcasting crew is shocked to see the shadow beasts attacking each other, but in reality, those creatures are under the control of the Divine Flower. She is in great pain because they have injured her partner. In the meantime, the broadcasting department announces that the reporters from Gear City are back online, having been rescued by the surviving members of the Iron Knights. In the live footage, a reporter explains that while it seems unbelievable, all citizens are currently being protected and escorted out of the city by the monsters. These creatures are actively blocking the shadow beasts from killing humans. The people are being shielded by the very monsters they once feared. In the headquarters, the Prime Minister is stunned by this update. He and his officials take a brief pause to discuss the situation. They note that the Demon Tree is only at the Transcendent Third Order, while Australith is at the Fourth Order. There is a huge gap between their strengths. They realize that while protecting lives is important, it will be meaningless if they do not defeat Australith. They begin to formulate a contingency plan in case the Demon Tree, the most powerful monster on their side, fails. Unexpectedly, the Prime Minister asks about the spiritual missiles. An official reports that they are ready and are far more powerful than the ones used against the Demon Tree in the past. They created this weapon by gathering the spiritual energy of all the nation's transcendent beings, though they currently possess only one missile. The Prime Minister's actual plan is to fire the spiritual missile directly at Australith the moment Yuzi is defeated. The irony is that the being they once desperately wanted to destroy has become their potential savior. They can only place their hopes on him. On the battlefield, Yuzi unleashes his willow leaf blades. However, the destruction monster protects itself with its wing shield. It then activates its fire scale power, and a moment later, our hero is struck by a bolt of lightning. Australith remarks that the weakness of our protagonist is too obvious, as the beast never expected the tree to have fire-based skills. In the next moment, our boy counterattacks, remarking that if his weakness is so obvious, he should have felt the blow. After receiving a heavy hit, the destructive beast spots a fire-based skill in the air. Our protagonist also possesses fire abilities, a fact that the monster realizes is a grave threat. In the next moment, it takes a heavy blow from this attack. Although the beast somehow manages to free itself, it is furious, staring at the tree with killing intent and hatred. To its surprise, Yuzi disappears instantly from the front and reappears right behind it. Our hero notes that despite possessing fire-based skills, Australith is highly vulnerable to his attacks. The destructive beast is unable to block the next move from our boy. Yuzi pierces through the creature with his sharp, spike-like root, causing Australith to cough up blood. Through this attack, our protagonist finally reaches Cheesy, who is trapped inside an orb. His opponent tries to strike back with Scale Powder, but our hero counters it and sends his opponent reeling. Now that Australith is completely exhausted, Yuzi has successfully saved the panda. Yu has rescued the panda, who remains in a dormant state. Deciding to talk to him later, our hero throws the orb away with great force. As it flies through the air, Ninetales spots it and informs everyone that Cheesy has been found. Demon Bull catches the orb with the help of his anti-gravity ability, and the fox then orders them to take the panda away from the battlefield. The white snake carries the orb and tries to evacuate, but she is unfortunately blocked by a swarm of shadow beasts. Suddenly, a beam of light strikes the monsters. It turns out the panda has awakened and defeated the shadow beast himself. Though he is still in a very poor state, he soon realizes his friends have come to save him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he asks why they have come all this way. Ninetails reveals that he was being eaten and that their master saved him. The panda is shocked to learn that our boy has come here as well. The fox states that it is not just their master, but everyone has come to protect what is precious to him. Unexpectedly, Ninetails hits Cheesy with her tail. Everyone is stunned, reminding her that he is already severely injured. However, she is furious with him and demands to know why he didn't call for help. The panda struggles to explain, but cutting him off, the fox yells, asking why he thought of fighting alone. She asks if he doesn't trust them, or if he thinks they are unreliable. Cheesy desperately states that he simply didn't want everyone to die, but the fox points out that they won't die. The other beasts agree with her, shouting that he can rely on them any time. Hearing this, Cheesy starts to cry. The white snake throws him into the air so he can land safely on her back, and Ninetails instructs the panda to go and meet the person who has been waiting for him all this time. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Qingquan creates a massive wall to separate the shadow beasts from the humans. The other Misty Mountain beasts do their best to resist the monsters from the other side. Thorn instructs the people to evacuate the area immediately. They struggle to protect the citizens while dealing with the endless waves of shadow beasts. Unfortunately, a spider-like shadow beast clings to the wall and jumps into the protected area. Thorn becomes anxious, fearing there will be many casualties. Shockingly, the spider-like beasts are eliminated by a hail of bullets. It turns out the Federation has sent helicopters and land forces to protect the Misty Mountain beasts and assist the citizens in evacuating. Xingquan is completely shocked to see the human military helping them. The shadow beasts have completely broken through the wall. However, they are being resisted by the human army. As one of the shadow beasts prepares to lunge at the human soldiers, a gorilla intervenes and eliminates it. Other shadow beasts go after the civilians, including the kid from earlier. Xiaoai fires a bullet right through the monster behind the child. Right then, her old man tells her to be careful as a monster is about to devour her. Unexpectedly, Cheesy leaps in and eliminates that monster with a single bite. Xiaoai feels like she is dreaming, but she soon realizes that it really is Cheesy. Everyone else is stunned to see him. In the meantime, the white snake arrives to help deal with the shadow beasts alongside Qingquan. The snake has come to reinforce the line, and Qingquan is straightforward about being glad to have him there. Meanwhile, the human army does its best to prevent those shadow beasts from closing in on the civilians. Soon, their captain orders them to cut off the shadow beasts' reinforcements. Next, the captain orders the team to prepare the RPGs. They open fire on the spider-like shadow beasts. In the chaos, an RPG is fired toward a larger shadow beast, but unexpectedly, the creature swallows the projectile. It then launches that same RPG back toward the civilians. Unfortunately, Qingquan is too far away to block it in time. Before anything can go wrong, the white crane sweeps in and grabs the RPG with its foot. Everyone is stunned. The white crane quickly throws the RPG back toward the shadow beasts. Thorn and Qingquan praise the white crane for being useful, remarking that its lack of a strong presence can be unexpectedly helpful at times, as it is perfect at hiding itself. On the other hand, the golden monkey wonders who the white crane even is. As soon as the civilians are evacuated, the human captain orders his men to maximize their firepower. Soon, they observe shadow beasts leaping down from the rooftops. As a result, the shadow beasts gain the upper hand on the human soldiers. Suddenly, Wang Hao makes his entrance, using his Bai-Emperor's sword against a shadow beast. The soldiers recognize him instantly. Not only has Wang Hao appeared, but more transcendent humans have also arrived on the battlefield. A bulky man with machinery on his back never thought they would be teaming up with the beasts. Being all fired up, he launches a spiritual cannon toward the enemy. In the meantime, another transcendent with green hair strikes down enemies with his twin blades. Wang Hao pushes forward to eliminate a cluster of shadow beasts, while the bulky warrior enjoys the action, shouting for the shadow beasts to go to hell. The bulky warrior shoots the shadow beasts along with the misty mountain beasts as well. He enjoys it very much. Right then, Qingquan uses Earth's grand terrain to corner the bulky warrior. He threatens the bulky fighter that he will eliminate him if another shell lands on his comrades. However, the bulky fighter insists that he didn't mean to shoot them. Right at that moment, Baldhead comes in, showing his power to that bulky guy. Meanwhile, Yuzuyu uses his 9-wood arboreal roots and attacks Australith. As a result, it falls back while coughing blood. It doesn't give up, however, as it stretches out its tentacles to grab our protagonist's roots. With its wings, the destructive beast starts flying. It plans to bring our hero to space to get an upper hand in their fight. However, Yuzuyu considers it a fool as he uses his skill, Gigantification. With this skill, his body becomes enormous. Then, our boy strikes directly at the destructive beast. Beating up his opponent makes our protagonist enjoy it. The destructive beast slams into the ground along with the buildings. As a result, a huge pressure is being created. Even the broadcasting helicopter from a distance can feel the shockwaves. The reporter reports that with just one strike, a huge crater is being created in the city. He reminds the viewers that this is a battle between transcendent Third Order and transcendent Fourth Order beings. Watching the live footage of the battle, the Prime Minister admits that this is beyond the capabilities of humans. On the battlefield, Yu stands tall in front of his badly injured opponent. He knows that it's not easy to kill a transcendent Fourth Order being in just one blow. However, our hero finds it impressive that he has been able to injure that being like this. Shockingly, the destructive beast removes its own injured leg. Our boy is super shocked to see it doing that. He never expected it to have the cards to do that. Australith states that a damaged limb in a battle is nothing but a burden. Additionally, it claims it will evolve into a new form once it devours him. It has planned to keep evolving in order to keep living. Eventually, it will manifest in this world in a perfect form. It believes that continuous evolution is the meaning of existence. With that being said, Australith begins increasing its power. Its spiritual energy goes from 7,600,000 to 8,900,000. It thought that it could handle Yu with the power of transcendent Fourth Order. However, the strength of our protagonist has exceeded its imagination. Therefore, it has decided to end everything immediately along with this entire city. On the other hand, our hero is in a tight situation because he has only 3.3 million spiritual energy. Australith unleashes a powerful beam towards our boy. Yu makes a shield using his crystallization ability. The beam pierces through, and as it hits mountains at the back of the city, it makes a huge blast. The broadcast helicopter barely saves itself from being destroyed. At the headquarters, they note that the attack caused a 7.0 magnitude earthquake in Jir City. If it weren't for the divine tree, the whole city would have been totally destroyed by the destructive beast. Meanwhile, in Jir City, Qingquan wonders who caused this earthquake. On the other hand, Yu successfully survived the attack. He never expected Australith to be hiding its true strength. Our protagonist now understands that the earlier transcendent Fifth Order beast must have been defeated by the same act. That beast probably was caught off guard. It's the first time in history our boy has been reduced to such a state by another being. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, the Prime Minister orders them to prepare the spiritual missile. He plans to launch it once the divine tree is depleted or shows signs of being defeated. With a serious look, he orders to launch that missile directly. Back on the battlefield, Australith is preparing to launch the same attack again. Right now, it has reached near transcendent Fifth Order with spiritual energy of 9.2 million. Yu is in shock as he learns that it can use such a powerful attack twice. Australith launches the same attack for the second time towards Yu. Our boy screams in panic behind his shield. In the meantime, the destructive beast creates a herd of transcendent Second Order beasts. They immediately start approaching our protagonist, who is already in a very poor condition. Out of nowhere, Qing arrives to help out her master. She immediately uses her flame sword to eliminate a bunch of Second Order transcendent beasts. Huge fires erupt from that area. She instantly jumps back and lands on her master's body with a broken sword. She makes a sad face as she comes to realize that even the Great Flame Sword, which was developed by the Spiritual Power Research Institute, can only withstand one full power strike. Most of the people watching the live footage recognize Qing as the Flame Princess from the Transcendent Unit. She informs Yu that they need to end this quickly, as the government is planning to launch a spiritual missile here. This clicks something in the mind of our hero. Then, he instantly asks her if there is a way for him to contact the higher-ups. Later, he talks with the people at the headquarters. The Prime Minister feels a bit hesitant to talk with their previous enemy. Unexpectedly, our boy seeks help from the Prime Minister because dealing with a transcendent Fifth Order is extremely difficult. In the meantime, Qing approaches the destructive beast with her Inferno Butterfly ability. Australith grows a bit confused as now it needs to deal with the humans as well. Right then, it unleashes a powerful attack to deal with Qing. On the other hand, the Prime Minister is hearing an unexpected request from Yu. Our protagonist finds out that this is the thing they have always wanted from the start. The Prime Minister tells him not to regret this later. However, our hero is not the one who can do something that will make him regret it later. On the other hand, after surviving the attack, Qing realizes that this destructive beast is too powerful for her to defeat. Therefore, she plans to give everything she has to buy time for her master. With that, she uses her butterfly fire technique as she now has a pair of fire butterfly wings. The destructive beast laughs crazily, as it finds it amazing to finally see a remarkable human. With everything she has, she launches an attack towards the creature. Qing is super exhausted after launching such a powerful attack. To her surprise, Australith grabs her with its tentacle. As soon as it is about to eat her, it spots a spiritual missile coming its way. Although it doesn't have any idea what that is, Yu suddenly holds its whole body down in his roots. After rescuing Qing, our boy demands she retreat from there quickly. The destructive beast confidently remarks that this thing won't be able to destroy it, and the only one who is going to die is Yu. However, our hero reveals this isn't sent to destroy it. It just needs to observe everything closely. Unexpectedly, as the spiritual energy missile comes near, our protagonist holds it with his roots. He confidently declares that this is his union with humans. Yuzuyu roars loudly in pain as he merges with the spiritual energy missile. Flames erupt, and Australith observes everything closely. As the flames dissipate, the destructive beast senses that our boy has a completely new spiritual aura compared to before. As the smoke fades away, our protagonist emerges with a completely new body filled with much more energy. The destructive being immediately launches an attack towards its opponent. It despises our hero because he is defending the power of humans. Unexpectedly, Yuzuyu counters the attack with his bare hand and launches it back towards its yielder. The destructive beast dodges by jumping high, but to its surprise, the head of our boy stretches out as he grabs the beast to stop it from escaping. Then, Yuzuyu uses the willow leaf flying blade. The blades actually emit from his mouth. Australith admits it will be troublesome to be hit from this distance. However, it is still unable to dodge, and the blade hits it directly. As a result, Australith receives a heavy blow and is heavily injured. Before it can do anything, our hero punches it right on its body. Due to this strike, the destructive beast falls onto nearby buildings while coughing blood. The mask of the destructive beast finally breaks apart, and its original face comes into view. Yuzuyu finds its face ugly. Soon, the beast starts to transform completely into a humanoid form. It announces that this land belongs to it. Our boy wonders if it is now planning to use its full power. Unfortunately, our protagonist doesn't have enough spiritual power left. The spiritual missile he just absorbed is making him lose his spiritual energy constantly. Therefore, he decides to end this battle as soon as possible. He prepares himself for the final showdown. On the other hand, Australith gradually approaches our hero. Both of them are now engaged in a fierce battle. After a series of exchanging blows, Yuzuyu unleashes 9 wood arboreal roots. The destructive beast uses a magnetic shield to protect itself, then follows up by using Tsunami. In response, our hero uses Ice Age. The whole area turns into ice. Next, the enemy beast uses sound waves to attack our boy. After taking this attack, Yuzuyu uses the earth element to attack his opponent with a huge spike-like structure. The destructive beast receives a heavy blow. Right after that, our protagonist throws a couple of huge buildings at his opponent. Chizi watches the destruction from a distance with a worried look. Australith is exhausted and does not know why Yuzuyu is protecting the humans in this city. It points out that our hero must have become this powerful by eliminating other beings as well. However, our boy makes it clear that everything he has done up until now was never meant for the humans. He is doing this because this is what his comrade wants. Since the beast has harmed that comrade, our protagonist must take revenge. Australith mocks Yuzuyu for doing all of this just because of that comrade, calling the reason a stupid thing. It laughs crazily and calls our hero arrogant for coming all this way for such a reason. It plans to make him regret challenging it with such an ignorant attitude. With that, it creates a huge orb full of destruction. Seeing that huge destructive orb structure, Ninetails orders everyone to retreat. Meanwhile, Ching is worried about her master. On the other hand, the cameraman from the helicopter wonders if they can fly a bit closer. However, the pilot insists they will melt down if they get any closer. People from all around the world are watching the live footage of the battle, which has finally come to its final stage. All of them wonder if humanity will survive or not. That orb is emitting a lot of pressure in its surroundings. Australith is about to throw that big orb towards our boy, as it declares that this will be the final attack. It wants our protagonist to disappear and die. With that being said, the destructive beast finally releases that orb towards our hero. Yuzuyu, being in a tight spot, plans to block this attack no matter what. He grabs that orb to block it, but unfortunately, his regeneration is unable to keep up with the destruction. The reporter from the helicopter notes that the divine tree has blocked the attack. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, people don't want our boy to lose because he is filled with their spiritual energy. People around the world cheer for our hero to defeat the enemy. Everyone has put their hopes in him. On the battlefield, Yuzuyu is still hanging on as he is blocking the attack. Australith gets frustrated as it wonders why it can't defeat him. Under the pressure, the ground beneath our protagonist starts to shatter. With great determination, our boy says that he won't lose, he won't die, and that they will defeat it and continue their lives. After that, our hero plans to leave this place with everyone for good. He shouts while laughing crazily that he won't let his enemy win. After a brief moment, that orb of destruction blasts off, filling the area with heavy smoke. Australith laughs crazily as it believes it has finally destroyed our protagonist. But to its surprise, our boy emerges from the smoke, as it is now his turn to attack. He uses Temporal Pause and then uses 9 wood arboreal roots instantly. The roots pierce through Australith's body immediately. As a result, the beast loses its limbs. Shouting that everything is over now, Yuzuyu instantly lands a powerful strike with his special root. The system finally notifies that the target's vitals have stopped. Australith's body lies on the ground, unable to move. Our hero finally announces that they have won the battle and should go home. With that, the battle with the transcendent Fifth Order beast has finally come to an end. Australith has finally been defeated after a battle of almost 2 months. The people of Gear City are now relieved. Not just them, but people from all around the world are in great happiness. At the headquarters, everyone cheers in celebration as well. Yuziyu has transformed back to his original form. However, he never expected the city to be destroyed to this degree. Beside him, Cheesy remarks that the wars between humans are much scarier than this. After that, our boy asks if the panda has found the person he was looking for. Cheesy shakes his head. It turns out he was helping people get out of the city, so he didn't get a chance to look for her. Right then, Ninetails arrives. Unexpectedly, she has something regretful that she needs to tell Cheesy. The panda goes pale as he comes to know that Xiao Ai was helping the citizens to retreat, and in the middle of that, a shadow beast attacked her. No one can blame Qingquan and his team for this, because the situation was so chaotic, and there were many humans to protect as well. Later, Chizu is on our hero in dragon root form. The panda doesn't know what to say upon seeing her tomb. Yuziyu suggests he should gather some courage and bid his farewell. Xiao Ai was strong, so she wouldn't want a sad ending. Cheesy understands and remarks that behaving otherwise would be how a coward acts. In the next scene, the panda is standing in front of her tomb, which is surrounded by lots of flowers. Cheesy admits that he owes everyone so much for their kindness. He then tells Xiao Ai that he has become so much stronger and hence won't be in danger anymore. He never expected them to meet like this, and this is probably the last time they are meeting as the time has come to part ways. Cheesy decides not to cry again and to live bravely instead, because he knows that time never stops for anyone. Crying is useless. They can only grow by moving forward. All of these things he has learned after receiving her protection. As he continues to speak, someone calls his name from behind. Our protagonist's companion receives a great shock as he turns to see that it is Xiao Ai, who is alive. He recalls what he discussed with his master and admits he wants to say many things to her, but he still struggles with how to put them into words. In the present, his eyes fill with tears as he runs towards Xiao Ai. Although our hero advised him not to cry and to summon his courage, Cheesy just can't help but cry as much as he can. His body trembles as he murmurs that he thought he would never see Xiao Ai again. Both of them hug each other tightly. The panda, however, plans to settle this with Yuziyu and punch Ninetails hard for the trick. Meanwhile, the old man watches both of them from behind. Standing on a cliff, our protagonist considers this a small part of his revenge. Next time, he decides not to let the panda get away so easily. Then, he instructs Ninetails to inform everyone to hand over all the citizens to the human army. After that, they will head back home. Our hero decides to let the panda do what he wants to do in the future. Somewhere else in the city, Qing receives a report that all the beasts in the city have been eliminated. Therefore, she orders a withdrawal. Meanwhile, in the headquarters, the Prime Minister receives a report that even though the destructive beast has been defeated, there are still beasts from the Misty Mountains present. The officials are worried, wondering what will happen if they refuse to leave. They also add that a large number of citizens have been captured. They are probably being used as hostages to threaten them. Soon, the assistant comes in and reports that the Divine Tree has left the city. They have left the citizens to the army. In the meantime, people wonder if the beasts of the Misty Mountains aren't as bad as they thought. They wonder if their country is still going to fight against them in the future. Since those beasts saved so many lives, many people think they owe them a huge favor. But the Prime Minister believes it is all a plot. Gear City is totally destroyed. Unexpectedly, a clone of Australith emerges from the ground with a plan to get its revenge. However, to its surprise, a huge panda grabs it. This panda is the one whose little brother, Cheesy, was harmed. Therefore, he eliminates that small clone of Australith instantly. Another big panda informs him that Cheesy is currently with the human girl. Our boy's companion's big brother leaves him be, as he believes that they will eventually meet in the future. Meanwhile, in front of the tomb, Xiao Ai and Cheesy gossip about Flash and Thorn's love life. According to the panda, the praying mantis is getting in their way. Surprisingly, the old man feels that the white tiger and Thorn are partners. However, Cheesy grows confused as he admits that things are not that simple in the Misty Mountains. Xiao Ai then asks him if he is planning to go back to the Misty Mountains, requesting that he stay behind. But Cheesy reveals he owes everyone a lot. If it were not for the Divine Tree, they would have never met again. He clarifies that he is not going back merely to repay a debt. He is going back because that is his home. Xiao Ai smiles softly. After that, the panda gives back her flute, which he has been keeping safe all this time. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ai refuses. She explains that she is no longer used to carrying it around after such a long time. Therefore, she wishes for him to keep it. She happily tells him to return it the next time they meet. After that, Cheesy goes back to his master by riding on a vulture. After some time, Yuziyu finally returns to the Misty Mountains. Our protagonist finds it super comfortable. Lang Feng greets him respectfully and reports that nothing has happened while they were gone. Our boy opens his status window and finds it strange that his evolution points didn't increase after defeating Australith. He panics, wondering if the beast is still alive. Right then, he feels something, and after a moment, our protagonist finds himself in the place where he first met the system. The system informs him that the forces of darkness have begun to manifest. It warns that the next one to step forward possesses an unimaginable power. Our hero wonders if the ancient creature he eliminated was the potential crisis the system mentioned before. The system explains that he will face despair in the future and will lose everything. If he fails, he will fall into reincarnation, but if he wins, he will end up alone. The system simply wants our protagonist to prepare for a fight to the death. After that, Yuziyu comes back to reality. He thinks about the coming of the darkness. However, our boy has full confidence in himself and believes he won't lose. Somewhere far away, there is an island in the middle of the ocean. In reality, it is an aquatic beast that has an island-like back. From the outside, it looks like an island, but it is actually a massive aquatic beast moving through the water. The island whale beast sinks deep into the ocean until it reaches a cross-circle symbol. It prays to the leader of the sea tribe to lead the sea tribe toward the true path of evolution, hoping to lift the sea tribe to the top of all races. Back in the Misty Mountains, an eye spirit flower appears on Yuziyu. He has absorbed an endless amount of ice spirit stones. Because of that, an elemental spirit flower has been condensed on his head. Our boy wonders to whom he should give this flower. Ninetails appears and suggests that her master go outside and explore the world, since he can now change his size and has vast lands under his control. However, our protagonist thinks it is not the perfect time to do so. In the meantime, the divine flower approaches and asks to accompany him on his journey. Our hero happily nods because with her, he can cultivate much faster. Right then, Cheesy passes by as he informs Xiao Ai through a phone that he has arrived. Next, he takes a selfie with the three of them. Yuziyu comments that the panda is acting weirdly these days, and Ninetails agrees. When the ice spirit flower blooms fully, our boy calls out to Little White. The white tiger makes its entrance confidently, but our protagonist explains that he actually wants to summon the white snake. He then gives the ice spirit flower to the white snake. She eats it proudly while thanking her master. After eating, the white snake evolves into a much more beautiful form. With the new upgrade, she can also fly using cloud soaring mastery. Yuziyu enviously wonders why they all start flying as soon as they evolve. The bald head and his friends see the white snake in amazement as she cuddles her master in thanks. Our hero then checks her attributes. She has now become Aqua Draconis, Transcendent Second Order. Unexpectedly, she has two inner abilities, both of which are powerful offensive skills. Other than those, she also possesses special abilities. If our boy guides her, she will eventually become a formidable force. He instructs the white snake to practice hard, hoping she might one day become a dragon. Dragons are the most powerful creatures in this world. If she becomes one, she will be the strongest being in the Misty Mountains. A month passes after our protagonist defeated Australith, and he continues to live in the Misty Mountains. He has sent Qingquan, the Arctic bear, and the whale group toward the northern region to guard it. 8 days later, something happens in Australia. As a land of fossils, it has become a paradise for monsters and the most dangerous place on Earth. On the 38th day after the elimination of Australith, a thunderous roar echoes across the world. With that, the world's first dragon emerges. It is a transcendent third-order being. Its voice echoes like thunder, and it has a huge body like a mountain. Additionally, its wings unleash a hurricane of the 12th degree. A team sent to investigate this being lost their lives in the process. Eventually, the news reaches the Freedom Federation, Huaxia Federation, Luo Kingdom, and the 10 Nations Alliance. The whole world is once again plunged into crisis. Somewhere in a meeting room, officials discuss the colossal dragon, the legendary evil dragon. They wonder if these kinds of creatures are going to emerge in the world regularly now. After observing, a doctor finds that this dragon hasn't fully evolved yet, as its arms are not fully grown. It is only a sub-dragon level species. An official asks about the difference between a sub-dragon and a colossal dragon, and the doctor states that their strengths are vastly different. Colossal dragons are fully evolved creatures, while sub-dragons have just achieved a breakthrough. In simple words, if they want to eliminate it, they need to do it now before it evolves completely. If it evolves, they will witness a more brutal battle than the one the Huaxia Federation had with Australith. The doctor reveals that if they successfully secure the body of this dragon, it will help with their research on evolution. Slaying this dragon has become a necessity. Back in the Misty Mountains, our hero receives a letter from Qing. He learns that a sub-dragon has appeared in Australia and that Qing has already been summoned to address the issue. Our protagonist believes that after the event with Australith, all countries should work together. If any of them act solely, they will have to bear the consequences. However, he shrugs it off, but decides to instruct the whale to keep an eye on this. Then, our boy thinks about the possibility of the sub-dragon joining his army. Meanwhile, the Federation has prepared its special forces, including Qing, to tackle the dragon. Yuziyu has assembled the army of the Misty Mountains. He orders each group to stand ready for the upcoming battle, then he summons Leng Feng. Our hero confirms with him that the earlier news was accurate. Feng knows this and adds that this information has been verified through the sacrifice of thousands of rats. There is a medium-sized fire attribute spirit stone mine in the abandoned town of the Western Wasteland. Our protagonist notes how much the tribe has sacrificed this time, as they have also sustained serious injuries. Therefore, he assures Leng Feng that his contributions will not go unnoticed. Wondering what kind of place the Western Wasteland is, Yuziyu decides to go and take a look for himself. He recalls what the system said to him about the darkness engulfing the world soon, and how he might fall into despair after losing everything. However, our boy confidently decides not to fall into despair and to continue evolving until he stands at the top of the world. The Western Wasteland, also known as the Western Desert, was once a vast desert from the ancient era. Since the arrival of the Transcendent Era, it has transformed into a fierce and unforgiving land. After some time, our hero finally reaches this desert along with his army. Flash, after observing the sand closely, remarks that its color is a bit off. The praying mantis, Qingfeng, states that the reddish sand is actually mixed with blood and that the air is filled with a faint smell of gore. Meanwhile, Ninetails observes the red sand and wonders how many battles this desert has witnessed to end up like this. On the other hand, the white tiger and the twin wolves feel exhausted and want to rest. Right then, they receive a lash from their master. Actually, our protagonist has them undergoing some special training. Near them, a monster emerges from the sand and tries to attack the panda. With just a simple punch, Cheesy knocks the beast unconscious. Meanwhile, the panda continues his call with Xiao Ai. Yuziyu finishes off that unconscious beast with a simple stab. In return, he receives 50,000 evolution points. The twin wolves and the white tiger drool while looking at the dead body of the beast. After eating the creature, they move forward. On their way, they eliminate every beast that comes across their path. Eventually, the evolution points of our boy reach 420-449. Unexpectedly, the panda and the white tiger approach our hero excitedly. Cheesy shows everyone a small mutated black scorpion, which is at the 6th entry level. Its net ability is to utilize toxins to solidify the enemy's body and extract their life force. The divine flower finds the scorpion super cute. While our protagonist is busy finding the spirit mine in the Western Wasteland, the human forces are up against the dragon on the other side of the continent. When the dragon unleashes its power, the earth splits in half. The human fighters struggle to defeat this monster. The Iron Knight group is also there to fight, and Qing uses her butterfly flames in the battle. She knows how powerful this sub-dragon species is. Therefore, she decides to use her full power. Right then, a blonde-haired female knight instructs everyone to step aside. She is actually from the Sunstead Empire. With her sword, she unleashes the Knight Defense ability, which can block all physical impacts. When the dragon attacks them, her shield prevents the attack from passing through. In the meantime, a group of different beasts stands nearby, observing the scene. Under the command of the blonde-haired fighter, many knights charge forward. The forces of the Federation join them to beat the dragon. From a distance, a group of beasts watches everything closely. After attacking countless times, the dragon finally falls down. It is bleeding and is already on its last breath. Therefore, everyone tries to attack it simultaneously. But to everyone's surprise, a strong sense of oppression fills the air. Everyone starts to panic, wondering if the aura is coming from that dragon. Qing, however, doesn't think it is coming from the beast. As they look back, they see an army of creatures looking at them, appearing just like the army from the Misty Mountains. Surprisingly, the injured dragon reveals that those beasts are just using the humans to eliminate it, and after that, they will eliminate everyone else. A mutant kangaroo comes forward and addresses the dragon as Ned. The fighters are confused to see it getting so close all of a sudden. However, the kangaroo only talks to the dragon. It reveals that the king is super furious with Ned for his actions. Not only has he tried to enslave the entire race, but Ned has also shown up in the mortal world and exposed everything to humans. When Ned asks if they have allied with the humans, the kangaroo nods and unexpectedly reveals it was done without human permission. The beasts wouldn't have been able to land on the shore otherwise. The fighters start to panic as they realize this was the beast's plan all along, and that the army found the dragon immediately after landing. Meanwhile, the kangaroo states that their king won't allow them to suffer this much, nor does he want to let the dragon's body be taken by the humans. Therefore, they demand the humans die. With a serious look on its face, the kangaroo states that none of this is allowed, whether the reason is Ned's betrayal or the existence of the Misty Mountains. However, Ned ignores all of this talk as he considers himself the king. With that, the dragon's aura increases again. The kangaroo isn't surprised, as it expected Ned to have something up his sleeve. Right then, Ned gathers power to eliminate the kangaroo, but before he can launch the attack, a subordinate of the kangaroo bites him hard. At that moment, another subordinate of the kangaroo attacks the dragon with an energy ball. Ned growls in pain, yet he doesn't give up and goes straight to attack the kangaroo. The kangaroo remains confident that it will eliminate the dragon and then eat his body. Something explodes, and the whole area is caught in the impact. Therefore, the fighters do their best to retreat before the whole army is wiped out. Meanwhile, the team from the Sakura Kingdom takes the dragon's eggs. Their priority is to protect the Sakura Kingdom's team and evacuate. Two beasts approach them to snatch those eggs away, but Ching lands a strike on them so they won't get in the way. Meanwhile, Ned, still in the fight, wishes for his child to go as far as possible. Back in the western wasteland, Yuzuyu has found the Fire Spirit Stone mine. That mine is being guarded by 4 descendant second-order fire pythons. When those pythons come forward to attack, our protagonist leaves everything to his army. Ninetales uses flames to eliminate one python. Flash uses his fist to eliminate another. Our hero's companion, Cheesy, uses a frozen fist to take down a third python. Unexpectedly, a strange woman from a distance observes them, wondering about our boy. Flash, Cheesy, and Ching Feng land heavy blows on the pythons. However, the twin wolves struggle to fight. Yuzuyu frees them by eliminating that python himself. As a result, our boy gains 80,000 evolution points and absorbs 50,000 spiritual energy. As another python prepares to attack him, he makes himself bigger, causing the python to pause right there. He then unleashes a bright power that forces the pythons to lower their heads in front of him. Our protagonist finds that they are not too dumb. On the other hand, Ninetales notes that the number of fire-type companions has increased. From afar, a strange woman with green hair is shocked to see the fire pythons being defeated so easily. Our hero discovers her instantly. That lady freezes in shock and tries to escape, but Yuzuyu reaches her in an instant using his dragon root form. He scares her with a single look. It turns out that the lady is actually half human and half snake. In the meantime, the panda surrounds her from the other side. Our protagonist notes that she appears to be a ladyboy, but she yells at him, clarifying that she is a snake lady. She uses her divine skill, petrification, which allows her to turn anything that catches her gaze into stone. Unexpectedly, our boy gets petrified. Soon, Ninetales arrives and uses flames on her, but the snake lady dodges the fire. After that, she tries to petrify the fox. As Cheesy tries to retreat with the twin wolves, a small part of his cloak gets petrified. On the other hand, the snake lady struggles to catch the fox. Soon, an explosion erupts, and she summons her huge spirit snake. Meanwhile, Ninetales also transforms into a powerful state, and both of them stand against each other. The fox uses Inferno Blast while the snake lady uses a petrifying gaze through her snake. Surprisingly, that lady can even petrify the flames. In response, the fox uses Flame Pillar. The snake lady gets frustrated seeing the endless spiritual energy of the fox. On the other hand, because it is too hot, the panda and the twin wolves retreat from the area. Meanwhile, our protagonist knows that Ninetales' strength has increased quite a bit. The whole area is engulfed by flame pillars. With no other option left, the snake lady decides to retreat by taking advantage of the smoke. Suddenly, the roots of our protagonist capture her instantly. To the surprise of Yuzuyu, the lady has fainted from pure fear. Yuzuyu has successfully taken control of the Fire Spirit Stone mine. These stones are much better than those found in the pandas area. Even Ninetales, who typically hates cultivating, is quietly absorbing them. As our boy starts looking for something else, he sees the snake lady being very friendly with Cheesy while looking at the phone Xiao Ai gave him. The panda plays a song on his phone, and the snake lady feels captivated by it. Our protagonist admits that Cheesy is quite good at socializing. The snake lady is from the Snakeman race and is at Transcendent Second Order. Our hero is intrigued to see her possessing a mini-divine skill. As she is a new comrade, our boy prepares a gift for her. She gets super excited and wishes for a phone. However, Yuzuyu states that he has much more valuable things to give than a device. The snake lady makes a sad face, insisting she wants a phone. The panda then whispers to her that the divine tree is a country bumpkin who doesn't know about that kind of stuff. She continuously yells for a phone while the panda fuels the fire by repeating that our protagonist is a country bumpkin. Later, the panda stands with a swollen head from a reprimand while our hero gives the snake lady the essence of life. Her body fills with energy as she transforms slightly, believing she has grown stronger. Yuzuyu reminds her that she cannot betray them now that she has become one of them. After that, Cheesy and the snake lady decide to find Ninetales for a fight. Our boy gets annoyed and hits both of them on the head, reminding them not to create trouble. Right at that moment, a falcon appears next to our hero. It is totally exhausted, having flown for a day and a night to find its master. The falcon reports the entire incident regarding the sub-dragon. Our protagonist learns about the dragon's eggs and considers it bad news. Even though the current generation of humans will not dare to fight him, he has doubts about the next generation. He immediately orders Cheesy and the snake lady to go to the east of the mainland. Their mission is to steal the dragon's egg from the Sakura Kingdom. Regarding the dragon's egg with the Federation, Yuzuyu cannot send Ninetales because she is in the middle of a breakthrough. He orders Flash and the others to stay back and protect her, deciding to personally negotiate with the Federation himself. It turns out the humans have obtained 4 dragon eggs in total. One was taken by the Night King from the Midnight Sun Empire, one by the Federation, one by the Sakura Kingdom, and the last by the Huaxia Federation. Between the East and the West, both sides secured 2 eggs each. Back in the Misty Mountains, Bull Demon and Emperor Crocodile receive this news as well. It is not good news for them that humans have obtained transcendent third-order dragon eggs. The existing alliance between humans and pandas is already a headache. If humans succeed in working with dragons in the future, it will become a massive problem. Somewhere else, a huge ship belonging to the Huaxia Federation forces returns from the battle. Many transcendent fighters are present to welcome them. One fighter never expected them to actually obtain an egg, and predicts they won't be threatened by the beasts of the Misty Mountains once the dragon grows up. Right then, he receives a report that the ship has gone silent. Before the captain can react, a huge blast erupts on the vessel. They see Ching fighting a beast with an egg in her hand. Soon, two monsters emerge from the ocean, both being transcendent second-order beasts. The Iron Knight leader on the ship notes that these creatures have come all the way here without making a move earlier. They plan to snatch the egg just as the ship reaches the shore. These are beasts from Australia. When the leader of the Iron Knights wants to know why they didn't do anything earlier, the kangaroo reveals that they have planned to say something to the king of this land. That is why there was a need to follow them all the way until the end. Then the kangaroo apologizes for its rude behavior, but the leader doesn't have any plan to let them get to the shore. In the meantime, more and more sea beasts start coming out of the ocean, and the transcendent fighters try to suppress them. Each of them launches an attack on those beasts. As the starfish beast is about to eliminate a bunch of fighters, one fighter launches his arrow-like attacks towards the beast and makes it fall into the ocean. Right then, something falls from the sky. It is Ching, but she is a bit injured. Turns out she is fighting against a rat-like beast. That rat beast finds the humans super weak. He wonders how they have managed to rule over the world for all of this time. When Ching asks if he is jealous, the rat gets furious as it wants to end everything. From the ship, a transcendent fighter informs the fighters at the shore that these beasts are no joke. They have already followed them all the way from Australia. Additionally, they are here for a war. The captain at the shore wonders why they have come here to join the Misty Mountain as well. When the sea monsters prepare to launch attacks, the captain makes a defensive shield to protect himself and the others. He is barely able to block the attack, as his hands have completely gone black. Blocking this kind of attack once was his limit, hence, he won't be able to block it again. In the meantime, the kangaroo succeeds in snatching away the egg. Standing on the fallen fighters, it admits that all humans are not weak, but it is time for the ruler on this land to change. After that, more and more giant monsters start to emerge from the sea. All the transcendent fighters are in shock seeing them. Unfortunately, all of them start gathering energy to eliminate all the remaining fighters in one go. Before anything can happen, all of those giant beasts get eliminated instantly. The kangaroo gets a shock, someone makes an entrance, and the kangaroo recognizes that creature instantly. That entity is none other than Yuzi, the king of the Misty Mountains in humanoid form. The transcendent fighters recognize the demon tree, but they wonder why he has become so small. Actually, the thing is, the main body of our boy is residing somewhere else, while his big root has made its way all the way to the shore. There, Yuzi is present in a small form through his root. Our protagonist demands to know who the kangaroo is. The kangaroo mentions that it is from Australia, and its king has always wished to meet Yuzi. Our hero goes all confused. Why does its king want to meet him? The kangaroo reveals that its king wants to work together with Yuzi so that they can take over the entire continent. All the transcendent fighters start to panic. The kangaroo then adds that they will create a world that will belong to them. It offers our boy a chance to join them so that they can eliminate the human race together. However, Yuzi doesn't seem like he wants to join them at all. As Yuzi rejects their forces, the kangaroo declares they are enemies from now on. Consequently, its army of beasts unleashes an attack toward the shore. The captain of the transcendent fighters considers this to be their end. However, these attacks are nothing against our boy. Our hero single-handedly counters all the strikes at once, while the transcendent fighters barely stand still under the pressure. Next, Yuzi grabs all the enemy beasts with his roots, intending for them to die. He crushes every single one of them. After that, he successfully snatches away the dragon's egg. Unexpectedly, the kangaroo is somehow still alive. Being severely injured, it tries to land a strike on our protagonist, but Yu counters the attack. The kangaroo finds it impressive that it almost died at the hands of our hero. In response, Yuzi mentions he should be the one saying that, as the beast has surprisingly survived. Seeing the situation, the kangaroo jumps back and lands on its fellow shark beast in the ocean. It then announces that it understands his thoughts, addressing the tree as the king of this land. The kangaroo plans to inform its own king of all this, and expects to meet again in the future. According to the creature, when that day arrives, its side will be the ones who win the battle. With that, the kangaroo yells at its army to retreat. The rat beast also retreats, deciding to save the final result of its battle with Ching for next time. It lands on the shark beast beside the kangaroo, and both of them retreat together. The transcendent fighters are stunned to see them leaving just like that. It turns out the Iron Knights are still alive. Yuzi, on the other hand, decides to take the dragon egg because he believes that humans cannot control it by themselves. He adds that the enemy beasts have a legion, and once they attack again, the humans will not be able to protect themselves. Hence, the Misty Mountains will cultivate the dragon egg to become even stronger. The captain figures out that it will not change anything even if they oppose this decision. Our boy nods and adds one more thing. Those beasts have filled the air with poison, and human technology cannot detoxify it. He turns to leave, offering them the chance to visit the Misty Mountains if they want to live, though he notes the treatment will not be free. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the Snake Lady eliminates a giant monster. It turns out these creatures have also appeared from the sea out of nowhere. Everyone else on the battlefield is dead, as they have all been killed. Another giant monster, while coughing blood, demands to know the identities of the lady and the panda. It reminds them that its king will not let them go. The panda asks about this king, then reveals that the king has already died. The panda is happy to find the egg, even though it was damaged in the battle, believing his master will do something about it. Somewhere in Australia, the kangaroo informs its leader that the negotiations were useless. However, the king strikes the thought off, as he believes that sooner or later, the continent will be destroyed. He has prepared a decent plan for that. Behind him stands an army of beasts that look just like Australith. Back in the western wasteland, Ninetails is finally breaking through. From a distance, Flash and the Divine Flower observe the beam of light emitting from her. Attracted to her spiritual energy, a herd of monsters starts coming toward her, but Flash and the Divine Flower stay on guard, fully prepared for a fight. In a distant place, a strange being in a cloak stands holding a staff, observing the scene. Flash, along with the rest of his comrades, starts charging toward the upcoming beast wave. The Divine Flower uses mind control to manipulate some of the beasts. While Flash eliminates a giant monster with his blade, the creature regenerates its body. He turns away and wonders if it possesses an earth element. When it is about to eliminate Flash, he strikes it again, yet the giant monster begins regenerating itself once more. Everyone else eliminates monsters one after another until a clan of armadillos makes its entrance. A giant monster roars loudly, after which the leader of the armadillo clan rolls toward the Divine Flower. Luckily, she immediately controls its body through her mind-controlling skill and sends it back into the beast wave. Soon, a large number of beasts gather together again on the right side. Although they are not that strong, their numbers are too high. Furthermore, it is a very important moment for Ninetails, and it will be bad if she is interrupted. The Divine Flower reflects that she has promised the Divine Tree she will protect Ninetails. Therefore, she unleashes mystifying fragrance. As a result, every single beast pauses midway. The Divine Flower instantly instructs the snow leopard to run toward the left to lure them away. With lightning speed, the leopard starts running toward the left. Because she is riding on him, all the beasts start following them. Meanwhile, a strange man under a cloak observes the whole thing from a cliff. He never expected so many good allies to be gathered around Yuzi. Unfortunately, the white leopard along with the Divine Flower reaches the vicinity of a second-order sand snake transcendent. It turns out there are two sand snakes. As the sand snake is about to eliminate the leopard and the Divine Flower, the strange man in a cloak uses his staff to summon a storm. A huge tempest arrives, which affects the beasts of the tide. Meanwhile, while breaking through, Ninetails feels the presence of a third-order transcendent. On the other hand, all the enemies outside have disappeared. That strange man in the cloak finally reveals himself in front of Flash and the group. Time passes while Ninetails is still in the process of breaking through. Half a month passes, and that strange man sits near the area without moving at all. Flash doesn't believe that he effortlessly blocked an entire beast wave just by raising his hands. Soon our boy returns. The man in the cloak recognizes our protagonist and finds him extraordinary. Yuzuyu also senses an unrecognizable presence. Later, the strange man reveals he has learned that the Divine Tree represents the sky, while his leaves and fruits represent the sun, moon, and stars. Our hero feels proud learning about these things, but Yu makes it clear that he doesn't bear any fruits. He believes he owes that man since he helped Ninetails and the others. Then, the cloaked man reveals he has come here because he needs help with something. The man under the cloak is actually not human. His name is Seth, and he ranks fourth among the mainland's 10 great beasts. Because of his appearance, he was once considered a divine being, possessing the title of the King of Deserts and Storms. He received his name from a human elder. Strangely, a certain change occurred in Seth's behavior, leading him to eliminate half of the citizens in his country. Right now, he is having a discussion with Yuzi, the top ranked of the mainland's 10 great beasts. Seth wants to obtain one of the branches of the Divine Tree. He adds that he has a natural enemy who is a beast of the darkness element. The beast wave they encountered weeks ago was merely a wisp of that enemy's divided soul, yet his power is on par with Seth's own. Every piece of that enemy's divided soul is lodged within wild beasts or material objects in the desert. Seth unexpectedly reveals that this enemy is actually an immortal. Hearing this, our boy recalls that the system also mentioned a darkness that will eventually emerge. Seth insists he needs to obtain a more suitable weapon so he can kill that enemy before he becomes any stronger. When our protagonist asks if this is the only matter at hand, Seth nods after a brief pause. Consequently, our hero creates a staff-like structure from his own branch and gives it to Seth. Though Seth feels it is a bit much, he reveals there is one more thing. Something has happened in the ocean that they are totally unaware of. He advises Yuzuyu to be careful and then departs. Our boy notes that there are many enemies to watch for, including humans, Australia's beast army, changes in the ocean, and the darkness element. This reinforces the need for you to break through to the Fourth Order. Meanwhile, Ninetales succeeds in breaking through. She has become much more powerful and has developed a fourth tail as well. Our protagonist instantly opens the attribute panel and finds that she, now a second-order transcendent, has obtained the Flame of Origin. Ninetales explains that it is not just the flames. Her body feels indestructible. When these flames start to burn, they are inextinguishable. This is the power processed by the fourth tail, the inextinguishable flame. Seeing how powerful she has become, Flash gets fired up to break through to the Third Order as well. Noting that Ninetales has finished her breakthrough and they have obtained the Dragon Egg, Yuzuyu decides to head back to the Misty Mountains. The Divine Flower is concerned about the Fire Spirit Stones, but it seems our hero has a solution. Later, they head back to the mountains. Surprisingly, Ninetales airlifts the huge Fire Spirit Stone all by herself, while you and the other beasts sit on the stone carefree. As soon as they reach the Misty Mountains, our protagonist instructs Ninetales to bring the stone to the desired position. Suddenly, Cheesy waves and welcomes our hero home. Later, the Divine Tree holds both dragon eggs. Yuzuyu never expected Australia's beast army to chase them all the way there, and he is sure the other two dragon eggs must have run into obstructions as well. Holding the damaged egg, our boy can feel tremendous spiritual energy emitting from it, yet he can feel no vitality. He thinks it must be stillborn. However, they still have the other one and must ensure nothing happens to it. Meanwhile, the Federation has discovered a viral infection in a man caused by poison spread by Australia's beast army. Unfortunately, the doctors do not have the medical equipment to cope with this virus, leading them to wonder if they need to ask our protagonist for help. Suddenly, a nurse yells at Ching to stop her from moving around. She walks with a trembling body, sweating and feeling weak. Ching comments that they won't be able to save the victims themselves, so she instructs them to prepare for a journey to the Misty Mountains. The Divine Flower also breaks through. She transforms into a human form, possessing an inner ability called the Sounds of Nature. This power allows her to hear the voices of all living things and confuse others through sound. Seeing her like this, Yuzuyu stands stunned because of her new human appearance. Afterward, the Divine Flower begins playing a flute. However, she only produces a harsh noise that makes everyone uncomfortable, so our boy stops her immediately. The Divine Flower then goes straight to the panda, expressing her desire for them to perform together next time. The panda only grows annoyed, as he wants to stay away from her. Our protagonist decides he must find a music teacher for them in the future. Soon, the Divine Flower notices that humans are approaching. Surprisingly, they are not from the Federation, yet they are not weak either. There is nothing to worry about, however, as Thorn and the White Tiger have already moved to block them. A man steps out from a vehicle and introduces himself as Benson from the Luo Kingdom. He explains that he was poisoned during the battle in Australia with the Beast Army 1 month ago. Having heard that the Divine Tree has a cure, he has come seeking the antidote. The group hasn't come empty-handed. The vehicles behind Benson are filled with spirit stones. Thorn notes that they are Thunder Spirit Stones. As she receives a signal from her master, she allows the travelers to follow her. When the human vehicles start moving toward our hero, the passengers see ghost-like figures in their way. Benson reminds the driver that this forest causes hallucinations, but he soon realizes Thorn is leading them into darkness. He wonders if it is a trap. They soon find that Thorn and the White Tiger have abandoned them. They have no option other than to keep going, because even if they retreat, the poison will claim their lives. As they push further into the darkness, they eventually find a way out. Outside, Thorn and the White Tiger wait for them near a set of stairs. The humans exit their vehicles, and the Divine Flower instructs them to come up. Benson goes upstairs carrying the Thunder Spirit Stones. According to the Divine Flower, they will receive what they want once they offer their gifts into the Spirit Stone Maelstrom. Benson throws the stones in, and the roots of Yuzuyu grab them. This makes Benson wonder if he is standing at a sacrificial altar. An immense amount of spiritual energy emits from the stones, but it is actually the essence of life. With that, the trade succeeds. Our boy gives Benson his life essence, which not only cures the poison, but also makes his body stronger. Benson feels that he is about to break through to a new level. He grows greedy for more drops of life essence to accelerate his progress, so he offers another trade to our protagonist. Yuzuyu expected this from a greedy human. Even though the poison is cured, the man is still not satisfied. The Divine Flower explains to Benson that everyone has only one chance and that he should leave. When Benson shows reluctance, she explains he can sign the Blood Pact to receive more life essence. The Blood Pact is a scale belonging only to the Divine Tree, using blood as a medium to form a contract. The first condition ensures he is not an enemy of the Misty Mountain. The second requires him to help if the Misty Mountain faces trouble in the future. Thirdly, our hero will not let the contracted person do anything disloyal or against justice. nor will he force him to become an enemy of humanity. Benson agrees to sign since he does not have to turn against his own kind. Yutsuyu reflects that he previously controlled the saintess of the Brahma religion through the blood pact. However, that method only helps him control a few people, and he does not want to fully enslave humans. Instead, our boy hopes that powerful humans will sign the pact with him so he can influence human society. Over time, he believes humans will stop treating him as an enemy. The Divine Flower adds that if Benson breaks the rules, he will die in an explosion. Now, by trading everything he has brought, he can take 3 drops of the essence of life. With a suspicious smile, Benson makes the deal. After receiving the essence of life, the human group leaves the Misty Mountain. The Divine Flower fumes, expressing that she does not know why her master is helping the humans. She does not see any benefit to them if those humans get stronger. Yutsuyu explains that if a transcendent second-order human becomes stronger after leaving this place and has nothing to do with him, then humans will not believe him. He asks if he only came to cure the poison, then how did he become so much stronger? Our protagonist notes that humans are a very contradictory race, who are always suspicious of each other and filled with distrust. If everyone thinks that one is a bad person, then it will be useless no matter how much good they do. Humans are not stupid as well, it is just that they are more interested in maximizing their own benefits. Eventually, humans will slowly push Benson out and make him come back to the Misty Mountain. But our boy is not interested in those results alone. He wants Benson to become an independent monarch controlling a region. This will be the same for all the humans who come to the Misty Mountain in the future. Before the battle between them and the darkness arrives, our hero decides to borrow the strength of more races. Unexpectedly, the Divine Flower points out that his manner just now was so similar to humans. To cover this up, Yuzu states it is because he is just spending too much time with Thorn. He changes the subject by saying he is going to look at the items he just got. Turns out there is a huge number of Thunder Spirit Stones that our protagonist has acquired. He believes that it was not a bad deal to give 4 drops of the Essence of Life to trade for 8 truckloads of Thunder Spirit Stones. More importantly, he got the Thunder Spirit Herb, which is a spirit flower formed by the Spirit Stones. This flower is the same spirit flower that Thorn absorbed previously. Furthermore, our boy has left behind 100 drops of Essence of Life on the sacrificial altar. If any humans come in the future, they will be handled by the Divine Flower. Then our hero reflects that he needs to break through to the 4th Transcendent Order. Suddenly he watches Baldhead eating away at the Thunder Spirit Stones. After that, Yuzu decides to leave a portion for the Thunder Element beasts so they can break through using these. Soon, Baldhead receives a huge Thunder Spirit Stone, which makes it feel touched. Next, our protagonist starts absorbing the Thunder Spirit Stones. Thunder strikes at him as he begins the process of breaking through. From a distance, Ninetails notes that her master will be completely different once he wakes up. Then she summons Demon Bull to give the damaged dragon egg to the Emperor Crocodile. At a certain lake, Demon Bull calls out to the Emperor Crocodile. Unexpectedly, the crocodile looks completely different and huge as he emerges from the lake. Demon Bull hands over the damaged egg to him. He believes that the crocodile totally deserves this, as he is always guarding the Misty Mountain when their master is not around. The crocodile instantly eats away the dragon egg. As a result, the Emperor Crocodile starts to transform. Therefore, Demon Bull decides to guard him until he absorbs the egg completely. From a distance, Ninetails notes that now 2 of them are breaking through. Meanwhile, Thorn and the White Tiger are guarding the second dragon egg. Somewhere else, Lang Feng, seeing the beam of light, believes that the breakthrough of our boy will affect the structure of the world. Soon, the Emperor Crocodile's body begins to transform, and a huge amount of spiritual energy emits from the crocodile's side. Now the Emperor Crocodile has a completely different form. Demon Bull is so excited to see the new version of the Emperor Crocodile. But no, the crocodile thinks it can evolve more. He roars heavily as he begins transforming again. Soon he transforms into a dragon, which is actually the form of the legendary Dragon of Rock. The transformed Emperor Crocodile unleashes his new attack, which strikes straight ahead. Demon Bull is absolutely shocked seeing this level of power. On the other hand, Ninetails notes that he has succeeded. The attack which the crocodile sent ahead has made a huge crater in the ground. However, that ability consumes way too much stamina, more than he initially thought. Soon, Ninetails feels an overwhelming aura. It appears to be coming from a human transcendent who fought against Australia's Beasttide previously. He cannot believe that it only took 1 drop of the essence of life to cure the poison. He notes that the humans were not able to cure the poison regardless of what they tried, yet the divine tree cured it effortlessly. With that, he leaves the altar. The White Leopard notes that he did not sign the contract. To that, the Divine Flower states that he did not want more life essence. The fighter who was just here is tough and definitely not one to submit to them so easily. When that fighter goes downstairs, he comments that he will be leaving first because he has a mission to perform. Hence, he tells Ching to catch up to him after she is finished. The Divine Flower makes a soft expression as she meets Ching. Soon, Ninetails and the Grey Wolf arrive to meet Ching. Now they can all meet openly without hiding. Ching announces that she has brought good stuff with her, noting that her butler will take inventory of all the commodities they brought later. She then instructs a person in a cloak to follow her. They soon meet Yuziyu, who is currently undergoing a breakthrough. It turns out our boy has been in this state for almost 1 month. Meanwhile, the snake lady wonders who that girl is. Nine Tails states that she is the biological daughter of their master and the one who is trusted by him the most. Noting that our protagonist is in a deep state of cultivation, Ching holds the essence of thunder, which is a great treasure formed by the assembly of countless thunder element treasures. This is far more powerful than the thunder spirit stones. She offers the essence to her master, and it soon fuses with his body. After that, Ching spots Leng Feng standing nearby. He strictly asks why she is staring at him. Ching then reveals that she has brought his sister along with her, and she is waiting for him in the bamboo forest. Leng Feng is super shocked, and he instantly leaves in a hurry to see her. With that, Ching decides to take her leave because many people are observing her this time, and she also has something she needs to look into. Our hero reacts by giving her a willow leaf. That leaf will protect her life once if she encounters any danger in the future, and she thanks him wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, somewhere else, that Benson guy is being countered by his own people. They believe that he has betrayed the human race. However, those people can clearly see that he has broken through his limits, which they relate to the Misty Mountain. One of his officials points out that if this strength is purely due to the curing of the poison, then why did the people from the Federation not get stronger? Therefore, they cannot trust Benson. In response, Benson shows them the essence of life which he acquired by trading for the cure. All the people grow confused seeing the essence of life. Benson offers it to them, telling them to take it and not bother him afterward. As soon as he throws 2 bottles of the essence at them, everyone starts competing with each other to get their hands on the essence of life. In the meantime, Benson leaves with a sly smile. On their way back to the Federation, Ching receives a report that Benson has exposed the essence of life to the public, which he obtained from the divine tree. With their cooperation, Benson has broken off from the Luo Kingdom's echelon and is now independent. Ching then hands a bottle of life essence to her assistant. She instructs him to use 5 drops for himself and use the other 10 to gather her powerhouses. Her sister gets excited for them to form their new group and give a name to it. She decides to name their group the Darkness Assembly. After the essence of life is revealed to the public, many more forces go to the Misty Mountain to seek an opportunity. However, the majority of the people who are too weak are unable to enter the Misty Mountains, as they are blocked by the Mist Beasts. From a distance, the Divine Flower notes those humans who are scared of them, yet are still rushing over to gain power. On the other hand, Thorn is concerned about what they will do next, as she wonders if those who manage to get past the mist are considered qualified. The Divine Flower shakes her head because they will not let anyone close who is not at least a transcendent second order. Plus, the resources they bring should satisfy them, meaning Yuziyu does not want to give his life essence away so casually. Suddenly, they are summoned by Nine Tails. After some minutes, all the beasts gather around Nine Tails, and every one of them wonders why they have been summoned. Nine Tails then asks the Snake Lady to explain. She states that on this continent, other than the Misty Mountain, there are many other factions made up of mutated beasts. One of them is Australia's Beast Army. The strength of those factions may differ from each other, but they are still dominating their regions. These factions include the Baron Tyrant in the depths of the Western Barren Land, the Black and White Duo Foxes of the Green Mound, the Black Crow who is the ruler of the skies of the Northern Ocean, the Blood Wolf of the Savannah, and the Arctic Kings in the depths of the Northern Territory. The White Leopard points out that it was living in the Northern Territory for a long time, but has never heard of the Arctic Kings. The Snake Lady reveals that it is because of our protagonist that they do not dare to reveal themselves. Among the factions, the only one that can go up against them is Australia's Beast Army. There is a possibility that they might be stronger than the Misty Mountain. Nine Tails explains that the reason everyone is gathered here is so everyone knows about these factions, especially Australia's Beast Army, which is about to declare war against them. Therefore, they need to prepare and start talking to other factions. They cannot just sit doing nothing and wait for an attack. She insists that they cannot continue living under the protection of our boy forever. Understanding the situation, Glacier wants to know what they should do. A peregrine falcon reveals that it has discovered the Green Mound under the Fox tribe is going through a war where a high number of mutated beasts are eliminating each other. Nine Tails states that as they still do not know why they are killing each other, she is still thinking if they should help them or not. Demon Bull adds a point that fighting between these beasts is not always for territory or resources. He thinks there is a possibility of a treasure involved. Thorn reflects that it would be amazing if the Fox tribe of the Green Mound joined hands with them. However, the beasts of the Green Mound are pretty dangerous, and that way they will also get involved in their war. Unexpectedly, Flash comes forward as he decides to willingly go. He is confident he can deal with the issue clearly, whether it is for territorial rights or the ownership of a treasure. He believes he cannot forever live under the protection of our hero, which is why he wants to go. King Joe comes in as well, as it is bored of living peacefully. It has an itch for a battle and wants to make the enemy's bodies into tiny pieces. Meanwhile, Thorn comes forward as she wants to look after Flash, as he can be too rash at times. Listening to this, Ching Feng comes forward as well, yelling that he and Flash are actual partners. The White Tiger comes forward and wishes to go with them as well, using only the limited words he knows. Ninetails simply asks if everyone knows the consequences of going out, and everyone nods confidently in unison. Looking at their resolute gazes, Ninetails tells them to make a promise. They need to come back alive at any cost. With the whole team departing, Demon Bull shows his concerns from behind. However, Ninetails is super relaxed because she expected this day to come. Plus, she believes they do not need to worry as Thorn is with them. Then she instructs Demon Bull to send those out. Demon Bull thinks internally that their big sister seems calm on the outside, but she is still worried about them. Even though their destination is a small mountain nest, it will be bad if a red demon appears there. On the other hand, the spider and the hedgehog console the White Tiger, who did not get permission to go because he cannot differentiate between friend and enemy. Now Demon Bull informs the gorilla tribe to finally make a move. Somewhere in an ocean, a group of aquatic beasts gathers in front of an island-sized whale. That whale announces that it does not have much time before it falls into a deep sleep. It hopes to see the glory of the sea tribe once it opens its eyes. It then instructs its beasts to do everything they can to take over the continents regardless of any sacrifices. With this, the island whale instructs them to declare war. Somewhere in a city, Ching's assistant and another woman monitor the progress of their powerhouse. It is the first time they have modified a powerhouse of the transcendent second order. They are observing a warrior that they have roped in with the essence of life. This man has already gone through genetic modification to become powerful. The research they have used to modify him comes from high-grade teams within the Darkness Assembly. King's assistant does not want this project to fail. Suddenly, the energy of their powerhouse fluctuates as his cell fusion begins overloading. If this goes on, he will surely die. After a burst of immense energy, the powerhouse somehow manages to survive. Now his body has become super light, and his strength has improved as well. Suddenly, someone comes in and attacks him from the sky. He wonders if it is an enemy. However, it is none other than Ching, who has come there to spar with him. Both of them fight on par with each other. Seeing this, the pink-haired girl is shocked, as she did not expect him to be that strong after fusing with the genes of the blood-colored skywolf. Meanwhile, the powerhouse skids back in defense. Standing above, Ching is greeted by both her assistant and the pink-haired girl. Observing how powerful that powerhouse has become, Ching orders him to follow her from now on. She then gives him her demonic sword, crafted from the bones of a transcendent second-order mutated blood wolf. The powerhouse gladly accepts the gift. Later, Ching receives a report that the Misty Mountain is selecting only one person to trade every 3 days. The top people of each country have realized that the Misty Mountain is taking precautions and preventing powerful entities from entering. However, Ching is not feeling worried at all. She comments that the Federation is not suitable for their development. Therefore, she has planned to move the Darkness Assembly to a small country near the border. Within 6 months, the scale of the Darkness Assembly will be expanded many times compared to the present. In the meantime, Yuzuyu has finally opened his eyes. He instantly asks how many days he has been cultivating. Ninetails states it has been 1 month and 30 days. Our boy reflects that he will be breaking through to the Transcendent Fourth Order soon, and he now plans to consume the Thunder Spirit Herb next. Seeing the dragon egg, he believes that it should be born soon as well. Our protagonist decides to split the spirit herb created from the trade with Benson of the Luo Kingdom. He will give half to the dragon egg and use the other half himself. A new innate ability is added to his talents, Thunder Gathering. Our hero strengthens it to level 4 directly. With this ability, he will be able to draw in heavenly thunder on a larger scale. He believes this may increase the efficiency of his cultivation. However, there is a risk of accidentally damaging everyone in the Misty Mountain. Therefore, Yuzuyu instructs the fox to lead everyone away from the area and stay clear for the time being. As soon as everyone goes away, our protagonist starts upgrading his ability as heavy thunder appears nearby. From a distance, Ninetails notes that this heavenly thunder can eliminate a transcendent first-order entity easily. Then, suddenly, Ninetails notices that the White Tiger is not holding the dragon egg. However, the White Tiger does not respond effectively. This prompts the fox to go and get the egg herself. The dragon egg remains near Yuzuyu while he is busy upgrading his thunder ability. The thunder striking down prevents Ninetails from approaching the egg, and she fears that if this continues, the dragon egg will be damaged. Unexpectedly, our protagonist tells the fox that she does not need to worry. He explains that it is good for the egg to borrow the power of the thunder to cleanse its bloodline. With this, it can become a true dragon and will be breaking out of its shell soon. Meanwhile, in the Green Mound, a powerful tiger from the tiger tribe named Fourth King Bawang, a transcendent second order, is busy eliminating beasts. He demands that the fox tribe hand over the spirit flower, claiming it hurts him to eliminate any more of their lives. The Black Fox states that the spirit flower is the greatest treasure of the fox tribe and they cannot give it to anyone. Consequently, the tiger tribe moves forward with killing intent. The fox tribe refuses to give up, and both tribes begin their fight against each other. Unfortunately, Ba Wang deals a heavy blow to the black fox. Seeking revenge, the white fox comes forward, but it also receives a heavy blow from Ba Wang. Now the tiger laughs crazily as he plans to eliminate both of them to settle everything. The rest of the tigers are busy dominating the remaining foxes. Ba Wang points out that they cannot win with their small bodies, because a fight between beasts depends on sharp claws and teeth. He squeezes the black fox's body while remarking that the main factor deciding the winner is the difference in their sizes. Before anything can go wrong, Ba Wang receives a strike out of nowhere. It is Flash, who has come to help the fox tribe. Our hero's subordinate repeats Ba Wang's words, mocking the idea that size is the main factor, and challenges him to win against his own tiny body. Ba Wang is in an absolute rage, believing the fox tribe has outside support. Noting the golden light coming from Flash, the black fox realizes that this is the golden ant from the Misty Mountain. As a couple of tigers prepare to attack Flash, Thorn comes in and takes care of them. When a tiger from behind tries to hurt her, King Joe smashes him under his foot. Now the three of them stand against Ba Wang. The black fox wonders why the beasts from the Misty Mountain have appeared here. Right then, Ching Feng states that they are here to expand their team. In trade, they will ensure no enemy invades their territory. Flash gives the leader tiger two choices: join them or die. Ba Wang chooses a third option, declaring that all of them will die there. He uses his immense spiritual energy as he closes in on Flash and his group. The white fox informs the group that the tiger's physical body is very strong and they cannot be careless. Flash uses a triple strike as a counterattack. Unexpectedly, the gorilla tribe has also arrived. Seeing the situation, their leader believes they do not need to do anything yet. Surprisingly, Ba Wang is eliminated by Flash in just a single blow. However, it is not over yet. Somewhere underground, another tiger named Hu Wang, who is at the peak of the transcendent second order, is filled with a thirst for revenge. Hu Wang receives a report that Ba Wang is dead. Supporters of the fox tribe arrived and turned the situation around in an instant. Hu Wang orders for Lao Wu to be called over, as the Dark Leader decides to go with them this time. Back in the Green Mound, Thorn is observing a small, weird creature that is threatening to eliminate her. The white fox explains that this is the blood spirit fruit, which can nourish the blood and strengthen the body after consumption. Observing how they have built houses, Thorn comments that they have picked up many things from human culture. The fox tribe is not on good terms with humans, but they have indeed learned a lot from their ways. Thorn then decides to give her blood spirit fruit to Flash, as she cannot bring herself to eat it, and Ching Feng says the same thing. However, Flash refuses and tells them to eat it themselves. A flashback hits the black fox's mind, in which Flash asks him if they will join the Misty Mountain or die in the Green Mound. Thinking that it is better to join the Misty Mountain rather than surrender to the 5 tiger tribes, the black fox agrees. Back in the present, Flash asks the foxes about the power of the remaining tiger kings after the death of Ba Wang. The black fox states that, other than Ba Wang, there are 4 other tiger leaders. Among them, the most powerful are the Great Leader, the Dark Tiger, and Lao Wu, who has cultivated into a human form. Thorn comments that this should be similar to the Demon Bull. The black fox further adds that, at the moment, the tiger tribe has more beasts than they do. If they start a full-scale war, it is hard to predict who will win. Cutting his speech short, Thorn plans to call for another helper to come over as well. Flash grows confused, but Thorn makes it clear that this person is more suitable for the task than the rest of them. Back in the Misty Mountain, the white tiger is over the moon. It seems he is the one Thorn was talking about. He confidently starts flying toward the Green Mound. However, soon after, he comes back to ask about the location. The falcon tells him to go toward the east. After flying a bit, he comes back again because he simply did not understand the directions. Therefore, the falcon decides to go with him. The spider and the hedgehog believe this is going to be a problem. At nighttime, Hu Wang arrives with his group in the Green Mound. Fortunately, Flash and his team are all ready to take them down. Our protagonist's subordinate recognizes Hu Wang as the Dark Tiger, while the Dark Tiger recognizes them as the supporters of the Fox tribe. The White Fox points at the 3 tigers beside the Dark Tiger. One is the second leader, the Blood Tiger King, who is cruel and bloodthirsty. Another is the third king, Mao Wang. On the other hand, the most terrifying 5th king is nameless. Without their intelligence, the Fox tribe would never have known of his existence. Hu Wang yells that they only managed to eliminate Ba Wang because they invited a group of supporters. Planning to not let them escape this time, Hu Wang unleashes supersonic waves, a tiger roar, toward them. But King Zhou counters the attack with his own supersonic waves. Next, Hu Wang orders his tribe to kill all the foxes. The foxes do not give up on their territory, as they would never allow the tiger tribe to destroy their peace. With that, the fight between the foxes and the tigers begins. Ching Feng is also busy eliminating enemies when he is encountered by Mao Wang. Thorn saves him by countering Mao Wang's attack, and now the both of them face each other. On the other hand, Flash uses his single strike after increasing his strength to counter the fifth Tiger King. In the meantime, the black and white foxes are up against the second Tiger King, the Blood Tiger. King Zhou, meanwhile, is up against Hu Wang, who increases his spiritual energy from 10,000 to 50,000. King Zhou blasts off flames, but Hu Wang jumps out of the fire unscathed. In midair, he unleashes a roaring wave toward King Zhou. Unfortunately, it hits King Zhou, which makes Hu Wang boast about his own strength. Fortunately, King Zhou is still alive as it emerges from the smoke and bites its opponent. Unexpectedly, some kind of poison from Hu Wang infiltrates King Zhou through the bite. As a result, King Zhou immediately frees Hu Wang. Turns out Hu Wang is from the dark element. Now King Zhou's body will be slowly corroded away. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Wang grabs King Zhou's neck and throws it away with great force. Its body is getting dark from the darkness element. From a distance, Qingfeng spots King Zhou in a difficult situation. Hu Wang, determined to eliminate King Zhou, sends a powerful blow at it. However, as the smoke clears, the white tiger emerges, having protected King Zhou from the last attack. His comrades are stunned seeing him arrive on the battlefield. Noticing his wings, Hu Wang considers the white tiger a bit stronger than King Zhou. The white tiger shouts only one thing, that everyone will die. With that, he fights Hu Wang head-on. After a brief moment, the white tiger lands a powerful blow on his opponent. As a result, Hu Wang falls back, destroying trees on his way. In this way, Hu Wang is left injured and exhausted. He is in a great anger to be injured like that. But before he can do anything, the white tiger disappears from ahead. The next moment, he appears above him and unleashes a powerful attack on his opponent. Seeing how much destruction his attack has made, a fox is shocked to see how powerful that white tiger from Misty Mountain is. That blow makes a deep and huge crater in the ground. Shockingly, Hu Wang comes out of this alive, but he has been heavily injured. With that, he uses his special ability, Shadow Tiger, which allows him to make a shadow clone of himself possessing 70% of the main body's power. Hu Wang is confident that the white tiger will not be able to handle two of him. In exchange, the white tiger only yells that everyone will die. Hu Wang is pretty sure the tiger must be fully aware that his power is inadequate to tackle him now. On the other hand, the nameless tiger has received heavy blows from the golden ant and is injured badly, but still, he wants to eliminate Flash no matter what. Our protagonist's subordinate, Flash, comments that even though the tiger is strong, he himself is stronger. Then, our boy's loyal ant uses his triple strike after increasing his strength, striking at his opponent from multiple directions. The black and white fox succeed in defeating the second Tiger King. On the other hand, the third Tiger King is being toyed with by Thorn, as she expresses a wish to become his master. Qingfeng also stands tall atop the body of his fallen opponent. Now only the battle on the side of the white tiger remains. Hu Wang unleashes a double roaring sphere, which hits the white tiger directly. Before Hu Wang can celebrate his victory, the white tiger emerges from the smoke. This shocks Hu Wang, because his strongest attack was only able to dirty the beast's fur. Our hero's tiger furiously shouts that everyone will die. Hu Wang now realizes the full meaning of this statement. It does not mean they themselves will die, but rather everyone fighting against them. As the white tiger closes in to land a powerful blow, Hu Wang admits he saw through their power from the beginning. The white tiger is not only powerful but very smart as well. Considering him extraordinary, Hu Wang receives the final blow. As the smoke lifts, Hu Wang is seen lying on the ground while the white tiger stands tall before him. When the white tiger prepares to eliminate his opponent for good, Hu Wang's comrades beg him not to kill their big brother. Thorn then gives them two options. One is to join them, and the other is to be killed. The tiger tribe leaders decide to join as long as their big brother is not harmed. However, Hu Wang gets up with his weakened body, insisting he hasn't lost yet because he does not want them to take his comrades away. His brother insists they cannot win. 2 days later, the white tiger, the tiger tribes, and the treasurer of the fox tribe leave the green mound. The white fox asks the black fox if their decision to give their treasure away is a good one. The black fox states they cannot protect it anyway, so it is better to use it as a token of joining the Misty Mountain. Plus, they can obtain an endless supply of the essence of life. Meanwhile, Thorn notes they have managed to subdue 3 kings of the 5 tiger tribes, along with many others in the Transcendent First Order. Furthermore, the white tiger is happy because there will be others of the same tribe in the Misty Mountain now. 2 days earlier, the white tiger had tried to stop Hu Wang from leaving. The white tiger only repeated that everyone will die. Thorn then explained that he needed to say he would wait for Hu Wang at the Misty Mountain in 3 months. If Hu Wang defeats him there, his tribe will be returned. But if he loses, Hu Wang will join the Misty Mountain. In the upcoming days, Thorn, Flash, and the others are all busy in battles to expand their power. Yu Ziyu, on the other hand, is cultivating to break through to the Transcendent Fourth Order. During that time, the Misty Mountain enters a brief moment of peace. The scene shifts to the Magic City, one of the most modern coastal cities of the Federation. Inside a car, a blue-haired woman named Lin Ziyi, a Transcendent First Order and one of the 10 Great Heavens Pride of the Federation, sits observing the waves. She notices how unusual the sea is today. After getting permission from her teacher sitting beside her, she vanishes from the car to take a look at the ocean. Her teacher, who wears glasses, has never seen Lin in such a hurry and hopes everything is fine. After vanishing, Lin teleports to the coast. As soon as she opens her eyes, she finds herself in front of a massive scale of sea beasts. One of the beasts shoots its spike-like horn toward the mountains, and that spike blasts off instantly. Lin moves her focus from the monsters to the destructive power of the attack. In the meantime, a monster discovers her. The giant sea monster opens its mouth to devour Lin. Luckily, she teleports back to the car just in time. Seeing her breathing heavily, her teacher asks if she is all right. Lin then yells that they need to leave this city as soon as possible, or else they will not make it out in time. Soon after, the civilians of the city are advised to evacuate immediately as a top-level alert is announced. A large-scale invasion is coming from the coast. In the Spirit Energy Monitoring Bureau, officials discover that a few transcendent third-order sea beasts are approaching. The total spiritual energy is calculated at up to 4 million. Soon, they notice another development that makes the bureau chief turn pale. It is not just them. Magic City is also under attack. The Seven Nations Alliance, the Luo Kingdom, coastal nations, and locations all over the world are being besieged by sea beasts. It appears the sea is declaring war against the land. In the northern region, Qingquan also receives the report regarding the crisis. The orca advises him to stay away from the coast, or they will be affected as well. It wants them to return to the Misty Mountain. Actually, the invasion by the sea beasts has been launched by a few kings in the deep sea. Hence, all sea beasts have been summoned for the attack, including the orca itself. Qingquan understands the situation and advises the orca to be careful. With that, Qingquan starts heading back while riding the Arctic bear. Australia's beast army is also going out to counter the sea beasts. In front of them stand the King of the Seven Seas, the Flood Dragon King, a transcendent third-order peak, the Vermilion Monarch, and the Azure Sea Serpent, both transcendent third order. The Flood Dragon King describes himself as one of the 7 kings of the deep sea. He demands that Australia's beast army give up and hand over their land to them. The kangaroo reveals that while he was worried about the deep sea, he did not expect such a massive invasion of the continent. He calls them reptiles of the deep sea, believing they will regret this later. Back in the city, a doctor wants to know about the situation, but his assistant informs him that they have not been able to establish a communication line yet. Both of them are standing in front of a giant dragon who hasn't reacted at all until now. The doctor believes this dragon will be their only hope for dealing with the sea beasts, as they have lost all coastal cities within just half a day. The doctor actually has an ability to communicate with mutant beasts. He believes that if they are somehow able to control this dragon, there will be hope for them. Shockingly, the dragon starts to speak. He gives them his answer, stating that he cannot defeat those beasts easily and that humans are fated to be destroyed. But the doctor does not believe that humanity will fall. According to him, the number of sea beasts and their energy levels are not at a stage where they have no chance of winning. The dragon in front of them is perfectly created from their research. Its bones are made of metal fibers, and its cells act as an electromagnetic coil, allowing it to create a large number of electromagnetic fields. Its body is something beyond human limitations. The doctor then shows the dragon an egg, stating that as long as it helps them in this crisis, the egg will not only replenish its expended energy, but also allow it to become much stronger. However, he reminds the dragon that it cannot destroy their country after chasing away the sea creatures. In the Luo Kingdom, sea beasts have already entered and are destroying the city. The same is happening in the Huaxia Federation, though at least the continental fighters there are trying to counter the monsters. However, they still struggle because the number of sea beasts increases with every passing moment. On the other hand, Inferno City is already underwater, and sea beasts roam freely. Meanwhile, a transcendent fighter spots a huge amount of mist rising from the heart of the city. Another fighter corrects him, saying it is not mist but steam. Actually, the steam is coming from the seawater, which is boiling. From a building, a beam of light emerges. It is none other than Qing, who is already busy eliminating a number of sea beasts. At Celestial Mountain, a huge white elephant also comes to learn about the present situation, which is causing the creatures of this world to suffer. Therefore, it decides to step forward to settle the dispute. The sea waves have also reached the continent of Africa. Sea beasts invade that continent and begin eliminating the creatures there. The people of Africa gather around their leader. However, before he can speak, a group of sea monsters arrives and spreads chaos. Back in the Misty Mountain, Yuzu finally opens his eyes. Ninetails is happy to see him waking up. However, our boy is still one step away from breaking through. He did not expect the consumption of resources to be so enormous, and he still needs 10 million evolution points to complete the final step of his breakthrough. He asks if something is happening in the outside world, as he has been feeling very strong spiritual energy being emitted from the neighboring area. Ninetails tells him about the global invasion. Now our protagonist knows that the sea beasts have finally started their attack on the land. He never expected it to be such a large-scale invasion, but our hero has a plan. He has now found the opportunity to gain more evolution points. Plus, by helping humans in this crisis, his prestige in the human heart will rise. This way, he will kill many birds with one stone. He then orders Nine Tails to take some land beast with her to subdue sea beasts to expand the Misty Mountain army. For himself, our boy decides to meet these deep-sea creatures personally. Back in Magic City, sea beasts swim freely under the water. Meanwhile, some of them are attacking Lin. She uses Space Slash and succeeds in eliminating one monster, but unfortunately, she has almost used up all of her strength. She no longer has the energy to escape. However, she believes that luring the sea monsters to her position will give others time to flee. Soon, a huge monster appears right behind her, preparing to eat her. To her surprise, the huge monster receives a heavy blow and falls to the ground forcefully. It is actually the work of the huge white elephant from Celestial Mountain. This is the white jade elephant, a transcendent third order. Lin is stunned to see a white giant elephant floating in the sky. The elephant gathers energy and launches another attack toward the fallen giant monster. In the meantime, Lin teleports to the rooftop of a building. She knows that if she does not escape soon, she will die, but she doesn't have any strength left to move. Ching appears right behind her and recognizes the giant elephant as a transcendent third order. A captain of the Transcendent Fighters also appears with his team, recognizing Ching. He reports that up until now, 27 coastal cities have been invaded by sea beasts. Among them, 5 have already been completely destroyed. The rest of the cities are still resisting, but they will also eventually be destroyed. He believes the only thing they can do is delay the sea beast's advancement, fearing that this seems to be the end of the world. Somewhere nearby, a sea beast king, a transcendent third-order peak, emerges. Ching ignores everything the captain says and decides to fight. However, the captain still insists they should wait for the Federation higher-ups to devise a proper plan. Otherwise, they will die with their current strength. Furthermore, the country is already prepared to use the Spirit Orbital Cannon. Once it finally activates, the current crises will be resolved completely. But Ching points out that those people cannot wait that long. Therefore, she flies directly ahead using her spiritual wings. Those wings can only be used by fighters in the Third Order, and Ching is already a transcendent Third Order cultivator. She goes straight toward the giant sea monster and sends a heavy attack toward it. From behind, she notes that the seawater is also boiling up. Meanwhile, the giant sea monster spots Ching, who yells at it in rage. The fight between the giant sea monster and Ching begins. She uses her purple flame and veneration to attack the monster. The beast roars heavily in pain. However, after the attack, as the smoke lifts, the giant monster is totally fine. Because its body is so massive, the scope of Ching's attack is not enough to cause lasting damage. Suddenly, the white jade elephant arrives and saves Ching from the giant sea monster's counterattack. He returns to her side and asks if she is all right, but Ching is only concerned about his identity. The elephant plans to explain this later, but he assures her that he is not their enemy. Their talk is cut short when the giant sea monster unleashes its attack in the form of a light beam toward them. Both Ching and the elephant are caught in the blast and are soon hit by that attack. Fortunately, the elephant survives, but he is in very bad shape. He is confused as to how that sea monster knows his skill. Ching, on the other hand, has protected herself with a defense shield. She points out that the creature's appearance has become similar to the elephant's. Not only that, her own flames have also appeared on its body. The jade elephant then realizes that their opponent's ability must be absorbing the attacks of other creatures. This is not good at all. The giant sea monster roars heavily with confidence. In another place, sea beasts devour humans one after another. The humans try their best to save themselves. As soon as one monster is about to devour a mother and her child, mist monsters come in and save her. Actually, Yuzuyu has sent a number of mist monsters to take care of the sea beasts. All the humans there recognize the divine tree, as they believe our protagonist has come to save them. All of them start to cheer for our boy. On Yuzuyu's way here, our hero has seen how bad the invasions of the sea beasts nearby are. If the situation goes further, it will get even worse. Back in the Magic City, that giant sea monster launches an endless amount of thorns toward Ching, who protects herself with a shield. On the other hand, the white elephant goes near the sea monster and stomps on it heavily, causing fluid to burst from its mouth. In the meantime, Ching closes the distance and unleashes her purple flame sword. However, it is still not enough to eliminate the beast for good. It instantly starts preparing for a breath attack. Before Ching can escape, the monster unleashes the blast. That attack lands straight on a building along with Ching. Fortunately, she is somehow able to survive the blast. The elephant grows worried about her, but she unexpectedly admits that this monster is unkillable. The elephant remarks that it is not a normal sea beast. It is one of the 7 kings that unified the deep sea. Furthermore, it is one of the leaders responsible for the land invasion, known as the King of the Sea Beasts. The King of the Sea Beasts roars as it unleashes an attack, sending countless thorns at them. After protecting himself, the elephant unleashes yet another attack, Sky-Piercing Hoof. He lands a powerful blow on his opponent, and as a result, seawater sprays everywhere. Meanwhile, Ching notes that he actually managed to shatter space. Other than her master, This is her second time seeing a creature shatter space like that. After landing the attack, the white elephant stands near the whirlpool. King is curious to know if the fight is over. The elephant states that no matter how strong that monster is, it is impossible to survive that attack. But to their surprise, the giant monster appears above them and uses the elephant's own ability, the sky-piercing hoof. The attack lands directly on the white elephant. As a result, the jade elephant is unable to move, as he is heavily injured. Qing finds the monster too tough to defeat. The king of the sea beasts declares that the land belongs to the sea, everything belongs to the sea, and rebels shall die. When it tries to eliminate Qing with the sky-piercing hoof, Yu Ziyu arrives and saves her in time. Our hero recognizes the beast as one of the deep-sea kings. However, our boy finds it incredibly ugly. The sea beast reacts sharply and again uses the sky-piercing hoof technique. Qing informs our protagonist to be careful, as that move can shatter space. Yu Ziyu counters the attack with a thick root. Huge pressure is created in the surroundings, which makes Qing fly backward. Fortunately, the white elephant holds her tightly to save her. He knows that the move the king of the sea beasts is using is far more powerful than his own, yet against the divine tree, it is nearly ineffective. The spiritual energy being emitted from our hero is too powerful. For Yu Ziyu, that attack was nothing at all. Therefore, the king of the sea beasts attacks him repeatedly until it receives a powerful blow from our protagonist. Our boy knows that this is only a stolen move. He then entangles the beast in his thick roots and uses a divine skill, thunder execution. Massive lightning and thunder strike his opponent directly. After enduring a heavy blow of thunder, the sea beast finally reverts to its original form and collapses hard. The white elephant and Qing are stunned to see that Yu Ziyu has won. Our hero, on the other hand, notes that the destruction this coastal city has endured is much higher than the damage caused by Australith. He immediately fills the city with his trees. Naturally, the citizens gather around as they recognize the divine tree from Misty Mountain. Meanwhile, in the Freedom Federation, a giant octopus, the Octopus King, one of the 7 Sea Kings, is destroying buildings one after another. Seawater begins gathering inside the city. At the same time, in the Freedom Federation Military Command Center, the commander receives a report that 5 of their cities have already been destroyed. Furthermore, more sea monsters are currently advancing toward the inner cities. He then receives another report containing information from the White House. According to the intel, the Divine Tree has defeated one of the 7 Sea Kings. The Federation's allies are no longer in a critical situation because the Divine Tree is guarding the coastal city. However, there might be another wave of attacks. The commander knows that unlike those protected by our boy, they do not have such a powerful mutated beast to defend them. Given the situation, they are unsure of their chances of victory. Soon, a doctor enters and reveals they still have a chance to win because they have sent their dragon toward the battlefield. That dragon now stands in front of the Octopus King. The doctor says the battle is just beginning. Meanwhile, in Africa, the Twin King, another king of the 7 seas and a transcendent third-order peak, is up against an African fighter who is likely the leader of his people. On the other hand, in Australia, another sea king is up against a kangaroo. The kangaroo yells to his army that their priority is to prevent the sea beasts from invading their territory. The sea king points out that he is also a creature who evolved from the seas. In the middle of the battle, the sea king suddenly senses that the spiritual energy of the king of the sea beasts has disappeared, making him wonder if his peer has been defeated. He starts to sweat, wondering if there is a powerful being on land who can challenge the 7 seas. Back in the Magic City, Lin wanders through the forest created by our protagonist. She admits that humans are indeed far inferior when facing him. From behind, a strange kid asks if her ability is teleportation. She turns and wonders why a child is there. Shockingly, the kid is actually Yu Ziyu in human form. Lin receives a massive shock. Later, our hero in his child form brings Lin to his main body where Qing is waiting. She also gets a shock seeing him as a child. However, he laughs it off, explaining he recently gained this new ability. Qing is happy to find him looking just like a human. Our boy explains that he has used a hallucination effect on his body. Those who see him will perceive him as a human child. But there are limitations, as he cannot stay too far away from his main body. After returning to his main body, Yu Ziyu plans to deal with the sea beasts he has captured inside his roots. Among them is a mutant giant turtle, a transcendent second order. Aside from high defense, it lacks other abilities. The same goes for many other sea beasts. It turns out most of them are quite useless and not worth taking under his command. Therefore, he goes straight to the important one, the sea beast at the transcendent third order peak. This beast follows an evolutionary path similar to his own. From Qing, our protagonist learned that this beast took only a few minutes to evolve into a giant elephant. This is just the starting point of it evolving into a copy of his main body. The evolution will probably merge with the abilities it has learned before. Our hero wonders if, once it completes its evolution, it will become a real willow tree. He also wonders if he would have obtained its innate abilities had he devoured it immediately after the battle. For now, he decides to keep it and use the others to cultivate his evolution points. After eliminating the rest of the sea beasts, Yuzi is ready to activate his 4th order evolution. For the 4th order evolution, Yuzi spends 10 million evolution points. Then our boy leaves his protection to Qing while he breaks through. With that, the process of breaking through begins. Right then, the white elephant appears as he finds that Qing's master is about to break through. He finds the spiritual energy emitting from our protagonist truly mesmerizing. Meanwhile, Qing notes that the white elephant can change his size freely, which is quite amazing. Then she asks him about his identity. The white elephant reveals that he is from Tianshan, just an ordinary being who fights corruption. At the same time, in the western region, Seth is on his journey. He wonders if our hero would break through soon. Meanwhile, at the Tianyu mountain, a bird feels the energy fluctuating due to Yuzi. At the same time, in the northern region, beings there also feel the change in the atmosphere. Deep in the sea, the huge island whale opens its eyes. It also feels the change, and figures out that this is an energy wave coming from someone who is breaking through for the 4th order. However, it believes that there shouldn't be anyone to reach at the 4th order so quickly. Due to this, it plans to act fast as well. From afar, the humans observe how big our divine tree has become, even larger than the surrounding buildings. Soon, thunder strikes, which is actually heavenly thunder. Our boy is emitting an immense amount of spiritual energy. 2 beasts have appeared in the vicinity. One is King of the 7 Seas, Dragon King, a transcendent 3rd order peak. The other King of the 7 Seas is Conch King, also at transcendent 3rd order peak. Dragon King figures out that our protagonist is the one who has killed their fellow King of the Sea. Conch King comments on the immense amount of spiritual energy which is emanating from our hero. It believes that this is the great time to get rid of him. Suddenly, Qing and the white elephant feel the presence of those 2 monsters who have a huge amount of spiritual energy. Both of them are terrified of figuring out that they are 2 of the kings of the 7 seas. Both of those kings get near Yuzi by swimming through the seawater. The white elephant sweats as a doubt that they can win against them. More importantly, our boy has not broken through yet. Those 2 kings are that much powerful that they can eliminate them in just one single hit. The elephant knows that it would take at least 1 hour for our protagonist to wake up. Qing shouts for him to calm down as she prepares herself for a fight. She wants him to think about something rather than panicking. She points out that they will not follow him when he tries to escape because their target is not him but her master. So she wants him to leave now, because if she dies in this fight, he won't get another chance to leave. The white elephant is stunned to see she has already decided to fight them. Therefore, he follows her, as he has also decided to join her in that fight. Suddenly, Dragon King launches a water whirlpool blow towards them, so Qing intercepts this with her flame ability. Dragon gets furious to see a human interfering with their work. Therefore, his fellow Conch King unleashes a poison-like liquid towards Qing to help out his fellow. However, Qing emerges through this and attacks Conch using Spiritual Flame Sword. Unfortunately, the Conch King has the strongest defense among all creatures. But still, Qing manages to damage him a bit. Right then, Dragon King appears behind her as he unleashes his decisive blow. Fortunately, the white elephant comes in and protects Qing by landing a blow on Dragon King. The elephant doesn't want a girl to fight alone. Officials from all around the world are gathered in a world conference. Everyone is pointing out important matters. Some say that they should give up on all the coastal cities, head to the inner lands, and prepare to counterattack. Others argue that the inner lands are not enough to accommodate this many people, adding that the lack of resources will cause internal conflicts. Someone points out that it is necessary to sacrifice some of the citizens because they believe they just need to ensure the continuation of human civilization. Some people get offended by this statement, as they point out that it will be in vain if they sacrifice their citizens only to be killed by those sea monsters anyway. Another participant adds that this is not a time to talk about ethics. The Prime Minister of the Federation is also present in the conference, but he is just taking in their remarks. Back in the Magic City, the chief from the Monitoring Bureau comes to know about the 2 transcendent sea monsters that have appeared in the city. She wonders why the Divine Tree has chosen this time to break through. She also thinks that the Deep Sea King is afraid of Yuzi getting stronger, which is why he has chosen this time to attack him. The whole world is being invaded by the sea monsters right now, and yet humans cannot do anything against them. Then, the chief gets a report that they have captured the image of a human among the sea monsters. When they open the image, they learn that it is none other than their flame princess, Xiaoling. The chief does not know why she is there, and she wonders if Xiaoling is planning to fight against those sea beasts. Rejecting all other thoughts, the chief concludes that she is fighting for our protagonist. Back on the battlefield, Qing uses her spiritual flame gigantic sword and lands a blow on Dragon King. She manages to hurt him, which makes Dragon King decide not to take her lightly. He now considers her as someone at the first rate. Meanwhile, the white elephant directly hits Conch King. After that, he uses piercing tusks. When Conch King falls back, the elephant takes the opportunity and tries to attack with his sky-piercing hoof. Unfortunately, Conch King unleashes a huge amount of sulfuric acid. Both of their attacks clash as they step back. Conch King never expected his top to be damaged like this after just one stomp. However, the white elephant is also in a bad situation, as his skin is burning from the acid. Parts of his left body just got hit by the liquid. Right after that, both of them prepare to launch another attack on each other. Back to Qing. She uses light butterflies to counter the stream shield of the Dragon King. However, it does not affect Dragon King at all. He then shouts for her to step back as she is getting in their way. Unfortunately, he uses the stream shield ability to trap Qing inside. She gets frustrated because a skill that is meant for defending is being used to trap her. Right then, her opponent unleashes stream cannon. At first, Qing dodges all the attacks, but soon she realizes that those cannons are using the stream shield to bounce back. She is affected by those cannons even though she uses her own shield to protect herself. Leaving Qing busy with the cannons, Dragon King approaches our hero, as he plans to finish this in one breath. Before he can fire his cannon, Qing appears and lands a heavy blow on him. His eyes get damaged while she herself is breathing heavily. Now Dragon King is in an absolute rage as he goes toward Qing to eliminate her for good. He shouts for Conch King to use that skill. Listening to this, the white elephant grows confused as he wonders if they have an even stronger skill to use. Both kings combine their skills to make a brand new technique. Turns out, this is their most powerful combination skill. The kings want to explode Qing and our boy into pieces. Those kings together make a huge orb filled with destructive power and launch it toward Qing and our hero. Transcendent human beings from the Federation are fighting against sea monsters. Meanwhile, in the Spiritual Energy Research Institute, the chief notes that the advancement of the sea beasts toward the coastal cities has slowed down. The transcendents in those cities are continuing to hold them back, but this is just slowing the speed of their invasion. This will continue until they deal with the Sea Kings. The transcendent leader eliminates one big sea monster, but more and more come out as there is no end to it. Suddenly, all of them start to feel an immense and terrifying spiritual energy, and the sea monsters also feel the same thing. The team leader feels that it is coming from the direction where Qing is. He wonders what kind of monster she is facing at the moment. Back in the Magic City, the kings are about to launch their most powerful attack. If that goes off, Qing and the white elephant won't be able to block it. This attack will not only eliminate the divine tree but also destroy all the cities along with the humans. Therefore, the elephant wants Qing to use her full power without holding anything back. But Qing already knows it and doesn't want anyone to dictate it to her. In the meantime, the kings launch their ultimate skill, Twin Stream Cannon. Both Qing and the white elephant develop a huge shield around them so they can counter the incoming attack. Sadly, their shields start to break while Qing starts losing her blood in the process. On the other hand, both kings shout as loud as they can so they succeed in destroying everything. A huge blast erupts as a result. As soon as the smoke is clear, we see that Yuziyu is completely alright, standing in between, as the destructive cannon has been split into two halves. However, the white elephant is lying in a very bad condition, yet he has successfully protected Qing. As the two kings again start developing their combination skill, they feel offended that the elephant has successfully protected that girl, but they know that they will be successful in the end. Now that our protagonist is unfortunately alone, they are determined to take him down this time. Therefore, Qing steps out to try stopping them again. Meanwhile, the white elephant tries to stop her, but Qing still moves forward even in a very bad state. In the meantime, the kings again launch their destructive orb toward our hero. But for Qing, protecting her master is the most important thing. She recalls the time when she lost him once. At that time, the shouting of the humans and the crying of beasts went on endlessly. She wonders if fighting for boundaries is really that important. Whether it's the humans who are trying to expand their territories, or the sea monsters that have invaded the continent to expand their power. For her, those wars are completely useless. She believes that the only one who can stop all of this is her master. Therefore, she needs to protect him at all costs. Not just because he is her master, but because our boy is also the guardian of Earth. As the kings launch their destructive attack, Qing comes in and does her best to protect our protagonist. From afar, the lying white elephant grows super worried about Qing. Surprisingly, Qing manages to block that attack, even though she is now in a very poor condition and completely exhausted. Seeing this, Dragon King is stunned, and remarks that she is doing something which is useless. But Qing mutters that it is not useless at all. She starts falling down, as she believes she has bought enough time. As she falls, the white elephant runs to catch her. But unexpectedly, our hero's root catches her safely. It looks like Yuziyu has completed the process of breaking through.